After several minutes where Larissa simply allowed herself to cry without restrictions in Luna's arms, the latter began speaking to her in a low and soft voice, with what seemed like emotional maturity she had suddenly developed. "Larissa," Luna murmured, her voice loaded with an understanding that came from recent personal experience, "I understand your situation. I understand your loss." She tightened the embrace slightly, as if trying to anchor them both against the storms they were weathering individually. "I know you don't like talking about what happened. I know it's incredibly painful to relive it. Right now I think I feel very similar to how you've been feeling." Her own voice began breaking slightly with emotion. "I lost something just as important as what you lost. And my family, their future, everything is at risk right now, so I desperately need to try to recover what little I can." Luna separated just enough to be able to look directly into Larissa's swollen eyes. "It's time for you to overcome the suffering, face it and try to recover what little you can too." Even he, her voice became firmer, referring to Ren though consciously avoiding mentioning his name, has been trying to recover it too. He's been fighting constantly to find ways to heal the damage like a madman. She embraced her again, stronger this time, as if she could transfer strength and determination through direct physical contact. "So again I think it's time for both of us to stop simply crying for what we lost and start helping each other recover what we can. It's time to do something instead of just suffering in silence." The enormous room remained in complete silence for a moment, while the other girls waited patiently to see how Larissa would respond. Larissa wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, but this time didn't try to hide the fact that she had been crying or pretend she was completely composed. "How much do I need to do so you can manage to confront them?" she finally asked, her voice still shaky but with a new intention that hadn't been present in years. Luna smiled, and for the first time in weeks, the expression reached her eyes. "I need something like a legal loophole to have official documents that give validity to achievements earned by minors useful during family crises. Something with enough bureaucratic weight to counteract the political power my uncles are accumulating while my father is gone." She paused, organizing her thoughts carefully. "And I think you know exactly what type of documents can achieve that, and more importantly, how to get them without having to go through normal bureaucratic channels that would automatically disqualify us due to our age." Larissa considered the request for a long moment, her mind already beginning to work through the specific possibilities. That could work," she murmured slowly, her voice carrying the first notes of genuine interest. "But achieving it would be extremely risky." For the first time in many months of pure and unproductive pain, Larissa felt something that wasn't simply suffering, she felt purpose, direction, and the possibility that her time could be transformed into constructive action. Maria observed from her position, a small but genuine smile appearing on her face as she watched her mistress begin to recover something of the determination she had lost. The maid had witnessed too many days of listless grief not to recognize the significance of this moment. Larissa straightened up more, her mind beginning to work through legal possibilities with sharp focus. "There are some exceptions in the protocols that could work," she murmured, organizing her thoughts while speaking. "At any moment of crisis, protocols normally exclude non-combatant people from participating directly in battle." She stood and began walking toward a bookshelf full of legal codes. "But it's a system designed to save communities that would only be helpless victims, not to prevent valuable contributions. The purpose is to protect, not to limit." She pulled out a thick tome and began leafing through it with familiarity born of months of intensive legal education. In heroic cases of youth and weak victims who were cornered by circumstances, official recognitions have been given to those who acted to defend or attack in cases necessary for survival. Luna approached, her interest genuinely awakened by the possibility of finding a solution. "So there are legal precedents?" asked Leora. "Yes, in theory," Larissa nodded, finding the pages she was looking for. "We can probably circumvent many of the normal requirements for being called to fight with the right arguments. If you achieve something significant during the crisis." She stopped, her expression becoming more somber as the full implications became clear. "The problem is that a truly large crisis that affects the entire city and merits substantial recognition doesn't present itself easily. And it's not like we'd want to have one. Leora frowned. What type of crisis would be sufficient? Outside of long-range military operations with thousands of soldiers involved, Larissa explained, Luna can't do much with the underground attacks that are already being systematically controlled by established noble families. They have almost all the resources. Matilda approached the window, observing the patrols moving with increasing urgency through the castle courtyards. Well, things look pretty difficult outside. As if destiny had been listening to their conversation, the city's alarms intensified dramatically. The sound changed from routine warnings of defensive shift changes to genuine emergency signals that penetrated even the thick castle walls. The transformation was unmistakable, this was no longer a minor threat. What's happening? Mayo murmured, also approaching the window with growing concern. They could see much more frantic movements in the castle courtyards, soldiers running desperate, and messengers arriving with alarming frequency. The organized calm of normal CSSO, corrupted beasts' sporadic swarm defense operations had given way to the chaos of genuine crisis. It seems the attack on the city materialized with much more force than anticipated, Luna observed, feeling both terror and opportunity that made her pulse quicken. Destiny put us right at the beginning of a crisis so we could act. It wasn't really the case, of course. It was just extraordinary coincidence, false circumstantial evidence, but it generated the perfect situation for their needs. It fit them like a glove, exactly as they had needed. This is our opportunity, Larissa declared. If we're going to do something, it has to be now. While the girls rushed to prepare their bureaucratic maneuvers and Ren was still traveling with Julius before facing the first giant creature, the city was being attacked by the first massive wave of mutants. Selphira found herself on the main wall alongside Victor, both coordinating the defensive response to corrupt beasts. The largest they had had to organize in decades. And it wasn't just that there were more of them. Now they were also updated to their version 2.0, more difficult to eliminate and without elemental weaknesses like the common ones. We need a wall. Selphira shouted, extending her hands while channeling massive elemental power. Beside her, Victor did the same, and between the two they began generating a barrier of ice and minerals that rose like an artificial mountain around a side of the city. Selphira's ice provided most of the instantaneous structure, while Victor's minerals reinforced it at key points with the option to function as the base of a new wall with long-term durability. They had received Julius's first message some time before, and had managed to control the first two lines of minor abominations with relative efficiency. But then additional messages arrived that completely changed the nature of the crisis. A third line of abominations had caused devastating chaos in Yaino, the settlement on the other side of their new territory. Since the vast majority of inhabitants in that area were below silver rank and hadn't benefited from the updated information Ren had provided about cultivation techniques, the residents had suffered considerably. Their impromptu resistance had been barely sufficient to initiate a desperate evacuation toward the defended side of the main city. Selphira and Victor couldn't know it, but things were going to get even worse. The non-combatant people of Yaino weren't mostly to blame for the past war, so letting them die would be unjust in both leaders' opinion. These were civilians whose only crime had been living in the wrong place when corruption decided to awaken. We have to split up, Victor decided, rapidly evaluating the situation while watching smoke rise from multiple directions. I'll go to Yaino's side with part of the army to stop the creatures there. Selphira nodded, though she could see the strain this would put on both forces. Dividing their resources felt like trying to dam two rivers with half the stones needed for one. Distribute the earth Tamers well. We're going to need to close all possible entrances and defend the city with a complete external circular wall, she murmured, calculating the energy that would be required for such an ambitious defensive structure. At first, everything went well. The efforts to keep the city's underground defended already had thousands of Earth Tamers mobilized who stayed active in rotating shifts. Now they would have to work 16 hours instead of 8, but with a little more pressure, the number of defenders could increase by adding thousands from the Abyss Wall and thousands more who weren't participating. The opportunistic noble families had many of those on standby, waiting for a specific signal before committing their resources. But while Selphra and Victor built defenses and managed to stop the initial advance of creatures, a fourth line of mutants arrived at Selphra's side of the wall from Starweaver territory. This was a line that not even Ren had had time to sense during his current battle, emerging from a completely unexpected direction. Their defensive planning became exponentially more complex. Damn! Selphra shouted while reinforcing a section that should have been covered by Sirius's family and had begun cracking under the assault. Where are so many vermin coming from? Victor, who had reached Yino's side with part of his forces, found himself also facing no longer just one flow of creatures, but two simultaneous flows converging on the same area. The situation was much worse than his scouts had reported, and the refugees were caught in the crossfire. With the flow from the side where Ren was fighting, which would undoubtedly increase when they retreated due to the new artifact they had discovered, the cities were about to find themselves completely besieged by 6 different flows of mutant creatures. And maybe they weren't yet all the flows they would face. Did all these flows originate from different artifacts? How many artifacts were scattered around the kingdom? Their soldiers were being dispersed in a narrow line around the cities and were therefore being pushed backward despite their best efforts. The refugees from Yino kept arriving in numbers that strained their logistical capabilities beyond reasonable limits. Selphra made the decision to extend her side of the wall even more, using energy reserve she knew she couldn't maintain indefinitely. Now even the new doubles and most gold ranks in Selphra and Dravenholm power were spread thin. How many more are going to appear, she wondered while reinforcing another section of the wall that had begun to crack under sustained assault. The defenses were covering 6 different flows when Selphra received the report she had been dreading. A messenger arrived flying, his breathing labored from urgency and the strain of maintaining high flight speed over long distances. Matriarch, he shouted while approaching where she maintained control of the ice wall. 2 more flows have emerged from Yino's side. Selphra felt as if someone had punched her in the stomach. 8 flows were already stretching their defenses to the absolute limit. The forces they had available were distributed so widely along the city's circumference that each section barely had minimum coverage. Status of other positions, she asked, though she feared the answer would only bring more bad news. Victor reports he urgently needs reinforcements in Yino, the messenger responded, his voice carrying the strain of someone who had witnessed the deteriorating situation firsthand. The first 2 flows on his side have intensified, and the other 2 are pushing toward the city center near the evacuation. Some refugee families are trapped. Another messenger arrived before she could completely process the previous information. Matriarch. The southern wall in the ex-Goldcrest territory shows significant cracks. 2 lines of creatures are concentrating their attacks on that point. Selphra looked toward the horizon, where she could see smoke rising from multiple directions. The scope of the crisis was becoming clearer with each passing moment, and it was larger than anything they had expected. How many non-combatant worker families do we still have within the outermost perimeter? She asked her second-in-command. Approximately 3,000, Matriarch. The Iron and Bronze Zone. Children, elderly, workers like artisans, farmers, minor merchants, there were many people who couldn't defend themselves if silver-ranked power-level creatures penetrated the defenses. If she allowed the defenses to fail, they wouldn't be talking about some military casualties. They would be talking about a massacre of helpless civilians. Selphra closed her eyes for a moment, feeling the weight of a decision she had been avoiding by abusing her own power. The order she didn't want to give. The order that would open doors to political complications that could last years. But the alternative was much worse. Give the general crisis signal with my ice seal, she finally ordered, her voice loaded with resignation and resolution mixed together. Her second-in-command looked at her with surprise. Matriarch, are you sure? Once it's declared. I know perfectly well, Selphra interrupted him. But soon the battle is going to enter the city if we don't get more forces. It doesn't matter where they come from. The general crisis signal was a protocol with far-reaching implications. It officially declared that the city's regular forces couldn't contain a threat alone, opening the stage for support from all inhabitants and, more significantly, legitimizing important achievements that would normally be restricted to active military personnel. It was exactly what families like the Starweaver faction opposed to Sirius, the Ashenway opposed to Selphra, or the remnants of the Goldcrest Zone would need to claim political recognition. In the war a few years ago, the same space opened up, Selphra murmured while an assistant prepared the visual signals that would rise from all the city's towers. But many of those families sat on their hands because they weren't sure who would win the conflict. She remembered vividly how the varied interests in that war's resolution had paralyzed many noble houses, each one waiting to see which way the winds blew before committing their resources. But in this case, she continued, observing the smoke rising from multiple battle points, I'm sure they won't hesitate. The new vault under the castle and its immense wealth was in the sights of all the kingdom's prominent families. Any achievement during this crisis would be a perfect excuse to demand parts of that wealth, and with those resources they could dramatically increase both the quality and number of their private soldiers. It wasn't pleasant to think about how annoying and shameless they would be in their subsequent demands, but unfortunately those additional military resources were now absolutely necessary. The political price of survival was always paid later, but death collected its debts immediately. Purple banners began rising from each tower of the city, visible from kilometers away like beacons of desperation cutting through the smoky air. They were followed by flashes of light. The visual display was a formal acknowledgement. Almost immediately, Selphra could feel changes in the political dynamics of the city. She knew that in mansions and castles throughout the territory, noble families were rapidly evaluating what resources they could mobilize and what achievements they could claim. The General Crisis Declaration had opened doors that would be impossible to close once the immediate threat passed. A new messenger arrived from the castle's direction, his mount breathing heavily from the urgent flight across the city's chaotic landscape. Matriarch. Report from the main castle. Several minor families have begun mobilizing forces. There are also reports that some groups are requesting permission for direct actions outside the wall and in Yino. Selphra felt a mixture of hope and concern while observing the tactical movements beginning to deploy, though she noticed something that disturbed her deeply. The Starweaver zone wasn't being defended by the Starweavers themselves. Selphra had assumed they would do something like this, but seeing it happen affected her mood more than she had anticipated. The political maneuvering was beginning even as civilians on the Yino side died, and the cynicism of it left a bitter taste that had nothing to do with the smoke-filled air. Instead of protecting their own territory, they were directing themselves to Yino that was closer to the Goldcrest side, making the march longer just to cross-support with other families. Meanwhile, forces from Goldcrest territory were heading far to the abandoned Starweaver territory. Selphra realized fast why this was the case. It was a calculated movement that exploited legal loopholes in antiquated rules. The regulations allowed families to claim achievements for defending territories that had been abandoned in crisis, regardless of whether the abandonment had been strategic. In this case, they sought to further damage Sirius's low standing as their leader, since he, who had left to seek a solution and whose territory could be considered abandoned, in a certain bureaucratic sense, couldn't react to it. Selphra immediately realized what they were doing in collusion with the ex-Goldcrest territory families to gain more weight in their future recognition claims. By not defending a territory that bore their same surname, even though it was part of another faction's territory within their family, it wouldn't be easy to argue it had been their obligation from the beginning. These types of loopholes she could see now during a crisis showed her these were rules that should definitely be corrected, but now that she saw how they would be used, it was too late to do anything about it. It was always like this in her experience, humans tended to react after accidents happened, not before. But there was nothing to do now, since Dragarian wasn't present to enforce fairer protocols, so she would have to let these political maneuvers pass. The important thing was the military support they would provide and that it arrives quickly, regardless of the political motivations behind it. Even within her own family, some parts more distant from her direct control and family branches that had disagreed with her policies, with various stubborn elders leading factions, were going to want to make similar moves to maximize their own benefits. So this time Selphora didn't blame the individual players, but the game, the complete system. Rules designed to be manipulated by those with sufficient legal knowledge and resources to exploit their weaknesses. It was a bitter reflection to have in the middle of a genuine crisis, but the crisis itself was revealing just how old and broken their political structure had become. In the castle, Luna, Leora, and Larissa had finally managed to gather all the necessary documents. An hour of meticulous work with legal codes and historical precedents had produced a complete set of paperwork that would, technically, legitimize Luna's actions during the crisis. The documents were spread across Larissa's desk like a battle plan drawn in ink and legal terminology, each piece carefully crafted to exploit the same kind of bureaucratic loopholes the noble families were using outside. "We only need one more thing," Larissa murmured, studying the documents with the focused attention of someone who had spent years learning to navigate legal complexities. "What?" Luna asked, hoping it wouldn't be something impossible to obtain. "A seal issued by the royal family. Specifically, we need to activate this official seal." Larissa drew out an ornate medallion. It was clearly an artifact of authority, designed to authenticate documents of importance. But it can only be activated by a royal with strong earth control from a gold-rank Chelan. Leora frowned, her mind immediately working through potential solutions. "Can't it be any earth control? Doesn't your fairy?" "I'm a royal and have earth control, but my silver-rank fairy is dual element and doesn't have control at that level," Larissa explained. "Her specialization is more directed toward pure minerals and light manipulation. It's very different from the raw earth control that's needed." She sat heavily, clearly frustrated but strangely smiling. "Women in royalty generally don't have Chelans. At least it's extremely rare in the kingdom's history." "Why?" Matilda asked, who had been listening from near the door with growing concern about their plan. "Power gatekeeping, I guess," Larissa responded with bitter resignation. "It's something quite sexist that I don't like at all. It's part of all these old rules that should be corrected but are too entrenched in the system." It was a frustration similar to what Selphora was feeling at the walls, though Larissa had no way of knowing that. "But," Larissa continued, her small smile growing on her face, "thanks to Ren, I now have a trick." She approached the window and summoned both her beasts in complete form. Her wind lynx, which had evolved during recent months, had now become a horned snow spirit, its form more ethereal and powerful than before. Her mineral fairy had undergone an even more dramatic transformation, now converted into a greater spiritual fairy that radiated luminous power. The two creatures were magnificent, their combined presence filling the room. "When they fuse completely," Larissa explained, "my control of wind, water, light, and earth increases to an enormous level. High gold level, temporarily." Luna understood immediately. "You can activate the seal if you use your dull fusion." "For a moment, yes. But we would have to get the seal from Arturo's office first." The implications were clear. They needed to infiltrate and steal an official artifact during a military crisis. "Where exactly is Arturo's office?" Luna asked. "Third floor, west wing. It normally has 2 guards, but with the crisis." Larissa looked toward the window where she could see guards being redistributed to defensive positions throughout the castle. "Probably only 1, or maybe none if everyone's focused on the defense," Leora added, though her voice carried uncertainty about whether they could count on such luck. "The problem is getting there undetected," Matilda observed. "The main halls are going to be monitored." Luna studied the problem, her mind working through possibilities. "Can we teleport inside?" "Larissa and I can't," Leora said, disappointment clear in her voice. "We generate light flashes when we do it." "I don't generate light," Luna smiled, touching the shadows that seemed to respond to her presence. "My shadow jumping is completely silent and invisible." "Yes indeed, you're the best one to take the seal," Larissa concluded. Arturo was buried in his desk, surrounded by maps, troop lists, and logistical documents that seemed to multiply every time he looked up. He was managing the mobilization of almost all troops at his disposal, a task that normally required at least 3 competent people working in coordination. But such was the magnitude of the crisis that no one was helping him. He had to obtain and send orders and resources through flying beast messages, didn't even have a secretary to take notes or bounce ideas off, and didn't even have the usual 2 guards at his door. They had been reassigned to support managing soldiers at more critical defensive points. Not that someone of his power level really needed personal guards, but their absence was indicative of how desperate the situation had become. Handling all the logistics without Julius's help was an enormously complicated task. Normally his brother helped him coordinate troop movements and resource distribution. But since Julius wasn't in the city, having left pursuing Ren, he couldn't leave this critical responsibility to anyone else. His half-brothers didn't have Qilins, which severely limited their capacity to handle the situation required. Victor, though competent in combat, frankly wasn't very good at the paperwork and detailed organization that a mobilization of this scale demanded. His mind wandered momentarily toward Larissa. She would have been perfect for this type of work. Her political mind, education and meticulous attention to detail made her an ideal candidate for handling complex logistics. But she also didn't have a Qilin, which disqualified her from the most critical functions. Maybe an antiquated rule system if it does leave out real talent. Arturo lamented this fact and sighed deeply, allowing himself a moment of melancholy while thinking about his younger sister and the complicated situation with their father. He had only received a dry pat on the shoulder from Julius along with a brief message about handling things while he was away. But as a brother and son, he could understand the pain of missing an absent father. Perhaps because he was more accustomed to Dragarian always spending much time outside the kingdom, he had already developed certain emotional resistance to paternal absences. But he had still suffered that sensation of abandonment during his youth. Suddenly he felt a strange energy near his office. Someone knocked gently at the door. His perception was elevated due to his rank and experience, though nothing comparable to the supernatural level Ren had developed with his fungus or the specialized capabilities of creatures designed specifically for detection. Still, his high level allowed him to perceive mana patterns quite clearly, and he could tell that someone was deliberately hiding themselves. From the specific type of mana he detected. Maria? He approached the door sighing, thinking it was probably something related to Larissa. Maria often served as an intermediary when his younger sister, who had lived mostly confined these last years, had requests or concerns she didn't want to bring directly. But when he opened the door, he encountered a completely unexpected surprise. There was only Maria's crystal armadillo with a mana concealment artifact on its nose. The beast, now silver rank, had grown to enormous dimensions and was covered with crystal formations that glowed softly in the hallway light. The beast barely fit in the wide corridor, its massive bulk occupying almost all available space. The armadillo offered him a carefully arranged bouquet of flowers, with a small folded note attached between the stems. Arturo took the note with curiosity and unfolded it. In Larissa's elegant calligraphy, it simply said, "I love you very much, big brother." Below was a blank line, clearly intended for a response. Arturo was someone who genuinely liked these types of affectionate and sentimental gestures, though few in the castle knew this due to his public image of political seriousness. He blushed slightly while taking the gift, feeling unexpected warmth in the middle of all the crisis and stress. The gesture reminded him of simpler times, when their family bonds weren't that complicated by politics and war, when love could be expressed through simple notes and flower arrangements. He looked toward both sides of the hallway to make sure no one had witnessed this vulnerable moment, then nervously headed back to his desk to find something to write with. He found an ornate quill in one of the drawers and began thinking of an appropriate response. His momentary focus on the sentimental task didn't allow him to notice that the official seal he had had on top of his desk moments before was missing. When he returned to the door to deliver his response, he sighed but smiled genuinely. Years had passed since Larissa had made these types of affectionate gestures with him. During her early childhood, she constantly sent him small gifts and notes, but since the war situation, those family traditions had sadly stopped. "Tell Larissa," he murmured to the armadillo while handing it the note with his response, that I love her very much too, and that when this crisis ends, we're going to have proper time to talk about our family and some old rules. He handed the carefully folded response to the beast, which took it delicately in its crystalline jaws. He closed the door slowly, still discreetly checking that there wasn't anyone nearby who could have witnessed this exchange, then returned to sit at his desk to continue with the overwhelming logistics. When he settled back in his chair, the official seal was already on the table again, exactly where he had left it. His attention immediately returned to the documents that demanded his urgent attention, and in seconds he was completely absorbed in calculations of troop movements and resource allocation. Because of this and his joy at seeing his sister recovering, he didn't notice that the seal had a very light coat of shadow mana residue that would fade completely in a few seconds. But for now, that detail was irrelevant. Nothing could darken Arturo's bright day now. Luna had what she needed, and the next phase of their plan was already in motion. Back in Larissa's room. Your brother is sweet, Luna said, though her voice carried a note of guilt at having exploited his affection for Larissa. And you know him well. Maria's distraction worked perfectly. Larissa smiled, but there was sadness mixed with the relief. He's been carrying so much responsibility alone. I should greet him more often when this is all over. We can feel guilty later, Mayo said. Right now we need to escape from here. Luna and the girls had already completed all their bureaucratic paperwork. The documents were sealed, signed, and technically legitimized by royal authority. Now they had to achieve something much more difficult. Generate real achievements and demonstrate competence in the field. Specifically, Luna had to support the Star Weaver side in the northern perimeter of the defensive area. This way she could function as a representative leader in her territory, and no one could allege that the sector had been abandoned by her family faction. Additionally, if her uncle's opposing faction wasn't present on their side, she would have certain legal priority in any subsequent Star Weaver claims. Of course, for that to work, the important thing was that she didn't let the crisis take many casualties under her command and that she could effectively coordinate the soldiers. This would be particularly difficult because those present were mostly not her troops, but upon arriving she would realize that as long as there was an intact defensive wall and she contributed even minimally to maintaining it, it would be relatively easy to claim her participation as a leader, or so Larissa would say. It was a calculated plan that depended more on political optics than genuine heroism. Luna wasn't thrilled with this approach, but desperate circumstances required pragmatism over idealism. Meanwhile, in the center of the southernmost wall from where Luna and the girls were heading to provide support, Selphra remained strong, guiding troops with the experience of 37 decades of military leadership. The wall had already been restructured with small gaps and strategically organized so fire and wind tamers could easily launch their long-range attacks and control the constant flows of mutant beasts. The formation allowed efficient rotations, with fresh groups replacing those who became exhausted after intense periods of combat. The fire cadence had to be high due to the enormous number of fast-moving beasts, but if tamers quickly released their best attacks, they could last several minutes before needing replacement. As long as they had enough decent tamers to rotate adequately, the wall would resist despite the seemingly endless flow of creatures. It seemed the crisis wasn't as insurmountable as they had initially feared, now that several thousand tamers had effectively organized under centralized command. The coordination was working, defenses remained stable even on Yino's side, and casualties on that front had stopped at acceptable numbers. Everything was going to be fine. Or so it seemed, until in the distance, on the southern side of the perimeter, Selphra caught an energy signature several dozen kilometers away that made her blood freeze. It wasn't like the constant flow of small signatures from the lesser mutant creatures. This was much larger, more intense, more ominous. The magnitude of it sent instinctive warnings through every fiber of her experienced combat awareness. No, it wasn't just one. There were two massive signatures. Selphra concentrated, extending her perception to the maximum, trying to identify the signatures rapidly approaching. Soon she realized they were following smaller known energy signatures. Ren and Julia seemed to be fleeing from something, and what was pursuing them was exactly what she had sensed first. Julius and Ren. Their normally enormous energies had been difficult to detect, so they must have been concealed or exhausted. "Captain," she shouted to her new second-in-command. "Yes, matriarch. Organize an elite group of flyers immediately. We have friendlies incoming with hostile pursuit. I need rescue and extraction right now." "Understood." Within minutes, a squadron of Golden Eagles and their riders rose from the wall, heading south at maximum speed. The flyers arrived just in time. Ren, Julius, Zhao, Min, Taro, Shizu, and Mako were rescued easily, but the creatures did not stop their advance. The rescue group carried them back to the main wall, where healer teams were already waiting with advanced healing techniques. They received much more intensive healing than what an exhausted Min had been providing during their desperate escape. The younger ones, Min, Taro, Lu, Shizu, and Mako, were completely unconscious from accumulated exhaustion, their bodies finally succumbing to the strain they had been pushing through on adrenaline and determination alone. But Julius and Zhao managed to stay awake thanks to advanced healing and the Ashenway medicine Selphra had available to stay awake and energized in emergencies. Ren also wasn't knocked out, though he would clearly benefit from some healing for his overcharged system. Still, from everyone, he was the most active and energetic. The semi-purified seed in his system and the new power he had developed kept him fueled by strong emotions that he controlled increasingly better. His body appreciated the professional healing, but his mind remained sharp and alert even without it. While they quickly explained the situation to Selphra, multiple corrupted artifacts, massive abominations, the real magnitude of their threat, Ren took advantage of the moment to tend to his companions and himself. He pulled out the small processed tentacles he kept in one of his backpacks within his Wolverine's dimensional space. Carefully, he cleaned the overcharged mana systems of Min, himself, and the others, eliminating crystallized residues they had accumulated during intense battles. In a few moments, the large beasts that had been pursuing them would arrive. Everyone could sense them better now without needing Selphra's elevated perception, simply due to their growing proximity. The main problem, Julius explained while observing the horizon, is that they constantly regenerate. We destroyed one's cores, its full body, but the big organic structures repair themselves using the same small monsters. Eliminating them doesn't seem to serve much purpose. Selphra processed this information quickly. If the creatures regenerated, traditional combat approaches would be ineffective in the long term. When the abominations finally appeared on the horizon, two massive forms that made the earth tremble with each step, Selphra decided not to overthink the situation and test for herself. "I'm going to freeze them," she declared simply. "Maybe that way I can stop them for an acceptable time while we develop a more permanent plan." The powerful matriarch advanced with a small group of her most trusted advisors while Ren, Zhao, and Julius observed from atop the enormous wall. Selphra extended her arms and released a portion of her power. The temperature dropped dramatically in a radius of several hundred meters while massive amounts of ice began forming around the approaching beasts. In seconds, she had created a small mountain of ice that completely encased the abominations with their two artifacts. The creatures were left completely immobile, trapped in ice so thick and hard it seemed more like crystal than frozen water. Selphra returned, carried by one golden eagle from one of her soldiers, clearly drained but satisfied with her work. From the tower, they watched her accomplishment while the flow of lesser creatures continued being repelled by high-rank fire and wind soldiers who rotated in shifts of a few minutes, pouring everything they had into maintaining the defenses. The formation looked solid and stable. If the ice prison could last a few hours, Selphra could recharge completely and reform the barriers, potentially maintaining the massive threats blocked perpetually. It was an elegant solution even if a simple one. But unfortunately, within minutes, the giant hand and leg inside the ice mountain glowed with awoken energy. The ice began cracking. Not only that, from the central side where Selphra had been before coming to provide support, another massive signature could be sensed approaching. It seemed a third corrupted artifact was approaching. "Damn," Selphra murmured, watching her ice fortress begin to crack. It's not going to be that simple after all. Ran, already healed, observed the cracks expanding through the ice prison and felt emotions intensifying in his chest. The purified roots responded, but this time with more control and purpose. We need to find a way to cut them off from their energy source, he said quietly. In the distance, a third massive signature was approaching fast, and the defenses that had seemed so stable minutes before suddenly felt very fragile. The revelation that their most powerful tamer couldn't stop the threat sent a chill through everyone present that had nothing to do with Selphra's ice magic. If freezing couldn't contain these creatures, what could? The question hung in the air, while in the distance, the sound of cracking ice grew louder with each passing moment. A little earlier, on the northern side of the defensive perimeter. The group of 10 girls, 3 maids and 4 guards accompanying the 3 princesses, arrived at the northern sector when the situation was already more or less organized under established command. At the head of operations in this sector was Lady Morgaine, a moderately prominent noble from Goldcrest territory with a solid local military reputation. She was being directly supported by Lord Aldrich of the Galehearts, a quite influential house from Starweaver territory, which would have been good for Luna, but Lord Aldrich had connections with the Blackwoods and Strawfangs that significantly complicated his loyalties. The political web was as complex as it was treacherous, alliances built on mutual benefit rather than genuine trust, ready to shift the moment circumstances changed. Larissa knew their political networks more or less through previous investigations she had conducted, for fun, and as part of her special in-house education. Based on discrete movements between noble houses thanks to years of careful observation of Arturo's meticulous tax collections, she had managed to deduce their real friendships and enmities behind public diplomatic facades. Thanks to the kingdom's collection system, which used specialized beasts for tracking financial movements, there were always development priorities for the best monitoring techniques when it came to money. Many true alliances ended up being deduced by her. It was done through extrapolating territorial economic behaviors, looking at the commercial facilities that allies gave each other and how they were systematically removed from enemies. The fact that it wasn't Aldrich but Morgaine who was here directly managing operations was also a calculated political maneuver. Aldrich at least technically belonged to this territory, which gave him certain legitimacy to defend it and would affect Sirius less. But the fact that he was present here without being in command was probably only to facilitate soldiers paying attention and following orders from someone they didn't recognize as local authority. While observing how they gave orders from an elevated position, Larissa immediately realized that Luna would have to supplant Lady Morgaine without affecting the already well-structured stability of the defense. Which would surely be extremely complicated, starting with the fact that Luna was clearly a child and it would be difficult for her to get attention compared to an experienced noble like Morgaine. But with the official document they had obtained, maybe they could create an interesting situation that would force recognition. We have to be very careful, Larissa murmured while studying the positions of soldiers and the visible chain of command. Morgaine has a reputation for being ruthless with challenges to her authority, especially from people she considers beneath her station. And Aldrich? Leora asked, evaluating the man who had clearly positioned himself as backup power. Aldrich is more pragmatic. If he can see benefits or detriments that make him desist, he'll do it. The girls first headed toward the top of the wall to get a better view of the situation and make their presence known more effectively. Mayo's Royal Cloud Bird and Hikari's Mega Firefly carried those who couldn't make spatial jumps by themselves. The ascent was quick and agile, though several soldiers visibly worried upon seeing girls arriving in an active combat zone. But the soldiers also quickly realized these were the princesses, since very few people in the kingdom could make spatial jumps. Recognition changed their concern to curiosity mixed with respect. From the top of the wall created by Selphra, the girls could see the massive line of mutants directly for the first time. The sight was genuinely intimidating. Thousands of creatures extended to the horizon, a writhing mass of corrupt forms that seemed endless. The constant sound of combat, explosions, the clash of fire against chitin, minerals and skin, created a cacophony that made normal conversation difficult. The scale was beyond anything they had imagined, even after hearing descriptions from those who had faced these creatures before. By the dragons, Matilda whispered, clearly overwhelmed by the scale of the threat. Leora, however, maintained focus on tactics. "We should first show a bit of our power," she told Luna with boldness. "If we don't demonstrate competence immediately, they're going to dismiss us as girls playing games." Larissa was completely in agreement. "Exactly. And from up here, many soldiers will be able to see us. We need to create an impression that forces people to take us seriously." Luna nodded, already calculating possibilities. "To start, Leora's showy black fire augmented by our wind elemental control, fired against the beast line, would be a good way to establish credibility." It was a sound plan. Combined elemental attacks of the magnitude they could achieve as dual tamers were rare even among experienced tamers, and would definitely get attention. Leora began preparing, waiting for the next round of attacks from the wall to stop for a moment during shift change. This would give her clear targeting and maximum visibility for her demonstration. While accumulating power, her evolved demonic bash and will-o-wisp, now silver rank, began generating an enormous ball of spiritual fire. Individually, her beasts weren't enormous in power yet, but their synergies were remarkable when combined properly. And augmented by elemental control from both Larissa and Luna, they began generating an attack that reached power levels very few people in the kingdom were capable of achieving, even working in coordination. The timing was perfect. Just as the attack from the wall opening stopped to change attackers, Leora released her massive fireball. The enormous ball of spiritual fire traveled directly toward the beasts in a trajectory that could be clearly seen by everyone present. Both the old group of soldiers and the new group rotating into attack positions looked up toward where the projectile had originated. In addition to active combatants, all soldiers positioned on top of the wall, several messengers moving between positions, and other support personnel turned their attention toward the spectacular display. The explosion when the fireball impacted was devastating. Dozens of mutants were instantly vaporized by the direct hit, but what was most impressive was what happened next. The fire expanded rapidly and seemed extraordinarily difficult to extinguish, igniting new creatures that continued arriving at an alarming rate. In seconds, hundreds of additional mutants were burning, creating a chain reaction that eliminated more enemies in a single attack than most teams managed in dozens of shots. Hundreds of soldiers remained in complete awe at such elimination efficiency with only one strike. "Who the hell did that?" someone was heard shouting from below. "Came from up there. Those are just kids." But the results had spoken for themselves. The impact crater and continuing fire had created a significant gap in the enemy line that would take time for creatures to fill. Luna felt satisfaction but also nervousness. They had achieved their goal of getting attention, but now came the more difficult part, actually dealing with the political complications that would follow. In the distance, she could see Lady Morgaine and Lord Aldrich clearly observing them, probably trying to determine exactly who they were and what they were doing in their sector without permission. "Here they come," Larissa murmured, watching as several figures began advancing toward their position. Luna straightened, touching the official document hidden in her clothing. It was time for the real test of her plan. In moments, they would be face to face with experienced nobles who had every reason to resent teenage princesses interfering with operations that had been running smoothly. The political battle that followed could determine not only whether they could maintain a position here, but also whether their entire plan to keep her family honor would have any chance of success. And judging by the expressions on Morgan's and Aldrich's faces as they approached, they weren't going to make things easy. On Yino's side where Victor commanded the defenses, things were also becoming difficult. Victor had been fighting against another corrupted artifact, another creature with a giant claw similar to the one Ren had faced. His enormous earth powers, amplified by his gold 3 Qilin, had fortunately been sufficient to keep the situation under control until now. With help from his specialized attack groups, he had managed to systematically destroy the creature that served as host for the artifact. His earth attacks could pulverize the organic abomination, almost completely separating the artifact from its biological carrier. But just as it seemed he had the situation controlled, he felt another energy signature rapidly approaching. Another artifact. For Victor it was exactly the same situation that Selfra's side was now facing. Multiple artifacts converging on the same location, creating a more complex crisis that challenged every strategic assumption they had made against the small mutants. When the second artifact arrived, mounted on the back of another giant mutant, Victor realized he would need to use all his available power. He fused completely with his Qilin, but didn't stop there. He activated the fusion he rarely used, his Wing Qilin, an evolution that combined massive terrestrial power with aerial mobility. If he used it quickly for less than a minute, it wouldn't exact too much of a toll for his total exhaustion. With a roar that made the earth tremble for kilometers around, Victor eliminated both artifact-connected creatures with his cataclysmic elemental power, completely crushing them with a huge mineral attack that reduced them to what could be called basic components. For a moment, it seemed he had achieved a decisive victory. But again, the artifacts received no damage whatsoever. And when the two giant arms found themselves close to each other, without the creatures that had been carrying them, something unexpected began happening. They resonated. The small creatures that constantly arrived began going mad, moving faster and swirling around the abandoned artifacts. No matter how much Victor and his troops attacked them, they couldn't finish them all, there were too many, arriving too fast. In the end, an enormous mass of lesser mutants fused into a single entity, absorbing both artifacts. This time it wasn't two separate giant creatures. It was just one, but specifically adapted to handle both arms together. The new abomination was larger, stronger, and its eyes blazed with an intelligence the previous versions hadn't shown. This new corruption was learning, adapting, becoming more than the sum of its parts. Victor found himself facing something that seemed impossible to beat. And in the distance, he could feel more big energy signatures approaching, suggesting the convergence pattern wasn't limited to these two artifacts. The idea was alarming, the artifacts weren't just activating randomly. They were being drawn together by some type of signal or mutual attraction. If that trend continued, they would soon be facing powers that exceeded anything the kingdom was prepared to combat. The northern sector on Yano's side carried cold air thanks to the enormous ice wall. This air smelled of sweat, fresh water, and the tension that always accompanied forced alliances. Luna observed how Morgan's and Aldrich Galehart's soldiers had positioned their formations in the center, relegating the few local Starweaver troops to the flanks as if they were second-category reinforcements. The arrangement was deliberate, a visual demonstration of who held real power regardless of whose territory they were defending. How shameless, Mayo murmured, her eyes narrowed with the practiced ease of someone accustomed to detecting subtle insults. They're not even trying to hide that they see them as invaders in their own territory. Larissa felt her stomach contract. She had spent months taking refuge in the castle's security where her only battles were against her own memories. Now she was forcing herself to support her best friends, but still felt a mix of nausea and determination. The reality was that she wasn't feeling ready to be out. But she would have to endure it. The protocols for leadership changed state. Larissa began with a wavering voice, then stopped and breathed deeply. No. The protocol is garbage when you have the correct documentation. Her voice became firmer. Luna, you have the legal right to assume territorial command in the absence of direct family leadership in your own territory. In theory, you're next in line if your uncles aren't here. And with the current crisis, any noble present in Starweaver territory must submit to local authority. Luna nodded, though her hands trembled slightly as she touched the sealed documents she carried hidden. And if they simply ignore me? Then, Leora intervened with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, we'll have to remind them with a little more fire who has the power. Finally, the two groups were a few meters apart on top of the wall. Morgan's guards escorted her with great calm and slowness, their armor clinking with each step calculated to sound more intimidating than necessary. The sound created an artificial atmosphere of military pageantry designed to emphasize hierarchy and experience. Luna kept her chin high, but Larissa could see the tension in her shoulders. Lady Morgaine greeted them with a dismissive gesture. She was a middle-aged woman with perfectly styled gray hair and eyes that seemed to not really see. Instead, They gave all possible concentration to her ears that constantly evaluated the political benefits of each uttered word. Her smile was professional, calculated to appear warm without committing to anything. Lady Luna, Morgaine said with a bow that was technically correct but clearly condescending. What a surprise to see you here. I thought your family was indisposed to participate in defending this territory. Do you have any reports for me? Or why are you here? Lord Aldrich, who had been studying his own map of the zone, looked up with scarcely disguised annoyance. He was a man with angular features that had been attractive in his youth but now seemed perpetually sour. Morgaine, Aldrich murmured, let's not waste time with empty courtesies. The girl is obviously here instead of in school because someone likely put ideas in her head about defending her territory or some similar fantasy. She doesn't know she's breaking the law by coming to interfere with the defense. Luna felt the insult like a slap, but before she could respond, Larissa stepped forward. Her hands trembled for a moment, then stabilized while she unfolded some documents. Lord Aldrich, Larissa said with a soft but clear voice, I'm afraid you're alleging under incorrect information. Each word came out more confident than the last, as if by playing politics, she was remembering muscles she had forgotten how to use. According to the revised Territorial Code, Section 12, Article 43, any direct heir of a territorial house has the right to assume defensive command in the absence of higher-ranking family authority, especially during national security crises. Morgaine frowned. That's a very specific statute, Lady Larissa. Are you sure it applies to a girl so far from a mature age under these circumstances? Completely certain, Larissa responded. Furthermore, Article 45 clarifies that nobles from non-local territories must coordinate with, not command over, legitimate territorial authority. She paused, then added with more force. Which means Lady Morgaine should be reporting to Luna, not the other way around. A small smile formed on Luna's face. Do you have any reports? She said, looking directly at Morgaine. The silence that followed was thick as molasses. After the first round of greetings, the reversal was complete. The experienced noble who had been treating them as children was now faced with legal documentation that turned the tables entirely. Morgan's professional composure began showing cracks as she processed the implications of what had just happened. Around them, soldiers who had been observing the exchange began to realize they were witnessing something significant. The political dynamics of the entire defensive position had just shifted with a few pieces of paper. But Aldrich let out a dry, humorless laugh that carried the weight of decades spent dismissing challenges from those he considered beneath him. Documents, he murmured with disdain that dripped like poison from every syllable. And I suppose you have all the necessary sealed documentation? Because the type of authorization you describe requires specific seals from the royal family. Larissa smiled for the first time in months. A small, nervous smile, but genuine, the first crack in the wall of grief she had built around herself. Of course. Luna unfurled the documents with the royal seal clearly visible, the magical authentication glowing softly in the light. Everything perfectly legal and appropriately authorized. Morgaine approached to examine the papers, her eyes narrowing while she verified each line with the scrutiny of someone who had spent years navigating legal technicalities. Her expression gradually hardened as she realized the documents were indeed legitimate. This is, technically correct, she admitted reluctantly, each word seeming to cause her physical pain. But highly irregular. The circumstances that permitted this authorization are irrelevant, Larissa interrupted, finding her voice growing more intense and full-bodied with each word. Years of legal education and political observation crystallized into confident authority. The documentation is valid. The territory is hers by right. And you are violating protocol by operating here without her permission. Aldrich straightened, his expression becoming dangerous in the way that some powerful people became when their authority was questioned by those they considered children. Arrogant girls who don't know the real world, he said, his voice dropping to the tone reserved for threats. Do you think some simple papers give you real authority? I have thousands of veteran soldiers here. Morgaine has more. You have, what? 3 maids and a handful of guards. The threat hung in the air like poisonous smoke, its implications clear to everyone present. Luna felt her control cracking, reality crushing her hopes like an avalanche of cynicism and raw power. It was then that Leora stepped forward, her expression changing from friendly concern to something much more dangerous, the controlled fury of someone who had watched friends suffer too long in silence. Lord Aldrich, Leora said with a voice sweet enough to hide venom, did you just threaten my friends? Something in her tone made the guards present tense instinctively. Aldrich frowned, but his political arrogance overrode his survival instincts. So what, little princess? Are they going to run to their parents? The mockery was obvious, designed to remind them of their missing family. Leora smiled without humor, and for the first time since they had arrived at the wall, the temperature seemed to change. Princess. I am Leora Ashenway. And it turns out I have explicit permission from my grandmother Selphra to use whatever amount of power I want. Leora extended her right hand, and both her spirit and her bash materialized simultaneously at her sides. But she didn't stop there. The fusion was instantaneous and glorious, her beasts combining into a creature of black flames that then duplicated and fused with her. No tamer present was capable of reaching a similar power level. Selphra's name combined with a new female dual tamer of this caliber openly showing her power carried serious implications for the girl's future. Morgaine visibly paled, recognizing the political earthquake that such backing represented, while Aldrich unconsciously took a step back. Selphra. Morgaine murmured, the name carrying weight that transcended simple familial connection. Selphra agrees with this? Oh, absolutely, Leora responded with false cheerfulness that made her words more threatening than any shouted challenge. In fact, she told me that if anyone tried to stop me, I should show them how outdated that archaic way of thinking had become. So. Please, Leora said, her voice now loaded with authority borrowed from one of the kingdom's most powerful tamers, continue explaining to me why you think you can intimidate my friends. A sphere of black fire began forming over her extended palm, growing until it was more than a meter in diameter. The heat was so intense that the air itself began undulating as it continued expanding. Aldrich swallowed hard, but maintained his defiant posture despite the sweat beading on his forehead. Power isn't everything in politics, girl. You may have an impressive fusion, but you're not a star weaver. You can't legitimize a girl like Luna's claim with just false papers and threats. Morgaine nodded, though she maintained distance from the fire sphere that radiated heat like a miniature dark sun. Lord Aldrich is right. External support from a single individual, no matter how powerful, cannot replace the legitimacy of protocols. And with the Star Weaver Patriarch, indisposed. Luna's claim is, at best, problematic for the crown on the firstborn prince's head as well. Leora felt her rage intensify like fuel added to flame. These nobles were still being completely rational in their power play, and that made them infinitely more detestable than if they had been simply cruel. You are absolutely despicable, she murmured, the fire sphere pulsing brighter with each word. Logical, calculating, and completely hateful. Without thinking, Leora directed her fire sphere like a destructive comet. The ball of flames tore through the air and impacted directly in the center of the horde of corrupt creatures approaching the wall, the resulting explosion vaporizing a dozen mutants instantly and sending their corrupted remains scattering like ash in the wind. That's for interrupting my conversation. Leora shouted, though her voice carried more satisfaction than real annoyance. But even as the remains of her attack faded, Aldrich shook his head with the confidence of someone who had weathered many displays of power. Impressive power, he admitted nervously, but this proves exactly my point. You're not the one who should be directing the defense of Starweaver territory. We can take our armies and leave, the wall would fall instantly. And no matter how effective you are, you'd still be a soldier. You can't take an army alone. Leora wasn't a Starweaver, and although she supported her friend, it didn't help much when trying to get Luna to take the command role without soldiers. In a certain way, they were right. Although Aldrich should still obey Luna's orders in theory, which is why Leora got angry at how low they were being by speaking while hiding details and how obvious what they were doing was. But Luna touched her shoulder. Luna had felt something break inside her. Not her hope, but her fear. All her life she had been the Star Weaver who had to hide behind her father's protection, the one who always needed to avoid others taking advantage of her innate characteristics. But that would end now, seeing Leora fight for her, seeing Larissa overcome her trauma to help her. She realized she had been thinking about everything completely wrong. She was important. She always had been. She already had enough power, she no longer had to hide behind someone else. Now it wasn't about being good enough to help recover the Star Weaver name. It was about making the Star Weaver name worthy of her. Luna stepped forward, passing beside Leora, and for the first time in her life, she didn't hesitate when calling her beasts together. Her elemental devourer wolf materialized to her left, a massive creature of shadows that seemed to absorb light itself. Her light and wind tiger appeared to her right, its fur shining with energy that made the surrounding air vibrate. She had also shown her double status. The fusion that followed was different from anything Aldrich and Morgaine had seen before. Combining and duplicating the contrary attributes of light and shadow created something that transcended normal magical categories, pure chaos but given purpose and direction. The result was a presence that made both Morgaine and Aldrich step back again instinctively. And Luna wouldn't let her presence show just power, but also authority. "Lady Morgaine," Luna said, her voice now loaded with the weight of centuries of Star Weaver lineage, "you have 30 seconds to begin withdrawing your soldiers from my territory before I decide to compel you." "You can't." Aldrich began. "Lord Aldrich," Luna continued, ignoring him completely, "you can stay at my side and coordinate your forces with my orders, or you can leave and put them in my charge. But you will never command anything on Star Weaver land above me again." The shadows around them began extending like hungry tentacles, responding to her emotional state with eager malevolence. But instead of attacking the nobles, Luna directed her power toward the corrupt creatures still approaching the wall. The frantic shadows shot out like living projectiles, absorbing the residual flames from Leora's attack and converting them into veils of destructive energy that multiplied exponentially under her control. The result was a temporary massacre that redefined the battlefield. Dozens of mutants were annihilated in seconds, their corrupt forms disintegrating under the combined assault of shadow and fire. Aldrich was the first to speak, his voice carefully controlled as someone who had spent decades navigating political defeats. "Lady Luna, it seems I misunderstood the situation. Of course, I'll be delighted to coordinate under your territorial authority." Morgaine clenched her fists, the gesture visible despite her attempts to maintain diplomatic composure, but nodded stiffly. "My soldiers will withdraw from your territory immediately." The reversal was complete, but everyone present understood it was built on a foundation of force rather than genuine respect. "God," Luna murmured once they had moved away from the defeated nobles, "I hope I know what I'm doing, because now I'm officially known as a dual tamer without father's backing. If the other branch of my family decides to use this to their advantage." Larissa approached and placed a firm hand on Luna's shoulder, the gesture carrying weight beyond simple comfort. "Then we'll be there to face them too." Leora raised her hands dramatically. "Yeah, relax, and you know what? I think I like this new version of politics. It's much more direct than all that dance and courtesy garbage." Luna laughed, though the sound carried as much tension as relief. The reality of what she had just done was settling in like cold water. "Leora, you just turned diplomacy into a combat sport. So. It worked, didn't it?" Larissa looked at her two friends and felt something she hadn't experienced in months, joy. Not just for Luna, but for herself. She had managed to face a complex political situation without falling apart, had used her knowledge to help a friend, and had emerged from the suffocating safety of the castle into the world where she could make a difference. But she was still afraid. She still felt the weight of what she had lost. She still didn't know if she was ready to face him, and it was then that the ground shook. The tremor wasn't like the constant vibration of combat, this was different, deeper, carrying the promise of something big approaching. On the horizon, a massive silhouette became visible. Another corrupted artifact was approaching, and this time Luna had command. If she couldn't stop it and the wall broke, the failure would be hers. Well, Luna murmured, observing the threat approach with the weight of newfound responsibility settling on her shoulders, I suppose now we'll see if I deserve this territory after all. The ice mountain wouldn't hold much longer. The second crack was barely audible above the constant roar of lesser mutants crashing against the wall's defenses. Ren felt the third crack before hearing it, a vibration that traveled through his elemental connections with earth and ice, and something more. They're sacrificing half their life energy into the artifacts to break free, he murmured, pointing toward the crystalline mountain containing the two giant abominations. From atop the wall, Julius watched the cracks spreading like spider webs across the frozen surface, each fracture glowing with internal corruption that pulsed like a heartbeat. What other method do we have to stop them? Zhao asked, his wings already deploying in preparation for combat that felt increasingly inevitable. Selphira, slightly exhausted from her previous effort, studied the situation with eyes that had seen too many battles to feel optimism about their current options. I can't make anything much more resistant with what I have left. I used 30% just in that attempt. The small corrupt creatures that normally limited themselves to throwing their bodies against the wall's defenses now behaved differently. Instead of attacking randomly, they headed directly toward the ice prison, circling around it, their bodies occasionally crashing against the surface and scraping at the expanding cracks. Each impact released energy that fed the liberation process from within, a consistent weakening that showed coordination beyond simple animal instinct. A muffled roar emerged from inside the ice mountain, followed by another, louder crack. This time, everyone could see it clearly. A man-sized fissure opened in the prison's north flank, revealing the purplish glow pulsing within. But the soldiers were preparing something to greet them upon emerging. Increase fire cadence. Selphira shouted to soldiers positioned in the towers. Don't allow more mutants to accumulate around the prison. The assault soldiers burst into activity, abandoning orderly shifts and gradually accumulating at the top to add to the offensive. Elemental attacks rained down on the creatures like deadly rain. For moments, the strategy seemed to work. Most lesser mutants were annihilated before approaching the mountain, their bodies vaporized by the concentrated elemental bombardment's intensity. But then Ren felt something that made his blood freeze. They're arriving faster, he murmured, his connection to the earth revealing massive vibrations approaching from multiple directions. Much faster. As if they had heard an inaudible signal, massive waves of lesser mutants began emerging from underground tunnels that opened around the prison. Not dozens, but hundreds of creatures running in suicidal formation toward the ice mountain. They're sacrificing themselves, Julius observed, fascination and horror mixing in his voice. This isn't random bestial behavior. There's an intelligence directing this. We can't stop them all, shouted one of the captains. The soldiers fired non-stop, but for every mutant that fell, 3 more took its place. Selphira extended her arms, releasing another burst of frozen power that created a temporary barricade of ice crystals. Mutants that contacted the barrier were instantly impaled, but the pressure of numbers was overwhelming. It's an impossible war of attrition, Zhao murmured, launching bursts of sharp feathers that pierced dozens of creatures. And they have more numbers than we have firepower. Ren observed the battle's development with growing understanding, his mind working through possibilities as the situation deteriorated. Grandmother Selphira, he shouted above the combat's roar, can you freeze them again once they emerge? Yes, but only once more. If we completely eliminate the organic matter surrounding them, maybe the artifacts won't be able to escape your ice prison again. Ren proposed. But it would have to be everything at once. If any living tissue remains, they could regenerate or inject energy to break the freezing again. We should stop the attack and accumulate powerful synergies for. We increase fire cadence just as they're freed. Julius immediately understood the strategy. I see. Concentrated bombardment at the moment of liberation, complete elimination of organic tissue, immediate freezing of naked artifacts. Zhao summarized. Exactly, Ren nodded. Without an energy source, maybe they'd be permanently trapped. It was a solid plan, but required perfect coordination and everyone maintaining their energy levels at the critical moment. With the attrition battle developing before them, there was no guarantee they'd have enough power when the moment arrived. A deafening roar emerged from the ice prison when another massive crack opened, this time revealing part of what appeared to be a gigantic arm moving slowly. "The first one is breaking free," a soldier shouted. There was no time to organize a concentrated attack. The soldiers focused their fire on the opening, trying to damage the creature before it could emerge completely. Flames and various projectiles crashed against the exposed surface, tearing away pieces of corrupted flesh that kept regenerating. It wasn't enough. The ice prison disintegrated with a final crack, freeing the two massive creatures that immediately began moving toward each other with a disturbing purpose. They were quite damaged by Sulfur's freezing attack, and many of their parts also seemed to have dried up, perhaps from injecting their vital energy into the artifacts to escape. But for the creatures, the damage wasn't a problem, it was an opportunity. "They're fusing," Zhao shouted. The two abominations, each the size of a 4-story building, extended grotesque appendages that intertwined with wet, organic sounds. The artifacts on their backs resonated with corrupt energy, creating a discordant harmony. The fusion process was horrifying to witness, a twisted melding of corruption that defied every natural order they understood. But more soldiers joined the attack. The combined bombardment from the soldiers was devastating. Massive chunks of corrupted flesh tore away from the fused creature, exposing the artifact spheres gleaming within its writhing mass. For one brilliant moment, it seemed their strategy might actually work. Yet hundreds of small mutants continued their suicidal charge, throwing themselves into the path of destruction. The fusion process continued developing in a way that was simultaneously fascinating and nauseating to witness. Corrupted flesh reorganized itself like living clay, flowing and merging with wet, organic sounds that made even veteran soldiers grimace. The mass threatened to never stop growing until the two creatures became a single, even more massive entity. "All fire on the fusion zone," Julius commanded, his voice cutting through the chaos of battle. "Now, while they're vulnerable." Every tamer, every soldier, every beast concentrated their power on the transforming creature. The air filled with elemental energy so dense it was visible, fire that turned sand into molten glass, wind that cut like razor blades, earth and wood that rose in lethal spikes. They were gaining ground. The beasts couldn't seem to resist the enormous magical onslaught from the ever-increasing number of soldiers crowding the wall's summit. Their organic bodies, no matter how numerous, weren't enough against such concentrated power. Sulfur prepared herself to freeze the artifacts that would soon be separated and exposed. But just when victory seemed within reach in their war of attrition, Ren felt a familiar vibration that turned his stomach. "Another energy signature," he murmured, his eyes snapping toward the northern horizon. "Another big one." Julius followed his gaze and saw what he had feared, a massive silhouette approaching from the direction where everything had begun. The fourth artifact from this side was heading directly toward them. As if waiting for the cruelest moment for a sick joke, fate delivered two messages to Julius simultaneously. The first concerned the northern section of their own wall. The handwriting being exactly identical to Larissa's already generated an enormous headache for him. But the second wasn't any better. The situation with Victor. The response came picturing the same battle intensity. Two fused artifacts, new creature, more intelligent than the previous ones. Two more approaching, they seem to be heading toward the castles and they fuse when they get close to each other. "So how many artifacts are there in total?" Zhao asked, his voice tight with growing dread. "It seems 4 on each side," Julius crushed the reports in his fist. 6 arms and 2 legs. But we don't know if more could arrive. "Damn," Sulfur muttered, dividing her attention between maintaining the bombardment and preparing for the new threat. 2 seemed manageable. But 4 on each side. A tense silence fell over the group as they processed the information. 8 artifacts total, possibly more. And all seemed to have the same tendency, head toward population centers and fuse when they were close to each other. Where is Sirius? Ren murmured, the question escaping before he could stop it. He was supposed to take the central route to reach where that last artifact rests. Did something happen to him? But there was no time to speculate. The third enemy for this zone arrived. Another arm. The fourth and perhaps final artifact from this side impacted the battlefield like a plot twist to the victory they'd been so close to achieving. It stopped right beside the entity that was still fusing. Not only did it serve as a shield so the first two could merge completely. Without hesitation, it joined the process, its organic matter flowing toward the central mass like water finding its level. The energy released by the triple fusion created a shockwave that knocked several soldiers to their knees and cracked sections of the defensive wall. When the blinding light faded, what remained was something that defied all previous understanding of functional anatomy. The resulting creature was approximately shaped like a bizarre giant scorpion, but built with completely unbalanced proportions. 2 massive arms served as its primary pincers, each one the size of a siege tower. The leg, the third appendage at the rear, functioned as a tail stinger that curved high above its malformed body. All 3 artifacts were now completely integrated into its structure, positioned at the front to provide shields that made the creature virtually indestructible. By all the dragons, Selphra whispered. The scorpion creature advanced toward the defensive wall, its multiple eyes blazing with an intelligence none of the previous versions had shown. Each step made the earth tremble, sending vibrations through the stone that the defenders could feel in their bones. But it stopped abruptly halfway to the defensive wall. Its multiple eyes, which had been sweeping the battlefield in search of threats, suddenly focused on a specific point, the zone where Ren stood. Why did it stop? Julius muttered, unnerved by the abomination's direct stare. Ren felt a chill that had nothing to do with the icy wind blowing from the frozen structure that carried him. It was the same sensation he had experienced in the depths, as if something invisible had been watching him from the shadows. Studying him. Recognizing him. It's looking at us, Zhao murmured, his wings deploying instinctively. No, wait. It's looking at you, Ren. It was true. The dozens of eyes covering the scorpion creature were fixed on Ren with sickening intensity. There was recognition in that gaze, a familiarity that shouldn't exist between a human and a corrupted abomination. What does it want? Julius asked, but his voice sounded distant, as if he were asking his own memories rather than expecting an answer. When the creature was about 50 meters from the wall's base, it stopped again. Its pincers rose toward the sky. Its segments tensed, every piece of corrupted flesh straining against itself. And then it opened what might have been its mouth. The shriek that followed wasn't simply sound. It was the same type of sonic attack that Ren had experienced underground and again not long ago with Julius, but amplified until it became something far more potent. Ren doubled over, his hands flying instinctively to his ears as the world filled with pain that couldn't be located in any specific part of his body. It was as if every cell was vibrating at a discordant frequency. Run. Julius's voice came like a distant echo, barely audible above the roar that filled his head. But this time, his body's reaction was different. The last time he had faced this type of attack, the seed in his chest had been easy to control, providing him with strength in measured doses. Now, the response was explosive. The seed wasn't completely purified, and it didn't limit itself to receiving the sonic attack. It absorbed it, processed it, and transformed it into chaotic energy that shot through his system like liquid electricity. Ren felt the exact moment when he lost control of it. The roots he had kept carefully contained in his chest extended suddenly, but not with the gradual, controlled expansion he thought he had learned to manage. They burst outward like a dam breaking, spreading through his body with violent urgency. Black lines sprouted beneath his skin, branching like an alternative circulatory system that extended from his heart toward every extremity. The patterns were intricate, almost artistic in their complexity, but completely alien to any normal human anatomy. The roots branched through his arms, creating designs that seemed to combine arcane runes with organic growth patterns. "What's happening to him?" Zhao shouted, but there was no answer. Nobody had seen anything similar to what was happening with Ren. The pain from the shriek faded abruptly, replaced by something completely different. Ren could feel everything. Every vibration in the earth, every fluctuation of mana in the air. But more disturbing still, he could feel the scorpion creature. Not as an external entity, but as something familiar, something that resonated with the energy now coursing through the roots in his body. It was like looking into a dark mirror and recognizing features he didn't want to acknowledge. When he finally raised his head to look at the abomination, his eyes blazed with the same purple light he had seen in the corrupted systems of the artifacts. The same light that now pulsed through the black veins spreading across his skin like living tattoos of power and corruption intertwined. In the northern sector of the wall, the situation had ended completely differently. Luna, Leora, and Larissa held their positions atop the wall while observing how the combined forces under Luna's new command executed a strategy that had proven surprisingly effective. Unlike the massive bombardment approach used on the main front, here they had developed something more elegant. Something that showed how their individual strengths work in perfect harmony. Leora and Luna had activated their complete fusions, their combined beasts creating synergies that exponentially amplified the power of the spiritual black fire. The flames fed not only on their own energy, but drew strength from the common fire of allied soldiers below. The sight was mesmerizing. Dark flames danced with ordinary fire, each type of energy making the other stronger. Larissa had chosen not to fuse, maintaining her support based entirely on her fairy's elemental control. Her role was subtler, using her evolved link stealthy only to direct wind currents when needed. And really, nothing more was necessary. Had Ren thought of the girls' synergies as more than individual when he'd helped them develop their techniques? Because what they achieved together transcended anything they could accomplish alone. The four beasts worked in perfect synchrony. Leora's fusion of her demonic bash and will-o-wisp generated the spiritual black fire, while Luna's fusion of her elemental devourer wolf and light and wind tiger created shadow soldiers that concentrated and directed the flames with intelligence. Each shadow moved following Luna's purpose, positioning themselves to maximize the fire's impact, creating channels that funneled the spiritual flames toward the most vulnerable points of their massive enemy. "Now!" Larissa shouted, directing the final wind current that channeled Leora's black fireball directly toward the exposed core within the giant creature. The resulting explosion was spectacular. Black fire vaporized corrupted flesh like paper in a furnace. The creature's roar cut off mid-scream as spiritual flames burrowed deep into its organic structure, consuming it from within. Soldiers from both factions erupted in cheers. Even Aldrich's troops couldn't help but be impressed by the effectiveness of the combined attack. "Excellent work, Lady Luna," shouted one of the local Star Weaver captains, his voice carrying genuine admiration. "The creature is falling." Lord Aldrich maintained his neutral expression, but Larissa could see the frustration in his eyes as he forced himself to appear pleased with Luna's success. "Send a message," Leora murmured to Larissa, already thinking ahead to the political implications. "We need official record of this achievement for political effects." Larissa nodded, already scribbling on a parchment that would be sent by messenger eagle. The victory wasn't just military, but political. Each success under Luna's command strengthened her territorial claim, making it harder for her uncles to dismiss her. But their celebration was premature. While they watched the giant creature collapse in a heap of smoldering flesh and bone, the hordes of lesser mutants that had been attacking in scattered formations suddenly changed behavior. Instead of continuing their random assaults against the wall, they began converging specifically toward the charred remains of the fallen abomination. "What are they doing?" Leora murmured, watching as hundreds of small creatures swarmed around the exposed artifact. The answer came when the first lesser creatures threw themselves directly into the black fire that still burned. Instead of being consumed by the flames, something else happened. Each mutant that sacrificed itself extinguished more of the flames. Slowly, horribly, the giant arm began to regenerate. But it didn't regenerate in the same place. "It's moving!" Luna shouted, pointing toward where the artifact's partially reconstructed carrier began sinking into the earth like a massive, corrupted mole. Larissa immediately extended her earth control, trying to track the underground movement. Her beasts provided her with sufficient power to sense vibrations through the ground, but what she found alarmed her more than the creature's regeneration. The artifact wasn't just fleeing. It was moving with purpose. "It's heading south," she murmured, her voice tight with growing dread. "Can we pursue it?" Leora asked, already preparing to jump and for subterranean combat, spiritual flames dancing around her fingers. Larissa shook her head grimly. "It would be a huge disadvantage for you two to fight down there. But the wall's underground defenses extend for kilometers. It should be very difficult for it to enter the city advancing underground, especially when our best Earth tamers have been containing creatures in that direction for days." The underground defensive network was strong, an already established system, a maze of reinforced tunnels and Earth-based high-rank tamers. If the artifact tried to tunnel toward the city center, it should trigger dozens of warning systems and give lots of time for a counterattack. Or it should, all in all it was better than the wall impromptu ice defense, so they should keep defending this weaker point to ensure Luna's rewards. Then we should send some Earth soldiers to track it, Luna decided, her voice carrying the authority she'd fought so hard to establish. At least to make sure it doesn't try to jump the wall at a different point. It was a logical but limited decision. They could follow the artifact, but they didn't have the necessary specialty to stop it underground. Their only hope was that the wall's subterranean defenses would be sufficient to keep it away from the city. Their job was to secure the defense here for Luna's political standing. Moments later, everything had stabilized. The smoke from the last black fire attack slowly dissipated over the battlefield, carrying with it the acrid smell of corrupted flesh. Larissa observed from atop the wall how soldiers reorganized their formations, how all the chaos of the last few minutes gradually transformed into the disciplined order of a continuous and successful defense. Luna had diffused, her breathing still accelerated but stable. Her fusion had lasted barely less than 5 minutes of the 15 she could maintain. The intensity of combat had been sufficient to exhaust her considerably, but she remained conscious and alert, her eyes constantly scanning the horizon for new threats. Leora was in slightly better condition. Also diffused, she flexed her fingers to relieve the residual tension from channeling so much spiritual fire. Her fusion had also been brief but effective, and though fatigue was noticeable in her movements, she remained completely functional. "We did it," Luna murmured, a small but genuine smile appearing on her face. "We really did it." "Of course we did it," Leora responded with confidence that couldn't completely disguise her own amazement. "Though I admit I didn't expect it to be so intense." Larissa watched them exchange these words of mutual satisfaction, feeling complex emotions that surprised her with their intensity. There was pride, certainly. She had participated in this, had contributed significantly to the success. But there was also something deeper. Something that had been growing in her chest during the last few minutes while watching her friends work together with a mutual confidence she had lost. For the first time in years, she had been outside the castle facing a real situation. It hadn't been a theoretical exercise or a simulation. It had been a genuine crisis where decisions had life-or-death consequences, where failure meant the death of innocent civilians. And it had worked. Her hands had been steady while directing the winds. Her mind had been clear while calculating trajectories and coordinating attacks. For a few precious minutes, she had been the person she used to be before everything fell apart. "What am I doing?" she asked herself, feeling tears beginning to accumulate in the corners of her eyes. "If I can do this, if I can be here and be useful for my city, why do I keep hiding?" The answer came immediately, as it always did, because she was afraid. Afraid of facing what she had lost, afraid of discovering that the damage was irreparable. But she had to realize someday, regardless of the outcome. She wasn't just a girl, she was the principal princess of Yano, an important figure who could do transcendental things. If she didn't take advantage of the inspiration from a victory like this now, when would she? The tears threatened to overflow when the memories came like an avalanche. Ren crying while she begged him not to take away the fragment. Ren with that expression of absolute resolve that had been more painful than any deliberate cruelty. The understanding that he had chosen to save everyone above her tears and pain. She forced herself to dry her eyes with the back of her hand. It was now or never. Matilda, she approached timidly to where the most discreet maid was standing. How is Ren? Do you know anything about him? The question had been murmured in a low voice, but her tone had been higher pitched than expected. In the relative silence that had followed the end of the main combat, it was perfectly audible to all the nearby girls. Mayo turned so quickly she almost hit them. Her gasp was so loud and surprised it sounded like she had seen a ghost. What? Leora and Luna looked up from the battlefield immediately, directing all their attention toward where Mayo was staring at Larissa with enormous eyes. Mayo quickly approached Leora and whispered something in her ear. Larissa couldn't hear the specific words, but she saw how Leora's expression changed from confusion to understanding, and then to something that seemed like genuine delight. Larissa, Leora said softly, with a smile that was completely different from her usual mischievous expression. This one was warm, hopeful. I'm so glad to see you capable of asking that question. Larissa immediately brought her hands to her head, covering her face with her palms while deeply regretting having opened her mouth. I shouldn't have, forget I said anything. Where is he? Maria asked directly, cutting through Larissa's discomfort and pushing her to listen to the answer, perhaps hopeful and ready to leave the castle and return to school with everyone too. Ren, I mean. Is he at the academy? The girls exchanged uncertain glances. It was a valid question, and none had a definitive answer. Probably yes, Matilda replied after a moment. Students should be in normal classes. The crisis doesn't directly affect the academy, so. Although, Leora added with a smile that suggested she knew the subject of their conversation all too well, knowing Ren, he's probably mixed up in all this somehow too. Everyone laughed, a light laughter that relieved some of the tension. But Larissa noticed that Kira's laughter was different, more nervous, more forced than the others. Something was wrong. Kira? Leora asked, her instinct for detecting social anomalies activating immediately. Everything all right? Of course, Kira responded quickly, pointing toward the lines of mutants still advancing in the distance, though in much smaller numbers after the successful attacks. I'm just worried about the mutants that keep coming. We should stop the gossip and keep our guard up. Leora didn't look away from Kira. Instead, she casually extended a hand toward the battlefield. She fused for an instant and without even looking where she was aiming, materialized a ball of spiritual black fire and launched it with precision toward the frontmost group of approaching mutants. The explosion eliminated the complete front section of creatures at once, and the fire expanded like a hungry living thing. That's going to help the soldiers' siege, and fed by common fire it's going to last a while, Leora said without taking her eyes off Kira. So. Talk. The silence that followed was uncomfortable. Kira looked in every direction except toward Leora, clearly searching for an escape that didn't exist. Her hands fidgeted with the fabric of her uniform, and sweat beaded on her forehead despite the cool air. I don't know what you're talking about. Kira, Mana doesn't lie. Luna's voice now carried the tone of authority she had developed during her confrontation with the nobles. As your lady, I order you to answer. What do you know about Ren? Kira collapsed slightly, defeated by the combination of direct authority and the group's social pressure. Her shoulders sagged as if a weight she'd been carrying had finally become too heavy to bear. Mako and Shizu, she finally murmured, her voice barely audible above the distant sounds of continuing battle. Yesterday they told me they wouldn't be near the group for a while. They said they had a special mission. The words hung in the air like a physical presence. Larissa felt her heart begin to race, a mixture of hope and terror flooding through her system. What kind of mission? Leora pressed, her voice sharp with growing concern. Kira's face crumpled as if she were about to cry. The words came out in a rush, as if she couldn't bear to hold them any longer. To stop Ren, she admitted with a small voice. Apparently he had escaped from the academy. Silence. Not even the distant sounds of battle could penetrate the bubble of shock that surrounded the group. Larissa felt the world tilt beneath her feet. Ren had escaped. From the academy? That meant he was out here. Somewhere in this chaos, in this war zone filled with corrupted creatures and deadly artifacts. The silence continued until... When? Luna asked, her voice now tense with concern that all might have something to do with what she had done in their last encounter. A little before we escaped too, Kira responded deflatingly, like she had been holding on to uncomfortable information for too long. Of course he did, Mayo murmured, but her tone held more exasperated affection than real criticism. He's so predictable when it comes to getting involved in problems that aren't his. Maybe puberty problems too? Leora asked after a moment, remembering something with a smile and clearly trying to lighten the mood with humor. You know how boys are at this age. Impulsive, emotional, doing stupid things to impress us girls. Puberty? Larissa asked, genuinely confused. What do you know about puberty when you're barely going through it yourself? You talk about it like you know so much and, what does that have to do with any of this? Mayo laughed, a laugh that contained too much malicious amusement to be coming from a girl. Oh, Leora thinks she's very grown up because she was very daring during her date with Ren, Mayo said, clearly enjoying the opportunity to share privileged information. Mayo! Leora exclaimed, her cheeks instantly flushing red. We said you weren't going to talk about that. Mayo shrugged with an impish smile. If you already knew me, you shouldn't have told that secret to me specifically. I'm terrible at keeping juicy secrets like that one. What secret? Larissa pressed, feeling tons of curiosity and something deeper she didn't want to identify. Mayo approached Larissa and whispered something in her ear. Larissa listened, her eyes progressively widening, and then... A kiss on the cheek, she shouted the question with enough volume that several nearby soldiers turned their heads toward them, then contained their laughter. The terrifyingly powerful leaders are still just girls, their shrugged shoulders seemed to say. Luna startled slightly, her eyes moving quickly between Leora and Larissa with an expression that was difficult to read. Leora and Larissa watched her attentively, expecting a more dramatic reaction. Jealousy, perhaps. Anger. Surprise. But Luna simply blushed slightly and looked away. I expected more impact from you especially, Leora murmured, studying Luna's mana pattern with all the power of her advanced mana sight. Or maybe jealousy. But I almost can't sense any jealousy in your mana. She paused, frowning as she analyzed more deeply, her enhanced perception reading the subtle fluctuations in Luna's energy field. It feels more like shame. She focused more intently on Luna with eyes bright with piqued curiosity. Luna Starweaver, what exactly did you do on your date after mine? You both already had dates. Larissa asked, now completely lost. What dates? Oh, they both had something like dates with Ren, Mayo explained cheerfully, clearly enjoying being the center of dramatic attention. Very romantic. Very secret. Very teenage. Larissa felt as if the ground had shifted even more strongly beneath her feet. Dates? Ren had been going on dates. But Leora had already returned her attention to Luna like a bloodhound following a scent. Don't change the subject, Luna. Answer. Did you do something that surpassed my kiss on the cheek? No. Luna responded too quickly, too loudly. I didn't do anything. We just talked. Luna's mana pattern clearly contradicted her words. Lie, Leora said, surprised and almost unable to believe it. Your mana says that's a full lie. What did you do? Mayo pressed, now completely invested in the drama. Nothing. Luna insisted, but her blush had intensified until it completely covered her face and neck. It was then that Larissa began to cry. The tears came suddenly, without warning, spilling down her cheeks as she watched her friends exchange gossip about kisses, dates, and romantic moments with. But her mana pattern didn't show sadness. What really emanated from Larissa? Anger. And something sharper, more personal. Envy. Larissa. Leora began softly, but Larissa turned away, wiping away tears with abrupt movements. "I'm fine," she murmured. But she had felt her own mana. She knew exactly what she wasn't saying. Luna spoke quickly and nervously. "Larissa, what happened between us and Ren, doesn't mean." "No," Larissa turned toward her before her mana could reveal more, her eyes still wet but her voice firm. "You don't have to explain anything to me. You have the right to whatever you did. I just hate me for being a coward. I was the one who wasted time to live free and—" She didn't finish the sentence, but everyone understood. She had been the one who chose to hide. The one who chose to avoid difficult conversations. The one who had allowed fear to keep her away while life continued around her and moved ahead without her. And now, she was realizing exactly what it meant to be hidden. And she had to know once and for all the truth about what she felt more, hatred? Or perhaps. "I want to see him," she finally murmured, so quietly it was barely audible. "When this is over. I want to talk to him." Leora smiled, though there was sadness mixed with pride in her expression as she realized she was no longer as far ahead as she'd believed. But an explorer spy wouldn't be intimidated by so little. "Of course," she said softly. "And he'll want to talk to you too. I'm sure of that." Luna, for her part, touched her lips and felt regret. She wondered silently if she had been fair to him, and to her two most important allies. In the distance, another wave of mutants was approaching, and the work of defending was far from over. But now Larissa felt ready to face whatever came next. A while later, when everyone pretended nothing had happened so they could function and the soldiers wouldn't look at them with impertinent smiles, an eagle descended toward them with a response message to their previous achievement report. Larissa unrolled it quickly and read, her fingers trembling and her face paling with each line. "What does it say?" Luna asked. "Julius is with Selphra and Ren, confirms the registration of our success," Larissa replied slowly, processing the implications with growing dread, "but he also says that if possible, we should give everything and not let any artifact escape from our control because it will try to join other similar ones that are also attacking." The message had arrived too late. The artifact was already beyond their reach, heading inexorably toward where the main battle was developing. "Damn," Luna murmured, watching the direction of the latest seismic waves that marked the artifact's passage toward Selphra's territory. But there was something else in the message that made Larissa's heart race. Julius was with Ren. But it also meant he was in the thick of the most dangerous battle, facing multiple artifacts simultaneously. Larissa furiously scribbled another message, this time an urgent warning about the artifact heading toward another position. Her handwriting was rushed, desperate, but her mind was clearer than it had been in months. She had a purpose now, beyond just proving Luna's leadership. And this message had to arrive fast. The roots pulsed beneath Ren's skin with a rhythm that didn't match his heartbeat. It felt like the life of something separate, an ancient being yet still strangely familiar. Ren felt as if he were synchronized with the very heartbeat of the earth itself. He had lost total control of his energy fluctuations, and his emotions were so fierce that he had entered a strange emotional shock. He couldn't feel them the right way. They were just energy now. Pure, raw, overwhelming energy that threatened to consume his very sense of self. The seed in his chest had broken even further. The crack that had formed during his confrontation with corruption was no longer a single fracture line. It was now a perfect X, identical to the way the world itself might have been divided by ancestral forces. "I understand now," he murmured, finally comprehending the true nature of what he carried within himself. While looking at the scorpion creature that observed him with that disturbing familiarity, he began to understand that what he was experiencing wasn't simply a reaction to corruption. It was a mutual connection with a being of similar energy trying to integrate him into its network. The energy he had absorbed that day hadn't been one force, but two. Two crossed pulses, separated by nature as far as possible from each other but touching at 2 points on his seed. The pure energy fired by Dragarian, mixed and fused during the moment of the king's sacrifice. And the explosion that had crystallized thousands of corrupted creatures, had created something in Ren's seed, something hybrid like these creatures. It was no longer purity against corruption. It was something completely different. Something unprecedented. And through the new connections that had formed in his system, Ren could feel the energetic network that connected not just this creature, but all the abominations that had appeared during the crisis. It was like an invisible spider web extending across a space as vast as his fungal network and the corruption, pulsing with information that flowed from one node to another. The creatures they were facing weren't simply corrupted. They were a new evolution, something that hadn't been planned in the original development of either of the two opposing forces. Life had found a way, creating something unexpected at the intersection of conflict. Through the energetic network, Ren could sense the abomination's true intention. It wasn't the city they sought. They were searching for something specific that would allow them to complete their transformation. The artifact's full fusion. 10, he murmured, information flowing through the network like water through channels in his mind. There are 10 in total. 8 were active on the battlefield, heading toward convergence points at the castles where they could also fuse together. But the center of the cities was where 2 more were hidden, the last ones, buried deeply beneath structures that Ren recognized with a chill of understanding. The castles. Under the main castle where Larissa and the princes lived, and under the second castle of Yino where Dragarian's statue now rested, lay the 2 remaining artifacts. And all of them, all 10, were prepared to become a single entity. The Crystal Tower again. Of course, Ren whispered, the puzzle pieces fitting together in his mind with crystalline clarity. It's always been about the tower. But there was a problem the creatures seemed not to understand. The tower was sealed, protected by barriers that required something specific to be breached. The 7 elemental rings from each side of the kingdoms, 14 in total, necessary to unlock the secrets that lay at the heart of the ancient structure. It was impressive that the artifacts could even detect the tower's presence through all the pure energy barriers that guarded it. But perhaps that same capacity was a disadvantage. Their hybrid nature allowed them now to perceive through the pure energy that ancient corruption couldn't, but it also compelled them to seek something that remained beyond their reach. Unless they had another way. Ren frowned, exploring more deeply into the energetic network. He found no evidence of any alternative plan. The beasts and artifacts in the network seemed to be guided by instinct, not conscious strategy. Which meant they would head there regardless of whether they could access it or not. And that would take them directly through the 2 cities populated by defenseless civilians. Perhaps upon realizing this, they would generate even more chaos. Seeing that Ren wasn't reacting positively to the hybrid network and wasn't releasing information or helping to reach the objective. The pseudoscorpion shrieked louder. Despite the attacks from the tamers around them, they still couldn't stop it at all. The black marks under Ren's skin began pulsing more intensely. His mind seemed close to being breached. But he could feel the power accumulating in his seed, waiting for direction, a decision on how to use it before its container shattered completely. Yet he could still resist it. He still had options. He could try to communicate with the creatures, use the connection he had established and allow them to access the information in his head. So they would understand that the tower was sealed, that their search was futile. Maybe he could find a way to redirect their instincts towards something less destructive. But was it safe to let them access his internal network? The thought of opening his mind completely to these hybrid entities made his stomach churn. What if they didn't just take the information about the tower? What if they absorbed everything? His memories, his relationships, his very identity? Or he could use this accumulated power to try to fight, to attempt to destroy them. The hybrid energy flowing through his roots was of a different magnitude than anything he had experienced before. It felt like holding lightning in his bare hands, like channeling the fury of a storm through his fragile human form. But would his body withstand it? Would he have enough time? He wasn't just facing this creature. Through the network, he could sense how the 8 active artifacts were beginning to converge. Here in the south of the wall, the 3-part scorpion creature waited for the arrival of the 4th artifact from the northern sector. In the east, Victor was desperately fighting an abomination that had fused 2 artifacts and was seeking to unite with 2 others. The power signatures were overwhelming. Each fusion made the entities exponentially stronger, and if all 10 artifacts came together, the resulting creature would be beyond anything the kingdom had ever faced. Time to decide was running out. The scorpion creature's multiple eyes fixed on him with increasing intensity, and Ren could feel the network pressing against his consciousness like a tide trying to sweep him away. His friends, his family, the entire kingdom, everything depended on the choice he made in the next few moments. And he still didn't know which path would lead to salvation rather than destruction. Run. Julius's voice reached him as if coming from very far away, though he stood only a few meters distant. What's happening? Ren turned slowly to look at his allies. Julius, Selphra, Zhao, all of them watched him with expressions of concern and fascination at the same time. The artifacts, Ren said, his voice strangely distant, as if he were speaking through an echo. They all seek to reach the castles. How do you know that? Selphra asked, her eyes studying the pattern spreading across his skin. Because I'm connected to them, Ren replied simply. And they're connected to me. Selphra and Julius exchanged a look loaded with meaning. Are you, still you? Julius asked directly. Ren considered the question carefully. The roots pulsed more strongly, and he felt that the moment of decision was now. The hybrid power that had been accumulating in his system had reached a critical point. Every cell in his body thrummed with energy that demanded release. Through the network, he could sense how the scorpion creature was growing desperate, preparing to resume its relentless march toward the objective with or without him. The 4th artifact was close. Once that fusion was completed, they would have 4 artifacts united in a single entity. And then they would head toward the castles, toward the people. I have to go, Ren murmured, taking a step toward the wall's edge. Run! Julius shouted, reaching out toward him. You can't face that alone. Wait! Selphra added. But Ren barely heard them. The roots beneath his skin pulsed with energy that made his entire body glow with purple light. The patterns extended to his eyes, transforming his vision into something that could perceive the flow of energy itself. Every cell of his body vibrated with hybrid power that demanded liberation, that roared to be used. Those who had shouted and those who had realized what was happening, Zhao, Selphra, and Julius, were about to grab him. But he channeled part of the accumulated energy toward his legs, combining wind and the new hybrid force in a single explosion of propulsion. The impact pushed back the 3 powerful adults and completely destroyed the summit of the ice wall where he had been standing, sending crystalline fragments in all directions. The frozen platform, which had withstood the weight of hundreds of people and the siege of enormous creatures, simply disintegrated under the force of Ren's launch. Selphra had to create a shield with the same ice in an emergency maneuver to protect the group from fragments of her own creation. Ren had shot through the air like a purple projectile, his trajectory perfectly calculated to impact directly against the scorpion creature's center of mass. Elements swirled around him as he flew, wind that increased his speed, wood and rock that hardened his body like living armor, fire that supported the wind's propulsion. The impact was catastrophic. Ren struck the creature with the force of a meteor, drilling directly through its exoskeleton and creating an explosion of elemental energy. The abomination, which literally weighed hundreds of times more than him, staggered backward while roaring in pain and surprise. But Ren didn't stop there. Using the creature's moment of disorientation, he channeled his earth control to create a series of enormous holes beneath the abomination's hind legs. The ground opened while explosions of wind and fire attacked its joints. The scorpion creature collapsed to one side. Ren took immediate advantage. As he ran along the beast body, his hands glowed with elemental combinations he had never attempted before. Fire, light, and minerals fused into superheated plasma that cut through corrupted flesh like butter. Wood, darkness, and water combined into black sludge that devoured exposed flesh. Bolt after bolt of pure energy pierced the exoskeleton, creating wounds that smoked and bled. But the artifacts themselves remained intact, pulsing with their own energy while the surrounding flesh slowly regenerated. Ren dodged a claw that passed centimeters from his head. "The artifacts are still invulnerable," he murmured in that strange, cold voice. The creature managed to get back on its feet, quickly adapting to Ren's tactics. Its movements became more defensive, protecting the areas where the artifacts were connected while using them to create barriers against elemental attacks. But Ren had found his rhythm. The hybrid power coursing through his veins didn't just give him strength, it gave him understanding. He could see the creature's regeneration patterns, predict where new tissues would form, anticipate weak points before the creature itself knew them. He moved like never before. It wasn't just speed, it was perfect fluidity. Each step, each leap, each attack flowed into the next in a dance of destruction that was both beautiful and terrible. His attacks became more sophisticated. Combinations of 4 simultaneous elements that created entirely new effects. The creature roared in frustration as each regeneration was immediately followed by a new attack that caused even more damage. But Ren was losing energy fast. And then, as if the roar had been a signal, the small mutant creatures that had been advancing toward the wall went mad. Hundreds of them swarmed around the battle, forming concentric circles. And then the scorpion creature opened all its mouths at once and released another shriek that wasn't just sound. The shriek hit Ren with force, but this time it managed to affect him. During the last few minutes of intense combat, he had been constantly discharging the hybrid energy, bringing the internal sensations down to a point where he could perceive them again. They were terrifyingly intense. And now, with his system less overloaded, he could feel every nuance of the sonic attack. It was overwhelming. The pain wasn't just physical. It was as if every fiber of his being was being unraveled and reassembled. His connections to the elements wavered, his control over the roots faltered. His perfect fluid motion stuttered, then stopped entirely. He was paralyzed. The ground trembled as another massive form approached from the north. Through the network connection, Ren could feel its hunger, its desperate need to join with its siblings and become something greater. In that moment of vulnerability, the 4th artifact arrived. The earth trembled when the 4th artifact emerged from underground like a geyser of corrupted flesh and twisted metal. It had traveled scraping through the earth, accumulating organic mass during its journey, and now rose like a nightmare tower that curved toward the waiting scorpion creature. "No!" Selphira roared from the wall's remains, launching her power in a desperate ice attack. Julius also used his complete fusion, his duplicated beast materializing in gigantic size as it hurled itself toward the fusion zone. The impact of their combined assault was huge. Ice spears the size of buildings pierced through corrupted flesh, while Julius's massive beast and earth attacks tore chunks from the emerging flesh. For a moment, it seemed they might prevent the fusion. Yet, the wave of matter and the pseudo-scorpion were too large. Much of their matter was destroyed, but in the end, the scorpion creature's eyes blazed with triumph as it prepared for the fusion that would make it unstoppable. Time seemed to slow as Ren realized he had failed. His gamble had failed, and now the kingdom would pay the price. The 4 artifacts connected, their energies resonating differently now that they had a new geometry. This fusion wasn't the gradual process they had seen before. It was instantaneous, violent. The resulting creature had 3 massive claws arranged around a central leg that, instead of being the support, remained supported by what were now 3 legs. Hundreds of small frenzied mutant creatures continued throwing themselves en masse toward the new abomination, their bodies fusing with the organic surface like living fuel. Each sacrifice added to its mass, its power, its hideous majesty. And more kept coming. It was as if every corrupted creature in the deep golden ring had received the same call, converging toward this point from all directions like iron filings drawn to a magnet. The horizon writhed with approaching forms, a tide of corruption that seemed to have no end. With empty cores arriving at the lowest zone in the mana current and being reborn non-stop, their fuel was practically endless, now feeding a regeneration that surpassed anything they had faced before. Ren, still paralyzed by the residual effects of the shriek, watched as the new creature turned toward him again. Its multiple eyes fixed on him with an intelligence that was both alien and uncomfortably familiar. He knew he had to do something drastic. The roots in his body pulsed, responding to his desperation. That's when he understood. Right, he had to overload himself with sensations again. The regret and helplessness about Luna's situation that he couldn't correct, the fear of losing his parents if these creatures entered the city, and Larissa hating him unjustly. How long would he have to carry all these responsibilities and decisions that were unfair to him? His emotions exploded again. But this time he didn't control them. This time he fused completely with them, allowing the hybrid energy to transform not just his power, but his very essence. Indignant, furious, fed up, outraged. He merged completely, instinctively. The black patterns spread until they covered every centimeter of his skin, and when the purple light faded, he no longer looked completely human. His eyes blazed with the same energy as the artifacts, but darker, uncontrolled. His hair floated as if he were submerged in water, and each movement left trails of elemental energy in the air like living calligraphy written in power. He extended his hands and channeled everything he had into a single attack. It wasn't one or two elements. It was all of them, fused into something completely new. A dark jade light that seemed to contain the essence of perfect and terrible balance. The attack hit the four-artifact creature like the hammer of a god. The impact created a shockwave that shattered the wall. A section of the abomination simply ceased to exist. The spherical bases of the artifacts were exposed, pulsing with violet light while the surrounding flesh regenerated desperately. But Ren attacked again before the regeneration could complete. Each strike was more precise than the last, targeting the connection points between artifacts and flesh. His movements were no longer human, each gesture flowing into ravenous attacks that carved away massive chunks of corrupted matter. The artifacts and flesh tried to reunite, organic tendrils reaching toward the exposed spheres like desperate fingers. But again and again, the small enraged monster tore them apart with combinations of elements that shouldn't have been possible. For a moment, everyone thought Ren had won. The creature staggered, its massive form wavering as its power sources were repeatedly severed from their organic housing. Until Ren's negative energy began to wane again. Then the creature began absorbing the small creatures again, even faster than before. Not just those that were nearby, but all those approaching from the horizon moved faster, drawn by some invisible signal. Its regeneration process accelerated until it became ridiculous, new flesh growing faster than he could destroy it. Each regeneration was more resistant than the last, as if the creature was evolving too, learning from each attack and adapting its defenses in real time. And when the regeneration was complete, the creature was larger than before. Not just in size, but in presence. It radiated an aura of malevolent intelligence that made the air feel thick and oppressive. Impossible, Julius murmured, feeling for the first time that perhaps he had underestimated the magnitude of the problem. Ren regained consciousness at the worst possible moment. That's when one of the giant claws moved faster than his jade eyes could follow. The massive fingers closed around him like the bars of a living prison. The pressure was incredible, threatening to crush him like a small fruit. He could feel his ribs flexing dangerously, his breathing becoming desperate gasps and screams of pain as he tried to resist with all his enormous yet apparently insufficient strength. The sound of his bones creaking was audible even over the creature's roars. His enhanced durability, boosted by the fusion, was all that kept him from being instantly pulverized. But even that had limits, and he could feel them approaching rapidly. The creature retracted the claw, bringing him toward what might have been its face, studying him with intellectual curiosity before destroying him. But while he was trapped, while death seemed inevitable, something changed. Or rather, increased. The resentment. Was life really going to end like this after everything? This damn disgusting vermin, the destruction of intricate and interesting ecosystems, a senseless mistake was better than him. The fury that filled him wasn't just anger, it was existential rage. Rage at the unfairness of it all, at the cosmic joke that would let mindless corruption triumph over everything he had fought to protect. So then, when the claw began to contract for the final crushing, Ren did something impossible. Completely contrary to logic. Instead of resisting the energies of the artifacts and creatures anymore, he extended his consciousness through the roots and gave free passage to the energy flowing through the creature itself. And began to steal it in ridiculous amounts. It was like touching a high-voltage line with bare hands. The corrupted energy was violent, alien. And more importantly, it was immense. His body expanded, transforming more and more into a single entity with his beasts. The boundaries between self and other began to blur as power beyond his comprehension flooded his system. The fear, the immense pain, the desperation, all fed the roots in his body in ways he had never experienced. Each emotion became fuel, each sensation a conduit for more power. The seed threatened more and more to break completely, but the roots in his system recognized the energy, transformed it, made it their own. Cracks spiderwebbed across its surface, but instead of shattering, they filled with liquid light that held it together through Ren's sheer force of will. It wasn't easy. The amount of power was so vast that his body and the seed in his chest, now completely fractured, could barely withstand it. He felt like he was trying to contain an ocean in a cup, but he kept absorbing, kept transforming. The stolen energy roared through Ren's roots like liquid lava, threatening to disintegrate every cell of his body. The seed in his chest pulsed with violence that made his vision fragment into different colors. He could feel how his very essence was expanding beyond the limits he could contain. But still he didn't stop. Couldn't stop. The power was too intoxicating, the need for revenge too overwhelming. The light of the artifacts grew dimmer and dimmer, especially in the contact zone. Energy that should have been flowing into the creature's regeneration was being siphoned away, redirected through the network connection into Ren's system. The creature roared as it realized what was happening. It tried to release him, but it was too late. The connection had been established, and Ren was draining its very essence like a parasite that had found the perfect host. With each second that passed, the creature became weaker while Ren became stronger. The exchange was visible, corruption flowing out of the massive abomination and into the small figure trapped in its grasp. The creature's movements became sluggish. Its roars lost their terrifying resonance. The constant regeneration that had made it seem invincible began to slow, then stutter, then stop entirely in some areas. And when Ren had finally absorbed enough power that the claw could no longer keep him contained, he smiled. It was a smile that held no humanity, only predatory satisfaction and the promise of terrible retribution. The tables had turned. It was now or never. It was time to return the favor. Ren closed his eyes, concentrating all the corrupted energy he had absorbed into a single point at the center of his chest. The pressure was unbearable. His ribs flexed, his lungs compressed, each heartbeat sounded like a war drum in his ears. The energy coiled inside him like a living thing, fighting against containment, demanding release. So he released it. It wasn't an instantaneous explosion. It was an implosion within the creature network followed by a slow explosion, as if the universe itself had taken a deep breath and then screamed. The four-artifact creature, which had been desperately trying to free itself from the energetic connection Ren had established, froze for a fraction of a second. Its eyes widened as it comprehended what was happening. The stolen energy was being weaponized, turned back against the very network that had shared it. Then its body simply came apart. Flesh, bones, corrupted fluids, everything dispersed like dew under the midday sun. The scale was horrifying, tons of organic matter destroyed in seconds. The 4 artifacts fell to the ground with metallic resonance, their surfaces now opaque and lifeless. Whatever energy had animated them was gone, drained away through Ren's impossible absorbed amount. The thousands of small creatures that had been swarming around the abomination suffered the same fate. One by one, they disintegrated, their connection to the network filling them so abruptly that they couldn't maintain coherence. The battlefield fell into absolute silence, broken only by the soft patter of dust settling where living nightmares had been moments before. For a moment, everything was peace. But when the smoke cleared completely, Julius felt his blood freeze. Ren still stood there, but something was terribly wrong. His body was wrapped in dark energy that moved with its own life around him. Tendrils of purple-black power writhed like hungry serpents, occasionally lashing out to scorch the ground around his feet. His skin had taken on an unhealthy pallor, almost translucent. The roots that had once been contained under his skin were now clearly out and visible. And when he slowly turned toward where Julius and Selphra watched from atop the wall, Julius remembered the words Sirius had spoken to him hours earlier. The boy could end up being a bigger problem than any supposed solution he represents. In the distance, more mutant creatures ran toward here again. The explosion had eliminated all those that were a few kilometers around, relatively close, but the pulse of corrupted energy now seemed to serve as a beacon for all abominations. Dozens, then hundreds of creatures converged along the same line as always toward this location. But Ren wasn't looking at them. His violet eyes were fixed solely on Julius and Selphra. There was recognition there, but it was cold. The warmth that had always characterized Ren was gone, replaced by something alien. Slowly, he raised a hand toward them. "Get down!" Julius roared. But Selphra's response was negative and instantaneous. She extended both hands and channeled her power in a single desperate movement. The air around Ren crystallized, forming an ice prison so dense it seemed more metal than frozen water. The formation was perfect, without bubbles or cracks. It was thick enough to contain a high gold-rank creature. It held Ren, for 3 seconds. Then it began to crack. The fissures spread across the icy surface like black spider webs, each one releasing purple vapor that smelled of ozone and desperation. Julius reacted immediately, channeling his beast's power to create a second layer of containment. Silicon minerals sprouted from the ground, wrapping the ice prison in transparent, mana-reinforced layers to give it diamond hardness. "It's not going to last long," he grunted, sweat running down his forehead as he maintained the mineral formation. The effort was enormous, requiring precise control of multiple elements simultaneously. "Selphra, how long can you maintain this with my help?" "I don't know," she replied, blood running from her nose from the effort. Her face was pale, strained beyond her usual limits. "Maybe a minute. Maybe less." The ice prison groaned under the pressure from within. Cracks appeared in Julius's mineral reinforcement too, spreading like infection through the crystalline structure. "You have to get out of here." Zhao shouted beside them. "You're both at your limits and the creatures are coming back. We can't leave him." Julius replied, adding another layer when he saw the previous ones beginning to break. Maybe the creature network did manage to trap him in the end. If he escapes in this state. He didn't need to finish the sentence. Everyone could imagine what a completely corrupted Ren could do to a city full of defenseless civilians. "Leave us. Evacuate everyone else," Selphra said firmly, her eyes never leaving the prison that was beginning to shake violently. Ice fragments were already falling. "Zhao, take as many as you can. Julius and I will keep him here until..." The boy who had always fought to protect people had become the very thing they needed protection from. Zhao flew off from where he had been, evacuating soldiers. "Julius, you're still very young, go away too and..." "No. You can't stop him alone. Together maybe we can give him time to come to his senses and..." Their words were interrupted by the sound of something breaking. They pushed their strength silently again until the first mutant creature also reached the wall's edge just as the prison began to collapse completely. But instead of attacking immediately or fusing with the artifacts, the creature did something strange. It approached one of the fallen artifacts and then began to dig. "What is it doing?" Zhao murmured, confused. The behavior was completely different from what they'd observed before. More creatures arrived, and each repeated the same behavior. Instead of forming new giant abominations with the artifacts, they were burying them, taking them underground. Their movements were urgent, almost panicked, as if they were trying to preserve something precious. "Are they retreating?" Julius realized with amazement. "They're truly in retreat?" It was as if the creatures had decided to abandon their convergence plans. Was it the loss of the 4-artifact creature? Was it Ren's information? Something seemed to have broken their objectives and sent them scurrying back to whatever dark places they'd emerged from. The initial problem seemed solved. But the good news lasted only a few seconds. The ice and mineral prison exploded outward with a force that sent sharp splinters in all directions. A mineral fragment the size of a spear had completely pierced Selphra's shoulder, emerging from her back in an explosion of blood that painted the white ice crimson. Selphra screamed, but not only from pain. Her connection to her beast and ice control was abruptly interrupted. Julius also collapsed. The effort of maintaining so many mineral formations had drained his mana to the limit. His fusion was cancelled, his body trembled as he tried to stand, but his legs refused to respond. Below, Ren rose free. The tendrils of corrupted energy moved around him like hungry serpents, and his violet eyes fixed once more on the two defenseless figures on the wall. But there was something different now. The predatory calculation was still there, but underneath it, something else flickered. Pain. Recognition. It was impossible to tell. He raised his hand again, power gathering around his fingers like dark lightning preparing to strike. Zhao, who had been coordinating the retreat before hearing the prison explosion, saw what was happening and dove downward, his wings forced to their maximum as he tried to close the distance between himself and his fallen companions. He fused to the maximum extent possible, pushing his body beyond its limits. But even with his speed enhanced by complete fusion, it was obvious he wouldn't arrive in time. Selphra, with the gaping hole in her shoulder bleeding freely, clenched her teeth until her jaw creaked. Refusing to give up, refusing to heal herself, and refusing to let the child she had promised to protect become the monster that would destroy everything they loved. She forced a final fusion with her beasts. A complete fusion that she knew would absorb the last vestige of her remaining energy and leave her helpless, but she was desperate. Her hair turned white as fresh snow and her eyes became pools of deep blue that reflected centuries of accumulated power and wisdom. With the last reserves of her power, she created, not solid ice, but a single drop of water, imbued with all the purifying energy she had left. It was her final attack. Her last hope. The drop condensed slowly, every molecule charged with intent. It was such a simple thing, but it contained everything she had learned about purification, about healing, about fighting corruption in all its forms. Yet she knew it wouldn't be enough. Ren was too strong now, too corrupted. The drop wouldn't reach him before a frontal attack from the boy could disintegrate it. The corrupted energy surrounding him would simply consume her purification attempt like darkness swallowing a small candle flame. Unless she put herself in front and... It was then that an intense light appeared in the northern sky. Ren, with his supernaturally sharpened senses, diverted his attention for a fraction of a second to observe the strange phenomenon. His head tilted slightly, a predator momentarily distracted by unexpected movement. The light disappeared immediately, as if it had been only an illusion. Selphra didn't waste the chance. She launched her purifying water drop with all the speed and precision that centuries of combat had taught her. Every muscle memory, every instinct honed through countless battles, guided the projectile's path. The drop cut through the air like a liquid bullet, its trajectory perfect, its intention pure. It left a trail of crystalline mist in its wake, the very air seeming to clarify in its passage. And then the light reappeared. Not in the sky this time, but directly behind the water drop that had reached just in front of Ren's face, amplifying its brightness until it became a miniature star that exploded upon touching the corruption. The intensity was blinding. The light reflected off the drop's particles and multiplied exponentially, creating an explosion of purity that swept the corruption from his face like a shockwave of clarity. For a moment, the dark energy that had wrapped around him like living armor simply evaporated. For an instant, it revealed the face of the ordinary young man he had been before absorbing all that alien energy. And in that instant of clarity, he saw something that left him paralyzed with terror. Larissa's face was there, only centimeters away, with her eyes closed. It was she who had created the light, who had somehow amplified Selphra's attack. Her full fusion fairy wings and lynx horns were visible, both glowing with the same purifying radiance, their combined power focused into that single moment of intervention. The fear that pierced Ren was more intense than any physical pain he had experienced. In his microsecond of lucidity, he expected her to open her eyes. He expected to see hatred in them, rejection, confirmation that he had forever lost one of those who mattered most to him. He expected her to tell him how much she hated him for what he had done, for the decisions he had made, for the monster he had become. He braced himself for the words that would shatter what remained of his heart. But Larissa didn't open her eyes. She simply moved forward without saying a word and pressed her lips against his. The kiss was soft, warm, completely human in contrast to the energy that had been consuming Ren. It tasted of tears and resolve, of forgiveness and with that contact, something changed in the nature of the energy surrounding him. Was it Larissa's light that finished the purification? Was it Selphra's water drop? Or was it probably some part of all three? The corrupted energy that had wrapped around Ren like hungry tentacles began to disintegrate, piece by piece, layer by layer. The violet patterns in his eyes faded, slowly replaced by the familiar green that Larissa remembered from more innocent years. The process was gradual, like watching dawn break after the longest night of their lives. The dark veins beneath his skin faded. His hair stopped floating, settling back to its natural state. Each second of the transformation seemed to take an eternity, yet passed too quickly. The monstrous aura that had made the air feel heavy and oppressive lifted like fog burning away in sunlight. And when it finally ended, when the last trace of corruption vanished like smoke in the wind, Ren collapsed into Larissa's arms, completely human once more. Larissa adjusted the straps of her bag, something like her school backpack, for the third time, her hands trembling slightly from nerves about returning to the academy. Maria rolled her eyes. It wasn't as if she needed to carry more things by hand when she had carriages full of indispensable items that would be transported from the castle. But perhaps it was her way of coping, so she didn't insist on carrying it for her in the end. Her enormous room had been converted into the recovery chamber for the 4 girls from their group of 12 who needed rest. It was filled with expectant silence, broken only by the occasional whispers of maids monitoring the 2 unconscious guards and the soft hum of energy emanating from the procedure they were performing. In the center of the room, 2 beds had been positioned to allow Hannah, with her evolved Venus flytrap, to extend her beast's thinner roots toward Mako and Shizu. The roots, which glowed with a dim light, were connected directly to the sleeping guard's mana systems at specific points, while Kira and Hikari coordinated the injection of processed crystals using their specific cultivation methods directly into their beasts. It was a technique that Wei had been teaching publicly for the past few months, though all of them knew it had originally been developed by Ren. Like so many other innovations that had changed how the kingdom functioned, his genius had found a way to accelerate recovery and prevent lethargy periods from completely interrupting the cultivation process. Luna began to stir in her bed, her eyelids fluttering as she gradually emerged from the deep sleep that followed prolonged double fusions. Leora was already half awake too, her eyes studying the ceiling with the thoughtful expression the mischievous girl adopted only when waking up. Of the 3 maids and 6 guards, only Mako and Shizu had needed recovery. Of the 3 princesses, Luna and Leora had required rest due to their rough power usage. Larissa sighed, adjusting her backpack once more. Her own fusion had lasted less than 5 minutes, so she had avoided most of the lethargy side effects her cousins had experienced. But that minor advantage felt insignificant compared to the emotional weight of everything that had happened. In a way, she also felt exhausted, not physically, but in a deeper way that rest couldn't easily cure. Luna looked directly at her from the bed when her eyes fully focused, and Larissa could see the familiar obstinacy that meant her friend wanted answers and no more sleep. And not the simple answers given in official reports, but the complete truth about how everything had ended on both battlefields and what had happened after the creatures retreated and they collapsed from exhaustion. The three maids approached to help Luna and Leora sit up, offering them water and checking their vital signs with the professional efficiency they had developed during the past years of managing the consequences of forcing double fusions. While they prepared them and helped them fully regain consciousness, Larissa organized her thoughts, trying to decide how to explain a sequence of events that she herself wasn't sure how to process. Her mind tried to organize everything into a coherent picture. She had already been here in her room when Arturo's message arrived about the resolution of the situation at Yaino's wall. That side, defended by Victor, hadn't fared any better than Ren's. The original wall had been partially destroyed and rebuilt several times, with temporary mineral sections filling gaps where original stone formations had been pulverized by impacts from the giant creature. The soldiers moved with the desperate urgency of people who had been fighting for their lives for hours. The creatures attacking were the same abominations they had faced on Yaino's side. Massive constructions that seemed to defy biological laws, combining organic elements and ancient artifacts that had evolved beyond simple corruption. Victor hadn't been able to hold his position when the 4 artifacts in his sector had fused. The resulting creature had pushed the defenses backward, threatening to completely eliminate the defenders and allow hordes of lesser mutants to directly invade the city. The battle had been brutal, desperate. Victor's fusion huge Earth-based defenses, which had seemed so solid at the beginning, had crumbled like sandcastles before the tide of corrupted flesh and twisted metal. Arturo had been forced to leave logistics and intervene as a last resort, but that had been insufficient too. Even with his considerable power and tactical expertise, the fused creature had proven too strong. Until the Star Weaver Knight faction used the Twin Stars. The 2 artifacts, one belonging to the Star Weaver Knight faction and the other they had confiscated from Sirius's Celestial Dawn faction during his departure, had been brought together and used to amplify a massive attack that had exploded and stopped the fused creature. The sight had been spectacular according to the reports. Twin beams of light and darkness had converged on the abomination, creating an explosion that had lit up the entire battlefield and sent shockwaves through the surrounding terrain. But stopping had turned out to be a relative term. The creature had completely regenerated shortly after the first attack. It had required 2 additional repetitions before it had finally decided to retreat, unearthing its component artifacts and disappearing into underground tunnels. The Star Weavers and their opportunistic allied factions had claimed complete credit for that side's victory, arguing that their family artifacts had been the only decisive difference between victory and total catastrophe. The soldiers who had witnessed the attacks had confirmed their effectiveness, and public consensus had been that the Star Weaver Knight faction had saved the eastern sector, Yaino. But the timing had been suspicious. The creatures in the western sector had begun their retreat at the exact same moment Ren had launched his massive attack against the 4-artifact creature in the southern sector. Right when the creatures had decided to bury themselves after Ren connected to the network. But with limited communication systems that took several minutes to cross such large distances, it had been impossible to coordinate the timing of all reports with sufficient precision to determine the definitive causality. Selphira and Julius believed that Ren's explosion had been the true cause of the general retreat. Their theory was that the energy pulse through the network had frightened all the corrupted creatures, or that Ren's information had shown them what the boy had said. That there was no way for the mutants to get under the castle to reach what they wanted. But it had been impossible to prove the theory without revealing details about the exact nature of what Ren had done, information they had decided to keep classified for security reasons. Meanwhile, the Star Weaver's success had had immediate political consequences. The faction that had confiscated Sirius's artifacts had gained significant strength, arguing that their decision to act had saved lives. They had begun formal procedures to claim permanent control over the larger Starweaver and Yino territories, citing Sirius's abandonment and their own heroism as justification. Luna would have to navigate those political waters even when she returned to classes, using her documented success in the northern sector as a counterargument to her uncle's claims. But the legal battle promised to be as complex and dangerous as the physical battle they had just survived. Larissa continued telling Luna everything she had just remembered. The words flowed slowly at first, then with more fluidity as she described the events. She explained about the mutants' retreat in more detail after they had made sure they'd gone far away, about the future situation with the bad Starweavers, about the political implications Luna would have to solve little by little. Luna listened in silence, occasionally asking questions to clarify details, but mainly absorbing the information with intense concentration. When Larissa finished, the room remained silent for several seconds while Luna processed everything she had heard. But then Luna looked at her directly, and Larissa immediately recognized the serious expression in her eyes that meant her friend had detected something that wasn't being completely honest. "All that information is very thorough, thank you," Luna said slowly, "but you didn't tell us what happened with you specifically at the beginning." Leora, who was beside Luna on the bed, nodded repeatedly with an expression of wanting to hear more about that too. Larissa blinked, trying to appear confused. "What do you mean? You fused and disappeared the moment you read Julius's message. When you realized Ren was with him." Luna sat up more in her bed, ignoring the murmurs of protest from Maria and Matilda who were trying to keep her resting. She couldn't follow as Leora and her had to keep defending the wall, but they wanted to know. All of it. What happened in those moments, Larissa? What exactly happened where Ren was? She asked, slightly blushing. Larissa felt her cheeks flush slightly as well. She had hoped to avoid the more personal details of her experience, but she knew Leora, Mayo, and Luna well enough to know they wouldn't drop the subject. She closed her eyes for a moment, allowing the memories to return with complete clarity. The moment she had read Ren's name in Julius' letter, something had broken inside her chest. All the time avoiding him, all the emotional defenses she had carefully constructed, had disintegrated in an instant. The fusion had been instinctive, desperate, driven by a need that went beyond logic. Her greater spiritual fairy and her horned snow spirit had combined and duplicated within her in a configuration she had never attempted before, forming a wing of light with each of the resulting clones. But the wings of pure light that had propelled her through the air at extreme speeds hadn't been the most useful help for the journey. Rather, her incredibly long jumps had been. With Larissa elevated high in the air above the wall, visibility was excellent. Each jump had covered kilometers, her fused form harnessing mana with great efficiency to maintain momentum that would otherwise have been impossible. She had been a blur of speed and light. Everything had happened incredibly fast, but paradoxically, in her light form her thinking that had functioned much faster, made it as if the entire world moved in super slow motion around her. During those stretched moments, while flying and leaping toward the epicenter of the strange but familiar energy she had sensed, her mind had been a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Of course she wanted to know if Julius and the others were okay. Of course she wanted to help if they needed assistance. But what had stressed her most, what had dominated every accelerated thought, had been a much more personal and terrifying question. What would she do when she finally saw him? What would she say after years of silence? What would she feel when standing before him for the first time since that terrible day when he'd had to take away the fragment? Would there be hatred in her eyes? The thoughts had swirled in her mind throughout the entire flight, every possible scenario playing out at accelerated speed as she drew closer and closer to her destination. But when she had finally arrived, when she had seen the scene unfolding below, everything had gone blank. The image she had witnessed hadn't been anything she would have expected, even in her worst nightmares. Was that really Ren? Was Ren really attacking Selphra and Julius? Her accelerated mind had processed the visual information at high speed, confirming what seemed impossible to believe. Ren, wrapped in corrupted energy, with eyes blazing intense violet light, raising his hand to attack two people who had repeatedly tried to protect him. She didn't want to believe it, but Indeed, Ren was acting like the villain. The perfect moment to hate him, to reproach him for everything that had happened, to attack him and confirm that it had been a mistake to trust him from the beginning. All the pain she had been carrying, all the repressed rage, could have finally found valid justification. But instead of hatred, she had felt pure terror. Terror not of him, but for him. She had seen Selphra preparing a final desperate attack. At the same time, Larissa had pushed her last spatial jump without thinking, driven by pure instinct, positioning herself directly in front of Ren. She hadn't known exactly what Selphra's attack was, nor had she planned to use or amplify it upon arriving just afterward. She had simply jumped. She had been trying to take advantage of something happening, hoping that after Selphra's attack she could make some difference. But unintentionally, she had arrived at the exact instant before the drop touched Ren. Unintentionally, her luminous presence had amplified the attack's effect, her elemental nature resonating with the purifying energy and multiplying its potency. The result had been that Ren's face, freed from darkness, had ended up directly in front of hers as the light gradually cleansed the corruption from his features. In that moment of time stretched to the maximum by her accelerated form, Larissa had looked directly into Ren's eyes as a small part of the darkness slowly faded. And what she had seen had destroyed her. Even filled with violet corruption, even distorted by energies that shouldn't exist in a human body, his eyes had been charged with emotions that even corrupt mana couldn't lie about. Immense pain. Fear that went beyond the physical. Anguish that seemed to be tearing him apart from inside. And above all, regret so deep it seemed to be drowning him. All of that exploding in him just from seeing her for a moment. Her heart had tightened with an intensity that had been physically painful. Was Ren really feeling so much upon seeing her? Had her mere presence affected him so much even in his corrupted state? She had known he was empathetic, that he would surely feel bad for her. But to that extent? To being devastated by emotional pain. Understanding had come like an avalanche. She couldn't hate him. Maybe she already knew that, but it was much clearer after understanding that he had been suffering as much as she had, maybe more. As the energy on his face had slowly cleansed itself of the dark energy and his transformation had gradually reverted, Larissa had remembered Leora and Luna's mentions of their dates with Ren. Their kisses on the cheek, their stolen romantic moments. She had resigned herself to the fact that she had arrived late, that her friends had moved forward while she had been hiding in her pain. But now she was also glad, because she had finally understood something fundamental about herself. Deep down, she simply couldn't hate him. So she had closed her eyes and given him the kiss she had been imagining after hearing about Leora's one and discovering Luna's secret one too. It hadn't been planned or calculated. It had been the most honest thing, a moment of pure emotional truth that cut through all the barriers, pretenses, and fears that had kept them apart. The kiss had been soft, almost chaste, nothing like the passionate kisses she had imagined in her adolescent fantasies. But it had been real in a way that transcended passion. After everything, Ren had completely detransformed, collapsing exhausted in her arms. But the situation hadn't ended there. Zhao had landed beside Selphra to urgently carry her in search of a healer, the wound in her shoulder bleeding profusely and requiring immediate attention. The mineral fragment had gone completely through, creating an injury that could be life-threatening for the mana-depleted woman if not treated quickly. Julius had remained atop the destroyed wall, shouting at Larissa to get away, to be careful, that they didn't know if Ren was really stabilized. She had realized what had happened by then, but had been able to sense through her enhanced perception that the corrupted energy had completely vanished. "He's fine now," she had shouted back to Julius. "He's asleep." She had used her light wings to carry Ren to the top of the wall, where Julius had been able to personally verify that the last stain of dark energy was completely erased from his body. What remained was simply a normal Ren, without any fused beast or markings, vulnerable and completely human. But Julius had still looked at him with evident concern, clearly calculating the political and security implications of what he had witnessed. Larissa had cancelled her fusion to conserve energy, but had maintained her resolve. "If you can't trust him anymore," she had said to Julius, "then I'll take him away." I'll hide with him and you'll never see us again. Julius had sighed deeply. Don't be so dramatic, he had responded, which had made Larissa blush at the emotional intensity of her declaration. I want to trust him too. But it's going to be difficult to deal with what happened, Julius had continued. We'll have to make sure those who saw him keep their mouths shut. And we still need Selfra's verdict. But, he had paused, looking at the unconscious young man in Larissa's arms. I agree with you. Sometimes you need to transform into a monster to stop monsters, and that's not necessarily bad. He had made another, longer pause. But we'll have to treat him with a bit more caution from now on. Larissa returned to the present when she heard Luna's voice. Larissa? Why are you so red? Larissa coughed in a fake manner, realizing she had been lost in her memories while her cheeks involuntarily blushed. The things that happened were many and are a bit complicated to explain, she murmured, avoiding direct eye contact. I'm not sure how to do it, so I'd rather explain more of it when we talk to Ren face to face when he wakes up. The mention of talking to Ren directly caused a chain reaction. Leora, who had been listening from behind Luna, visibly blushed. Luna also turned red, clearly remembering her own date and what had happened during it. The three friends remained silent for a moment, each lost in their own thoughts about what it would mean to finally have that confrontation they had been avoiding. The maids exchanged meaningful glances but discreetly kept their mouths shut, Mayo with the help of the other two. Some things, they had learned, were better left for the interested parties to resolve themselves. The events that had followed had been a mix of chaos for the healers and military reorganization. Julius and Selfra had collapsed from total mana exhaustion, but their condition had been stable, especially Selfra with her enormous vitality and prompt help from healers thanks to Zhao, who had suffered minor injuries and had also got extremely tired during his evacuation efforts, but nothing that couldn't heal with rest and basic treatment. As for Lin, she had been located by Zhao early on and transported back to the school, where Wei and Yang had used Myra's royal vine rodent to help her recover and not lose her cultivation progress. Sirius had not returned. The opportunistic nobles who had managed to exploit the crisis for political and monetary gains had found their plans profitable in the absence of a power to stop them. Since Victor was also knocked out and only an exhausted Arturo had to deal with them for a while. They had gained legitimacy through genuine contributions to the defense, but Luna wouldn't let things stay that way when the time came to collect rewards. To finish with Ren's situation, first he had to wake up. And then there was seeing what would happen with the letter he still had in his pocket. The medical room was permeated with the soft but distinctive aroma of processed mana crystals when the 12 girls entered in formation. Leora went in front, followed by Luna and Larissa, with the maids and guards forming a protective semicircle behind them. The sound of their steps on the reinforced mineral floor seemed to resonate louder than normal in the tense silence of the recovery room. The two medical experts who had been working on Ren's unconscious figure visibly startled when the door opened. The main specialist, an older man with a parasitic Venus, had been extending delicate roots toward Ren's mana system. He immediately withdrew the connections with nervous movements. Young ladies, the main specialist murmured, clearly uncomfortable with the presence of so much nobility observing his work. We weren't expecting. Continue, Luna ordered with the voice of authority that had intensified after her experience as a battlefield leader. We're not interrupting you. The doctors exchanged uncomfortable glances but resumed their tasks under the intense observation of 12 pairs of eyes. The assistant's parasitic Venus extended its specialized roots again, carefully connecting with Ren's main mana points. The crystals prepared by Ren himself that Julius had kept in the castle specifically for these situations began flowing through the organic connections, directly feeding Ren's sleeping beasts and accelerating his recovery process. Larissa watched every movement with almost painful attention, noticing how the tension lines in Ren's face gradually softened as his mana system stabilized. The procedure was fascinating to watch. The crystalline energy flowed like liquid light through the plant connections, and she could see Ren's color slowly improving as his depleted reserves replenished. How is he? Mayo asked when the specialists began collecting their instruments. How much longer until he wakes up? Leora added, moving closer to the bed. The main specialist straightened, wiping his hands on a towel. Not long, he responded. His friends from the academy have already awakened and been sent back to classes. As you should be too, he added with a meaningful look toward them. Their systems are completely stabilized, he continued. The procedure was successful. He should wake up naturally in the next few hours. Good, Luna said firmly. You may withdraw now. The specialists blinked, surprised by the direct dismissal, but upon meeting Luna's inflexible gaze and the intimidating presence of 6 gold-rank guards, they decided it was more prudent not to argue. Of course, Lady Luna, the main specialist murmured as he headed toward the door. We'll be attending to Lord Julius and other patients if you need us. We won't need you, Leora responded with a smile. The door closed with a soft click, leaving the full group of 12 girls alone with Ren for the first time in more than 2 years. The silence was heavy, charged with Larissa's anticipation and nerves, all the emotional weight of lost time pressing down on her. Leora moved naturally to one side of the bed and Mayo pushed Luna to the other, while Larissa remained at the foot. The maids and guards positioned themselves in a protective circle around the room's perimeter. Ren looked small in the big bed, younger than his current 13 years. His hair had grown a bit, falling across his forehead in a way different from what Larissa remembered from when they were together at the academy. The soft red strands caught the light filtering through the room's tall windows, creating subtle highlights she'd not noticed before. His hands were relaxed on the white sheets, free from the constant tensions he had developed during recent years of overwhelming responsibilities. The calluses from training were still there, but seemed softer somehow, as if rest had begun to heal even the physical marks of his burdens. Meiko and Shizu had awakened recently, before him since they had received much less damage. He looks so. Meiko began softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Peaceful, Shizu completed, her own voice carrying a note of wonder. It was true. For the first time in years of guarding him, Ren looked completely at peace, free from the worries and pressures that had been shaping his features since he'd begun carrying that enormous weight. The furrow between his brows that had become almost permanent was smooth again. The tension around his eyes had relaxed into something approaching the innocence they remembered from earlier academy days. The hours that followed were the most tense any of them had experienced in a long time. Each breath Ren took was monitored, every small movement analyzed for signs that he was beginning to emerge from his deep sleep. Leora found herself nervously playing with her fingers, braiding and unbraiding strands of her hair in a repetitive pattern of anxiety. Luna maintained an external posture of calm, but her eyes never left Ren's face for more than a few seconds at a time, and the others could see the slight tremor in her hands even if she thought no one was looking. Larissa simply stood there, memorizing every detail of his appearance as if it were the first time she was seeing him. But there was something she had memorized first, the now familiar curve of his lips that she had pondered about more often than she cared to admit. They watched, the way his chest rose and fell in steady rhythm. The slight flutter of his eyelashes. Mayo attempted to lighten the tension with occasional comments. At least he's not snoring, she whispered at one point, earning a few nervous chuckles that died quickly in the charged air, even her usual jokes sounded forced in the expectant atmosphere. The guards maintained their positions with discipline, but even they seemed affected by the emotional intensity filling the room. It was Kira who named the first change. His eyelids, she murmured, pointing discreetly. They're moving. All eyes immediately focused on Ren's face. Indeed, there was a new subtle movement beneath his closed lids, as if he were actively dreaming or struggling to wake up. The movements had a pattern to them, quick darting motions followed by periods of stillness, like someone trying to focus on something just out of reach. Larissa's heart began beating so hard she was sure everyone in the room could hear it. The sound seemed to echo in her ears, drowning out everything else. After more than 2 years, she was finally going to speak with him again. The movements became more pronounced. His fingers flexed slightly against the sheets, and a small sigh escaped his lips. Luna leaned forward unconsciously, while Leora had to resist the impulse to reach out and take his hand. Should I? Maria began, but Larissa shook her head. Let him wake naturally, she murmured, though her own voice trembled with anticipation. Another minute passed in absolute silence. Then another. Ren's eyelids continued moving, but they wouldn't open completely. His breathing changed slightly, becoming less deep and regular, the shift from deep sleep to lighter rest that preceded full consciousness. It was when he murmured something unintelligible that everyone tensed even more. What did he say? Mayo whispered, leaning closer despite herself. I couldn't hear it, Hikari responded from her position near the door. Ren moved more restlessly, his head turning slightly to one side as if trying to focus on something in his dreams. His lips moved again, this time with more clarity, and the word that emerged made everyone's breath catch. Sorry. The word was barely audible, more breath than sound, but it carried big emotions. His eyelids fluttered, then slowly opened, blinking against the afternoon light filtering through the windows. For a moment, his gaze was unfocused, still caught between sleep and wakefulness. His eyes swept the room, pupils dilating as they adjusted to consciousness, then stopped abruptly as he realized he was completely surrounded. 12 pairs of eyes watched him with varying intensities of concern, curiosity, and something far more complex. He sat up abruptly, the sheets falling as he tried to process the situation. The medical procedure had left his shirt unbuttoned, and his face visibly flushed as he noticed the concentrated attention. He quickly pulled the fabric closed, his movements clumsy with embarrassment and lingering weakness. What? His voice came out hoarse, broken. He cleared his throat, but the words still wouldn't form correctly. Where? You're in the castle, Matilda explained softly, stepping forward slightly. You were recovering from the... Is everyone all right? Ren interrupted, his gaze jumping nervously between Mako, Shizu, and Larissa, those he somewhat remembered had participated in the battles, with Larissa's appearance at the end still feeling dreamlike and uncertain. After the battle, I didn't know if... His thoughts scattered as memories tried to reassemble themselves. Wait, was it a dream or was it real? The question formed clearly in his mind, bringing with it fragments of corrupted energy, desperate battles, and a soft kiss that felt too perfect to have actually happened. Had he really done those things at the end? Had he really attacked Julius and Selphira? Everyone is fine, Larissa responded, but there was something tense in her voice that made him look at her more carefully. Ren immediately noticed the change in her voice, slightly more mature than he remembered, carrying new depths that spoke of experiences and growth that had happened in his absence. His eyes focused on her for a moment, taking in the subtle changes in her face, the way she held herself with new confidence tempered by vulnerability. Then his gaze moved to Luna, who immediately looked away, a flush coloring her cheeks. Then to Leora, who smiled at him with a mix of amusement and nervousness that didn't quite hide the relief in her eyes. Mako and Shizu simply nodded, their professional masks not quite concealing their own emotional investment in his well-being. But when his gaze finally returned and settled on Larissa, his entire body tensed as if struck by lightning. Larissa, he murmured, and there was so much weight packed into that single word, guilt, longing, fear, hope, that the other girls felt the atmosphere shift instantly. Larissa had been mentally preparing for this moment for hours, running through possible conversations and responses, but now that it was finally happening, she felt as if all her carefully planned words had evaporated like morning mist. She began, then stopped, biting her lower lip. Ren looked down at his hands, which were trembling slightly. The tremor wasn't from weakness. Larissa, His voice cracked slightly, and he had to swallow hard before continuing. I need to ask for your forgiveness. I know I can't undo what happened, but... No. Larissa interrupted. The word came out with more firmness than Larissa had expected. All eyes turned toward her. Ren's heart constricted for a moment, but in the next. You don't have to apologize, she continued, her voice gaining strength as she spoke. I'm the one who should apologize to you. Ren looked up, confusion clear in his expression. The disorientation from just waking up made it difficult to process what he was hearing. What? But I was the one who. You did the right thing, Larissa interrupted, and now the words flowed more easily, as if a dam had finally broken inside her. You did exactly what my father asked you to do, didn't you? Following the king's order and saving everyone is what any good person would have done. And I, without realizing it. I was so selfish, making you believe you had done something wrong with my silence. Luna and Leora exchanged glances, their own unresolved tensions momentarily forgotten. This wasn't the conversation they had expected to witness. The raw honesty in Larissa's voice was unexpected, almost uncomfortable. I was actually just weak, Larissa admitted, her voice dropping until it became almost a whisper. Too weak to face what had happened. Too weak to thank you for saving us all. Too weak to face you again and... She stopped, the words catching in her throat like thorns. Ren stared at her intently, processing what he had just heard. The emotional weight of her words hit him like physical blows, each admission rewriting years of guilt and self-recrimination. Slowly, without him realizing it, tears began forming in the corners of his eyes. His expression remained completely neutral, a perfect poker face, but the tears betrayed the intensity of what he was feeling. The unexpected sight drew all the girls' gazes back to him. When he finally realized he was crying, his face flushed so intensely it looked like he might burst into flames. Without saying a word, he completely covered his face with the sheets, disappearing beneath white cotton like a turtle retreating into its shell. Ren, you don't have to hide your feelings. It's completely normal. Leora exclaimed, torn between concern and amusement at his reaction. She found herself thinking about how cute it was to see him being sentimental, and how much she enjoyed drawing reactions from him, like the one she'd gotten when she'd kissed his cheek. Though she also ended up blushing at that last memory. From beneath the sheets came a muffled voice, "Don't look at me." The plaintive tone made several of the girls exchange fond, exasperated glances. Even in his emotional vulnerability. Luna, who had been observing the entire interaction with growing discomfort, decided it was her moment to speak. She was completely red, but seeing Ren perhaps more embarrassed than she was made her feel a bit more comfortable. Unable to see Ren's face directly, she found the courage that had been eluding her. I should apologize too, she said, her voice higher than she had expected. Huh? Ren peeked out, but his voice came muffled from behind the sheets that still covered half his face. For what I did to you during our private meeting, Luna continued, feeling her own cheeks heating up. I shouldn't have, it was inappropriate and... Love date? Mayo murmured, but Matilda silenced her with a look. Ren slowly lowered the sheets without realizing it as he remembered, looking directly at Luna. No, it didn't bother me at all and... He spoke without thinking. The words came out softer than he had intended, and both Ren and Luna simultaneously realized what he had just said. Both their eyes widened. Luna turned red as a tomato, while Ren immediately covered his face again. I didn't mean to say, they both began at the same time, then stopped. Leora watched them alternately, an annoyed smile growing on her face. It seems I'm in the lead, but not by much. Larissa whispered to herself. But when she tried to speak, her throat constricted. Larissa was the only one of the three who knew perfectly what she wanted. But she was still a teenager too. Before, it had been easy for her to be bolder, because her interest had been more of a crush. She had seen him as a good option. Now she saw him as the only option. It seemed that since what happened with her father, making heavy choices had become a bit difficult due to the trauma. The weight of these decisions, even potentially good decisions, felt paralyzing in a way they never had before. Larissa sighed at her own immaturity before speaking about what she wanted indirectly. The only way she seemed capable of expressing it. Ren, I want to insist. I ask for your forgiveness. Attention returned to Larissa. You don't need to apologize. Although I don't want to give you false hope, I won't rest until I fully understand crystallization. Ren told her, still blushing. I want to be capable of fixing everything, he declared forcefully, and his embarrassed face transformed into an intense one. I don't want to have any more regrets. The resolve in his voice was powerful. Ren had lowered the sheets again, this time with an even more serious expression. He reached toward his pocket. So Luna too, he said while searching inside, there's something I want to give you. He extracted a wrinkled letter, burned in some parts by recent events. The paper was yellowed and fragile, bearing the marks of whatever battles he'd been through. Your father left me this. For some reason he didn't take it from me before leaving. I thought about reading it with what seemed like his implicit permission, but it didn't seem right in the end without you knowing. Luna became completely still, staring at the letter as if it were something toxic. Her entire body tensed, and her breathing became shallow. It's from my father, she whispered, and there was something in her voice. You can read it if you want, she offered to Ren, extending her hand toward him. As atonement for what I put you through that day. Both turned red again. But this time Luna couldn't bear the embarrassment anymore and escaped with a shadow leap, vanishing from the room in a swirl of darkness. Larissa sighed. In the back of the room, the maids and guards exchanged meaningful glances. Matilda had to cover a small smile with her hand, while Maria tried to maintain professional composure despite the emotional drama unfolding before her. Leora observed the entire exchange with a complex mix of emotions. Part of her felt relieved that the conversation had moved toward Luna and Larissa, giving her time to process her own feelings. But another part, a part she didn't want to examine too closely, felt something that might have been jealousy seeing the obvious chemistry between Ren, Larissa, and Luna. The competitive streak that had always driven her felt threatened by the depth of connection she was witnessing, even as she genuinely cared for all three of them. Mayo, for her part, seemed genuinely entertained by all the drama unfolding before her eyes. You know what, she announced, I think you need to have much longer and more frequent conversations like this. Mayo, all the girls protested in unison, which only made her laugh more. The envelope remained in Ren's extended hand, a physical reminder of all the complicated relationships and unresolved emotions that still needed to be addressed. Luna had left the room. Now Ren looked at the wrinkled letter he held in his own hand, the one he had been keeping since Sirius had given it to him. With Luna's permission, technically he could read it. But something about doing so felt profoundly private, as if he were about to invade a space that didn't belong to him. He swallowed hard, his fingers brushing the paper damaged by recent events. The texture was rough where energy had singed the edges, and the creases were deep from being folded and unfolded countless times. Leora leaned forward, her curiosity obvious. Are you going to open it? Larissa also moved closer, though she tried to disguise her interest. For a long time now, I've always wondered. Even the guards seemed to be paying more attention than usual, their rigid postures betrayed by the way their eyes subtly shifted toward the envelope. It was then that Mayo began to laugh. The sound was soft at first, a contained laugh she tried to suppress by covering her mouth with her hand. But the laughter intensified, becoming something she clearly couldn't control. Matilda looked at her with an exasperated expression and pushed her gently, trying to silence her. Mayo, stop. Maria observed her two companions with evident confusion. She was the only one of the maids who clearly didn't understand what was so funny. But Mayo's laughter didn't stop in time. Now everyone was staring at her, and when she saw their expectant faces, she laughed even harder. Matilda grabbed her head in a gesture of total surrender. What's so funny? Ren asked, disconcerted. Mayo straightened up, composing her expression into something more theatrical. There was a gleam in her eyes that suggested she was about to enjoy this immensely. So, do you want to know what the cursed words are? She asked in a conspiratorial tone. Larissa sighed deeply. That lie is old, Mayo. We already knew from that time that there are no cursed words. Ah. Mayo raised a finger, smiling broadly. But that's where you're wrong. What was a lie was that the words would make you physically vomit. However, her smile became more genuine, softer. I definitely think that in one way or another those words are cursed. Although Luna doesn't like me calling them that. Mayo's mana pattern was completely honest. She wasn't lying this time like she had years ago. Those present were visibly surprised. Leora sat up straighter, while Larissa frowned now interested. Ren looked at the torn and burned letter in his hand, but Mayo shook her head. That one is so damaged that maybe it's not clear, she said while rummaging in her own bag. She extracted 3 more envelopes, all equally wrinkled but not burned and in better condition than Ren's. The confusion in the room was visible in everyone's faces. The letter is always the same, Mayo explained, her tone now more serious. Sirius would give our Luna a new one every so often because she always squeezes and manipulates it a lot when she's stressed. It's like a tradition they had. She paused, some sadness crossing her expression. Although since Luna got angry with him, they didn't exchange another the last promise day. Why would Sirius have to give her the same letter over and over? Leora asked. Mayo smiled again, but this time there was understanding in her expression. I don't know. It's cryptic. Luna knows nobody will really understand it, maybe that's why she doesn't mind if people read it. With deliberate movements, Mayo opened one of the wrinkled letters. Everyone swallowed hard. And she began to read. I love you, my bright star. I love you, light of my nights. I love you more than the stars. I love you with every breath. I love you, my little constellation. I love you beyond measure. I love you infinitely. I love you boundlessly. I love you without end. I love you eternally. The repetitions went on, each variation slightly different but carrying the same obsessive weight. Mayo's voice took on an almost hypnotic quality as the declarations continued. Ren felt his cheeks heating up. The others exchanged uncomfortable glances as Mayo continued without pause. But when Ren opened the one he had, he realized that indeed they were the same. Hello my sweet light, hello my precious one, hello my invaluable treasure, hello my reason for existing, hello my little drop of honey, hello my everything, hello my universe, hello my dawn, hello my dusk, hello my eternal flame. Please stop, Larissa murmured, her own face flushing. But Mayo didn't stop. With all my heart, with all my soul, with every piece of my being, with everything I am, with everything I have, with my entire existence, with my last breath, with unwavering devotion, with absolute certainty, always and forever, eternally and completely, through all time and space. The declarations continued for several more lines, each one piling upon the last. Then Mayo reached what appeared to be the farewell section, and her voice took on an even more theatrical quality. Goodbye my treasure, farewell my precious star, until we meet again my light, see you soon my constellation, I'll return to you my dawn, wait for me my eternal flame, don't forget me my everything, remember me always my reason for existing, hold me in your heart my sweet light, keep me close my little drop of honey. The farewells went on and on. Until light returns to darkness, until my heart finds yours once more. Mayo paused to catch her breath, and several people in the room shifted uncomfortably. The repetitive, almost manic quality of the words was starting to feel oppressive. The list continued. Mayo reached a section that made everyone feel a strange chill run down their spines. I promise. I promise. The word promise repeated line after line, filling almost half a page. The handwriting became slightly more frantic as it continued, the letters pressing harder into the paper with each repetition. And finally, Mayo concluded, her voice softening, I miss you, my light. I miss you more than words can express. I miss you with every heartbeat. I miss you in every moment you're not here. I miss you when I wake. I miss you when I sleep. I miss you in daylight and in darkness. I miss you, I miss you, I miss you. She paused, then read the final line with particular emphasis, I will never abandon you. Never. 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 The silence that followed was uncomfortable and heavy. Nobody seemed to know exactly how to react to what they had just heard. That's... Ren began, but couldn't find adequate words. Uncomfortable, Leora completed bluntly, twisting in her seat. Cursed indeed they cowl. It's intense, Larissa corrected, though she didn't seem to disagree with Leora's assessment. Mayo laughed softly. Matilda and I have seen them many times. But unfortunately, Luna has never told us what they really mean. It's something that started arriving shortly after the Great Attack when I was assigned to her from the Ashenway house to help Matilda. Do you have any theories? Ren asked, still processing the strangeness of what he had just heard. Mayo shrugged. Matilda thinks it's some kind of code. I think it's simply a father just like his daughter trying to communicate in an exaggerated way something he can't say directly. But in the end, her expression became serious. That doesn't really matter anymore. Luna now hates Sirius and just wants to recover the relic. The relic? Ren straightened, his attention completely captured. The one that belongs to her, the light one from the twin stars, Larissa explained. The Starweaver artifacts that were used in the western sector during the battle. Now the faction opposed to Luna's has them, and they're using the battle's success to legitimize their control over them and the territories. It seems to mean too much to her, Leora added. More than just political value or military power. Larissa remained thoughtful for a moment, then nodded slowly. With Luna's documented achievements during the defense of the northern sector, it would be possible to argue that she should have custody of her faction's relic in her father's absence. But we would need quite a bit of support, and it won't be easy or quick with how noble bureaucrats are. Ren looked at the letter in his hand again, then carefully put it away. He thought about Sirius, about his decision to leave the city, about the cryptic and obsessive words he had left behind. He thought about Luna, about how she had fought so valiantly despite everything. His fists clenched. I'm not just going to solve crystallization. I'm going to help Luna recover the relic, he declared. However necessary. The words came out with more conviction than he had felt in a long time. For that, he thought, a new resolution forming in his mind, maybe I'll have to embrace truly becoming a noble soon. The girls looked at him, recognizing the determination in his expression. But some blushed. Ren looked at them and lowered his gaze. He realized that indeed, the sheets had fallen to his waist during his dramatic declaration. He became aware once again that he was surrounded by girls, blushed, and quickly covered himself up to his neck. If you can, could you leave so I can get dressed? He murmured, avoiding eye contact. The girls exchanged glances. Then, as if they had reached a silent agreement, none of them moved. Leora smiled mischievously. Larissa tried to maintain a serious expression, but there was also a touch of amusement in her eyes. Several months had passed since the mutant invasion attempt, and there had been no new attacks during all that time. Although Luna had managed to prevent her faction from losing face being marked as abandonment of duty, her political situation remained precarious. Being a child didn't help. Having escaped from school had complicated things even further. And her uncles having achieved a great accomplishment on Yino's side with the twin stars had strengthened their position to the point where Luna's reward seemed insignificant in comparison. But the saving grace was that fortunately they had only been monetary advantages. Her territory had been saved thanks to her, at least for now. But the constant pressure remained there, threatening to crush her now smaller faction at any moment of weakness. Sirius still hadn't appeared. Had he fallen during his mission? Luna was becoming less and less efficient at pretending she didn't care about him. But today wasn't about politics. Today was about something that could change many things, or at least one person's capabilities greatly. Ren's room was large now, a significant improvement from the first shared space he had occupied during his first year at the academy. Min, Taro, and Lu were positioned near his desk, their expressions mixing excitement with obvious anxiety. The girls occupied the other side of his part of the room near his bed. Luna maintained more distance, her eyes fixed on the point where the process would take place, clearly hoping to see if Machido would finally return. Leora was closer, not trying to disguise her intense curiosity. Larissa maintained a more reserved posture, but her interlaced hands betrayed her nervousness. The maids and guards surrounded them. The professors formed a semicircle near the door. Lin had arrived early but had let Ren skip half of the morning exercise to give him time to attenuate his anxiety. Zhao stood beside her, his arms tense. Wei and Yang flanked Ignatius, all observing with the attention of experts who rarely witnessed something of this magnitude at the prestigious school that would see this new record born. Julius and Selphra had preceded the gathering of those closer to the kid, as they had called the process of selecting who could attend. Many more had wanted to be present, but Ren had flatly refused to make the process public or do something like ranking up on the esplanade as if it were some kind of attraction. So there wasn't space, even in the spacious room, to allow everyone who could be there to attend. And Ren didn't want to disappoint a larger audience either. Not when he didn't know what would happen. He held the last gold-sized processed crystal in his hands, the last of 400 he had used to reach this rank, feeling the familiar but always significant weight of what he was about to do. Today's cultivations of his Wolverine and Diamond Hydra he had already done first, and since requiring less than a tenth of the energy they had been simple, following established patterns that everyone had seen before. They didn't even require great preparation even at the beast's overload limit, just good management and correct mana distributions. But the fungus was different. Not only did it require more strange materials like a mushroom from the golden spores, it also required external support so as not to break Ren's systems, or else, his veins wouldn't withstand the enormous energy. When Ren took the final crystal, the largest and processed with the extreme care that only he knew was necessary, everyone in the room visibly tensed. The requirements were 10 times greater than for any normal beast reaching this same rank. Ren closed his eyes and began. The processed male shadow stalker tentacles from his reserve were already ready on the desk. Little by little he used them, passing them through the mana points in his body that were getting blocked with the high precision given by years of practice. It was a scene most present had witnessed many times, but it never ceased to generate anxiety seeing how Ren suffered as he pushed his system beyond what should be possible. The crystal began to disappear, its energy flowing toward Ren's system in waves that made his entire body illuminate from within. The veins in his arms became visible, pulsing with golden light as he channeled massive amounts of processed mana. Luna took a step forward without realizing it, her hands clenching until her fingers turned white. Min had to grab Lu's shoulder to keep himself in place. Even Lin, with all her past experience, felt her breathing quicken as she watched. The process intensified. The entire room began to vibrate subtly with the amount of energy Ren was processing. The decorative crystals on the walls resonated, creating a low-frequency hum that was felt in their mana systems more than heard in their ears. And then something changed. Ren felt a connection forming, tenuous at first but becoming stronger with each second. It was like touching something familiar after years of separation, recognizing a presence that had been a fundamental part of his identity. His fungus. His first beast was evolving. The sensation was pleasant after the pain of cultivation. An omni boost of 100%, as if he had a fourth power ring. The 3 hidden rings within the seed pulsed in response, resonating with the energy flowing through his system. The power grew exponentially, filling every cell of his body with an extra vitality of 400% that he had forgotten was possible to feel. His senses sharpened until he could hear individual heartbeats around the room. His perception of mana became crystalline, seeing the flows with perfect clarity. And then it began to diminish. No, Ren murmured, trying to hold on to the connection that was escaping like sand between his fingers. No, wait. I need you. But no matter how much effort he put in, the connection kept fading. Little by little, inexorably, until it was finally completely lost. When Ren opened his eyes, tears were running down his cheeks. He hadn't recovered his initial beast from the cyst. The jade seed also remained broken, holding on by almost nothing. It had regenerated during these months, yes, but only minimally. Run. Lin began softly, approaching. But Ren shook his head, quickly wiping away the tears with the back of his hand. "It's okay," he murmured, his voice no longer sounding sad but resolved. I knew this was a possibility. But it's not everything, right?" Taro tried to cheer him up. "Maybe you can still." "I don't think I'll be able to form another contract as things are," Ren interrupted, assuming the worst. "If I couldn't even recover my main beast, how am I going to?" He stopped when his fingers caressed with resignation the mantis egg he had been keeping for years. The contact was casual, driven by unconscious longing more than deliberate intention. And he felt something. It wasn't anything like the complete connection with his fungus. But it was a possibility to advance that was there, pulsing softly under his touch. He could do it. He could form the fourth contract. "I think you're right," Ren murmured to Taro, a spark of hope igniting in his chest. "Even though I lost it, I could feel it for a moment. I still have a slight connection. It's still the foundation of my development even though it's dormant. I still can. I can move forward." Julius and Selphira exchanged meaningful glances. They knew exactly what Ren was about to show everyone, and the implications of allowing it. But they had agreed that the people in this room could know. They had always been Ren's allies, possessed discretion, and understood that some secrets were worth protecting. Ren looked at those present, seeing recognition in their faces. "I'm going to do it," he announced. "I'm going to become the world's first natural four-beast tamer." The silence that followed was absolute. Even those who had suspected this was possible were left speechless hearing such a direct declaration. Ren positioned the mantis egg in front of him and began the contract process. The mantis's base bonus was 40% in speed and attack, respectable though not extraordinary for someone at his level. But Ren hadn't selected it just for the bonuses. It was here for the synergies, for combinations that could transform the ordinary into exceptional. And then something happened that nobody had expected. As had occurred with his Wolverine, the mantis began connecting with the seed's roots. The connections formed rapidly, and the mantis began mutating in ways that defied its base biology. Elemental lines began combining to generate the same jade light from that time, but now it was slightly different. Now there were 3 extra beasts in Ren's system, 3 energy sources interacting in ways that had never been tested before. The energetic synergy began affecting not only the mantis but also the diamond hydra. The crystals covering the hydra's body absorbed the light as well, their faceted surfaces beginning to glow with inner radiance. The jade mantis took its place in Ren's arsenal, but when the process finally completed, its bonuses weren't the expected 40%. They were now 50% base for all his beasts. A generalized Tier 3. Beyond that, Ren felt an increase in his elemental control that went beyond what any individual bonus should provide. The 3 beasts were resonating together, amplifying not only their individual powers but creating emergent effects that were more than the sum of their parts. The small mantis, about 50 centimeters long, emerged from the egg with movements that were paradoxically stoic yet fluid. Its jade body gleamed under the room's light, each facet reflecting rainbows of color. The creature's triangular head swiveled, taking in its surroundings with compound eyes that seemed to see more than just the physical world. "Seems like it wasn't so bad," Ren murmured, a small but genuine smile appearing on his face for the first time since beginning the process. He looked at his hands, feeling the new power flowing through his system, but also the void where the complete connection with his fungus should have been. The absence was a constant ache, like a phantom limb that his mind kept reaching for. "I had hoped," he finally murmured, "to better understand crystallization. If I could reverse it." He didn't need to finish. Everyone knew whom he was referring to. Lin stepped forward to place a hand on his shoulder, her grip firm and reassuring. Luna finally approached too, having abandoned her distant position. "So Bushido didn't return," Ren admitted, and the pain in his voice was real. "But he's still there," he added more forcefully, his jaw setting with determination. "I still won't give up on recovering my beast's capabilities to the maximum." He felt the new power flowing through his system. It was different from what he expected, but undeniably powerful. Without my main beast completely recovered, reversing crystallization is far from possible, he continued, clenching his fists. I'll have to keep advancing. Maybe if I get the rings the king was searching for. Run. Julius's voice cut through his thoughts. Don't rush. Selphora nodded, approaching with an expression that had both pride and concern. You must learn from your mistakes. Desperation has led you to dangerous places, both internally and externally. Everyone nodded with varying degrees of emphasis. The memory of corrupted Ren was still fresh enough to make them all uncomfortable. The last thing we want, Min joked, trying to lighten the tense atmosphere, is an evil Ren again. Now with 3 beasts you'd be even more problematic. And the other last thing we want, Mayo replied without missing a beat, is an evil Min telling bad jokes all the time. The room filled with small laughs. Even Ren couldn't help but smile, though concern remained present in his eyes. Selphora waited for the laughter to fade before continuing. Before going out to search for ancestral artifacts or face challenges that nearly killed our king, her tone became serious, you also have to earn the right to do it. If you're a noble, you can leave more easily without having to do it, the hard way again. She paused meaningfully. For that, you must finish the 4th year and pass the tests. Though I'm sure you'll be able to pass them easily, she added with a small smile. First he'll have to fight me at the end of the year, Leora interrupted, her eyes shining with competitive determination. Maybe he will not end with first place this time you won't beat me on the final exams. Ren sighed deeply, but there was acceptance in the sound. You're right. There's still much to do. Zhao approached, studying Ren with the gaze of a teacher who had watched his student grow. The techniques you've developed are impressive, but don't let power make you forget the fundamentals. Creativity without discipline is chaos. And chaos, Yang added dryly, tends to explode in your face in spectacular ways. Ignatius, who had been observing silently, added his grain of sand. The brightest fire isn't necessarily the most useful. Sometimes, constant and controlled flames achieve more than dramatic explosions. The weeks that followed were a blur of intense activity. Then the last months passed with the peculiar speed of academic time, where each individual hour seemed eternal but days flew by. And then, almost without realizing it, the end of the 4th year arrived. The exam was intense as always. The results were so close they had to verify them 3 times. Technical tie due to time limit, the professor announced with an expression of disbelief. Leora's group, her, Larissa, and Luna, exchanged glances with Ren's, him, Min, and Taro. Then they smiled simultaneously. Next time, she promised. Next time, he agreed. The 4th year end vacation arrived with the characteristic relief of having survived another academic cycle. Ren was finally entering his 5th year, a milestone that had seemed impossibly distant when he'd started as the boy with the weakest beast. But today wasn't about academy or power or politics. Today, after so long, he would finally see his parents again. Ren stood before the now enormous door, his hand raised to knock but hesitating. How much had changed this time? Would they recognize the person he'd become? Would they be proud, or worried about the path he'd taken? He breathed deeply, steadying himself. And knocked on the door. Ren stood before his new house's door, feeling both familiarity and disconnection at the same time. The 300 square meter structure on a 1,000 square meter lot was modest by the area's standards, but compared to the small, agricultural slave house on the outskirts where he had grown up, it was a palace. Before he could continue ruminating, the door opened revealing a familiar face that made a genuine smile from him. Ren. Lee's mother and former neighbor from his old house greeted him with the warmth of someone who had watched him grow up. She now worked here, handling various domestic tasks that his parents had reluctantly agreed to delegate. Mrs. Chen, Ren responded, allowing himself to relax for the first time in weeks. How are you? Good, good. Though still waiting for your friendly who hasn't gotten home yet, she said with exasperated but affectionate tone. He's surely doing silly things with Tao, looking for girls at some dance hall or another instead of coming and greeting his mom. Ren laughed. Some never change. Could you let me know when they arrive? I'd like to say hello. Of course. Your parents are in their upstairs room, preparing for whatever you're going to take them to do. There was a touch of amusement in her voice. They've been nervous all morning. Ren climbed the stairs with steps that became slower with each one. It wasn't nervousness exactly, but the weight of everything he would have to explain. The nobility. The territories. The responsibilities he had been procrastinating mentioning because he knew exactly how his parents would react. For him, all this was simply more homework. More obligations he hadn't asked for but had accepted because the path toward his goals passed through these kinds of concessions. The sessions with Arturo that Zhao helped him attend had been particularly tedious. Territorial management, resource policies, navigating noble hierarchies, an endless mountain of problems that seemed specifically designed to make any benefit feel insignificant in comparison. And the prospect of beginning to manage a larger area, surrounded by so many detractors who measured his every move, was frankly unpleasant. At least he had powerful allies, and even so. But his parents. They had enough dealing with the politics of not feeling out of place in this new zone. The transition from border workers to residents of a prosperous area had been difficult, filled with awkward moments where class differences had generated initially painful transformations. How was he supposed to tell them he was going to become something much more complex and grand? That he would have his own territory? That the political complications they were barely beginning to navigate would multiply exponentially? He reached the main room's door and found it ajar. Inside, he could hear his parents speaking in low voices. I can't make this thing adjust correctly, his father muttered with evident frustration. Let me help you, his mother responded. Though I don't have the slightest idea how this is supposed to look either. Ren pushed the door gently, and the scene he witnessed squeezed his heart. His parents stood before a large mirror, struggling with clearly expensive clothing they didn't know how to use appropriately. His father had managed to put on a formal tunic that probably cost more than all the clothes they had owned in their previous life, but had fastened it in the wrong order. His mother tried to help him while also attempting to decipher how the decorative brooches on her own dress worked. Both looked uncomfortable, out of place, like children playing dress-up in adult clothes. Need help? Ren asked softly. Both turned immediately, and the expression on their faces when they saw him made all the stress of recent months worthwhile. Run. His mother crossed the room in seconds, enveloping him in a hug that smelled of the familiar spices from her kitchen. And some new ones. You've grown so much. At 14 years old, Ren was now considerably taller, and the build he had developed through years of training was noticeably different from the thin child he had been. But she had seen him 6 months ago and he really hadn't grown that much. His father approached more slowly, his eyes evaluating Ren with the gaze of someone seeking to confirm his son was really alright. You look different. A bit older, Ren joked, trying to lighten the atmosphere. More serious and tired, his father corrected with concern. Are you sleeping enough? Ren couldn't help but smile at such a typically parental question. Here he was, having fought abominations the size of buildings, and his father was worried about his sleep habits. Enough, he responded, deciding it was better not to mention the nights where his crystallization studies extended until dawn. His mother finally released him, studying his face with maternal attention. There's something you want to tell us. I can see it in your eyes. Of course she could. His parents always knew. Ren breathed deeply. Yes. There's something important I need to explain to you. Something I've been postponing. His parents exchanged glances, then sat on the bed's edge, giving him their complete attention. Their full attention here would have been maybe unnerving. But with an image that still looked fun with wrongly worn clothes. Ren relaxed a lot. Life here has improved a lot for you, he began, gesturing toward the window that overlooked the patio where their improvised restaurant occupied 500 square meters. The outdoor restaurant is going well, right? Better than we ever imagined, his father admitted. The quality of ingredients we can get now, the variety, we've adapted our recipes and customers keep coming. We've become quite popular in the area, his mother added with shy pride. Though it still surprises me when nobles come to eat our food, even if they're low-ranked nobles. Ren smiled. Your cooking has always been exceptional. You just needed the right opportunities. Thanks to you, his father said firmly. All of this is thanks to you, Ren. The connections you've made, the people you know. About that, Ren interrupted, knowing he had to say it before losing courage. There's something bigger approaching. Something that's going to complicate things even more. The concern on his parents' faces intensified. They leaned forward slightly, their bodies tensing as if preparing for bad news. As you know, I'm going to become a true noble, Ren blurted out, the words coming more abruptly than he had planned. Officially, our surname will have a territory and everything that implies. It's not just any nobility. Grandmother Selphira won't stop until she makes us high nobility. The silence that followed was absolute. His parents stared at him as if he had just spoken in a completely unknown language. His mother's hand found his father's, gripping it tightly. His father's mouth opened slightly, then closed, then opened again without words forming. Territory, his mother finally managed, her voice barely a whisper. High nobility. Ren, how can we possibly? You don't have to do anything big, Ren said quickly, seeing the panic beginning to form in their eyes. I'll handle all of it. You can keep being you, keep living your lives. I needed you to know what's coming. We are moving again, further in this time. But even as he said it, he knew it wasn't that simple. Nothing ever was. All this is not something I particularly want, Ren hastened to explain. For me it's just, more homework. More responsibilities. Arturo has been teaching me about territorial management and it's honestly more trouble than benefit most of the time. But then why, his father began. Because it's necessary, Ren responded simply. To accomplish what I need to accomplish, to help the people I need to help, I have to be in a position where I can act with fewer restrictions. And that means high nobility. His parents processed this slowly. His mother was the first to speak again. But son, she looked at him directly, is this really what you want? Or is it just what you feel you have to do? It's what I have to do, he admitted. But, he added before they could protest, it's not just a feeling. It's something that truly matters to me. His parents looked at him for a long moment, then exchanged one of those marital glances that communicated volumes without words. All right, his mother finally said. If this is what you need to do, then we'll support you. But Ren, her voice became firmer, don't forget who you are. Don't let all this change what really matters. I won't. I promise. His father straightened, and Ren noticed he looked younger than ever. Both parents did. The fatigue lines that had marked their faces during years of hard work on the frontier had softened significantly. Ren, his father said slowly, his voice gaining firmness, we're double tamers thanks to you. Our tortoises have reached silver rank. As far as strength or level goes, we won't feel lesser than anyone. You can do what you need to. His mother nodded, squeezing his hand. Your father is right. What makes us feel out of place is, an old idea more than a reality. We can overcome it without doubt, no matter how much time of discomfort it takes us. It was a moment of clarity that surprised Ren. His parents had been internalizing their social inferiority despite the fact that, objectively, they were no longer the powerless workers they had been. The new house we'll move to, Ren continued, taking advantage of the shift in their attitude, Grandmother Selphira sold it to me cheap. It's 10 times cheaper than its normal price and 10 times larger than this one, more toward the city center. Everything is an improvement, though you'll need more employees. He paused, considering. As for the restaurant, you have the option of coming here traveling an hour to keep using this house as a restaurant, or starting a new one in the new zone. You can take your time to think about it. His parents exchanged long glances. Finally, his father spoke. Our son has to keep climbing the social ladder, he said with determination Ren hadn't heard in years. And we're not going to be in his way. We'll overcome whatever problems arise. Now, his mother added with a small smile, help us dress correctly in these ridiculous clothes because we clearly don't know what we're doing. The laughter that followed relieved some of the tension, and as Ren helped his parents dress appropriately, he felt a warmth that had been missing for months. In the end, no matter how complicated everything became, no matter what titles he acquired or what responsibilities he assumed, they would always support him. They were still his parents. And that was something no amount of nobility could change. Thanks to what Leora and Larissa had taught him, plus the maids, except Mayo, whose prankster advice would be a bad idea to follow, Ren managed to help his parents dress appropriately. The brooches were fastened in the correct order, the layers fell the proper way, and when they were finally ready, they looked like beautiful established nobles instead of disguised workers. The large vitality increases really did change people's complexions to something strangely clean and healthy. The journey to the new house was in a comfortable carriage that his parents still weren't completely accustomed to using. Ren observed their faces as they crossed through the increasingly prosperous district, seeing how their expressions changed from uncertainty to amazement. This is my third property, Ren thought casually. If I count that I, accidentally, bought the land of our first house 2 years ago. Ren frowned, remembering. The previous owner and his former employer from the old restaurant had found them in the zone slightly better than where he himself lived. So seeing that they were now wealthy and had a better restaurant than his, he came demanding payment for damages, making a commotion at the restaurant. It was actually something fair. Ren had overlooked paying for damages and his parents were collecting the money. They hadn't told Ren, thinking they'd pay on their own, but payments for various unexpected things had delayed them from getting the total amount in such a short time, and they were waiting to have everything before contacting him. The man was right that it had been improper not to notify him somehow beforehand, though he didn't need to make a commotion. However, he went too far. He tried to extort an unfair price, 10 times greater than the total cost of the house his parents were trying to save, and didn't even want to sell it at that exorbitant price. It was just a payment for damages. I paid those 5 million without complaint to get him to stop making a scene, he continued remembering, shrugging. It seemed like little to me. My perception of money is already altered. My 10-year-old self would hit me. And that should have settled it, but Larissa found out. A small smile appeared on his face. It didn't end well for the man at all. I recovered and doubled my money for some reason. I never knew exactly what she did, but it was effective. The carriage finally stopped in front of a structure that left both parents speechless. The mansion wasn't ostentatious in the sense of being flashy or excessively decorated. It was simply large. Massive. The kind of property that communicated established wealth without needing to shout about it. 3 stories of pale stone rose before them, with tall windows that caught the afternoon light and made the entire building seem to glow. The entrance was framed by columns that managed to be impressive without being gaudy, and the ground stretched out in carefully maintained gardens that spoke of money and taste in equal measure. This is. His mother began, then stopped, unable to find words. Ours, Ren finished simply. This is ours now. His father stepped out of the carriage slowly, his eyes sweeping across the facade with an expression of both disbelief and something approaching fear. Ren, we can't possibly, we don't know how to. You'll learn, Ren said firmly. Just like you learned everything else. And you'll have help, staff, advisors, people who know how to manage a property like this. His mother turned to look at him, tears beginning to form in her eyes. How did we get here? How did our little boy become someone who can give us something like this? By being good, never giving up and working hard, Ren said softly. Just like you taught me to. And luck, lots of luck, having you as parents and unintentionally receiving from you the strongest beast. His father opened his mouth, closed it, then pointed toward a side wing courtyard. And that is? Stables, Ren said. For training tamers with transportation beasts. How many employees with transportation beasts do we have? His mother asked weakly, her voice barely above a whisper. Currently just one, a gift from Victor, but later. Ren trailed off, realizing that explaining the full scope of what later meant might be too much right now. And that? His father pointed toward the extensive garden, his finger trembling slightly. The garden stretched out in organized rows, with sections clearly dedicated to different purposes. Some areas had rich, dark soil prepared for planting, while others already bloomed with colorful flowers that swayed in the afternoon breeze. For cultivating medicinal herbs and decoration, I suppose. Ren had to admit he wasn't entirely sure about all the garden's intended purposes. His parents' expressions became increasingly comical as Ren guided them toward the entrance. His mother's eyes kept widening with each new feature he pointed out, while his father's mouth hung slightly open in a way that would have been funny under different circumstances. When they entered, they were greeted by two guards Ren knew well. Mako, Shizu, Ren greeted with familiarity. Thank you for being here. Of course, young master, Mako responded with a professional bow that made Ren's parents stiffen even more. But his parents already knew the guard girls, it was the additional staff that really surprised them. Two maids and a butler, sent by Selphra and Julius, were positioned in the vestibule. Their postures were perfectly straight, their clothing impeccably arranged, each movement calculated to demonstrate years of professional training. They'll be here temporarily, Ren explained quickly, seeing his parents' expressions. To educate whoever becomes permanent employees about appropriate protocols and all that. The butler, a middle-aged man with perfectly combed hair and an expression suggesting he had seen everything in his long career, stepped forward with a perfect bow. Lord Pattender, he said with a perfectly modulated voice. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Lady Selphra speaks very highly of you. The pleasure is mine, Ren responded, trying not to sound too uncomfortable with the formality. His parents, for their part, seemed to have forgotten how to breathe properly. His mother's hand found his father's arm, gripping it tightly enough that it hurt. If you'll permit me, the butler continued, I would like to discuss the staffing needs for a property of this size. He led Ren and his parents through a tour that revealed exactly how massive the property was. Is that, his father began, pointing toward a side wing. A private library, his mother completed, her voice rising an octave. Why would we need a private library? To store knowledge and not forget it, Ren responded. It'll be useful since I plan to write many books. And it already came with the house. There were also reception halls with vaulted ceilings painted in scenes of fantastical dragons, formal and informal dining rooms that could accommodate anywhere from employees, intimate family meals to lavish banquets, numerous guest rooms each decorated in different themes, extensive service areas with their own separate corridors hidden from view, kitchens that would make professional chefs cry with envy. The formal dining room alone could seat 30 people comfortably, with crystal chandeliers that caught the light and scattered rainbows across polished marble floors. The informal dining area was nearly as large, with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the gardens. The guest wing had 10 separate suites, each with its own sitting room and private bath. The service quarters were a maze of storage rooms, laundry facilities, and staff housing that seemed to stretch endlessly. To maintain this appropriately, the butler explained as they walked, carrying the authority of someone who had managed similar properties for decades, I would recommend hiring at least 20 people. Perhaps 30 initially to gradually eliminate those who don't achieve a certain quality standard. He continued listing the required positions: head chef and kitchen staff, groundskeepers, housekeepers, personal attendants, security personnel beyond the guards already assigned. Each category seemed to branch into subcategories that made Ren's head spin slightly. Ren sighed but nodded. There were many people he wanted to support with good salaries, and frankly he didn't have spare positions. Even so, there would be not only 20 or 30 people getting help, with each good salary, entire families could be supported. When they reached the back courtyard, his mother's eyes lit up. It was spacious, well-maintained, with enough space for. "We could put the restaurant here," she murmured, almost to herself. The butler cleared his throat discreetly. "If you'll permit me, madam, I would advise against that option." All three patenters looked at him. "It would be glanced upon unfavorably," he explained with diplomatic tact. "A high-nobility family operating a restaurant from their main residence communicates incorrect messages about financial stability and social priorities." He paused, then added, "However, Lady Ashenway predicted something like this and permitted me to inform you that she can get you a good space near high client traffic at 10% of its market price. You could install a formal establishment there, appropriate for your family's new rank, but separate from the main residence." Ren did the mental calculations. That 10% around here was still a considerable amount, probably more than he had spent on his first two properties combined. But it sounded like an extremely good investment. He thought of Finch and Theodore, his financial advisors who, when they learned about Selfer and Julius's help with the mansion, had dramatically died of envy, constantly commenting on the advantages of having powerful patrons who subsidized properties in their territory. This was exactly the kind of opportunity that would make Theodore pretend to faint with envy again. He should use it. "I want it," Ren said finally. "When can we see the available options?" "I can arrange visits for tomorrow," the butler responded. "Lady Ashenway has already identified 3 potential locations she believes would be appropriate." Of course she had. Selfra rarely left anything Ren related to chance after what happened at the beginning of the war with the Goldcrests. His parents still seemed to be processing everything. His mother walked slowly toward the garden's edge, touching the decorative flowers with trembling fingers. The petals were soft, well-tended, the kind that required daily care and attention. His father simply stood in the courtyard center, turning slowly to absorb the magnitude of what was now, apparently, theirs. "This is too much for our small family," his father finally murmured. "Maybe," Ren responded. "But it's necessary." "When did you become so casual with wealth?" his mother asked, turning toward him with an expression that mixed pride with concern. Ren considered the question. "When I realized that money is just a tool. A useful one, yes, but in the end only the purpose matters, what you can do with it." He paused, looking at the mansion he now owned. "And I need to be able to do much more." The butler observed the exchange with the neutral expression of someone trained not to comment on his employer's family matters. The maids and guards maintained discreet positions too, present but not intrusive. Then, Ren's father finally said, straightening, "We're going to need to learn quickly." "Very quickly," his mother added. "Because we clearly have a lot to learn about how to live, like this." She gestured vaguely toward the entire mansion, the expression on her face suggesting she still wasn't completely sure this wasn't some kind of dream. Ren smiled, feeling some of the tension in his chest loosen. His parents were going to be all right. Maybe not immediately, maybe not without stumbles and awkward moments, but they were going to adapt. At least, that's what Ren hoped. The new and old employees arrived at different times of day, a group of almost 30 people Ren recognized immediately. Some had already been working at the previous house, and all were former neighbors from his old home, people who had shared the misery of frontier life and now had the opportunity to work in infinitely better conditions. Among them, Ren finally saw faces he had been waiting for. "Ren!" Lee practically jumped on him, without a trace of the formality the butler clearly expected. "Brother, look at you. When did you get so tall?" Tao followed closely, grinning widely. "And so fancy. Is that tunic made from real black moth scales?" "By all the dragons." But it was the third who made Ren pause to observe. Annuar. His family also ended up under Ren's wing eventually. They had always had a bit more financial freedom when Ren was small, with several bronzes in the family instead of just irons. The snobs of the neighborhood. Annuar had gotten lucky with his gray egg contract and instead of a plant or spore had obtained a frog. With help from Ren's cultivation methods, both the new plants and frogs were now almost all silver rank or on their way to being so. The plants from the gray eggs were undoubtedly the beast for excellence for the vast majority of the population, the beasts of the masses. Yet their meaning had become something completely different thanks to the 1000-day method and the cultivation method for new generations. Practically everyone could aspire to silver rank now. Those who didn't were lower rank just due to lack of immediate economic support, some by being late or not filling out government forms well, others by simple, wait-and-see attitudes. But it was very rare to find someone distracted who hadn't received public support by not knowing about it. Mostly, for the many who had been slow to try the process, it was more about waiting to see that it wasn't some strange government trap, but they were now an extreme minority. Annuar had been the show-off friend of the four in their early childhood, and although he used to share, he was the friend who had always been slightly more distant because his family had a bit more money. That Annuar knelt before Ren with reverence that bordered on religious. "Lord Patender," he murmured with a voice full of emotion, "thank you for this opportunity. My family, my silver rank frog, everything we are now is thanks to you." "Get up," Ren said immediately, uncomfortable with the obvious worship. "We're friends. You don't have to." "You're the Messiah," Annuar interrupted, his eyes shining with fervor. "You've helped so many. My frog is at silver 2 now." "Silver 2? 3 years ago, my family would have barely been able to pay for basic crystals for my current cultivation." Li and Tao exchanged amused glances as they pulled Annuar back to his feet. "Our friend has gotten a bit intense about the subject," Li explained. "But he's right about one thing. Our plants are silver only thanks to you." "Mine is about to reach silver 3, Tao added with obvious pride. "Dad says he's never seen a beast evolve so fast." The butler cleared his throat discreetly, clearly disapproving of the level of informality, but Ren ignored him. "And your families?" Ren asked. "How are they?" "Mom saw you this morning, she's perfectly fine and will stay in the cleaning group," Li responded, pointing to where his mother conversed animatedly with other employees. "She's excited to work here even though cleaning will take much longer. She says the new salary is as big as the new mansion." "My parents will be on the gardening team," Tao said. "Dad won't stop talking about the interesting things you're going to cultivate here. He has lots of ideas." Annuar finally straightened completely. "My family. We were assigned administrative duties. If we pass the butler's training," he added quickly, glancing nervously toward the older man who watched them with an inscrutable expression. "You'll pass," Ren said with confidence. "Your family was always good with numbers and organization." The three friends looked at him, and Ren immediately noticed the differences between them and the noble students he saw at the academy. Li talked with his hands, gesticulating exaggeratedly. Tao scratched wherever it itched without worrying about etiquette. Annuar, despite his religious fervor toward Ren, maintained a relaxed posture that no noble would adopt in the presence of a superior. They were casual, liberal, uneducated in the subtleties of noble etiquette. And honestly, Ren found that refreshing now. The small things that had been his normal felt like a great luxury at this moment. "So," Li said with a mischievous smile, "tell us more about your academy. Are there pretty girls?" Ren felt his cheeks heat up. "Lately you guys don't get tired of asking the same thing every semester vacation." "That's not relevant to." "Of course there are." Tao laughed. "Look how red he got. I've heard that most noble girls are incredibly beautiful when they grow up thanks to vitality increases," Annuar added, his tone more casual now that his worship moment had passed. "Is it true?" As if summoned by the conversation, Mako and Shizu appeared at that moment, their uniforms perfectly fitted and their movements with the grace of years of training. The three friends were completely speechless. "Young master," Mako said professionally, "the maids and butler are asking if you're ready to review the training schedules." "In a moment," Ren responded, trying to ignore how his friends were looking at him with pure envy. When the guards withdrew, Lee was the first to speak. "Brother," he murmured with reverent amazement, "your life is unfair." "Completely unfair," Tao agreed. Even Anur seemed to have temporarily forgotten his religious fervor, replaced by simple adolescent envy. The following 2 days were dedicated to visiting the 3 locations Selphra had identified for the restaurant. The butler insisted that both of Ren's parents learn to evaluate properties appropriately, so the visits became improvised lessons about location, traffic flow, and architectural considerations. And during the second visit, they experienced an encounter with one of those called clueless nobles. A young noble, probably 17 or 18 years old, observed them with an expression of obvious disdain as they examined the space from outside. His tunic was embroidered with the emblem of a minor house, and he clearly hadn't received the memo about exactly who Ren Patender was. "Disguised workers looking at properties in this district," he muttered loudly enough to be heard. "What's next, beggars in the royal palace?" Ren's parents immediately tensed, their years of experience with social contempt activating automatic responses to shrink and apologize. But Ren simply turned toward the young man with a neutral expression. "This property," he said calmly, "is being considered for my family. Is there a problem with that?" The young noble evaluated him, clearly trying to determine if Ren was someone important or simply audacious. His eyes swept from Ren's expensive off-colored tunic down to his polished, comfortable first boots, then back up again with growing confusion. The clothing style screamed new wealth, and the face was unfamiliar. "Your family," he repeated with a tone suggesting disbelief, his lip curling slightly. "And who exactly are you?" Ren simply looked at the noble without changing his neutral expression and sighed, somewhere between bored and annoyed at this type of thing. He'd dealt with enough entitled nobles at the academy to recognize the pattern, the posturing, the assumed superiority, the need to establish dominance over anyone perceived as inferior. The butler, positioned discreetly behind Ren, considered intervening. His hand twitched toward his side, where a formal introduction card rested, but only correctly used for higher-ranked nobles than his employer. And speaking now would also diminish his young employer, would make it seem he needed to be defended by someone of lower rank than the aggressor. So he only clenched his jaw and waited, even if his decades of service were telling him this would not end well. The property agent, a middle-aged man who clearly wanted to avoid trouble, didn't think so deeply. So he cleared his throat nervously, his voice coming out higher than intended. "Excuse me, young lord, but this is Lord Ren Patender and—" The young man raised a hand in front of the agent's face to silence him for his impertinence. The gesture was dismissive, the kind of casual cruelty that came from years of never being challenged. There was a moment of silence while the name registered. The young noble blinked, frowned, clearly searching his memory for whether he should recognize that name. His expression cycled through confusion, consideration, then settled back on arrogance. "I don't know any important Patender," he finally thought. "I don't care who they are," the noble interrupted with disdain, waving his hand as if swatting away an insect. "If they don't know their place, someone has to teach it to them." Had he just threatened his parents too? It was then that something changed in the air around the noble. Subtly at first, then more obvious. His hair began moving as if a breeze touched it, except there was no breeze anywhere else. The carefully styled locks lifted and swayed in an invisible current. The noble frowned, trying to turn around, but discovered his feet had lifted slightly off the ground. What? His eyes widened as he rose several more centimeters, his boots now dangling uselessly above the cobblestones. Ren hadn't moved. Hadn't said a word. Hadn't even shifted his weight or changed his breathing. He just watched him with those eyes that now subtly glowed with jade light full of elemental power. The noble spun in the air involuntarily, making a complete rotation before he could react. His arms pinwheeled, trying to find purchase in empty air, his carefully maintained dignity crumbling with each undignified flail. "How dare you," he roared, his wounded pride overcoming his common sense. His face flushed red with humiliation and rage. "I'm an 8th-year student at Silver 3 rank." He activated his fusion with the desperate intensity of someone whose world was suddenly not following the expected script. His elemental Wolverine merged with him in a flash of light and energy, a beast popular among nobility, and this one was in a perfect situation because he had directed his cultivation toward wind affinity itself. The noble's control over the element shot up to 300%, Tier 3, enough to dominate most wind elemental beasts even of his same rank. Power flooded through him, the familiar rush of fusion making him feel invincible again. He immediately tried to cancel the control Ren had over the surrounding wind, pouring his enhanced will into the air currents. He could feel them, sense every eddy and flow, and he reached out with his powerful Tier 3 control to seize them, thinking about the endless ways he would use to recover his dignity. He would slam this upstart into the ground, make him grovel, teach him what real power looked like and nothing happened. The wind kept moving exactly as Ren wanted, completely ignoring the fused noble's attempts to influence it. It was like trying to push against a mountain, no, worse, like pushing against something that didn't even acknowledge his existence. Impossible, the noble murmured, his face paling as the reality of the situation began to sink in. His Tier 3 control should have at least created some resistance, some pushback. But there was nothing. What kind of wind master is helping you? The noble tried to perceive energy around them, extending his enhanced senses to find the hidden expert hidden behind the hypothetical curtains who must be assisting this boy. But nothing, no signature, no presence, no indication of any external interference. Impossible, the brat isn't even fused. The noble began spinning in the air much faster now, the world becoming a blur of colors and shapes. His stomach lurched as the rotation accelerated, soon becoming dizzy and disoriented. The carefully prepared breakfast he'd eaten that morning began its unwelcome journey back up his throat. Ren finally spoke, his voice soft but charged with power that made everyone present except his parents feel a chill run down their spines. No master, just a young man who has almost 500% elemental control. In all elements. The words hung in the air like a death sentence. 500%. All elements. The implications were staggering, impossible, the kind of thing that shouldn't exist outside of ancient legends. To emphasize the point, the wind that had been manipulating suddenly cooled dramatically. The temperature plummeted so fast that moisture in the air condensed instantly. Ice crystals began forming in the air around the noble, water fusing with wind to create a miniature ice storm that surrounded him completely. Each crystal caught the light, creating a dazzling but terrifying display of elemental mastery. The noble screamed as the cold penetrated his flesh and bones, cutting through his fusion like it wasn't even there. The supernatural chill froze the sweat on his skin instantly and made his teeth chatter so violently he bit his tongue. "Let me cool your head a bit more," Ren murmured, his voice carrying the casual tone of someone adjusting the temperature in their bath, and the temperature dropped even further. Moments later. The noble fell to his knees the instant Ren released him, vomiting violently from the combination of dizziness from the involuntary acrobatics and the shock of extreme cold. His breakfast splattered across the expensive cobblestones, chunks mixing with bile. He trembled so hard he could barely keep his fusion active, the connection to his beast flickering like a candle in a hurricane. It was then that the property agent, who had been discreetly trying to move away from the confrontation, cleared his throat nervously. "Lord Pattender is under the patronage of Lady Ashenway," he explained carefully. "And he's a candidate for his own nobility at the beginning of his adult year. This New Year's Eve ceremony for 5th years in a few days." The name Ashenway hit like a physical blow. The noble's eyes widened even further, horror replacing the last vestiges of his arrogance. I'm sorry," the noble managed to say between gags, spittle and vomit dripping from his chin. "I didn't know, forgive me, please." Ren released his control gradually, allowing the air to return to normal temperature degree by degree. The ice crystals began to melt, creating a light mist that sparkled in the sun. The noble collapsed completely on the ground, shivering uncontrollably, soaked in cold sweat and vomit, his expensive clothing ruined and his dignity obliterated. "Next time," Ren said calmly, "consider respecting people." Maybe what you see as inferior isn't what it seems. Now leave. Dizzy and feeling terrible, the noble tried to pretend to be knocked out, hoping that unconsciousness might spare him any more suffering. But when Ren began moving the air again, just a subtle shift that promised more punishment, he dropped the act and crawled as best he could toward the exit. His dignity could indeed go lower. The butler had a small smile of satisfaction on his normally expressionless face, the kind of subtle pleasure that came from watching arrogance meet its match. And Ren's parents, who had been ready to intervene with their new silver beasts, so close to letting maternal and paternal instincts overriding any consideration of rank or propriety, understood again and with more intensity that their son no longer needed anyone to protect him. If anything, they might be the ones who needed his protection now. Ren let the moment extend for a few seconds before simply nodding and continuing with his property inspection, as if the exchange hadn't been important. But he had sent a message. And he knew the story would spread. The fourth day brought a different lesson. Ren had been at the castle for a few hours handling some matters, when he returned to find the butler scolding his parents in the courtyard. With all due respect, the butler was saying in a tone suggesting it wasn't the first time he'd had this conversation, his hands clasped behind his back in a posture of restrained exasperation, "You cannot be seen working manually in the garden. Not when there are employees specifically hired for those tasks." His mother had dirt on her hands, her cheeks flushed from exertion. She'd clearly been helping the gardeners with the new herbs, unable to resist the pull of physical work she'd done her entire life. His father had been moving some of the enormous, heavier pots, decorative pieces that weighed hundreds of pounds, using his improved double Tamer strength without thinking about the social implications. "We were just helping a little bit," his mother protested, carrying a bewildered and hurt voice of someone being scolded for trying to be helpful. She wiped her hands on a cloth, smearing more dirt than removing it. "I don't understand the problem." "The problem," interrupted one of the maids sent by Selphora, a woman with sharp eyes and sharper awareness of social dynamics, "is that the neighboring nobles are watching. And when they see the lords of the house working like servants, they form opinions about the legitimacy of their status." She gestured subtly toward the neighboring properties, where Ren could now see curtains twitching in windows, faces peering out to observe the spectacle of the supposed nobles doing manual labor. Ren saw how his parents struggled with understanding that they now had to play a role constantly, even in their own home. The confusion and hurt in their expressions made his chest tighten. They'd worked hard their entire lives, taken pride in that work, and now they were being told that very work ethic was inappropriate. Ren was surely going to have to send many more messages in the future to establish that his family's legitimacy wasn't up for debate. "It's ridiculous," his father muttered that night as they sat in the informal dining room, his hands clenched around a cup of tea that had long since gone cold. "I'm perfectly capable of moving my own pots." "I know," Ren responded softly, reaching across the table to touch his father's arm. "But that's how this world works. It's not about capability. It's about perception. And wasn't that the truth that governed everything in noble society? Not what you could do, but what others thought you could do. Not who you were, but who you appeared to be." The fifth day of vacation brought uninvited visitors that promised complications of an entirely different nature. A middle-aged noblewoman, accompanied by her daughter approximately Ren's age, appeared at the main door with smiles that didn't quite reach their eyes. The mother's smile was calculated, practiced, the kind that came from years of social maneuvering. The daughter's was more genuine but carried an edge of nervous anticipation. "My daughter, Celeste," the noblewoman introduced with a smile that tried too hard to appear casual. Her hand rested on her daughter's shoulder with just slightly too much pressure. "She's 14 years old, is a tamer of a silver rank beast, and has been educated in all the appropriate arts for a noble wife." Celeste, a girl with chestnut hair and a timid expression, performed a perfect curtsy. The movement was flawless, practiced countless times until muscle memory made it automatic. Ren immediately noticed how her eyes evaluated the mansion before looking at him. "A pleasure to meet you," Ren responded with automatic courtesy, while internally trying to process what was happening exactly. The butler, positioned discreetly nearby, had an expression that suggested this was exactly what he had expected. There was almost resignation in the slight downturn of his mouth. Lady Moravin didn't waste time. Our family has fallen on difficult times lately. But taking advantage of the nouveau riche before others would be a gift from heaven. I'm sure we could recover our previous status. There was the reason, laid bare by her poorly controlled manna that broadcast her thoughts like a town crier. They weren't here for who Ren was, but for what he represented, a convenient social ladder. Ren was formulating a polite response when another visitor arrived. Lady Moravin wouldn't be the only one to appear. She was simply the first. This one was different. A young noblewoman, perhaps 16 years old, who arrived without her parents, accompanied only by a maid. Her bearing was confident, her stride purposeful rather than hesitant. Lord Pattender, she said with confidence that contrasted completely with Celeste. I'm Victoria Thornhill. I've heard about your cultivation methods and your participations in the kingdom's defense. I wanted to meet the great and powerful man behind all those achievements. She didn't mention marriage. Didn't need to. The intention was clear in how she positioned herself, in how her poorly controlled manner revealed much more easily than any of his elite schoolmates would have. She was revealing genuine interest and liking when she evaluated him. Her eyes lingered on his face, his arms, his posture with an assessment that had nothing to do with political advantage. Ren swallowed hard. And then another arrived. And another. By midday, Ren found himself trapped in what could only be described as a parade of nobles presenting their daughters. Some were clearly opportunistic, declining families seeking a lifeline. Their desperation showed in overenthusiastic compliments and exaggerated accounts of their daughter's accomplishments. Others seemed genuinely impressed by his achievements, their respect colored by calculation about how an alliance might benefit both parties. And a few, the most concerning, were girls who arrived on their own account, perhaps recognizing that Ren was probably one of the best matches available for their generation. These ones were dangerous, they'd chosen him, which meant they had the most agency, intelligence, and determination. Li, Tao, and Annuar observed from their positions near the garden entrance, their expressions changing from amusement to disbelief to pure envy. He's the damn Messiah, Annuar murmured with amazement. He has a harem of nobles forming in his garden. It's not a harem, Tao corrected, though he sounded less convinced with each new arrival. It's just, many noble girls who will probably marry him. That's literally what harem means, Li pointed out. By the time the sun began setting, Ren had met more than 20 potential suitors. The butler finally had to intervene, establishing a system of scheduled appointments for the future because clearly this wasn't going to stop any time soon. The sixth day brought a different type of visitor. The first young noble arrived early. His expression was pure resolve and something darker, jealousy and wounded pride in equal measure. I heard about the incident where you defeated a noble without using your hands, he announced without preamble, his jaw clenched tight enough that muscles jumped in his cheek. It must be an exaggeration, but surely you're not weak, so antagonizing you is a bad idea. However, I also heard about Celeste visiting you yesterday. Ah. Ren immediately understood that sensation in the manna. This wasn't about politics or power. It was personal, raw, the kind of emotion that made young men do stupid things. But did wealthy or noble people normally not know how to circulate mana or use artifacts to hide it? Ren was realizing his school taught at an even better level than he'd thought. Though in reality, much of the reason for the increased skill and capabilities was him and he was underestimated his own impact. Celeste and I have been informally engaged by our families for years, the noble continued, his voice trembling with contained emotion. His hands clenched and unclenched at his sides. Until her mother decided you were a better match. I don't. Ren began. Prove you deserve her, the noble interrupted, activating his fusion with all his desperate energy. He was silver too, with a three-horned horse, a beast that gave him increased speed. Ren sighed. He didn't want to do this. But apparently he had no choice. He extended his hand casually, and the weight of shadows fell upon the noble like a physical blanket. It was a technique he'd seen serious use, and although Ren's control over shadows was less than serious as when fused, his 500% general elemental control was more than enough against a silver 2. The noble froze in place, unable to move while shadow pressure kept him completely immobile. His eyes widened with panic as he realized he couldn't even twitch a finger, couldn't activate any techniques, couldn't do anything but stand there like a statue. "I don't know what situation you think exists," Ren said honestly, "but this won't change anything. Besides, I'm not interested in a family that only seeks its own benefit." After exhausting him for a while, watching sweat bead on his forehead from the effort of trying to move, Ren released the noble, who collapsed to his knees gasping for air. But he wouldn't be the last either. Throughout the day, more arrived. Some motivated by romantic jealousy, hearts broken by redirected engagements or unrequited feelings. Others simply wanting to test if the rumors about Ren's strength were true, driven by competitive spirit or the need to establish dominance. Ren handled them with creative variety. One was gently blown backward with a wind gust that intensified until it left him rolling through the garden like a tumbleweed, collecting leaves and dirt in his expensive clothing. Another discovered the ground beneath his feet had become quicksand, burying him up to his neck while his beast flailed uselessly nearby. A third began sweating profusely when Ren raised the temperature around him with walls of fire to unbearable levels, his fusion doing nothing to protect him from the supernatural heat. The garden and the area outside the wall began filling with failed challengers in different states of defeat. Some semi-frozen, ice crystals forming in their hair and on their eyelashes. Others hanging upside down from nearly indestructible trees, their faces red as blood rushed to their heads. A few simply passed out from dizziness after being spun repeatedly, their inner ears completely overwhelmed. By late afternoon, the scene resembled a battlefield more than a noble estate's garden. Li, Tao, and Annuar observed from their less privileged position, their initial envy transforming into something more complex, a vicarious pride and dawning realization of just how far their friend had climbed. "Brother," Li murmured, watching another defeated noble being helped away by his embarrassed family, "we're never going to have these kinds of problems." "Speak for yourself," Tao responded, though his voice carried more hope than conviction. "As soon as I get into gold rank thanks to Ren's cultivation methods, surely." "Ah, look, here comes another noble." This one was different. Younger, probably 14 like Ren, but clearly more brave than most, or perhaps just more foolish. His face was set with boldness that bordered on recklessness. "My parents said I shouldn't come," he declared as he approached, his voice cracking slightly with adolescent intensity. "But you defeated my older brother yesterday. Nobody defeats a member of the Ashford family without consequences." He activated his fusion, revealing he had contracted a hawk-type beast that gave him increased wind control. He was only Silver 1, but clearly trusted in his abilities, his posture radiating confidence of someone who'd rarely lost a fight. Ren sighed, bored of all this but ready to give another quick lesson. It was then that Tao stood up. "Hey, Ren," he shouted from behind, his voice carrying across the garden. "Can we try? This one seems even below our level. If he can't defeat us, he has no right to waste your time." Ren considered for a moment, then smiled. "Why not?" The three friends looked at each other grinning and came running, their own beasts materializing in flashes of light. Li's and Tao's plants, now at silver rank, were dramatically different from the weak versions nobles were accustomed to facing. Their vines were thick as a man's arm and fast as striking snakes, their tendrils strong enough to restrain opponents of similar rank without difficulty. The conventional battle against plants that nobles remembered, against vines they could easily break, was over. Plants were now problematic beasts, versatile and more useful than many other far more popular beasts. The foolproof public cultivation method had changed everything about how they functioned in combat. An Annuar's frog, dark and massive with skin that glistened like wet obsidian, could control water and became incredibly heavy when it activated its special ability. The creature was massive. Noble Ashford looked at them with disdain, his lip curling. "Workers? Seriously? But his expression changed rapidly when the battle began. The plants at this level had developed legs, moving with speed and coordination their iron or bronze equivalents had never shown. They scuttled across the ground, their movements unnaturally fluid for plant-based creatures. Annuar's frog also amplified the plant's power and growth with its water control, creating a synergistic combo the noble clearly hadn't anticipated. Moisture in the air condensed around the vines, making them swell and strengthen, their speed going up even more and their grip becoming ironclad. Noble Ashford had no time to react or even fly. In less than a minute, he was wrapped in unbreakable vines, with the enormous frog placing a webbed foot on his chest and applying enough weight to make breathing difficult. "Do you surrender?" Lee asked with an enormous smile, showing his poorly contained glee. The noble, unable to believe he'd been defeated by workers, could only nod weakly, his face red from exertion and humiliation. Li, Tao, and Annuar looked at each other, then burst into victorious laughter. "We did it!" Tao shouted, pumping his fist in the air. "We defeated a noble." Their envy of Ren hadn't completely disappeared, but now it was mixed with their own pride. Maybe they didn't have processions of noble suitors or massive mansions, but they had real power. Power they'd earned through hard work and methods Ren had shared freely with anyone willing to put in the effort. By the time night fell on the 6th day, the garden resembled a comic battlefield. Challengers in various stages of defeat decorated the landscape like living warnings not to underestimate Ren Patender or his allies and workers. The 7th day arrived too quickly. Ren had to return to the academy, and afterward would come the extra nobility exams before the ceremony where he, Luna, and Leora would officially receive their noble titles. Larissa would be there too, but as a royal, she received everything automatically without need for ceremony or special examination. This last day of vacation dawned with a line that extended to the street. Suitors. More suitors than Ren had believed possible could exist in a single district. Young women in expensive dresses, some accompanied by chaperones, others by their entire families. The line stretched like a merchant queue on market day, except instead of goods, they were all there to evaluate him. "This is absurd," he muttered while observing the procession from his window. The butler appeared at his side, materializing with the silent efficiency he'd perfected over decades. "It's the price of being one of the best matches of your generation, young master." Emerging noble with powerful connections, revolutionary cultivation methods, and verified combat feats. "From a matrimonial perspective, you're extremely valuable." Ren sighed. He knew he'd have to deal with this eventually. He'd just hoped for more time to relax with his parents and friends. Li, Tao, and Annuar arrived early to say goodbye, but stopped dead seeing the line of nobles waiting. "Brother," Li said weakly, his eyes wide as they swept across the assembled crowd, this is ridiculous," Tao completed. "The Messiah is truly building a giant harem," Annuar murmured with reverence, his hands clasped together as if in prayer. They were in the middle of contemplating the scene when an elegant carriage stopped in front of the mansion. It wasn't just any carriage, the Ashenway, Dravenholm, and Starweaver emblems gleamed on the sides, each one representing power that made the assembled nobles pale in comparison. The line of suitors immediately parted, recognizing superior authority. Several actually curtsied or bowed as the carriage passed, automatic responses to recognized power. The carriage door opened, revealing Leora, Larissa, and Luna, all dressed in formal tunics that communicated their status without need for words. Their maids and guards surrounded them, creating a procession that made the suitors seem like amateur attempts in comparison. The three noblewomen observed the line of girls waiting, then looked at Ren in the distance with expressions mixing confusion, exasperation, and something more possessive. "Ren." Leora called with a dangerously sweet tone. "Would you like to explain what's happening here?" The three friends were in complete silence. Li had to manually close Tao's mouth. Tao seemed to have forgotten how to breathe. Annuar murmured prayers about the Messiah and his blessed harem. "It's not what it looks like," Ren began weakly. "Isn't it?" Leora crossed her arms. Because it looks like there are approximately 100 girls outside waiting to see you. Luna maintained her neutral expression in silence, but dark mana surrounded her, and it wasn't her shadow mana. Larissa simply observed the scene with an analytical expression. And smiled. After asking Ren if he wanted a rescue, he nodded with a slight smile but asked for a moment to say his goodbyes. When he moved away a bit to enter the mansion, he passed by his friends. The three still remained completely immobile, looking alternately at the three incredibly beautiful noblewomen and back at Ren. Those are. Li began weakly. Ren's friends, Tao completed, his voice rising 2 octaves. But why do they treat him like jealous wives? I see now. The Messiah already has a better harem, Anura murmured with reverent amazement. Quality over quantity. It's not a harem. Ren protested, feeling his cheeks burn. But when he was surrounded by Leora, Larissa, and Luna, with their respective guards and maids creating a protective circle of beauty and competence, he couldn't deny the image he presented was interesting. Ren sighed and entered the mansion. After reminding his parents not to miss a single day of the 10,000-day method and giving them a big hug, plus saying goodbye to the worker neighbors, he finally returned. His friends, still frozen in the same place, also said goodbye. I still can't believe what you've accomplished, Li said, looking at the mansion with amazement that hadn't diminished during the week. It's like a dream. And you're going to be an official noble, Tao added. Will you remember the little people when you're important? He's already important, Anura pointed out. He's the Messiah. Please stop calling me that, Ren muttered. No, let us tease you at least. Your life, Li said finally, shaking his head in wonder, is completely unfair. Totally unfair, Tao agreed. The Messiah deserves his nickname, Anura added solemnly. The academy awaited. The nobility ceremony was approaching. And after that would come everything he'd been building toward, real territory, political responsibilities, and the power to finally pursue his objectives without restrictions. Ren. Leora called. Are you ready? Ren quickly boarded the carriage, grateful for the excuse to escape all this. The last thing he saw before the carriage pulled away were the faces of his three friends, showing envy, amazement, and amusement. The three friends remained contemplating their own much simpler lives, deciding that envying Ren was justified after all. The 5th year marked the halfway point, and with it came a total, almost extreme change in the kingdom's educational system. Having reached this milestone, the midpoint of their education, young people entered a period of intensive preparation for adult life that they would attain at the year's end. The shift was as dramatic as moving from childhood to adolescence. This year's classes differed dramatically from previous years, focusing much more on practical application and social roles, leaving regular classes almost entirely behind. No more theoretical lectures about beast biology or historical battles. Now it was all about real-world application, about proving you could function in the complex machinery of the kingdom's social and political structures. Once they reached 6th year, students would be considered adults with defined roles in society. Not only students anymore, but half-functioning members of the hierarchy. As Ren had already noticed many times in past years' tournaments, students from 6th to 8th year were rarely found within the academy's walls. They spent most of their time fulfilling collection missions in dangerous territories, guard duties at border posts, and other responsibilities that solidified their place in the kingdom's hierarchy. They returned only for evaluations and special training sessions. But before reaching that point, before being able to call themselves upper-grade students, with the respect that title commanded, the 5th year brought with it a series of tests that would determine everything about their futures. These important tests were administered by the most influential academic organizations of the 3 largest academies in the kingdom. Each institution brought its own standards, its own expectations and its own biases. These institutions cooperated as a large collegiate body to finally determine the results of this important transitional year's tests. The cooperation was supposed to ensure fairness, though everyone knew politics still played a role. In the end, nobles would earn their official place in the nobility, not just the courtesy titles their families granted them, but real legal standing with all the rights and responsibilities that entailed. And warriors would have a clearly defined hierarchy based on demonstrated merit rather than family connections. And not only that. This was considered one of the most important years because the three academies took advantage of this transition to compete with each other. Rankings were published. Reputations were made or broken. The academies maintained a competitive level and a spirit of improvement both among the institutions and among individual students. An environment where excellence was demanded and mediocrity was visible to everyone. So basically, Larissa summarized after explaining all this to Ren while they traveled in the carriage, her hands gesturing as she organized the complex information. The 5th year is when all your rewards become official. Ren nodded, processing the information. The carriage swayed gently as it moved through the city streets, the clip-clop of hooves providing a rhythmic background to their conversation. He had understood this year would be different, but hadn't fully grasped the magnitude of the transition. Larissa studied him, her blue eyes sharp and wide open despite the soft afternoon light filtering through the carriage windows. So, are you ready for the nobility ascription protocol? Ren blinked, his brain catching on the unfamiliar term like a foot on a root. The what? Leora began laughing from her seat, a genuine burst of mirth that made her cover her mouth with her hand. Luna simply covered her mouth to hide a smile, though her eyes sparkled with amusement. The maids and guards exchanged glances, clearly enjoying Ren's obvious confusion. Even Mako and Shizu, normally stoic, had slight smiles playing at their lips. The ascription protocol, Larissa repeated, her expression becoming more serious as she leaned forward slightly. Her future husband would have to rise in nobility rank to be able to properly steal her from the royal family, so this was important. After thinking this she blushed slightly, hoping the others wouldn't notice. She continued. Ren, this year won't be anything like the previous ones. I got that, Ren responded, feeling a growing apprehension that settled in his stomach like a stone. The way they were all looking at him suggested he was about to learn something he really didn't want to know. But what exactly is this ascription protocol? It's the formal process by which nobility candidates are evaluated, categorized, and finally integrated into the official noble hierarchy, Larissa explained with the tone of someone reciting from a manual she'd been forced to memorize. The nobility lessons for future nobles this year are strict and tedious, so it's best you're prepared for what's coming. Ren felt his stomach sink further, like dropping into a pit with no visible bottom. How strict? Full-time surveillance strict. There's a system of personal tutors for this year. You'll have an assigned tutor from the academy, Larissa continued. In your case, probably Zhao, since he's been handling your lessons with Arturo. But you'll also have a tutor from another school. Why 2 tutors? Ren asked, genuinely confused. Wasn't one person telling him what to do enough? To avoid favoritism or corruption and nepotism, Luna responded. It's part of the inter-academic cross-verification system established by the Royal Educational Consortium. The what? Ren looked between the 3 girls, clearly lost. His expression was that of someone who'd just been told they'd need to learn an entirely new language overnight. Mayo laughed from her position near the carriage door, unable to contain herself. Royal Educational Consortium? Are you really using those terms with him? It's the official name, Luna defended, straightening in her seat with the dignity of someone who took these things seriously. And he needs to familiarize himself with academic bureaucratic terminology if he's going to navigate this successfully. Honestly, Ren said, sighing long and talking slowly, I feel like I have no idea what you're talking about. All the girls in the carriage laughed, the sound filling the enclosed space. Even the normally stoic guards smiled, their professional masks cracking. The Ren who knew everything, who could calculate elemental synergies instantly and devise revolutionary cultivation methods, was finally showing a more normal side. A blind spot that made him seem human again. Larissa sighed deeply, recognizing she would have to simplify or risk completely overwhelming him before they even reached the academy. Okay. Let's leave formal terms aside for now. The basics are this: since you'll receive a noble rank, you'll have to take special classes to pass the noble protocol exams. More noble stuff. Ren's shoulders slumped slightly. Like what classes? Like formal etiquette, how to stand, sit, eat, speak in different contexts. Precedence at social events: who enters a room first, who sits where, who speaks when. Territory management, tax collection, dispute resolution, resource allocation. Noble law, the legal frameworks governing noble conduct and responsibilities. Genealogical history of important houses, who's related to whom and why that matters. Official document design protocols, how to format requests, grants, declarations. Larissa counted on her fingers, each point making Ren's eyes widen further. With each term, Ren's eyes widened more, like someone watching a mountain grow before them. Wait. Document design. Genealo, what? And that's just the theoretical component, Leora added with obvious amusement, clearly enjoying watching Ren squirm. There are also practical components. Practical how? Ren's voice had gone slightly higher. Organization of formal events: you'll actually have to plan and execute a noble gathering. Mediation debates for simulated territorial disputes: you'll play both arbiter and advocate. Administrative audits of fictional properties: you'll review made-up estates and find errors or inefficiencies. Luna continued the list where Larissa had stopped, her voice taking on a lecturer's cadence. Ren looked genuinely terrified now, his face paling. Audits and disputes. The first is mainly paperwork, Mayo said casually, waving a hand dismissively. Mountains and mountains of boring paperwork that makes your eyes cross. The second is twisting things to your advantage. Mountains and mountains of empty talk where you say a lot without saying anything. With the mansion you got, you must have done the patrimony verification documentation, Matilda added with a more serious tone. It's the same thing, but for many more things. Lineage certifications proving your family line, territorial claim validations showing your right to lands, rank elevation justifications explaining why you deserve a higher position. Stop. Ren raised his hands in surrender, his voice almost desperate. Certifications of what? Justifications of what elevation? The 12 girls looked at him with expressions mixing amusement with genuine sympathy. It was like watching a brilliant scholar discover they'd have to take a class in professional basket weaving. Oh, Ren, Leora murmured, shaking her head with fond exasperation, you really know nothing about high society, do you? I know a lot about other things that seem less boring to me, like beasts, Ren defended, his pride stung. I can tell you exactly how to optimize evolution based on elemental affinities and growth patterns. I can calculate synergies between multiple beasts in my head. But this. He gestured vaguely toward Larissa and the invisible weight of bureaucracy she represented. This is a completely different language. It's like you're speaking in code designed specifically to confuse people. Maria laughed softly, the sound gentle. It's adorable in a way. And terrifying, Hikari added, her smile sympathetic. Considering he's going to have to pass formal evaluations all year for all those enormous rewards of his. Ren visibly paled, the blood draining from his face. Evaluations all year. Multiple ones, Larissa confirmed with the air of delivering bad news. The Nobility Accreditation Committee administers at least 7 separate evaluations of the common curriculum for each reward during the transition year. 7, Ren repeated weakly, the number echoing in his head like a death sentence. 7 separate evaluations. At least 7, Luna clarified, holding up fingers to count. And there are also supplementary evaluations if your performance on the main ones generates concerns about jurisdictional competence. Competence, what? The words were becoming meaningless sounds. Jurisdictional, Luna repeated patiently, as if explaining to a child. The demonstrated capacity to exercise noble authority over assigned territory according to regional statutes and customary expectations of aristocratic management. Ren stared at her, his expression showing both disbelief and dawning horror. Luna, I swear you just made up those words. Everyone burst into laughter, the sound filling the carriage and spilling out into the street beyond. She is not making up words, Larissa said between laughs, wiping at the corners of her eyes. Those are literally the official terms used in certification documents. This is a nightmare, Ren muttered, slumping further into his seat until his head nearly rested against the carriage's padded back. Give me 1,000 corrupted beasts over this any day. Oh, don't worry, Leora said with a mischievous smile that promised nothing good. The award ceremony will be the least of it. Ren clung to that like a lifeline, straightening slightly with renewed hope. Today's ceremony will be easy. Relatively, Larissa responded, though her tone suggested easy was a generous interpretation. The awards will be announced publicly as always, but actually receiving them after this year's end will depend on you maintaining a clean academic record. Wait, Ren frowned, confusion all over his face. They give me the awards but then they can take them away. Technically, the awards are provisional until you're an adult and fulfill the final certification of academic compliance, Luna explained, falling back into her formal lecturer tone. If you incur significant disciplinary infractions or fail to maintain minimum performance standards during the transition period to adulthood, the accreditation committee can revoke award authorization under the continuous suitability clause. Ren stared at her, his expression blank with incomprehension. Can you say that in normal words? If you get in trouble or your grades drop a lot, they take away the awards for not being suitable for the title's responsibilities, Mayo translated with a smile, her casual phrasing cutting through the bureaucratic fog like a knife. Your titles and rewards will be very large, so your tests will be harder than normal. That. Ren pointed at Mayo with enthusiasm. Why can't everyone talk like that? Because, Larissa said patiently, the tone of someone who'd had this argument before, you need to get used to formal terminology. Your tests are going to use these terms constantly. Your tutors are going to scold you too. My 2 tutors, Ren said with resignation, the weight of it settling on his shoulders like a physical burden. Zhao and, who else? You won't know until the formal inter-academic tutorship assignment, Larissa responded. But most likely someone you don't know since they must be impartial. She paused, organizing her thoughts. Zhao will probably focus on practical aspects related to your specific territory and local responsibilities. So the external tutor will evaluate your understanding of broader noble protocols and your capacity to interact appropriately with the kingdom's aristocracy in general. Sounds horrible, Ren said honestly. It is, Leora agreed with cheerfulness that seemed almost cruel. But it's necessary if you want to be officially recognized as a noble. Kira cleared her throat from her position near the window, her professional demeanor reasserting itself. If I may, young master, perhaps it would help to know that most students find these lessons challenging. Even if they have small or no awards, simply inheriting the lowest title can be cause for failure, and many nobles lose their place, so they try to earn it back through military service by dedicating more years than normal after finishing school. Even those who grew up as nobles? Ren asked with greater concern, his eyes widening. Especially the low-ranking ones, Hannah responded from her position. Because they assume they already know everything and then discover that formal protocol is much more complex than what they practiced at home. The difference between casual noble behavior and official court protocol is like the difference between knowing how to cook and running a restaurant. That, really doesn't make me feel better, Ren admitted. Larissa put a hand on his shoulder, the touch warm and reassuring. You're going to be fine. You're incredibly intelligent when it comes to complex systems. You just need to apply the same mentality you use for beasts toward noble bureaucracy. Beasts make sense, Ren protested, his voice taking on a plaintive quality. They follow logical patterns of evolution and synergy. Bureaucracy sounds like someone designed a system specifically to be as confusing as possible. That, Mayo said with a knowing smile, is because they did. Why? The question came out almost as a plea. To keep common people out, Leora responded simply, her voice carrying the cynicism of someone who'd grown up seeing these systems from the inside. If you make the process complicated enough, only those with extensive formal education can navigate it. It's a barrier to entry disguised as administrative procedure. Ren processed this for a moment, his expression darkening. That's incredibly elitist. Welcome to nobility, Leora and Larissa said in unison, then looked at each other and laughed at the synchronization. The carriage continued its journey toward the academy, wheels rattling over cobblestones while Ren sank deeper into his seat, contemplating the year ahead. He had faced corrupted creatures the size of buildings, developed revolutionary cultivation methods, literally saved the kingdom from invasion. And apparently, none of that had prepared him to do his patrimony verification documentation. At least, he said finally, grasping for any silver lining, it can't be worse than fighting a 4-artifact corrupted creature. The ceremony could have been presided over by Dragarian, a reality that made Larissa feel somewhat inadequate, a hollow ache in her chest where her father's presence should have been. The three princes took their places on the main platform. Victor, Julius, and Arturo presented a united front, accompanied by Selphira as an added ally behind them. Great powers, but they knew they were a poor substitute for the king's presence. The empty throne loomed over the ceremony like a specter, its absence felt by everyone in attendance. This ceremony was held every year for fifth-year rewarded youths of all schools and for any awards from the recently passed cycle. Normally it was a boring and inconsequential small event, where the biggest stir was generated by some heir from a decently known family or the sporadic highly distinguished student who seemed to be on their way to gold rank. But this year would be extremely different. Something similar had already happened a few years ago, when the war against Yino was carried out. That ceremony had been much less about the children becoming adults and much more about rewards for war achievements. This occasion would also bring many rewards for adults, but unlike the previous one, the young people led. Especially Luna, with unconventional achievements. And without a doubt, the biggest outlier by far, Ren. The young man was an unprecedented occurrence. Achievements in abundance, even not just from this year, that rivaled or surpassed those of the highest contributors, and this year was the same. Another enormous achievement in battle, would be the largest except for the Starweaver faction with the twin stars. Julius and Selphira had carefully hidden Ren's corruption problem, leaving only the contribution he made by helping to drive away the beasts. Though the details were deliberately vague and his participation had been illegal, it still was something that couldn't be denied. His contribution in this defensive war was divided with the big ones from Selphira, Julius, and the girls on this side in Yano. In Yano, Victor and Arturo had generated enormous contributions too, but they were overshadowed by the perceived final blow of the Starweaver artifacts. Though in reality Ren's contribution might have been much greater, there was no way to prove it. Still, Ren saved up contributions from before the previous war, his social help with cultivation methods, his connections and contributions to access to artifacts and wealth 10 years in advance, made this year's achievements look very small in comparison. The boy's debut was, without doubt, a monster of achievements. From today on, anyone that revised official documents and family ranks, would know about Ren Patender. The leaders of Luna's opposing Starweaver faction weren't happy with the impact this took away from their accomplishments, but for now they could do nothing. The ceremony was prepared for hours. When public access was finally granted, something extraordinary happened. An enormous amount of people entered the ceremonial hall, something that almost never happened outside of close relatives of award recipients and perhaps a bit of local public for someone who achieved something decent. But now it was packed to capacity. Bodies pressed against bodies. Voices echoed off the high ceilings, creating a constant buzz of conversation. Ren's parents managed to enter to the front thanks to Selphira and Julius, who had prepared a place surrounded by guards. His mother looked incredibly nervous, constantly adjusting her formal dress, smoothing non-existent wrinkles with trembling fingers. His father maintained a rigid posture, clearly uncomfortable with the attention but determined to be present, his jaw set with stubborn pride. They had said goodbye just a few hours ago and they knew that after this he would go straight to school, but now they wanted to hug him again. His friends' envy had transformed in awe and his employees were crying. Several of Ren's teachers were also present. Lin, her eyes never stopping their scan of the crowd with the vigilance of someone trained to detect threats. Yang stood beside her, his expression serious but with a touch of pride he rarely showed, the corners of his mouth turned up almost imperceptibly. Zhao and Wei would receive awards too, so they weren't seated with the other observers. The ceremony began with the less significant cases, gradually building toward the main moments. Each name announced received polite applause, each achievement recognized with appropriate formality. Minor nobles receiving confirmation of inherited titles. Warriors being promoted. Standard progressions that followed predictable patterns. But everyone knew why they were really there. When it was finally Luna's turn, a big change occurred in the hall's atmosphere. The casual chatter died down, replaced by attentive silence. People leaned forward in their seats, craning their necks to get a better view of the young star weaver who had defended the northern sector. Hundreds of noble heirs straightened in their seats, their eyes fixed on the blue-haired girl who walked toward the platform with dignity. Her steps were measured, practiced, each one calculated to project confidence she didn't entirely feel. For many in the audience, she represented something far more valuable than any ceremonial award. At the year's end, when she finally turned 15, she would be the key to obtaining an absurd amount of wealth. The contribution of the key in opening the royal vault. The contribution of simple genetics for the next deeper vault that might someday be opened. And an enormous territory that now didn't have its mute guard dog protecting it. Luna tried to ignore the stares that felt unpleasant and dirty from those nobles who wanted to use her, passing to the front with the dignified air she had practiced for weeks with Larissa. But each gaze felt like hands grabbing at her, measuring her worth like livestock at a market. When Julius began speaking about her achievements, murmurs spread through the hall like wildfire through dry grass. The defense of the northern sector during the recent crisis, Julius announced, his voice projecting clearly across the vast space, was successfully coordinated under the field leadership of Luna Starweaver, who demonstrated exceptional tactical capacity despite her youth. She escaped from the academy, someone muttered loudly enough to be heard, the words carrying in the momentary silence. Achievements dressed up using legal loopholes, another noble added, his voice dripping with disdain. A child playing at being a leader while adults did the real work. This comment came from the Starweaver opposition faction, the contempt unmistakable. The murmurs grew, spreading like poison through water. For many, it was notable that an endless number of argumentative loopholes had been sought in the law so that the girl could participate in such a situation. The very fact that she had been there represented legal gymnastics of the highest order. Luna's already small faction felt the pressure of losing their legitimacy. Some of her warriors exchanged nervous glances, clearly worried that their support of Luna would mark them as allies of a lost cause. Political winds changed quickly, and no one wanted to be caught on the wrong side when they did. Silence. Victor's voice resonated through the entire hall with an authority that made even the most arrogant nobles immediately shut up. He stepped forward, holding a thick stack of documents that rustled as he lifted them high for all to see. These are the legitimate papers that authorize every action taken by Luna Starweaver during the crisis. I invite anyone who has objections to review them and search for inconsistencies regarding our written law. He paused significantly, his eyes sweeping the audience with challenge clear in his gaze. You've all already done so. Multiple times. And you've found nothing legitimately incorrect because there's nothing to find. The challenge in his voice was clear as crystal. Some nobles shifted uncomfortably in their seats, suddenly finding their shoes fascinating. Many in this room had tried to find some legal violation they could exploit, and all had failed. The documentation was airtight, perfect, infuriating in its correctness. Whoever had made those papers was a genius of law. Larissa smiled with a winning air from her position, unable to completely suppress her satisfaction. Luna returned the smile, gratitude and relief in her expression, a silent thank you passing between them. Therefore, Julius continued, retaking control of the ceremony with ease, Luna Starweaver is conferred half of the Starweaver territory, the one adjacent to the rift upon reaching adulthood, the title of leader in her faction, and permission to fulfill her role while Sirius Starweaver is absent. She had received the larger half, the most important part of the territory. The applause was mixed, creating a discordant sound that reflected the political divisions in the room. Luna's allies applauded with genuine enthusiasm, their clapping loud and sustained. The neutrals did so out of courtesy, perfunctory and brief. The enemies barely moved their hands, the minimal gesture required by protocol and nothing more. But then came the bitter moment for Luna. The faction opposing her was called to the platform. Luna's uncles and their allies walked with obvious confidence, broad smiles on their faces while Arturo announced their achievements. Their steps were almost swaggering, reveling in their moment. For their contribution to the defense in Yino, thanks primarily to the effective use of the stellar artifacts, successfully repelling the greatest threat the kingdom faced during the recent crisis. The twin crystals were ceremonially presented. A black star and a white star united, shining with power that made the air itself vibrate around them. The light they cast was hypnotic, beautiful, and to Luna, unbearably painful to look at. She stared at her crystal with extreme rage, her hands clenching into fists so tight her nails bit into her palms. The one that had been her father's. The one that had been stolen from her family through political maneuvering while he was absent. Her birthright, taken by vultures who circled the moment the guardian was gone. Leora immediately moved toward her, embracing her discreetly while maintaining their formal positions. Luna bit her lip with the fangs her partial fusion with her wolf generated. A single tear escaped from her right eye, running down her cheek like a traitor revealing her pain. Her uncles smiled, clearly hoping to see her lose control. A public scene would be exactly what they needed to argue she was too emotional and immature to maintain her responsibilities, hence her rewards. Just like Ren could lose his enormous awards if he didn't demonstrate he was capable of handling such magnitude of a burden. The embrace was brief but firm, a reminder that she wasn't alone in this den of political predators. Luna breathed deeply, forcing herself to maintain composure. She wouldn't give them the satisfaction. Wouldn't give them the excuse they sought with such transparent desperation. Her uncles noticed her control and their smiles tensed slightly, frustration hidden behind diplomatic masks. Things calmed for a moment, the hall settling into expectant quiet. But before the main moment arrived, there was one more award that would serve as a transition. Saya Galehart, Arturo announced. A young man of about 20 years walked toward the platform with confidence. His tunic bore the Galehart house emblem, the largest family in Starweaver territory, similar in prominence to the Stralfang in the old Goldcrest territory. His bearing spoke of someone accustomed to respect, to being important. For his participation in the defense alongside the Starweavers, Arturo continued with a tone more formal than enthusiastic, he is granted complete succession rights. The applause was numerous and polite but clearly less enthusiastic than what Luna had received. Saya noticed, his jaw tensing slightly, a muscle jumping in his cheek, but he maintained his composure. He was a double Tamer as well. His father, Aldrich, had used all his family's power to get him a potion when they were in relative abundance after Ren opened that door. Saya's achievements were respectable but pale in comparison to what had just happened and what would come next. He knew it, and that knowledge sat heavy in his expression despite his attempt to appear satisfied. Still, he was indeed happy. Complete succession rights meant legitimacy, real power within his enormous and powerful family. Being a double at gold rank with hope of going even further was more than sufficient reason to celebrate. His Pegasus had stagnated at gold 2 after reaching gold 1 as soon as his 7th academy year, but hope wasn't lost yet. His second beast was advancing perfectly as well. From his position, Saya deliberately looked toward where Luna stood. He wasn't the only one. Hundreds of noble heirs still evaluated the Starweaver girl with eyes that calculated political and matrimonial advantages. While Saya received his proclamation of rewards. The Blackwoods and Stralfangs on the other side of the hall exchanged significant glances. They had already begun coordinating, providing resources not only to Saya but also to Jean Strawfang and, more discreetly, to Klein. Jean was below with his faction, watching the platform with a dark expression. He had transferred to another school after the Goldcrest revolt problem. His family had lost their older brother, the heir, so now he stood at the front of the succession line. The weight of that responsibility showed in the tension of his shoulders, the way his hands clenched and unclenched at his sides. His family had been severely fined for supporting the Goldcrests as well, but they remained prominent despite the monetary losses because they had many people, extensive networks built over generations. Their Blackwood and Zhao allies were in similar situations, fined but not destroyed. Money could be rebuilt. Influence, carefully maintained, could weather storms. But the Galehearts hadn't suffered such losses. With so many opportunistic allies behind them, the United Front was becoming powerful again. In the absence of the king and Sirius, the princes and Selphra's powers were evenly matched against those of so many coordinated noble houses. And it would be a political battle, because everyone knew this wasn't the time for internal wars. The mutants kept lurking, attacking occasionally, seeming to search for an opening, measuring forces, preparing a possible second invasion. But noble politics didn't stop for external threats. They never did. The best match was Saya, with his newly consolidated status and extensive family connections. But there were options in Jean, whose Strawfang family maintained significant power despite their losses. And with less hope invested in him, but still being considered as a political tool. Klein. Klein, whose inheritance was lost and could only serve a purpose in ex-Goldcrest territory. The Strawfangs, Zhaos, or Blackwoods could integrate him into their families to gain the legitimacy of having the Goldcrest inheritance. He was a low priority, but in the political game, even minor pieces had value. The political maneuvering would be intense this year. Everyone knew it. Everyone was preparing, already calculating alliances and contingencies. But now that Saya had received his rewards and descended from the spotlight, there was a more important moment to witness. Everyone knew the real storm was about to arrive. Ren Patender, Julius announced, and the name resonated through the hall like thunder. The silence that followed was absolute. Not a whisper. Not a movement. Every eye turned toward the young man who walked toward the platform with steps that tried to appear more confident than they probably felt. Ren's parents clutched each other's hands, tears already forming in his mother's eyes. Lin smiled, a small but genuine gesture that softened her usually stern features. The three noble girls, Leora, Larissa, and Luna, watched him with expressions of pride, affection, and something deeper that made their own hearts race. And then Julius began speaking, and the hall understood why this moment was different from any other in the ceremony's history. Ren Patender's contributions, Julius began, his voice loaded with weight that went beyond ceremonial formality. They date from before the previous war against Yino, where as barely a 10-year-old child, he developed cultivation methods that improved countless lives. He paused, letting that settle over the audience. Those methods, he continued, each word carefully enunciated, have fundamentally transformed the kingdom's social structure. Thousands of people who would have remained in miserable ranks, experiencing discrimination and perpetual poverty, now have means to improve their lives. The economic impact is incalculable. The social impact, immeasurable. Murmurs of agreement spread through the hall. But there wasn't unanimous agreement. Too much, an old noble muttered from the back rows, his voice carrying despite his attempt at discretion. Too much power for someone of his origin. Furthermore, Arturo took his turn speaking, stepping forward with commanding presence. He directly facilitated access to critical artifacts with his never-before-seen beast. His innovations in crystal processing techniques have increased cultivation efficiency throughout the kingdom by approximately 35%. A child of workers, another noble added with barely disguised disdain. Without appropriate pre-education. Without lineage. Supposedly, revolutionary methods don't equal noble competence, a middle-aged noblewoman said loudly enough for several to hear, her fans snapping shut with emphasis. 35%, Victor repeated, as if the number needed additional emphasis. His voice carried challenge, dare anyone diminish such an achievement? Giving huge utility to the weakest beasts. During the recent crisis, Julius raised his voice, commanding attention back to the official proclamation, when Patender participated in the defense of the southern sector, where his actions contributed significantly to repelling corrupted forces. The details were deliberately vague, but Julius's tone communicated there was much more that wasn't being said. The hall had become completely silent again. The kind of silence that came not from boredom but from genuine astonishment. Therefore, Julius concluded, his voice ringing with finality, Ren Patender will receive 1/4 of the vault he helped open, be elevated to official nobility, with the territory of the former Goldcrest leaders assigned and all the rights and responsibilities that entails. The nobles knew the achievements were enormous. Even the most envious nobles couldn't deny that. But precisely because of that, any smallness was an excuse to remove those rewards. The rewards were insane, enormous. A poor youth receiving them was unacceptable to the old guard. The nobles' murmurs intensified, now more obvious in their calculation, concern, naked envy. Yet the common people who had managed to enter the hall began applauding. Not the polite applause of nobles, but genuine and loud ovations from people who had been directly benefited by Ren's methods. Their voices rose in waves, building upon each other. Patender! Patender! Some commenced chanting, the sound growing like a tide. The nobles tried to make themselves heard above the plebeian noise. He doesn't have appropriate education, one shouted, his face reddening with frustration. The ceremonial protocols, another insisted, desperation creeping into his voice. He must demonstrate competence in protocols. But the applause that followed was deafening. Not the polite applause of courtesy, but genuine ovations that shook the hall, rattling windows and making the chandeliers sway. Julius, Arturo, and Victor exchanged glances. They knew the real political battle was only beginning. The nobles had more influence in the end on what would happen, regardless of how strong popular support was. But it felt good. Ren's parents were crying openly now. His mother made no attempt to hide the tears running freely down her face, her shoulders shaking. His father had his arm around her, his own expression showing overwhelming pride and disbelief that this was really their son being honored this way. Ren stood on the platform, trying to process everything while the sound of applause enveloped him. It was surreal. It was overwhelming. His ears rang with the volume, his vision seemed to narrow and expand simultaneously. It was the moment where everything officially changed. When the applause finally began fading, Ren made a formal bow toward the three princes, then toward the audience. The gesture was technically correct thanks to Larissa's lessons, though there was still something awkward in how he executed it, his back not quite straight enough, his timing slightly off. And the nobles noticed. Oh, how they noticed. Did you see that? One murmured, leaning toward his companion. He can't even make an appropriate bow. No matter how many methods he's developed, he doesn't have the refinement for nobility, another hissed. True nobility will be his downfall, another said with satisfaction, already savoring future failures. This year's protocol tests will expose him. But the common people's cheers only grew louder, drowning noble objections in a sea of popular support that was impossible to ignore. The common people kept applauding, oblivious or indifferent to noble machinations. For them, Ren was a hero. A savior. Someone who had lifted thousands from their miserable lives. But for the old and elitist nobles, he was a threat. An intruder who had forced his way into their exclusive world. They decided that for now they could only remain in calculating silence, their minds already working on how to use Ren's deficiencies in protocol and formal education to limit his power. And they had an entire year to find ways to limit him, control him, or destroy him politically. While Ren continued being surrounded by the continuous sound of applause mixed with calculating murmurs, the leaders in that hall understood they were witnessing not just the beginning of something historic. They were witnessing the beginning of a war. A war that would be fought not with strength but with protocols, not with magic but with etiquette, not on battlefields but in halls and ceremonies. And the battlefield had just been established. But today that wasn't important. In this moment, seeing this young man who had achieved so much in so little time, ceremonial perfection seemed completely irrelevant. What mattered was that the kingdom was finally recognizing what many already knew. Ren Patender wasn't just another noble. He was something completely different. Something the kingdom hadn't seen. The room was strangely empty when Ren finally arrived. Lu and Taro had already moved in days ago. Their beds were made with military precision, their desks organized with the patience of those who'd had time to spare for proper arrangement. Books stacked neatly. Personal items placed just so. Min's bed also showed signs of recent occupation. A half-unpacked suitcase. Clothes tossed with the characteristic abandon of his friend who never quite understood the concept of putting things away. Ren dropped the small backpack he kept outside his beast storage next to his bed. Yet even with nothing on his back anymore, he felt the weight of the last few days like stones on his shoulders. The days following the ceremony had been a whirlwind of papers, signatures, and meetings with people whose titles he still couldn't fully remember. Lord something of somewhere. Lady whoever from whatever house. All blurring together into a mass of formality that made his head spin. And then he also had been listening to the girls' complaints. Especially about the defense at Selfra's ice wall. Larissa had been diplomatic about the matter, as always. Some nobles from the major families tried to complicate things for Luna during the defense. Her tone had been neutral but something lurked beneath. Luna had been more direct. Idiots with inflated egos who thought they could question me because I'm a woman and young. Leora had simply rolled her eyes. Old nobles being old nobles. You know how it is. None had mentioned names. Ren had assumed it was because they didn't expect him to know the names of these families. And didn't want to fill his head with more noble names and politics than it already was. So he'd nodded and murmured the appropriate things and hadn't asked more. Now, standing in the silent room in the gloom, where before his mushrooms would have automatically illuminated everything, he wondered if he should have asked. The door opened with a creak and Lu entered, his nightbat materializing briefly on his ears before dissolving back into his system. Ren, he said with a genuine smile that lightened some of the tension in Ren's chest. Thought you'd arrive tomorrow. Managed to escape, Ren let himself fall onto his bed. The familiar mattress received his weight as he let out a sigh that came out more dramatic than he'd intended. Where are the others? What did I miss? Taro went to the library to look up something about territorial documentation protocols. Lu sat on his own bed, crossing his legs beneath him. Apparently his earth element comes with administrative responsibilities that are driving him crazy. Prepare yourself, elemental rainbow. And Min? Chasing some girl, probably. Lu shrugged, but there was affection in the gesture. He received his title from his uncle. Hasn't stopped talking about it. Lord Min this, Lord Min that. It's adorable and annoying in equal measure. Ren smiled despite the exhaustion. How are things here? Very different. Completely different. Lu leaned back against the headboard, his expression becoming more serious. The casual posture contradicted the weight in his voice. The schedules changed for everyone. Taro, Min, you and me have completely separate classes now. Noble curriculum and all that. I'll only see you in combat training. Just combat? Just combat, Lu confirmed. Lin and Yang keep torturing everyone equally, regardless of year or status. It's the only consistent thing in this place now. Everything else is adult preparation, and the extra noble curriculum for you and Min. Ren pulled his schedule from his pocket, the paper already wrinkled from so much folding and unfolding. Checking it. Rechecking it. Hoping the huge amount of information would somehow change if he looked enough times. Says I'll have that, noble protocol, with Aldrich Galehart. The silence that followed was long enough for Ren to look up. Lu was watching him with a strange expression. Something between concern and something else Ren couldn't identify. What? Ren asked. Nothing, Lu said too quickly. The word came out rushed, forced. Just that, the Galehearts are a big family. Powerful. In Starweaver territory. And nothing. Lu stood up, clearly wanting to change the subject. He moved to his desk, unnecessarily rearranging already organized items. I'm sure it'll be fine. External tutors shouldn't be able to harm you anyway. But the way he said it, the slightly forced tone, made something twist uncomfortably in Ren's stomach. Like swallowing something that didn't quite go down right. A few hours later, Min burst through the door like a small hurricane of enthusiasm. Brother, he exclaimed, his smile so wide it practically split his face in two. Did you see my ceremony? I received my uncle's title. I'm Lord Min now. Lord. Do you realize? Ren had a ceremony too, and you already mentioned yours in the last 3 hours again, Taro pointed out dryly, but there was affection in his tone as he helped Min organize his things. His assassin's legs emerged briefly, moving with surprising delicacy as they helped push scattered items into more organized piles. It's just that I still can't believe it, Min let himself fall dramatically onto his bed, spreading his arms as if embracing the entire world. My uncle almost cried when he gave it to me. Said the family would finally have someone who wouldn't be an embarrassment in society. His exact words. What an inspiring lie, Lu murmured, but he was smiling. Ren observed his roommates, feeling a familiar warmth that contrasted sharply with the chaos of recent days. Here, surrounded by these three, things seemed normal. Or as normal as they could be when one had faced corrupted creatures the size of buildings. When one had nearly died multiple times. When one had been honored before thousands of people. So, Ren asked everyone, how bad is the new curriculum for you all? The three exchanged significant glances. Min and I already saw our schedules, Taro said, sitting on the edge of his bed and crossing his arms. We have different tutors. Mine are, well, they seem strict but fair according to the rumors. Luckily I don't have noble tutors like Min or you. Mine are two old ladies who spend all their time drinking tea and criticizing my posture, Min made a face. But at least they're predictable. Mine aren't bad either, but it won't help you much to know ours, this depends almost completely on your tutors, Lu said finally. The external tutor, I mean. Zhao will be Zhao, but the other one. This Aldrich guy, does anyone know him? Lu says he's from a big family. Min sat up, his expression unusually serious. Remember Saya? The guy we saw at school once years ago and who received full succession rights at the recent ceremony? Vaguely, Ren admitted. There had been so many faces and names that day they all blended into a blurry mass of bows and titles. A sea of formal clothing and practiced smiles. That's Aldrich's son. But hey, Min tried to sound optimistic, his smile returning but not quite reaching his eyes completely, maybe he'll be kind. Powerful nobles are sometimes kind. Better than, you know. Than nobles who are desperate for power and use any advantage they can. Taro finished dryly. Exactly. The next morning arrived too quickly, as it always did when one preferred to stay asleep. Shit. Ren woke to the familiar sound of Min tripping over his own suitcase, followed by a series of creative curses involving the furniture ancestors and the questionable birth legitimacy of the inanimate object. I swear this suitcase hates me, Min muttered while rubbing his toe. His face was scrunched with pain, one eye squeezed shut. I put it there specifically to remember not to trip over it, and still. Strategic genius, Lu commented without looking up from the book he was reading. He'd been awake since before dawn, taking advantage of the quiet hours. You put the obstacle exactly where you know you'll walk. It's reverse psychology, Min defended with questionable dignity. He hobbled toward his bed, still favoring the injured foot. If I put it where I know I'm going to walk, then my brain will be alert and, shit, it made sense in my head. Good morning to you too, Taro murmured from his bed, his voice muffled by the pillow he'd put over his head. The pillow moved slightly with each word, like a strange speaking creature. This suitcase hates me, Min declared with absolute conviction, still rubbing his toe. I hate it. I hate everything it represents. It represents your inability to remember where you put things, Lou commented again. I told you to lift it, you tripped over it yesterday too, Taro pointed out, his voice still muffled. Ren couldn't help but smile as he got ready. The normalcy of the scene, the familiar morning chaos with his roommates, was again comforting after days of ceremonies and formalities. He pulled on his training clothes. Splashed water on his face from the basin. Tried to make himself look presentable. Morning training with Lin was in half an hour, and after that would come his first official Noble Protocol class with Aldrich Galehart. His stomach twisted at the thought. Lin's light exercise turned out to be anything but light. It was exactly as brutal as he expected. Lin stood at the center of it all, her crane features making her seem larger than her actual height. Yang loomed beside her, his stone behemoth markings gleaming dully in the morning sun. Line up. Lin's voice cut through the morning looseness. Today we're working on your foundation without fusion dependency. Groans. Again. Lin's voice sliced through the morning air like a whip, sharper than before. Your stance is sloppy. Your breathing is off. Your focus is scattered. Again. Ren pushed himself up from the ground for what felt like the 1000th time. His arms trembled violently. His legs burned with the kind of deep, bone-aching fire that spoke of muscles pushed far beyond their comfort zone. Sweat dripped into his eyes, stinging and blurring his vision. Your beasts make you lazy. Yang's voice boomed across the field. You rely on their strength, their speed, their endurance. But what happens when you are out of mana and can't maintain fusion? You die, that's what happens. When the training finally ended, Ren could barely walk in a straight line. His legs trembled with each step, threatening to give out completely. His back protested every movement, muscles screaming in languages he didn't know existed. Good session, Yang commented as Ren limped past, his voice carrying that particular satisfaction that came from watching students suffer properly. Next time, just don't try to overpower Lin's legs with yours. Ren had tried to sweep her during a sparring drill. She'd countered so fast he hadn't even seen it coming, using his own momentum. I had diamond covering, Ren muttered, but he had no energy to actually argue the point. His Diamond Hydra's defensive capabilities had meant nothing against Lin's technique. Min was in worse condition, practically dragging himself toward the showers. His water snake was trying to help, supporting part of his weight with its coiled body, but it was actually less supporting and more dragging on the ground. Why did we choose this? Min wheezed, his words coming between gasps for air. Why didn't we stay happy, ignorant peasants? Because we like challenges, Taro responded. He'd had the luck of only facing Yang, in this particular session, which meant he was merely exhausted rather than completely destroyed. And because we're masochists, apparently. Speak for yourself, Min groaned. I'm just stupid. There's a difference, wait, that sounded better in my. Ren headed toward the showers, each step a negotiation between his will and his body's rebellion. His jade mantis pulsed with concern through their bond, offering what little energy it could to help him recover. The sensation was like cool water on burned skin, soothing but not quite enough. Thanks, he murmured to it, feeling the subtle boost flow through his system. The mantis was new to his arsenal, still learning its place among his other beasts, but already showing the kind of loyalty that made the bond between tamer and beast something special. He summoned the small 50-centimeter mantis fully. Its jade body gleaming in the morning light, compound eyes regarding him with what might have been worry. But stay calm, I don't need help, he told it softly, reaching up to gently touch its head. Lin says it's better to train using minimum beast power and mana so the muscles reach failure faster. Something about improving and hardening the foundation. The mantis tilted its head, the gesture almost comically human. You're new, so I guess it's strange for you, but in less than 40 days you'll be bronze just the same day when the Wolverine reaches silver 3, and you'll understand more things then. Talking to a small weak insectoid beast like a friend, a voice said nearby, dripping with amusement that had sharp edges. How quaint. Ren turned to see a fifth-year student he hadn't noticed before in his more than 4 years here, watching him with barely concealed mockery. But the boy's posture screamed nobility. Most tamers do, Ren replied, too tired for whatever game this was. Most tamers aren't trying to pretend they belong among nobles, the boy said casually, but there was an edge to it. A test, seeing how Ren would react. I heard about your ceremony. Quite the spectacle. It was just a ceremony. It was theater. The boy's smile didn't reach his eyes. But I suppose you'll learn the difference soon enough. Good luck with Aldrich Galeheart, by the way. You'll need it. He walked away before Ren could respond, leaving only questions in his wake. The mantis on Ren's shoulder made a small clicking sound, its version of disapproval. Yeah, Ren muttered. I don't like him either. Ren showered quickly in the training facilities, trying to wash away both sweat and the unease that Noble's words had planted. The water was cold, almost painfully so. Bracing. It helped clear his head if nothing else, shocking his system back to something approaching alertness. Klein had been there again, standing at a basin 2 down from where Ren entered. The former Goldcrest heir had complained loudly about Ren using the bath at the same time as him all the time, his voice carrying that particular whine that came from wounded pride, before fleeing quickly to his own noble classes. Apparently some noble from the ex-Goldcrest territory was going to gift him their lineage, though it was the lowest possible nobility. But a lifeline for someone who'd lost everything else. Ren dried off and changed into fresh clothes, the formal tunic that marked him as a noble student feeling strange against his skin. It was expensive, well-made, and fit perfectly thanks to Selfra's insistence on proper tailoring. But it still felt like playing dress-up, like wearing someone else's identity. After finishing, Ren walked toward his first Noble Protocol class. The classroom was in a section of the building he'd never explored, far from the normal lecture halls. The hallways here were wider, the windows larger, the very architecture designed to communicate importance without needing words. Portraits lined the walls, nobles from generations past whose painted eyes seemed to follow him as he passed. Judging. Evaluating. Finding him wanting. The ceiling was higher here too, with decorative moldings that probably cost more than his parents' first house. The floor was polished stone rather than worn wood, reflecting light in ways that made everything seem more grand, more intimidating. The door was open when he arrived, revealing a space that seemed more like a private library than a classroom. Dark wood bookshelves covered the walls, filled with leather-bound volumes whose titles were embossed in gold. A long table of golden-nosed wood occupied the center, surrounded by comfortable chairs that looked too elegant for school use. Everything in the room spoke of wealth, of tradition, of power accumulated over generations. It was designed to make newcomers feel small, to remind them of how much history and influence they were trying to join. And sitting in one of those chairs, casually leafing through a document that seemed to have too many official seals, was Aldrich Galeheart. The man was, the word imposing wasn't quite right. Impressive didn't capture the essence either. He was the type of presence that filled a space effortlessly, without needing to shout or gesture. He simply existed, and that was enough. He appeared to be in his late 40s, with dark brown hair starting to show gray streaks at the temples. But considering his mana signature, the extra vitality surely masked a man of at least 80 or 100 years. His face was angular but not severe, with expression lines that suggested he smiled more than he frowned. Laugh lines at the corners of his eyes. A slight softness around his mouth. He wore a formal tunic that was clearly expensive but not ostentatious. When he looked up and his eyes met Ren's, for just a moment, something flickered across his face. Too fast to identify. Too complex to understand. Recognition. Calculation. Something else entirely. But soon something in the man's expression softened, like snow melting in the spring sun. His eyes, when they fully focused on Ren, were a light green that seemed to see more than they should. "Ah," he said, his voice surprisingly warm, carrying none of the cold formality Ren had braced himself for. "Ren Patender." Finally. He stood with fluid movements, unhurried but efficient. No wasted motion. No unnecessary flourishes. Just the easy grace of someone who'd spent a lifetime moving through noble society. He extended a hand across the table. "Aldrich Galehart. A pleasure to meet you in person. I've heard much about you." Ren shook the hand, hyper-aware of every detail. His grip, his posture, the angle of his back. All the small things that Larissa had tried to drill into him over weeks of painful lessons. The way his fingers should wrap, not too tight and not too loose. The duration of the shake, exactly 2 seconds. The slight bow of acknowledgement that went with it. Aldrich's hand was firm but not crushing. The kind of grip that communicated confidence without needing to prove anything. His skin was slightly calloused, surprising for nobility. Perhaps he wasn't just administrative nobility but also trained in combat. "It's an honor, Lord Galehart," Ren responded, the practiced words coming out a bit too formal, stilted in a way that made him wince internally. "I appreciate your time and—" "Please," Aldrich interrupted with a smile that reached his green eyes, crinkling them at the corners. "None of that here. Call me Aldrich. Or tutor if you prefer something more formal, but honestly that title makes me feel old and I'm not ready for that yet." He released Ren's hand and gestured toward one of the chairs. "Sit, sit. Would you like tea? I have an excellent blend from the northern meadows. Or an energy drink, something stronger if the day has already given you reasons." His tone was casual, conversational, nothing like the formal distance Ren had expected from a tutor evaluating him. "Tea is fine," Ren responded, feeling strangely disoriented by the casualness of it all. He prepared himself for hostility, for contemptuous looks, for the kind of nobility that had been staring at him with disdain during the ceremony. This was completely different. Aldrich poured 2 cups of tea with casual movements, placing one in front of Ren before sitting with his own cup. He leaned back in his chair, crossing one leg over the other in a posture that was relaxed without being disrespectful. The liquid was a pale amber, fragrant with herbs he couldn't identify. Steam rose in delicate curls, carrying scents of mint and something floral. "So," Aldrich began, taking a sip of his tea, his tone conversational and almost conspiratorial, "I suppose you're expecting me to be a complete bastard to you." Ren almost spit out his tea, the liquid burning the back of his throat as he fought not to choke. That's not. But you probably thought it," Aldrich smiled, without malice, just amusement. His eyes crinkled at the corners in a way that suggested he found the whole situation entertaining rather than offensive. "It's understandable. A tutor from another academy, assigned to be impartial, who just happens to be the father of one of the main candidates to obtain Starweaver territories or Goldcrest ones, if he distinguishes himself enough. The math isn't difficult. Lord. Just Aldrich." "Aldrich," Ren corrected, feeling his defenses beginning to lower unwillingly. The man's casual demeanor was disarming in a way that felt almost dangerous. "I don't want to assume." "But you do assume, and it's normal," Aldrich set his cup on the table, his expression becoming more serious but not cold. There was understanding there, acknowledgement of the political realities they both existed in. "Let me be completely honest with you, Ren. I could make things very difficult for you to try and make you fall. But I'm not going to do that." Ren blinked, the statement so unexpected it took him a moment to process. "You're not." "No." Aldrich leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table in a posture that was almost conspiratorial. His green eyes held Ren's gaze steadily, no deception visible in their depths. Look, I'm going to explain something about noble politics that perhaps no one else will tell you. There are two types of nobles, those who play the long game, and the idiots who think every small advantage matters. He took another sip of tea before continuing, letting the words settle. The idiots are the ones who try to sabotage every potential rival, who make unnecessary enemies, who burn bridges for temporary victories. And they generally end up destroying themselves because eventually you run out of allies and have too many enemies. And you? I play the long game, Aldrich smiled, but there was something calculating in it now. The smile of someone who'd survived decades of noble politics by thinking 10 moves ahead. Which means I recognize fundamental truths. You're incredibly valuable to the kingdom. Your cultivation methods have transformed society. Making you an enemy would be stupid when I could make you an ally. The word ally hung in the air between them, loaded with implications. Aldrich leaned back again, his expression softening into something that looked almost paternal. So here's my proposal, I teach you noble protocol properly. I help you navigate this year without making a fool of yourself in the evaluations. I give you honest advice when you need it. And in return, you actually try to learn instead of assuming I'm sabotaging you. That seems generous, Ren said slowly. It is, I shouldn't, but my son is better than that, Aldrich began, taking a sip before setting his cup down with a soft clink against the saucer. So let's begin. I imagine you're a bit nervous about all this. A bit, Ren admitted, which was a massive understatement. His stomach had been twisted in knots since yesterday. It's completely normal, Aldrich said with an understanding tone that actually sounded genuine. Noble protocol has this terrible reputation of being impossibly complicated. Years of archaic rules, ridiculous expectations, old nobles waiting for you to stumble. He made a dismissive gesture with his hand, as if waving away centuries of tradition. The truth is that most of it is theater. Much noise about nothing. Ren blinked, certain he'd misheard. Theater. Theater, Aldrich confirmed with conviction. Ancient nobles make it seem more complicated than it is to keep others out. It's intimidation, nothing more. But between you and me, he leaned in conspiratorially, lowering his voice as if sharing a precious secret, once you understand the basic tricks, the rest is just acting with confidence. He took another sip of tea, letting that settle. The silence stretched comfortably, not pressuring Ren to talk immediately. Look, most tutors will overwhelm you with unnecessary details. They'll make you memorize protocols that no one's used in decades. They'll drive you crazy with distinctions that don't matter in practice. And you won't. I prefer the practical approach, Aldrich smiled, and it seemed genuine. I'll teach you what you really need to pass the evaluations. No unnecessary filler. Just the essentials. He stood and walked to the shelves, pulling out some books. Not many, just 3 slim volumes. The movement was casual, unhurried, as if they had all the time in the world. These cover everything you need to know, he said, placing them in front of Ren. The books landed with soft thuds on the polished wood. Basic protocol, etiquette at formal events, and territorial management. Simple, direct, no complications. Ren looked at the books. They were noticeably thinner than the tomes he'd seen in the library, the ones Larissa had mentioned with dread in her voice. These looked almost manageable. Just these 3. Just these 3, Aldrich confirmed with a reassuring nod. As I said, most of the rest is filler. These have what's important. He opened the first book to a marked page, the spine cracking slightly with the movement. For example, look at this. Formal bows. People make a whole drama about the exact angles, the precise timing. The truth, Aldrich performed the gesture casually, his body moving with practiced ease, is that as long as you don't fall over or look drunk, no one really notices the difference of 2 or 3 degrees. He demonstrated a bow that was technically correct but clearly relaxed, without the formal rigidity that Larissa had been trying to drill into him for days. See. functional, appropriate, without all the unnecessary stress. Ren tried to imitate the movement. It came out naturally, without the tension he'd been feeling when practicing with Larissa. His back didn't lock up. His breathing stayed steady. Perfect, Aldrich smiled broadly, his approval seeming genuine and warm. Exactly like that. Relaxed but respectful. That's the secret, Ren. You don't need to be perfect. You just need to be good enough. The phrase, good enough, echoed in Ren's mind. It sounded so simple, so achievable, compared to the perfection most had demanded. The next hours passed quickly. Aldrich explained each concept with refreshing simplicity, always emphasizing that things weren't as complicated as others made them seem. He moved between topics with ease, never dwelling too long on any one point. Precedence rules, he said at one point, flipping through the second book to a diagram that looked deceptively simple, are basically common sense. The most important go first. If you're not sure, let others go first and observe. No one's going to punish you for being polite. And if I make a mistake? Then you apologize briefly and move on. Aldrich shrugged as if it were the most natural thing in the world. People make mistakes all the time. Old nobles want you to believe a minor error is the end of the world, but it's not. They're human too, they make mistakes constantly. He said it with such casual confidence, as if years of tradition and rigid hierarchy meant nothing. That's simpler than I expected. Because it is, Aldrich smiled, satisfaction evident in his expression. That's my point. They've built all this mystique around noble protocol to make it seem impossible. But once you see through the smoke, it's quite manageable. When the class ended, Aldrich packed up the books and handed them to Ren. The weight was almost disappointingly light in his hands. Read the first chapter of each for next time, he said, his tone easy and unburdened by the urgency others had conveyed. You don't need to memorize it. Just familiarize yourself with the concepts. We're going to take this slowly, no rush. No rush? Ren asked, surprise evident in his voice. Everything he'd heard suggested this year would be a desperate sprint from one evaluation to the next. Don't we have evaluations soon? We have enough time, Aldrich made a carefree gesture, dismissing the concern with a wave. The first exams are in 3 months. More than enough to cover the basics. You don't need to stress from now. 3 months sounded like forever compared to what he'd been dreading. But they told me that. Those who told you probably have tutors who are making their lives impossible, Aldrich interrupted with sympathy. That's because some tutors believe that stress and constant pressure are necessary. I don't. I believe you learn better when you're relaxed. So you're lucky to have me. He approached the door, holding it open for Ren in a gesture that was courteous without being obsequious. Trust me, Ren. I've seen hundreds of students go through this process. I know exactly what you need to succeed. And believe me, it's not killing yourself with stress from day one. Ren exited the classroom, the 3 slim books in his hands feeling almost insultingly light compared to the weight he'd expected. His backpack, which he'd emptied to make room for anticipated heavy tomes, felt strangely hollow. See you in 2 days, Aldrich said goodbye with a friendly smile. And remember, take it easy. This is easier than you think. As he walked down the hallway, Ren felt something strange in his chest. It was relief, he supposed. A loosening of the tension that had been coiled there like a spring for days. He'd been anticipating that noble protocol would be a nightmare, but it turned out Aldrich was right. Maybe all the drama around the subject was just that. Unnecessary drama. The portraits on the walls seemed less judgmental now, less like they were watching for him to fail. Just paintings of dead people who'd probably stressed themselves out over things that didn't really matter. Maybe this year wouldn't be so bad after all. The thought brought a small smile to his face as he headed toward his next class, the slim books tucked under his arm feeling more like allies than burdens. The regular classes and Zhao's sessions were a bit more demanding, but nothing extraordinary. Zhao had been methodical, as always, drilling him on Arturo's written knowledge about territorial management and resource gathering. Maps spread across tables, documentation requirements, legal frameworks that made sense only when explained properly. It was intense but straightforward. Just Zhao being Zhao. That night, when he returned to his room, which they had named with a poorly made sign by Min's hand, the Fancy Grey Wing, in honor of their first quarters, he found his roommates in various states of emotional trauma. Min was lying face down on his bed, groaning dramatically. Taro looked pale, his eyes somewhat glassy, staring at nothing. Lu simply shook his head slowly while reviewing mountains of notes. What happened? Ren asked, dropping his backpack. The sound seemed to startle all three of them. My tutors showed their true face, Min groaned without lifting his face from the pillow, his voice muffled by fabric. They're demons. Demons with fans and unrealistic expectations about my spine's flexibility. They made me practice one bow 547 times. 500. Ren repeated weakly. I counted, Min said with bitter pride. Every single one. Foundations are the most important thing to get perfectly right, Taro said with a hollow voice, like someone who'd had their soul partially extracted. Because apparently my left side was 0.3 centimeters less deep than my right side. The professor has me writing essays on territorial zoning, civic responsibilities, and ethics in shared resource collection. He paused, looking at his notes with disgust that bordered on hatred. 5 pages by tomorrow. About sewage basically. At least they're teaching you, Lu collapsed onto his desk. I have no idea where to even begin understanding so many things. The three looked at Ren expectantly, waiting for his own horror story. Their expressions were almost hopeful, in that misery loves company way. Ren felt something twisting uncomfortably in his stomach. He'd anticipated this moment would come, but now that it was here. It was brutal, he said finally, forcing exhaustion into his voice. Zhao has me preparing for the gathering expedition. Says I need to be ready to collect much more valuable things in the interschool competition, not just theory. It wasn't a lie. Zhao was preparing him. It's just that this part wasn't what had him worried or tired. Meeting Aldrich had also been intense. Just not in the way his companions probably imagined. Brutal how? Taro asked, looking up with morbid interest. What kind of new preparation does Zhao give? Lu also asked, leaning forward slightly. Identification of dangerous zones, emergency protocols, how to evaluate unstable terrain. Ren listed things Zhao had actually taught him. His mind pulled up the afternoon's lessons, all legitimate information. And for me too, like Taro, I have to understand Earth element rules. Arturo also wants me to understand all the legal responsibilities of my new territory soon. That sounds horrible, Taro said with sympathy, reaching over to pat Ren's shoulder. It is, Ren responded, and this time he didn't have to fake the exhaustion in his voice. The guilt was its own kind of tiredness. At least we're all equally screwed, Min muttered against his pillow, the words coming out slurred. Yeah, you know, Ren gestured vaguely, lots of rules. Protocols. Expectations. Also not a lie. Aldrich had mentioned all those things. He'd just presented them as, not as complicated as they seem. So your tutor was very strict? Min finally lifted his head, his expression showing solidarity of shared suffering. Ren thought about Aldrich telling him to take it easy, that there was no rush, that it was easier than it seemed. He has high standards, he said, which was technically true. Aldrich clearly had standards. He just seemed to think Ren would reach them easily. Expects a lot. They all do, Taro sighed, slumping further into himself. The professor told me my understanding of territorial zoning was deplorably inadequate for someone who will soon be considered an adult. The words were clearly a direct quote, burned into Taro's memory by sheer humiliation. One of the old ladies made me hold a teacup in perfect position for 20 minutes, Min added with bitterness that seemed to go bone deep. 20 minutes. My hands are still shaking. He held them up as proof, and indeed, there was a slight tremor in his fingers. Lu simply groaned and grabbed his head. At least we're all in this together like Min says, Ren said finally, which was technically true though not in the way his companions would think. Yeah, Min sighed, his face going back into the pillow. Shared misery and all that. Well, Ren said, searching for a topic change before he had to explain more, at least training with Lin was the same for everyone. True, Lu perked up slightly, like a drowning man grabbing a rope. That woman doesn't discriminate. She hates and tortures everyone equally. It's almost refreshing, Taro admitted, and there was genuine appreciation in his voice. At least there we know the suffering is genuine and has no hidden agenda. They spent the next hour complaining about Lin and Yang, safe territory where everyone shared similar experiences. Ren participated enthusiastically, grateful to be able to talk honestly about something. He watched his companions, feeling an uncomfortable sensation growing in his chest. They were clearly being tortured by their tutors. Pushed to their limits. Stressed to the point of breaking. And him, he had 3 slim books and a tutor who told him to relax. He felt a strange guilt settling over him like a heavy blanket. If he told them he had it easy while they suffered, how would they feel? Would they think he was showing off? Would they resent him? Would it damage the friendship they built over years of shared struggles? In a different part of the academy, in quarters as luxurious as the fancy gray wing, another conversation was happening. I can't take this woman anymore, Leora's voice sounded frustrated in a way she rarely showed. Her usual playful demeanor had been stripped away, leaving raw irritation. 3 hours, Larissa. 3 hours making me repeat the same step because my foot rotates half a centimeter too much. Lady Daphnia is known for being meticulous, Larissa responded with diplomacy. Meticulous is an understatement, Leora practically growled. She's a control-obsessed maniac disguised as a protocol instructor. At least you know what Daphnia wants, Luna's voice sounded tense, tired in a way that went beyond physical exhaustion. Morgane corrected my hand posture 48 times. And every time I thought I'd finally gotten it right, she found something new. The angle of my pinky. The curve of my thumb. The distance between fingers. Morgane was humiliated by us then, Larissa said softly, referring to events during the defense where certain nobles had questioned Luna's authority. Of course she's going to be difficult with you. Difficult I can handle, Luna responded, her voice carrying steel beneath the exhaustion. But she's trying to sabotage me. That's why I told you to study beyond what she teaches, Larissa insisted, leaning forward in her chair. You can't rely solely on her instruction. I learn with you, not with her, Luna responded with obstinacy that was both admirable and worrying. I'm not going to give her the power to control my education. Luna, Larissa's tone became more serious, more maternal despite being the same age. That's fine for now. But after the first round of exams, things are going to change. Change how? Once they finish the first 10 exams, they'll have real data. They'll know exactly how you're performing. And then they'll adjust their strategies. There was a brief silence, heavy with implication. If they see you're succeeding despite their pressure, Larissa continued, her voice taking on a warning quality, they're going to intensify their efforts. They're going to look for different ways to sabotage you. Let them try, Luna said with defiance. But they might cheat, Leora murmured, she was someone who'd seen too much noble duplicity already. Exactly, Larissa confirmed, nodding. That's why the first 10 exams may be critical. They don't just establish your record. They establish expectations. They reveal your real level. And then they'll know exactly how much more pressure they need to apply to make me fail. Luna finished with bitterness. Not just you, Larissa added, her expression darkening. Anyone with significant rewards. You, Leora to a lesser extent, but especially Ren. Ren? Luna asked, straightening slightly. Her wolf's ears perked up at the name. Because of his enormous rewards, Larissa explained, her fingers drumming on the armrest in a rare show of nervous energy. A quarter of the new vault, all the Goldcrest territory, official high nobility. There are many nobles who would prefer to see him fail. His very existence is a threat to many people. And in the first exams, they'll have a clear idea of whether they can accomplish it or not. They can't really affect him, he has so many allies. Luna began, but her voice lacked conviction. But, Leora made a face, her usual playfulness completely absent. Tutors have big influence on practical evaluations. They can recommend what kind of scenarios to present, what aspects to emphasize. Yes, Larissa added. They can coordinate to create scenarios specifically designed to expose weaknesses. Or worse, to create situations where no matter what he does, he'll be seen as inadequate. I'm jealous, don't you want to adopt me? Leora asked Larissa with a weak attempt at humor. Royals have different rules. I would if I could, Larissa confirmed, her expression softening with something that might have been guilt. The privilege of her birth was something she'd never asked for but couldn't escape. You wouldn't have to take noble protocol exams because royals govern ourselves differently. How convenient, Leora murmured, but there was affection in her tone more than true resentment. She knew it wasn't Larissa's fault. How many exams can Ren fail before losing everything? Luna asked, getting to the heart of the matter. With his rewards, Larissa said slowly, he can probably fail less than anyone in the Academy's history. His achievements are so extraordinary that he'll have less margin. The previous record was Sirius's, Luna added quietly. The mention of her father brought a tightness to her expression. He could fail only 6 exams. If it depends on the rewards. Larissa responded carefully, Luna, with your significant rewards, you can probably afford to fail up to 7 before it's really problematic. 9, Luna corrected. Selphora verified. I can fail up to 9 exams before my faction leadership is in real danger. The 3 girls exchanged glances, each processing what this meant. He can probably fail 3. Days later, in the comfortable classroom that Ren was beginning to think of as safe territory, Aldrich continued his easygoing instruction. If I want to help you, it's because I'm against all those dummies who think nobility is about lineage instead of capability. Aldrich made a dismissive gesture with his hand, as if physically waving away the concept. The same ones who were murmuring during your ceremony. The ones who think that because they were born into the right family, they're inherently superior. He leaned forward conspiratorially, lowering his voice as if sharing a dangerous secret. Between you and me, most of those nobles couldn't organize a decent banquet if their lives depended on it. It's all facade and delegation. But you, he pointed at Ren with emphasis, you actually built something from scratch. That requires real intelligence, not just following a script someone else wrote. Ren found himself genuinely relaxing. There was something about Aldrich's way of speaking, direct but not rude, honest without being cruel, that made him feel like he was talking with a person he could just speak the truth with. So, Aldrich stood up, walking to one of the shelves and pulling out several books. Since you mastered the basics, here's the intermediate level. He stacked the books on the table in front of Ren. Again, slim volumes with pragmatic titles. Nothing like the massive tomes Ren had seen his friends carrying around. Ren read the first title, feeling a weird mix of relief and shame. It was almost too simple. No shame, Aldrich said firmly, as if he could read minds. Everyone starts somewhere. I had to learn this too, you know. My great-great-great-grandfather was a merchant before the family ascended. So these same frustrations, my father lived them. And he passed them on to me with a patience I now appreciate much more. He sat down again, pushing the book toward Ren across the polished wood surface. As long as you don't paralyze yourself trying to remember every little rule. The secret of noble protocol, he leaned forward as if sharing the forbidden knowledge of the universe, his voice dropping to a near whisper, is confidence. If you act like you belong, most people will assume you belong. It's pure psychology. And if I don't feel confident? Then you fake it until you do. Aldrich shrugged with the ease of someone who'd done exactly that many times. It's what we all do. Do you think I felt confident the first time I had to give a speech before the royal court? I was terrified. But I acted like I knew exactly what I was doing, and it worked. He opened the book to the first page, revealing diagrams of postures and positions. Simple stick figures showing correct and incorrect stances. Well, let's start with the most fundamental thing of all, how to stand without looking like you want to use the bathroom to take a. The casual vulgarity made Ran laugh despite himself, the tension in his shoulders easing. For next class, Aldrich said as they packed up at the end of the session, I want you to practice these 3 basic postures. You don't need perfection, just familiarity. I want your body to remember the movements without having to think about them. Understood, Ren nodded, storing the new books in his backpack. They barely added any weight. And Ren, Aldrich stopped him at the door, his expression serious but kind, if you ever feel I'm being unfair or too hard, tell me. This tutor-student relationship only works if there's honest communication. The words sounded so reasonable, so caring. Ren felt warmth in his chest at the offer. I will, Ren promised. As he walked back to his dorm, Ren couldn't help but compare his experience with what his friends were going through. That night, after his companions fell asleep, after the familiar sounds of Min snoring and Taro's sleep-talking had filled the room, Ren pulled out again one of the 3 slim books Aldrich had given him. Under the covers and invoking light in his index finger. He opened it randomly to a page about precedence at formal events. In case of ambiguity about relative rank, he read quietly, his finger tracing the words, it is appropriate to use family antiquity as a tiebreaker criterion. The person from the more established family proceeds first. It sounded reasonable. Logical even. The kind of rule that made sense when you thought about it. It all made so much sense. The weeks continued their relentless march forward, each day blending into the next in a rhythm of training, classes, and practice. Ren's routine became automatic. Morning training with Lin that left him gasping and sore. Regular classes that were demanding but manageable. Sessions with Zhao that were intensive but straightforward. And his sessions with Aldrich, which continued to be surprisingly pleasant compared to the torture his friends endured. But then came a morning that broke the routine, a moment Ren had been anticipating for months. He woke before dawn, not from any external alarm but from an internal awareness. His beasts were restless, their energy patterns shifting in ways that signaled imminent change. Today's the day, he whispered to the darkness of the room. His Wolverine had been on the cusp of Silver 3 for days now, the energy of almost 300 days, 3 full cycles, building and building until it felt like his entire mana system was vibrating with power. And his Jade Mantis, his newest companion, had also been approaching Bronze 1 with steady inevitability. They were timed precisely, thanks to the Shroom getting to Gold 1 exactly 100 days before the Wolverine hitting Silver 3. Both beasts would evolve simultaneously. Ren sat up in bed, careful not to wake his roommates to avoid the common overdramatization, and began the process. The Wolverine's evolution came first, a surge of power that made his muscles contract involuntarily. 2 beasts at the same Silver 3 rank meant more than just numbers, it meant a fundamental shift in how the beasts integrated with his system. The healing factor that had saved his life multiple times intensified, becoming something that could restore him from injuries that should have been fatal. His elemental Omni boost jumped from 475 to 575, almost 600, 50 plus 25. Every other attribute enhanced by 60%, 30 plus 30, again as much. But he didn't stop there. The Mantis evolution followed immediately, the Jade energy flowing through him like liquid light. Bronze 1 was not a significant threshold anymore, but it was the point where a beast truly began to show its species characteristics. The Jade Crystal Mantis's elemental affinities crystallized, its connection to his other beasts strengthening in ways that created new synergies. Speed, Regeneration and attack being the main buffs got an extra 80%. 50 plus 30. The seed in his chest pulsed with approval, the broken jade structure resonating with the mantis's energy and healing a bit. Not healing fully, not yet, but responding. Appreciating the growth. When both evolutions completed, Ren sat in the darkness of the room, feeling the new power settling into his system. 2 silver 3 beasts now. The Wolverine and the Hydra both at the peak of silver rank, with the mantis and the dormant fungus forming a foundation that went deeper than most would ever understand. His total Omni boost stood at 420% now, 820% dormant. 4 times the capabilities of a normal human when not fused with any beast. And in just 140 more days, a little over 6 months after the new year had started, his Hydra would reach Gold 1. Then he'd have 600 points of elemental control as his base. The numbers should have been impossible for someone his age. Most students would be celebrating big by reaching Silver 1 or 2 by their 5th year. He was beyond Silver 3, approaching Gold, with knowledge and abilities that went far beyond what any single rank could explain. Ren allowed himself a small smile in the darkness. Everything was progressing according to plan. His beasts were evolving on schedule. His classes were manageable. Maybe, he thought with cautious optimism, everything would work out after all. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to fear. He lay back down, feeling the new power humming through his system, and let himself believe that maybe, just maybe, this year wouldn't be the nightmare everyone had warned him about. 3 months have passed since the 5th year started. 90 days in what felt like both an eternity and an instant. The first exams finally arrived. 3 months had passed like water does through open fingers. Ren waited outside in the stands of one of the 10 temporary auditoriums. Small buildings for evaluations that Earth elementals had generated. The structures were impressive in their uniformity, each one identical to the others. He was waiting his turn for what was a semi-private exam where only some acquaintances could be seen being evaluated since they'd been distributed randomly. Luckily he and Min were together. Min descended from the platform showing mostly relief with a bit of frustration. His posture was slouched in a way that spoke of bone-deep exhaustion. How did it go? Ren asked when his friend approached, making room on the bench beside him. 9 out of 10, Min responded, dropping into the seat with the grace of a dropped sack of potatoes. Failed the posture before His Majesty won. Apparently my back was too stoic, according to the evaluator. His voice carried bitter irony on the word stoic, as if it were a huge insult. I guess forcing it so much with those tutors of yours left it numb. Ah. Min's expression shifted, realization dawning. Yeah. Ah, Ren sighed, feeling sympathy for his friend's plight. But well, 9 out of 10. I can live with that. Was it that taking everything with so much stress had been the problem like Aldrich claimed? The thought was seductive, tempting. But Ren felt something cold slide down his back despite the warm afternoon sun. Min had taken this incredibly seriously. Ren had seen him practice postures until late at night, memorize protocols while eating, murmur etiquette responses in his sleep. And he'd still failed one. Min, who had good form. Min, who had studied exhaustively. Min, who Ren had thought would pass everything without problem. If Min could fail with all that effort. Ren shook his head, physically trying to dislodge the thought. No. No point in worrying too much now. Being tense and stressed like everyone else wasn't going to help him. If there was anything good he could take from Aldrich's teachings, it was that, staying calm. Keep the confidence. Don't let nerves control you. At least you already passed, he said finally, optimism in his voice. And 9 out of 10 is excellent when you have 15 opportunities to fail. With minor rewards, students could fail up to 15 exams total over the year before serious consequences. Min had used 1 failure. He had 14 left. I hope so, Min murmured, though he didn't sound convinced. The next students were called one by one. Some came out with smiles of relief, their shoulders light, their steps bouncing with the joy of success. Others with tears escaping even as they bit their lips or clenched their mouths shut, trying desperately to maintain dignity in the face of failure. A boy from another of the 3 main academies approached out pale as death after failing 4 out of 10. His friends surrounded him immediately, but he seemed not to see them, staring at nothing with hollow eyes. 4 failures already. He only had 11 left for the entire year. Klein Goldcrest, the announcer's voice resonated in auditorium number 5, where Ren found himself waiting with Min. Ren straightened slightly, watching as Klein walked toward the platform with measured steps. The ex-Goldcrest air had changed. He still had that ingrained noble posture, but there was something different in how he moved now. Less arrogance, more awareness. In Ren's opinion, he deserved that small nobility they'd gifted him despite everything that had happened before. Some people could change. Perhaps Klein was proof of that. Klein's exams were a spectacle of technical perfection. Each bow at the exact angle, not a degree off. Each answer articulated with aristocratic clarity, every syllable precisely formed. Each gesture executed with the precision of years of training since childhood. It was like watching a master craftsman at work, every movement deliberate and flawless. 10 out of 10, the head evaluator announced at the end. The auditorium erupted in polite applause. The sound was restrained, proper, but genuine. Ren found himself clapping too, genuinely impressed by the display of technical mastery. Klein descended from the platform, and when his eyes met Ren's, something strange happened. The boy who before had looked at him with disdain now, blushed. Slightly. His pale cheeks tinged with color. And he averted his gaze quickly before hurrying toward his section, his steps just a touch too fast to be entirely dignified. What was that? Min murmured, eyebrows raised in surprise. I have no idea, Ren responded, equally confused. More students passed through. Each one a small drama of success or failure. One Ren knew. Jean Stralfang, now from another school, got 9 out of 10, his expression bitter as he came down. His tiger markings were more pronounced than usual, stress making them stand out against his skin. He didn't look at anyone as he returned to his seat, jaw clenched so tight the muscles jumped. Seiichi Galehart, Aldrich's second son, achieved 10 out of 10 with a confidence that bordered on arrogance. His brother Seiya was there. He smiled at the audience as if he'd never doubted the outcome, and perhaps he hadn't. With his father as a secret tutor, he'd probably had every advantage. Several minor nobles obtained mixed results, some excellent, others barely passing. Each face told a story of months of preparation, of stress and study and desperate hope. Meanwhile in Auditorium 7, the moment many had been waiting for had arrived. Luna Starweaver. The auditorium fell into silence. It wasn't the polite quiet of people waiting their turn. It was the breathless hush of anticipation, of people watching something they knew would be significant. All eyes turned toward the blue-haired girl who rose from her seat in the elite section. Her posture was perfect, her expression serene, mask-like in its calm. But Leora, who knew her well, could see the tension in her shoulders and the slight tightness around her eyes. Larissa, seated near Julius and Selphra in the upper section for high command who ensured everyone followed the rules, had a small smile on her lips. It was subtle, barely there, but those who knew what to look for could see the satisfaction in it. Mayo and Matilda, on the other side in the common benches, looked like they were holding their breath. Their hands were clasped together. At the evaluator's table, Lady Morgaine leaned forward, her eyes fixed on Luna like a predator stalking prey. There was hunger in that gaze, anticipation of watching something fail. Of being proven right. This is going to be interesting, Selphra murmured to Julius, her voice barely audible. Her expression gave nothing away, perfectly neutral, but her eyes were sharp. Exam 1, Formal Presentation Protocol. The first evaluator, an older man with a silver beard that fell to his chest, stood up. His robes were formal, bearing the emblems of the Educational Consortium. Neutral ground, theoretically. Impartial judgment. Miss Starweaver, present yourself formally before this court as heir of the Starweaver faction of the Northern Territory. Luna took a step forward. Her movement was fluid, confident, showing none of the nervousness she must have felt. Her right hand positioned itself over her heart, the left extended slightly to one side, palm facing down. Her head inclined exactly 25 degrees. Not 24. Not 26. Exactly 25. Luna Starweaver, daughter of Sirius Starweaver, legitimate heir of the northern faction of Starweaver territory, guardian of the ancestral rift and the new northern wall, I present myself before this honorable court with respect and duty. Her voice was clear, strong, carrying through the auditorium without seeming to strain. Every word articulated perfectly, the formal phrasing rolling off her tongue as if she'd been born speaking it. Lady Morgan's frown was almost imperceptible. Almost. But Larissa, watching from above with her enhanced perception, caught it. That tiny contraction of muscles, that minute expression of displeasure. For 3 months, Morgaine had been teaching Luna an obsolete variation of the presentation protocol. One that had been appropriate 20 years ago but was now considered slightly antiquated. The position of the right hand should go to the side, not over the heart. The angle of inclination should be 20 degrees, not 25. Small differences. Subtle enough that most wouldn't notice anything wrong. Just enough to make Luna seem outdated. Out of touch with modern protocols. Like someone trying to perform aristocracy but getting it slightly wrong, marking her as someone who didn't truly belong at such high standard. But Luna had executed the correct version. The current one. The modern protocol that was standard in current noble circles, not the outdated version Morgaine had been drilling into her. Correct. The evaluator's voice carried approval. Movements and final position acceptable. Proceed to the next exam. Damned brat. The thought screamed through Morgan's mind, barely contained behind her neutral expression. Her jaw clenched, teeth grinding together with enough force that her temples throbbed. Luna hadn't used the one she'd been taught, but the one Larissa had taught her in secret during their nocturnal study sessions. In the royal section, Larissa allowed her smile to widen slightly. Just a touch. Just enough to be noticeable to those who were watching for it. The first battle had been won. The first battle had been won. But there were 9 more exams to go. Exam 2, Precedence Management at Events. Luna studied the scene for exactly 3 seconds. Her eyes moved fast and methodically across each noble's information thanks to her augmented perception. Then her hand moved with decisive confidence, placing markers in specific positions. Correct, the evaluator announced with surprise evident in her voice, eyebrows rising slightly. Exam 3, Territorial Dispute Resolution. You are presented with the following scenario, began the third evaluator, a man with sharp eyes. 2 noble families under your jurisdiction dispute the water rights of a river that crosses both properties. Both families have valid historical claims. How do you proceed? Lady Morgaine smiled internally. For 3 months, she'd hammered into Luna a specific philosophy, tradition over innovation. Historical claims are sacred. She'd presented case after case where respecting antiquity had been the correct answer. Had made Luna repeat the principle until it should have been burned into her brain. And had presented even a Starweaver territory example. But that wasn't the approach the consortium currently favored. The new doctrine emphasized pragmatic and equitable solutions over rigid adherence to tradition. Luna didn't hesitate. I would order an independent hydrological analysis to determine the river's sustainable flow. I would establish a shared rights system based on demonstrated needs of each property, with seasonal adjustments and help from the water elementals when healing isn't the priority according to availability. I would implement a joint management council with representatives from both families to oversee equitable use. She paused, her voice taking on added firmness. Historical claims would be considered but not as a determining factor. Resource sustainability and the welfare of dependent populations without water elemental tamers would take precedence over antiquity of title. The evaluator blinked, clearly impressed. Exemplary. That's exactly the kind of progressive thinking we're looking for. Lady Morgaine felt her jaw tense, muscles jumping beneath her skin. Exam 4, Official Morning Protocol. The evaluator nodded with approval. Correct in all aspects. Exam 5, Official Documentation Etiquette. A scenario was presented. Luna had to draft an official letter responding to a formal complaint from a neighboring lord about alleged border negligence. Lady Morgaine had spent weeks teaching Luna a florid and elaborate correspondence style. Elegance of language demonstrates sophistication, she'd insisted, forcing Luna to practice flowery phrases until her hand cramped. Long phrases, complex metaphors, obscure literary references. But the modern style favored by the consortium was exactly the opposite: clarity, concision, directness. Effective communication over linguistic ostentation. Luna took the pen offered to her. Her hand moved across the parchment with decisive strokes, no hesitation, no second-guessing. Brief. Clear. Direct. Professional without being cold. Respectful without being servile. The evaluator read the letter and nodded with evident approval, a small smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Excellent official communication. In her seat, Lady Morgaine felt as if something inside her was beginning to crack. Exam 6, Public Crisis Administration. An outbreak of illness has affected 3 zones in your territory, presented the 6th evaluator, a woman with stern features and no-nonsense demeanor. Medical resources against mana poisoning are limited. How do you prioritize distribution? Perfect. Exam 7, Interterritorial Negotiation Protocol. 2 neighboring territories dispute the mining rights of a border zone, explained the 7th evaluator, spreading maps across the evaluation table. You have been designated mediator. How do you proceed? Excellent. Exam 8, Shared Resource Management. Morgan's fissure was becoming a chasm. Exam 9, Protocol for Assigning Minor Titles. A distinguished citizen of your territory has performed exceptional service, explained the 9th evaluator, her expression curious, as if testing something specific. You wish to grant them a minor title of recognition. What process do you follow? This was subtle. Lady Morgaine had taught that lords could grant minor titles by unilateral decree. Technically correct according to ancient law. The kind of thing that would seem right to someone who didn't know better. But modern protocols required a more transparent process to prevent nepotism. The kind of corruption that had plagued noble houses for generations until recent reforms. Luna described the current procedure: formal documentation of services rendered, review by territorial council, period of public comment, granting ceremony with official witnesses, registration in central archives. Transparency in title granting maintains the legitimacy of the recognition system, she concluded. The evaluator smiled, the expression transforming her stern features. Exceptional understanding of modern governance. Exam 10, Seal Activation for Integration of New Royal Policies. The final exam was the most complex. Luna was presented with a scenario where the king had issued a new decree that contradicted local traditions of her territory. She had to explain how she would implement the change. This was Lady Morgane's last bastion of hope. Her final trap. She'd taught Luna the procedure of feeding mana to the seal but in mirrored order, and that local traditions take precedence in absence of direct danger. Respect for territorial autonomy. It sounded reasonable and was used when the king was gone for a while, not long ago. It sounded like respecting the people you governed. But it was exactly the opposite of what the consortium wanted to hear after the recent crisis. Now the emphasis was on kingdom unity and coherent implementation of central policies. The lesson from the invasion was clear: divided responses led to disaster. Unified command saved lives. Luna took the official document with the new policies. Her movements were firm but careful, showing none of the nervousness that must have been coursing through her. She transcribed them onto parchment that had the old policies. Finally, she stepped forward and touched the minor territorial seal. An artifact of governance that every noble heir had to learn to use. Mana began to flow slowly, carefully controlled, and it activated perfectly. A soft light illuminated the artifact as it erased the previous policies and sealed the changed document. The technical portion alone was difficult. Many students failed simply because they couldn't control the mana flow properly. But Luna's control was flawless. Royal authority takes precedence over local traditions. Luna began with firmness that carried through the silent auditorium. My responsibility as a noble of the kingdom is to implement the royal decree effectively while working to minimize social disruption. She described a gradual implementation plan. Public education campaigns explaining the benefits of the new policy. Open dialogue with local community leaders about concerns. But always making clear that the decree would be implemented. I am an administrator of the territory in the kingdom's name, not an independent ruler. Loyalty to Yano is primary. The 10th evaluator, the eldest of them all, stood slowly. He looked at Luna with eyes that had seen decades of noble students, had watched countless young people try and fail to navigate the complexities of governance. 10 out of 10, his voice announced, resonating in the silent auditorium. Perfect score. The echo of the words lingered for a moment. Then the auditorium erupted in applause. Luna descended from the platform with the same serenity with which she'd ascended, but Leora could see the gleam of triumph in her eyes when she passed Lady Morgaine. It was subtle, easily missed if you weren't looking for it, but it was there. Pure, unadulterated victory. The tutor was paralyzed in her seat, her face a mask of shock and disbelief that she couldn't quite hide despite decades of practice at noble neutrality. 3 months. 3 months deliberately teaching obsolete information. 3 months of confidence that Luna seemed lost and would follow her instructions. Even the sealing procedure, the most difficult to memorize, hadn't gone wrong. Luna had been pretending the entire time. Playing the role of confused student while learning the real material elsewhere. Acting uncertain while building genuine competence in secret. In the royal section, Larissa no longer contained her smile. It was wide, victorious, and directed straight toward Lady Morgaine with all the subtlety of a declaration of war. The tutor's expression when she met that smile was one of pure horrified comprehension. She knew, in that exact moment, that she'd been completely outmaneuvered. Not just by Luna. By Larissa Dravenholm, who had been teaching Luna in secret this entire time. Who had identified every trap Morgaine had laid and systematically dismantled them. Who had turned 3 months of sabotage into 3 months of wasted effort. The game had been lost before it even began, and Morgaine was only now realizing it. In the upper stands reserved for tutors and high-ranking nobles in the auditorium number 5, Saya Galehart observed with crossed arms. His Pegasus markings were subtle today, almost invisible against his skin. His father, Aldrich, sat beside him, apparently relaxed but with that penetrating attention Saya had learned to recognize over years of watching the man work. The posture of someone who seemed at ease but was actually cataloging everything. So, Saya murmured low, ensuring his voice wouldn't carry beyond his father's ear, how did it turn out with the boy that's closest to Luna? Aldrich didn't look away from the auditorium where names continued being called, each one another drama of success or failure playing out. He's actually very gullible, he responded with an almost casual tone, the kind that made the words seem like an afterthought. Poorly informed, as you'd expect from a former peasant. Trusts authority figures too easily. Saya let out a short laugh, almost a snort. The sound escaped before he could fully stop it. Really? With everything he's accomplished, I thought he'd be more shrewd. Aldrich interrupted gently, a small smile playing at his lips. Ren Patender is a monster in his field. Don't make the mistake of underestimating him completely. The warning in those words made Saya pause. Saya blinked, surprised by the change in tone. His father rarely used that level of respect in his voice. That particular quality that meant he was talking about someone genuinely dangerous. His level of mana perception is terrifying despite not seeming to have a beast that allows using mana eyes, he almost appeared to use them anyway. Many times I felt he could detect lies and I was forced to play with words, Aldrich continued, his voice dropping even lower, becoming almost conspiratorial. The admission sent a chill through Saya. His elemental and mana control is too good, he seems to have very low mana sometimes, then. Aldrich paused, searching for the right words. I've heard reports, but experiencing it up close is different. When he relaxed with me, when he lowered his guard because he felt comfortable, I could feel the magnitude of his power. It's like being near a dragon pretending to be human. Like that former king of. He didn't finish, but he didn't need to. The comparison was clear. Saya tensed. His father only spoke like this about people like Selphira or the former King Dragarian. Not even Sirius, Victor, or the other princes earned that level of recognition in Aldrich's voice. Those were the people you didn't fight directly. The people you maneuvered around rather than against. So, what did you do in his? Being enemies of that boy is a terrible idea, Aldrich said firmly, cutting through Saya's question with absolute conviction. Believe me, Saya, we want to be on his good side. But. He made a significant pause. But we need him to be a warrior, not a leader. We want him at the front, not in the back lines. But if he's that monstrous. Aldrich finally looked at his son directly. His eyes held something that might have been regret, or might have been satisfaction. With his father, it was always hard to tell. Do you remember how we all helped push Dragarian to leave? To take responsibility for the bigger problem with corruption? Although many claim he might have done it anyway without our opinion. I believe it wasn't a full coincidence. It was strategy. Saya felt something cold slide down his spine, settling in his gut like ice water. You're saying that? I'm saying that Ren needs to be pushed to the front too, Aldrich confirmed, his voice carrying the weight of carefully laid plans. I want him to understand that we're not enemies, but that this heavy world of nobility full of old fools isn't for him. Like the king, we hope Ren ends up, eliminating himself mutually with some external threat. Father, Saya said with a tense voice, processing the implications, you sabotaged him. Do you think I was cruel? Aldrich arched an eyebrow, his expression mild, almost amused. Perhaps. But it's survival politics. A power like Ren's, without being firmly aligned with traditional power structures. It's dangerous. For everyone. Better that power be spent facing threats to the kingdom than, complicating the internal order too much like Dragarian did. The logic was sound, in its own twisted way. Remove the pieces that didn't fit. Saya swallowed, processing this. His stomach churned uncomfortably. And if he realizes? If he understands what you all are doing to him? Remember. He's gullible, Saya, Aldrich repeated, his voice returning to that casual tone. And besides, I didn't really sabotage him. I just, let him be. I gave him the foundations, not everything. If he fails, it will be his fault for not studying beyond what I provided. None of the forms or positions I taught him were lies. And if he doesn't take it seriously, it will be his fault. The words were carefully constructed, each one a small absolution. Technically true. Morally bankrupt. The foundations, Saya repeated slowly, understanding dawning like a sick sunrise. Exactly. Basic information. Correct. He's the genius, right? He should have known he needed to dig deeper. Aldrich shrugged. If he didn't, well, that's his responsibility. The beautiful trap. Give someone just enough rope to hang themselves, then claim innocence when they do. Ren Patender, the announcer's voice resonated through the auditorium. The sound cut through the murmuring crowd, bringing instant attention. Every head turned. Every conversation stopped. Aldrich straightened slightly, a small smile touching his lips. The expression of someone about to watch their careful work bear fruit. Ren stood from his seat among the students. There was no rush in his movements. No visible tension in his shoulders. He walked toward the platform with casual, relaxed steps, as if he were walking to class rather than toward exams that would determine his future. The murmuring in the auditorium was immediate, spreading like ripples in a pond. "Is he, walking like that on purpose?" someone whispered near Min, voice carrying that particular tone of scandalized disbelief. "He looks like he's going for a walk in the park," another noble murmured with disapproval dripping from every word. "The evaluators hate those who don't take this seriously. They're going to." The speaker didn't finish, but everyone could fill in the blank. "Destroy him. Fail him. Make an example." The evaluators exchanged glances. Several frowned, their expressions darkening with each casual step Ren took. The first evaluator narrowed his eyes while Ren approached, his jaw setting with clear displeasure. This was exactly the wrong attitude. Noble protocol demanded respect, seriousness, recognition of the weight of the responsibilities that would come with approval. And here was Ren Patender, who supposedly was going to have the welfare of an entire enormous territory on his shoulders, walking like none of this truly mattered. Like it was all a game. Aldrich allowed his smile to widen slightly. He apologized mentally. "Sorry, boy," he thought, satisfaction warm in his chest. "But this baptism is necessary. This would be the first." Ren would fail the formal presentation protocol for inappropriate attitude even before beginning. Then, when they reprimanded him, he'd desperately try to correct himself, become more upright, more serious. But it would already be too late. It'll seem rough and clumsy. The pattern would be established. The evaluators would have marked him as unprepared, as someone who didn't take this seriously enough. He would be stressed and awkward, overcompensating for his initial mistake. And with each subsequent exam, that first impression would haunt him. Even if he executed the protocols correctly afterward by some miracle, the evaluators would see his actions through the lens of that first failure. It was perfect. Brutal, but perfect. The kind of trap that closed around someone without them even knowing they'd been caught. Ren reached the foot of the platform, still with that relaxed posture that made several nobles in the audience shake their heads with disapproval. Some made quiet sounds of disgust. Others whispered behind raised hands. The evaluator opened his mouth. He was clearly about to reprimand Ren even before beginning the exam. His expression showed disgust at such lack of respect toward the solemnity of the moment. "Mr. Patender," he began, his voice full of disapproval that bordered on contempt, "before we begin, I must point out that your attitude." But then Ren crossed the line marked on the floor. The formal evaluation zone. And everything changed. The transformation was so abrupt, so complete, so utterly shocking that several members of the audience actually gasped. Others leaned forward, certain they'd imagined what they'd just seen. The relaxed posture disappeared as if it had never existed. Ren's shoulders squared with military precision, the kind of alignment that spoke of endless hours of practice. His spine straightened, but not with artificial rigidity, rather with the grace of someone who had practiced thousands of times until the movement became as natural as breathing. His chin elevated exactly to the correct angle. Not too high, which would signal arrogance. Not too low, which would suggest inappropriate submission. Exactly right. Every muscle in his body seemed to have found its perfect place. His hands, which had been loose at his sides, now held themselves with deliberate placement. His feet positioned at precisely the correct width. His eyes, which moments before had been wandering casually through the auditorium, now focused with laser intensity on the evaluator. As if the manna in the air presented him with a reverence, Ren seemed to become larger. Yet it wasn't an aggressive look. Nor was it the look of a nervous student or an arrogant noble. It was the look of someone completely present, completely committed to the moment. The evaluator closed his mouth abruptly, the words of reprimand dying in his throat. Because this wasn't the casual boy who'd walked across the auditorium. This was someone else entirely. In the upper stands, Saya's eyes widened like saucers. Father. The word came out strangled, barely audible. Aldrich had gone completely still, his smile frozen on his face like a mask cracking. The expression of satisfaction drained away, replaced by shock. Exam 1, Formal Presentation Protocol. Mr. Patender, the evaluator swallowed, his throat working visibly, and began again. This time without the tone of reproach. Please present yourself formally before this court as heir of Goldcrest territory and high nobility of the kingdom. Ren took a step forward. The movement was fluid, measured, each centimeter calculated with perfect precision. His right foot positioned itself exactly 30 centimeters ahead of the left, the angle between them 45 perfect degrees. His weight distributed in a 60-40 proportion. His right hand rose, not with haste but with perfect speed, with purpose. Each finger held at the exact spacing required by modern protocol. The thumb separated just enough to create the proper gesture without appearing rigid. His left hand extended to the side, palm facing backward, fingers together but not rigid, the angle of the arm relative to his body exactly parallel. His head inclined 25 exact degrees. Ren Patender, his voice was clear, modulated perfectly to fill the auditorium without seeming like he was shouting, son of Reed Patender, heir by designation in recognition of achievements to the former Goldcrest territory, aspirant guardian of the ancestral rift and the new southern wall, I present myself before this honorable court with respect and duty. Pause. Exactly 2 seconds. Long enough to allow the words to settle, short enough to not seem dramatic. Ren finally straightened with the same fluid control. He held the position. Completely immobile. Without the slightest tremor in his extended arms, without the slightest adjustment in his posture. Like a statue but carved from living flesh, perfect and unchanging. The silence in the auditorium was absolute. The evaluator looked at Ren as if seeing a ghost. In 40 years of evaluating noble students, including several who had been raised from birth in the highest nobility families, who had nursed on etiquette and breathed protocol, he had never seen an execution so perfect. Not just technically correct. Perfect. Every detail, from the angle of his fingers to the modulated tone of his voice. The precise weight distribution that was actually visible in how he held himself. It was the kind of performance that should have taken decades to perfect. And here was a boy who'd been a peasant with zero knowledge about nobility just 3 years ago, executing it flawlessly. The evaluator cleared his throat and forgot the correct words he should say, something that had never happened during evaluations in his entire career. Permission granted. Proceed to the next exam. The words came out slightly stumbling, unprofessional, and he knew it. But he couldn't help it. He was too busy trying to reconcile what he'd just witnessed with what he'd expect. Ren walked to the next marked position on the platform, each step measured, each movement deliberate. And in the upper stands, Aldrich Galehart felt as if the ground beneath his feet had disappeared. Father, Saya said slowly, his voice was full of disbelief that bordered on awe, you told me he was gullible. That he trusted too much. That he wouldn't verify. Shut up, Aldrich murmured, but there was no real force behind his words. He was too occupied processing what he'd just witnessed. Too busy recalculating every assumption he'd made. That execution of formal presentation protocol didn't come from the 3 slim books he'd provided. Those books covered the basic version, theoretically correct but generic and incomplete. Appropriate for young children learning their first protocols. What Ren had just executed was the high-level version. The one that required not just memorization but deep understanding of context, history, and the most recent subtleties of protocolar changes. The kind that took tutors months to teach properly, with countless corrections and adjustments. He verified, Saya said, realization hitting him that his father, that player father, was played. He researched way beyond what you gave him. Aldrich clenched his jaw, watching Ezrin prepared for the second exam with the same controlled presence. His mind raced, trying to understand where his perfect trap had failed. Where the supposedly gullible peasant boy had outsmarted him. No, Aldrich thought with astonishment and respect despite the growing frustration that churned in his gut. I'm certain his practice with me was clumsy until at least the last 2 weeks. What happened? Was he pretending that perfectly? Impossible. But the evidence was right there, standing on the platform with perfect posture. The kind of evidence that couldn't be argued with or rationalized away. And so, for the first time in years, Aldrich Galehart tasted the bitter flavor of uncertainty. The sensation was unfamiliar, uncomfortable. He'd built his entire career on reading people, on understanding their weaknesses, on knowing exactly how to manipulate situations to his advantage. And here was this boy, this former peasant with impossible power, proving that all of Aldrich's careful calculations had been based on faulty assumptions. Maybe, just maybe, he had gravely underestimated the boy everyone called genius. Ren couldn't avoid a small smile, almost imperceptible, while beneath his clothes, in his chest, a small light moved in spirals. Jade Plate's position throughout his body gave him the perfect body division, perfect posture, perfect control. His partially fused form was subtle. So subtle that most wouldn't even notice. The mana was imperceptible to almost anyone below Selfra's level thanks to Ren's enormous mana control. And while there weren't major or very visible changes in the person, transformation wasn't frowned upon in formal occasions as long as it wasn't for threatening purposes. Many used it to feel more secure and combat nerves. Light fusions to steady trembling hands. Minor enhancements to project confidence. Still, no one noticed his. Because Ren's control was that good. The second evaluator stood up, preparing to present the next exam. Her expression was carefully neutral, but there was interest in her eyes now. Real interest, not the dismissive assessment that had been there moments before. And Aldrich sank slightly deeper into his seat, watching with growing apprehension as Ren patented or demonstrated, with each controlled movement and each perfectly modulated word, that he had been playing at being a trusting and relaxed student for 3 months. Playing. Acting. Manipulating the manipulator. Almost 3 months before. Ren was in his room's private bathroom, practicing bows in front of the mirror for the 10th time that night. It wasn't working. No matter how much he tried, his body simply didn't want to cooperate. The angle of his back was wrong. His hands wouldn't position correctly. And every time he tried to hold the posture, he felt his muscles protesting in ways they never protested during combat training. Damn it, he muttered, straightening and shaking out his arms. The Wolverine and Hydra in his system growled with sympathy, their energy patterns reflecting his frustration. Only 2 days had passed since his first class with Aldrich. Just 2 days of feeling increasingly uncomfortable with how easy everything seemed to be. 2 days of listening to Min, Taro, and the others complain about their own tutors while he had 3 slim books and instructions to take it easy. It had been enough to set off every alarm bell in his mind. Selfra's warnings kept echoing in his head from that day she'd given him a big scare, trusting indiscriminately could be your downfall. Not everyone who smiles means you well, and not everyone who seems interested in your gifts has benign intentions. Ren had felt a familiar knot in his stomach. That sensation of something being wrong without being able to pinpoint exactly what. So when he'd shown the study material to Min, his friend had reviewed it carefully, his expression growing more thoughtful with each page. It's not bad, Min had said finally, leafing through one of the slim books with a careful eye. In fact, it's pretty solid and well-simplified information. Just that. He'd frowned, his finger tracing one of the diagrams, it's like too simple. You understand? Incomplete? No, I'd call it introductory. Min had looked up, meeting Ren's eyes with concern. Master this quickly and then look for more. This is foundation stuff, but you need the building on top of it too. So Ren had started practicing. In his room. In the hallways. Between classes. Even in the bathroom, because his other classes with Zhao, Mei, and the others teaching adulthood units had him with so little time he had to take advantage of every moment. Morning training with Lin that left him gasping. Regular classes that demanded attention. Sessions with multiple tutors covering territorial management, resource allocation, legal frameworks. And now this, trying to master noble protocol in whatever spare hours he could find. The problem was that it simply wasn't working. His body fought him on every movement. The positions felt unnatural, wrong. Again, he told himself, positioning himself in front of the mirror. But at this rate he wouldn't need any tutor sabotaging him. He would fail on his own. Ren was showering after training with Lin. Right hand over the heart, but the fingers didn't feel right. The position was technically correct according to the diagrams, but something was off. Something subtle that he couldn't quite identify. Ren stepped out of the shower to dry himself but kept practicing, his body moving through the motions even as water dripped onto the bathroom floor. His reflection in the foggy mirror showed the awkwardness of his movements, the way his body fought against positions it didn't like. When the door to the adjacent bathroom burst open, Ren spun instinctively, still in a half-completed bow position, completely naked except for a towel that was barely hanging on. Klein Goldcrest stood in the doorway, his eyes wide open like plates. For a moment, neither of them moved. Then Klein burst into laughter. "What the hell are you doing, Pattender? Practicing bows naked in the bathroom?" Ren felt his cheeks burn, heat crawling up his neck and into his face. But then he relaxed. Actually, why be embarrassed? Klein was noble. Klein would know these things, right? Yes, he responded simply, straightening and now completely naked as his towel fell to the floor with a wet slap. "I can't get it right. Can you show me how to do it correctly?" The question was earnest, practical. Stripped of any awareness of how bizarre the situation was. Klein stopped laughing abruptly. His mouth opened and closed several times, his face cycling through several shades of red. Are you joking?" "No," Ren gestured toward his body, thinking about positioning and ignoring everything else. The nakedness didn't register as important compared to the information he needed. "Show me. Please. I've been trying thousands of times to understand the correct angle and I can't. At least put some clothes on." Klein practically shouted, averting his gaze with the desperation of someone feeling deeply uncomfortable right now. His eyes locked onto the ceiling, the wall, anywhere but forward. Why would it matter? You're a man too. And I feel it would be better to see how the complete body moves without clothes getting in the way of. Okay. Nope. Klein raised his hands in surrender, still not looking directly at Ren. "I'm leaving. Forget I came." But when he reached the door, he stopped. His shoulders tensed, muscles visibly tightening beneath his towels. And then, with a lower voice, he murmured, "Your right hand, the index and middle fingers go together too. Ring and pinky fingers slightly bent. Thumb doesn't press the palm." Ren blinked, processing the specific correction. "Really? It's the correct form," Klein continued without turning around, his voice now strangely soft, almost vulnerable. "Your tutor probably taught you the simplified version that doesn't focus on details." Simplified? The one common people use when presenting before nobles. Klein finally turned slightly, still avoiding looking directly at Ren's naked form. "But you're going to be evaluated by the Royal Educational Consortium. You need the court version if you don't want them to see you as new rich. The term carried weight, contempt wrapped in elegance. New money. Upstart. Pretender." There was a moment of silence, heavy with things unsaid. "So you changed your mind? Why are you helping me in the end?" Ren asked finally, genuine confusion in his voice. Klein tensed visibly. When he spoke, his voice was barely audible, as if the words hurt to say. Because I don't want to owe you anything. You saved my life. Several times. Gave me your insane method to be able to achieve gold rank. And I was an idiot to you. He paused, swallowing hard. So consider this part of settling that debt. Nothing more. And then he left, closing the door with more force than necessary. Ren stood in the middle of the bathroom, completely naked, water still dripping from his hair, processing what had just happened. Then he looked at his hands, positioning them as Klein had described. Index and middle fingers together. Ring and pinky slightly bent. Thumb relaxed. It felt different. More formal. More intentional. Interesting, he murmured, studying the position in the mirror. Despite everything, Ren continued having problems achieving the correct body angles. His body kept wanting to adjust in ways that were wrong to ceremonial precision. And then there was the small detail that his guards had noticed today while following him, that his tutor was Aldrich Galehart. The name had meant nothing to Ren initially. Just another noble tutor assigned by the system. But to those who knew the political landscape, who understood the currents beneath the surface, it was a red flag the size of a banner. When Selfra and Larissa found out on the fourth day that Ren was being taught by Aldrich Galehart, their reaction was immediate. That man, Larissa had said with a cold voice, tried to sabotage Luna along with more gain. And you didn't tell me he's now your tutor? I see. Yes, I didn't tell you, but I didn't know that. There are no buts, Larissa had interrupted. From now on, you're going to study with me too. Every day. No exceptions. And thus had begun a training regimen that made Lin's classes seem like relaxing vacations. Larissa had standards that bordered on the impossible. Each movement had to be perfect. Each word modulated with exact precision. Each angle measured with millimetric accuracy. No, 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 she would say for the 100th time in an hour, watching Ren attempt another bow. Her tone was patient but firm, the voice of someone who would accept nothing less than perfection. Your back is 3 degrees too inclined. And your fingers, how many times do I have to tell you the pinky shouldn't be completely extended? Ren tried again. And again. And again. But something was fundamentally broken in how his body processed these movements. Like a machine designed for one purpose being forced to perform another. The days passed in a blur of failed attempts and growing frustration. Klein kept helping in the bathroom, explaining, casually, whenever he saw something that could be corrected. Min also contributed what he knew, which was surprisingly a lot given that his tutors had been torturing him with obsessive attention to detail too. But nothing seemed sufficient to reach Larissa's standards. Her disappointment was never voiced, but Ren could see it in the tiny tightening around her eyes, the slight sag in her shoulders when he failed the same correction for the 10th time. Why is being noble so difficult? Ren complained one morning, after his combat practice with Lin. His body ached from the physical training, and his mind ached from the mental gymnastics of protocol. I learn your combat techniques without problems. I think it's because your body is adapted for efficiency, Lin had explained when he asked. She had observed him practice for years and had diagnosed the problem immediately after Ren explained his situation to her. Lin continued. When I teach you combat techniques, your body automatically overcorrects and finds ways to make them slightly more efficient. You improve the speed, the power, the economy of movement in almost imperceptible ways, but they're there, small corrections accumulating more and more every day. And that's bad. For combat, no. On the contrary. But for noble protocol, I suppose yes, Lin had smiled with something like sympathy. Those positions they're trying to teach you aren't efficient. They're not natural. They're ceremonial. I think your body rejects them because they go against almost everything it considers balance and efficiency. And she was right. Ren could copy Lin's combat techniques without problem, simplifying and improving them in the process without even realizing it. His body was a learning machine when it came to fighting, absorbing and optimizing with frightening speed. But here, where he needed to replicate exact movements without improvements, without optimizations, without his instinct to make things better, his body simply refused to cooperate. Additionally, his memory and cerebellum for specific details like these wasn't the best. His head in those sections was full of information about beast cultivation, mana patterns, combat positions. The neural pathways had been carved deep for things that mattered to survival. And without access to the enormous neural network of Mashido, who had been insisted this entire time, he didn't have that additional support to process and retain information with the speed he'd previously taken for granted. Now his brain had harder limits. Now he was just human. At one point he even practiced desperately in front of Aldrich during their classes, carefully analyzing his tutor's reaction. But each time he executed the protocols, Aldrich maintained the same neutral expression. His mana showed no particular concern, no surprise, no satisfaction. Ren could read that clearly, he wasn't improving enough for Aldrich to worry. The assessment was damning in its implications. The second month passed like this, with Ren stuck at a level that was technically correct but completely lacked the perfection that the evaluators with the help of high-perception beasts would demand in the exams. Larissa's sessions became longer, more intense. She stayed up late drilling him on minute adjustments. Her dedication was absolute, her belief in his potential unwavering even as the evidence suggested he might not be capable of what she demanded. Min watched him struggle with growing concern. "Maybe you should just focus on looking decent, not on perfection," he suggested one night. But Ren knew better. With his rewards, with the targets on his back, that wasn't enough at all. Mediocrity would be weaponized against him. Only perfection would be safe. 2 weeks before the exams, everything changed. That day, Aldrich had said something that made every alarm in Ren's mind go off. "Keep it up, Ren," Aldrich had said with an almost paternal tone, the kind of voice adults used when praising children for trying their best even when they knew it wasn't enough. "It seems you've reached your first wall. Improving beyond this point will be difficult. But what little you manage to learn will serve you. Though don't pressure yourself too much." The words had been carefully constructed. Setting expectations low while pretending to be supportive. Ren had left that class with that familiar knot in his stomach tighter than ever. That night, he met with the girls in one of the private study rooms. "He told me I've reached a wall," Ren explained, his voice flat yet showing frustration. "That improving will be difficult." Luna frowned, her wolf markings darkening slightly with anger. 2 weeks before the exams? That's... He thinks he already won, Leora finished bluntly. Larissa leaned back in her chair, her eyes thoughtful. Selphira and Arturo already confirmed that both Morgaine and Aldrich manipulated the tutor assignment system a bit. They used contacts, political favors. The system was supposed to be impartial, but they corrupted it, Luna said with bitterness. Like everything else with most nobility. But in the end, Leora added, trying to find some silver lining in the dark cloud, Grandma Selphira said the tutor was the least of it if we study with Larissa anyway. Except that in my case the tutor doesn't even matter, not even nobility genius Larissa has been able to teach me correctly, Ren admitted, feeling that familiar frustration rising. I still can't execute the movements at the level of correctness that's needed. The silence that followed was heavy, oppressive. It's unfair, Luna finally said, her voice carrying resentment at the system they lived in. Us nobles have too much advantage being taught all this since we learned to walk. Normal people don't have a chance with so little time. Not necessarily, Larissa murmured, but she didn't sound convinced. Ren always. But she couldn't finish. Because this time, maybe Ren couldn't pull off another miracle. Ren felt like the killer of joy and left that meeting early, feeling worse than ever. He walked through the academy's dark hallways, his thoughts spiraling downward in tight circles. He had faced corrupted creatures. He had distributed revolutionary cultivation methods. He had survived battles that should have killed him. He had almost changed the kingdom's social structure. And now he was going to fail because he couldn't bend some parts of his body at the correct angle. It was ridiculous. It was frustrating. It was. His mantis materialized briefly, the jade glow of its body illuminating the hallway with soft light. The creature positioned itself in front of him, its forelegs moving in a strange pattern. Ren blinked, watching the movement. It seemed random at first, but there was something deliberate about it. And then the mantis did it again. Exactly the same pattern. Exactly the same angles. Precise. Repeated. Intentional. Are you trying to tell me something? Ren murmured. The mantis tilted its triangular head, its compound eyes gleaming with intelligence. And then it repeated the movement a third time, perfectly identical to the previous attempts. Ren's heart accelerated, pounding against his ribs like it was trying to escape. Wait. He ran back to his room, the mantis following him like a jade shadow. Once inside, he closed the door and positioned himself in front of the mirror, his breath coming fast with sudden hope. Do it again, he told the mantis. What you were copying. The mantis repeated the movement pattern. And Ren saw, with crystalline clarity, that it was one of the bows Larissa had shown him before. Not perfect because the mantis didn't have the same body structure, but the pattern, the relative angles, the sequence. By all the dragons, Ren whispered. Do you have a mimicry ability? Of course. The jade mirror mantis was a new species, created by the unique combination of his beasts with the seed. There was no previous information about it. How had he not considered this before? Bushido hadn't been able to teach him about abilities that didn't even exist in his knowledge database until after falling asleep. His newest beast couldn't just create illusions at bronze level. Now it had elemental control and, just as he had taught his companions since first year about cultivation and the hidden abilities of their own beasts. Now he was on the other side. He had been using his mantis inefficiently all this time. He was now the one discovering. The one learning something new about his own beast. The irony was almost funny, if it wasn't so desperately needed. Show me, Ren said with a voice trembling with emotion and hope. Show me how to use your ability and everything you've copied. The mantis fused with him. He felt the creature's presence merging with his system, his senses expanding in ways that were becoming familiar. He searched in the flow for the points the mantis was trying to enhance with its mana, feeling for the connection points where the ability activated. His body moved. But this time, it wasn't Ren trying to remember and replicate. It was the mantis's ability, its mimicry capability working through Ren's body, copying the movement pattern it had observed. And he watched, amazed, as his beast helped him replicate movements he'd seen for weeks. Movements from Larissa. From Klein. From Luna when she practiced. The result was. Ren looked at himself in the mirror and almost didn't recognize his own posture. It was perfect. Exactly like Larissa had done it. Exactly the same angles. Exactly the same fluid grace. Like looking at her reflection rather than his own. It works, he whispered, his voice breaking slightly with relief so intense it was going to knock him out. It really works. The next 2 weeks were a complete transformation. Every time Larissa showed him a movement, Ren observed it with his mantis active. The creature copied the pattern perfectly. And then, when Ren practiced, he partially fused with the mantis and let the mimicry ability guide his body. It was like magic. The movements of the political genius became Ren's. Each gesture, each angle, each subtlety that Larissa had perfected during years of noble education, were now available to Ren through his beast. Incredible, Larissa murmured after a week, watching Ren execute a complex sequence without a single error. Her eyes were wide, studying him like he was a puzzle she couldn't quite solve. It's like you're a different person, as if, are you using some ability from your beast? Maybe, Ren admitted with a small smile. Luna had been listening too. She observed in silence while Ren executed protocol after protocol with perfection that had taken Luna years to develop. And she'd read the mana, felt the subtle fluctuations that spoke of lies and truths. An ability. Luna thought, understanding clicking into place. How jealous, how unfair, she said finally, crossing her arms. But there was no real heat in the words. Well, it's fine. Ren also tried hard during. Leora began, attempting to defend him. But Luna interrupted. We had to learn all this for real. Memorize. Practice thousands of times. And you just, copy without suffering. But her tone wasn't really angry. There was relief in her eyes. Relief that Ren didn't have to suffer the same brutal process she had experienced throughout her entire childhood. The years of corrections, the endless repetitions, the feeling of never being quite good enough. And actually, I'm glad the initial unfairness of all this didn't manage to affect him. Luna thought with more sincerity in her head. I'm sorry, Ren said, genuinely meaning it. He knew it wasn't fair. Knew his solution was a kind of cheating that others didn't have access to. Don't be sorry, Luna responded, sighing and her expression softening. Just don't waste it since you have it, make sure it works in the exams. Please. I will. And so it continued. 2 weeks of copying every movement Larissa could show him. Every protocol. Every gesture. Every subtlety. Building a library of perfect forms in his mantis's memory, accessible whenever he needed them. Aldrich, confident that Ren had reached his wall, hadn't tested the boy further and suspected nothing. Ren kept showing up to few of his classes, kept executing the basic movements Aldrich expected, without using the ability. Only Ren's closest circle knew the truth. They knew Ren had found a way. All of them knew the exams were going to be interesting. And none said a word. Back in the present. In the stands, Aldrich Galehart thought he had been completely played. A wrong understanding was crystallizing in his mind, each piece of his own made belief clicking into place. The casual confidence. The sudden transformation. The perfect execution. None of it was luck. It was strategy. It was deception. It was his own tactics turned against him. In the student stands, Min stopped holding back his huge smile, pride on all his face. His friend, his brother in all but blood, had pulled off another big sweep. And somewhere inside Ren, his jade mirror mantis waited patiently, ready to copy and execute every movement Larissa had taught him during those 2 intense weeks. Ren had learned something fundamental during these 3 months. He didn't have to be naturally the best at everything. He didn't have to blindly trust authority figures. And he definitely didn't have to play fair when others had already broken the rules. He just had to find creative solutions. And take advantage of his resources. The first 9 exams had passed like an unstoppable wave. Ren executed each protocol with perfection that made the evaluators exchange looks of astonishment. Disbelief. The kind of expressions that said they were witnessing something that shouldn't be possible. Exam 2, Precedence Management at Events, perfect. Exam 3, Territorial Dispute Resolution, exemplary response. Exam 4, Official Morning Protocol, without a single error. Exam 5, Official Documentation Etiquette, concise and professional. Exam 6, Public Crisis Administration, compassionate but pragmatic. Exam 9, Protocol for Assigning Minor Titles, perfect again. One after another, Ren navigated each exam with the same grace he'd shown in his initial presentation. Like a dancer who'd practiced the same routine for years, every movement flowing into the next. In the upper stands, Aldrich Galehart had progressively sunk deeper into his seat with each past exam. His jaw was tense, muscles jumping beneath his skin showing the biggest stress of his life. His hands were clenched into fists on his knees, and his lips were pushed thin together as a signal of internal screaming. Saya didn't dare speak. Every time he opened his mouth to comment on something, his father silenced him with a look. The kind of look that promised consequences for breaking the tense silence. Jean Strawfang, seated several rows down, also watched with an increasingly bitter expression. He had passed 9 out of 10 in his own exams with great difficulty, each one a battle that had left him exhausted. Seeing Ren execute perfection after perfection was like salt in a wound that had never completely healed. The resentment was now like a living thing coiling in his chest. Other nobles interested in seeing Ren fail shifted uncomfortably in their seats too. They whispered to each other. Tried to find some explanation, some reason, some way to dismiss what they were witnessing. Ren, a former peasant executing protocols with perfection that rivaled exemplary nobles from generations of breeding and training. It was unnatural. Too abnormal. The kind of thing that threatened the entire foundation of what they believed about nobility, about inherent superiority, about the natural order of things. And that highly unorthodox young man had reached the end. Exam 10, the evaluator announced, his voice no longer showing the fatigue after hours of evaluations. Thanks to the wildly unexpected performance by Ren that had given him something close to a jump scare. Seal activation for integration of new royal policies. Exam 10, Seal activation for integration of new royal policies. This was the last one. The closing exam that all nobles had to master. The ability to officially seal documents with the emblem of their house or position was fundamental for any administrative function. Without it, you couldn't make official declarations. Couldn't validate contracts. Couldn't exercise the legal authority your rank provided. An assistant approached Ren with a silver tray. Upon it rested 4 elements, a formal rolled document, magical activation ink, pen, a seal of wax already prepared, and a small crystal carved with intricate patterns, the official test emblem, used by newly designated nobles until they established their own heraldic symbols. The crystal caught the light, refracting it across the silver surface. Seal the document appropriately, the evaluator instructed, his voice carrying the weight of final judgment. Standard procedure. Correct emblem use, clean activation of mana pattern, clear impression in the wax. Ren nodded, taking the emblem carefully. His movements were controlled, precise, showing none of the nervousness that was expected. It was a beautiful crystal. Approximately half the size of his palm, carved with extreme precision in an octagonal form. The patterns on its surface glowed softly under the auditorium's light, geometric designs of ancient craftsmanship. Royal authority takes precedence over local traditions, Ren began, answering the final exam's question while preparing the seal. His voice was clear, modulated perfectly, repeating word for word what Luna had said in her own exam earlier. My responsibility as a noble of the kingdom is to implement the royal decree effectively while working to minimize social disruption. He wrote with the pen words that couldn't be seen yet, invisible ink that would only reveal itself when the seal activated. Meanwhile, he continued describing the implementation process, his hands moving with confidence as he positioned the emblem over the prepared wax. The evaluators listened, some taking notes, others simply observing with the bored expression of those who had already heard this perfect answer several times today. Luna had given the same response. Klein had given the same response. Any competent noble would give the same response because it was the only correct one. Loyalty to the kingdom is primary, Ren concluded, and began channeling mana toward the emblem. This procedure was supposedly the most complex, but this part was the simplest for someone like Ren. His flowing mana passed through the patterns carved in the crystal, activating the specific password coded in its structure. This emblem code was general, used for testing. But house emblems would have unique patterns keyed to the user's specific mana signature. The emblem would then transmit that pattern to the wax and ink, activating the ink to show its color with the mana vibration and creating a unique impression in the wax that couldn't be falsified. It was elegant. Ancient technology that worked through mana rather than mechanics. Ren felt his mana flowing toward the crystal. Felt the patterns resonating, beginning to activate. And then he felt something else. Something was wrong with the flow. Ren's mana was a bit different from normal. It was too fast, too aggressive. It was the fault of the jade energy from the seed. His broken seed, still active in his system despite being insisted, was filtering energy outward. And that energy, faster and more aggressive than common mana, was. The realization came a fraction of a second too late to stop it. Crack. The sound resonated in the silent auditorium like thunder. Like the world breaking. The crystal in Ren's hand fractured. Rupture lines extended from the center toward the edges, glowing briefly with jade light before the complete emblem disintegrated into fragments. Tiny pieces of what should have been indestructible crystal. Ren froze, staring at the crystal pieces falling from his hand toward the silver tray with tinkling sounds that seemed obscenely loud in the absolute silence. The entire auditorium held its breath. This couldn't happen. Never happened. The emblems were artifacts, but in reality they were just crystals carved by the civilization that created the ruins where they were found. Ancient technology that had survived millennia. Crystals. All of which could withstand enormous amounts of mana. Selphara used them. The king had used them. The princes activated them regularly without problems. Even using the pattern incorrectly would simply fail to activate the seal or cancel the activation if you made mistakes in more advanced parts of the process. But breaking the emblem from the beginning. Such a thing had never been heard of. The crystals were designed to channel power. They should have been able to handle anything Ren could produce, even with his abnormal power levels. Should have. Ren was without doubt abnormal. That abnormality, that excessive power, had decided to turn against him at the worst possible moment. The hardness of mana crystals was enormous. They were practically indestructible in normal use. These weren't fragile ornaments or decorative pieces. They should have been able to withstand anything Ren could produce, even with his abnormal reserves. Should have. The evaluator stood slowly, his expression with dropped jaw and mouth wide open showing genuine confusion. That's how. The words came out strangled, disbelieving. In 40 years of administering these exams, he'd never seen anything like this. Students failed to activate seals. Students made mistakes in the pattern. But breaking the crystal itself? Impossible. In the upper stands, something changed in the air. A shift, subtle but unmistakable. The kind of change that came when predators sensed wounded prey. Jean Stralfang straightened suddenly, his eyes gleaming at the recognized opportunity. This was the chance. The opening he'd been waiting for without knowing it. It had seemed that everything was lost with the genius brat. He was too abnormal. Too talented. Too perfect in his execution of every protocol. Watching him succeed exam after exam had been torture, each perfect score another nail in Jin's pride. But that abnormality, that excessive power, now transformed into his downfall. Ren only had 3 failures permitted before encountering enormous pushback. Dozens of nobles could use those failures as leverage to force him to lose his candidacy for the most significant rewards. Getting at least one, a failure, in this last exam was without doubt a victory. And 9 of the 12 months of the school year remained. They would have 3 more opportunities to force more errors. 3 more exam periods. 3 more chances to chip away at his perfect record. But they had to seize the moment now. Aldrich, of course, saw the same chance. His mind, trained by decades of political maneuvering, was already calculating angles and approaches. How to frame this? How to guide the narrative? How to ensure this moment of vulnerability became permanent damage? This was an unorthodox situation. It could go several ways. It wouldn't necessarily be automatically qualified as bad. If they took the crystal as defective and brought another that Ren didn't break, they would have lost the best opportunity they might have all year. They had to act fast. Guide general opinion and especially the evaluators toward the correct conclusion. This was an obvious failure. The abnormal boy's fault. Obviously. It had never happened. So, only he could be the reason, that had to be the verdict. It's evident, Aldrich stood, his voice projecting with authority that cut right through the stunned silence, that the student doesn't have the necessary control over his enormous and aggressive mana to handle costly, no, invaluable and important artifacts. The words were carefully chosen. Not attacking Ren's power, which would be foolish. But questioning his control, his refinement, his worthiness to wield that power in a civilized society. Jean stood immediately after, like following the Alpha's lead. A noble who cannot seal documents appropriately cannot administer territory. This is precisely the kind of incompetence that. The emblem clearly was defective, Min interrupted Jean, but his shout was immediately drowned out by multiple voices rising in opposition. Defective? An elderly man from the Blackwood faction stood, his face red with indignation at the suggestion. These emblems are manufactured by an ancient civilization more advanced than ours. What can you know about them? They've never broken even with Dragarian's enormous energy, the probability that it breaks from the amount of power is insignificant, another completed, standing as well. The nobles were rising like dominoes, each one emboldened by the others. Which means the problem is with the user. The voices began overlapping, the auditorium transforming into a cauldron of opinions. The nobles who wanted to see Ren fail found their voice, speaking about inadequate mana control, about power without refinement, about the difference between brute force and technical skill. About the danger of power without control. It was a narrative that had been waiting for an opportunity to emerge. All the resentment, all the fear of this upstart who threatened their worldview, now had a target. Min stood in the student stands, his face reddening with anger and frustration. That's ridiculous. Ren has the best mana control that. Sit down, student, the evaluator ordered, though his own expression showed uncertainty. He looked lost, overwhelmed by the sudden chaos erupting around him. This is irregular. I need to consult with the other evaluators about how to proceed. His voice carried the uncertainty of someone facing a situation with no precedent. No guidelines. No procedure to follow. The evaluators began approaching each other, forming small clusters of heated discussion. Some pointed toward Ren, others toward the fragments of the emblem scattered on the silver tray, others toward the audience of nobles who continued debating heatedly. Their body language spoke of confusion, concern, and the kind of stress that came from making decisions with massive political implications. Ren remained standing on the platform, still looking at the tray with the crystal fragments. But his mind was on something else. The background noise didn't register in his head. The shouting nobles, the arguing evaluators, the gasps and whispers from the audience, all of it faded to white noise as something in the fragments of the crystal captured his attention completely. He picked up the pieces, holding them closer, examining them with his enhanced perception and the knowledge of someone who'd had Mashido's network and had spent months studying crystallization. The internal structure was visible on the fractured surfaces, the mana patterns coded within the material revealed to him like an open book written in a language only he could read. Simple patterns, Ren murmured, so quietly that nobody nearby heard him. Relatively simple, at least. For someone with his level of understanding. It wasn't like the truly complex artifacts he'd encountered. Those had insane codes, formations upon formations that generated effects like the rings that Ren was barely beginning to understand. They were masterpieces of arcane engineering that probably took hundreds of years and enormous groups of people to make. But this was just a simple password. A lock. Not even a particularly sophisticated one. The stone had the same shape for all the emblems, that were really just the correct energy form to insert in the doors of some ruins. Ren had seen that indentation that day when Harold tried to steal the ring that he himself ended up stealing unintentionally. Those indentations were also in the first door of the royal castle he'd seen, but upon leaving, since when entering he'd been suffering too much to pay attention to architectural details on a door. The only code these symmetrical crystals had was one of the user's mana with a simple rotation process that they'd standardized in this particular crystal. The official kingdom's beginner practice password. In the case of document sealing, the seal simply injected mana into paper previously imbued in a liquid susceptible to the excited mana of the crystal. The only true action was activating the password with the correct flow. The supposedly complicated procedure was just that, learning a simple password that was produced by injecting mana. Bureaucratic magic. Theater. Ren's perception, his new level of knowledge and control thanks to his fusions, and mainly his previous information that the fungus had transferred to him when opening that first door, the door he entered with Larissa as hostage, when Harold was doing his shenanigans before being obliterated. The door he had opened without needing to use a seal like Harold did, but just by sending the mana mark in the correct form. Gave him all the necessary factors to do something incredible. "I can fix it," he said aloud. The words cut through the chaos like a blade. The evaluator's debate stopped abruptly, heads turning toward the platform. The noble arguments faltered, voices trailing off mid-sentence. His evaluator turned toward him, confusion evident on his weathered features. "Excuse me." The emblem, Ren lifted the fragments, light catching on the fractured surfaces and sending rainbow reflections across his face. "I can repair it." The statement was so absurd, so impossible, that for a moment he didn't react. The words simply hung in the air, too ridiculous to process immediately. Not all the evaluators heard, but those who did began passing the word. Heads bent together, urgent whispers spreading through the evaluation panel like wildfire. Then, the laughter began. Silence, the head evaluator's voice cut through the laughter. The elderly evaluator studied Ren with eyes that had seen decades of students trying to manipulate situations to escape consequences. Eyes that had watched countless desperate attempts to talk their way out of failure. This wasn't the first time a student had made wild claims. But it was the first time one had done so while holding the fragments of something that shouldn't be breakable. "Are you suggesting you can repair it? Here. Now?" "Yes." The word was simple, confident, carrying no trace of doubt or desperation. "That's impossible," nobles shouted from the stands, but there was a note of uncertainty in their voices that hadn't been there before. Because if anyone could do the impossible, wouldn't it be the boy who'd already done it many times? "Let him try," an unexpected voice resonated. All heads turned toward the source. Klein Goldcrest stood in the noble student section, his arms crossed. His expression was neutral, but there was something in his eyes. Resolve. If he fails, then you can mark it as definitive failure. If he succeeds. He made a significant pause, letting the implication sink in, then clearly the problem wasn't his mana control. The reasoning was solid. Airtight. The evaluators exchanged glances, silent communication passing between them. "Very well," the evaluator decided finally, his voice carrying the weight of someone making a decision he wasn't entirely comfortable with. "You have, let's say 10 Minu." But Ren was no longer paying attention again. He closed his eyes and activated his fusion. His Wolverine and his Diamond Hydra, both Silver 3, finished fusing and duplicating in his system in an explosion of power that made several nobles instinctively shrink back in their seats. The combination of both Silver 3 beasts generated a mana pressure that filled the entire auditorium. Some of the weaker students gasped, their own mana systems recoiling from the overwhelming presence. Even some of the nobles, comfortable in their own power, felt the pressure like a physical weight on their chests. His mantis couldn't fuse well with the other two beasts yet. The level difference was too great. Generally it only resulted in a subpar combination with little power increase and massive energy expenditure. The synchronization just wasn't there yet. And although according to what Ren understood it was technically possible to force a triple fusion, he wasn't anywhere close to configuring the connections that would be needed. Maybe 3 beasts simply couldn't fuse together appropriately yet. Maybe it required a level of mastery he hadn't reached. Or maybe the mantis needed to reach silver rank first. But 2 were enough here. His perception expanded dramatically. He could feel every mana flow in the emblem's fragments, every coded pattern, every defect in the crystalline structure. It was like looking at a map written in a language only he could read, every detail laid bare before his enhanced senses. And he saw the problem clearly. The emblem's use had been extensive. The pattern's grooves were deep, worn down by years of repeated activations. Thousands of uses, each one wearing away microscopic amounts of material. And his broken seed, filtering jade energy in the process, had been the final factor. Jade energy flowed faster and more aggressively than common mana. The small figure of crystallized mana hadn't withstood the pressure. It was like forcing water through a worn pipe at too high a pressure. Eventually, something had to give. But if he simply injected an enormous amount of mana around the edges, he could force crystallization just like Zhao or Dragarian did. Refilling the grooves. With his now advanced understanding. Now even restore the pattern to its original form. No, better than the original. The realization was stimulating. He could see it so clearly now, the solution laid out before him like a blueprint. Ren began channeling mana toward the fragments. Energy flowed from his fused system in controlled waves. Not a flood that would overwhelm, but precise streams that filled exact spaces. It was possible because it wasn't like reconstructing it from scratch. He just had to glue it, using the fragments as a template while his mana filled the empty spaces, solidified, crystallized in the exact form of the original pattern. First he brought the parts together in their previous form, like a puzzle. Some of the evaluators considered this an innocent and futile attempt, a child playing with broken toys. But then they raised their eyebrows when the light intensified. Jade light surrounded him and even more emanated from his hands with increasing brightness, enveloping the fragments in a glow that illuminated the entire platform. The fragments began to shine with great intensity while Ren's mana surrounded them, connected them, fused them back into a whole. The auditorium watched in absolute silence. This wasn't just mana manipulation. This was something else. Something that looked almost like the creation of crystals itself. Jean Stralfang had frozen, his mouth slightly open. The satisfaction that had been building in his chest evaporated, replaced by disbelief so complete it left him hollow. Aldrich had leaned forward, his hands gripping the back of the seat in front of him with enough force to crack it. Min and Klein watched with expressions mixing astonishment with something like vicarious pride. The evaluators had stopped deliberating, all their eyes fixed on Ren and the emblem reconstructing itself before them. Professional detachment forgotten in the face of witnessing genuine innovation. The process took some time. Almost the 10 minutes the evaluator had tried to allow. But nobody stopped him. Nobody dared interrupt what was clearly something extraordinary happening. The enormous energy kept sending waves that made everyone present's system vibrate. And as the process continued, the jade glow intensified, becoming almost blinding. The emblem was taking on a distinctive jade tone too, Ren's energy impregnating the crystalline structure. It wasn't the original clear crystal. It was something new. Something that had never existed before. But the patterns were there. The coding was intact. The kingdom's general password was perfectly preserved. 9 minutes. The jade light began gradually diminishing. The fragments were no longer fragments but a unified whole. The energy around Ren began decreasing while the last connection solidified, like watching ice form in fast forward. Finally Ren's fusion dissipated with a sigh of released power. The jade glow dimmed until it became a soft luminescence. And there, in Ren's palms, was the emblem. Reconstructed. Complete. Perfect. Except for the jade tone that now characterized it. Ren took it with trembling hand, feeling the familiar weight but also something new. It was denser than before. More resistant. The worn grooves had been refilled, the structure reinforced. It should be more resistant now. Capable of withstanding many more uses without degrading. Now even capable of handling his jade-corrupted mana easily without breaking. He looked toward the evaluator, who observed him as if Ren had grown a second head. "Does it work, the evaluator asked with hoarse voice, barely above a whisper. There's only one way to find out, Ren responded. He placed the jade emblem over the invisible letters and the prepared wax on the document. He channeled mana again, this time without fear of the filtered jade energy. The emblem resonated. The patterns activated with a hum that was felt more than heard. And it left a perfect impression. The kingdom's official pattern, clear and defined, appropriately sealed on the document. The invisible ink revealed itself, glowing briefly before settling into permanent visibility. He lifted the emblem, revealing the complete seal. Functional. Perfect. Improved. The silence in the auditorium was dense. Nobody could believe it. Ren had taken a broken emblem, something supposedly impossible to repair without the tools and specialized knowledge of master artisans from a lost past, and had reconstructed it with pure mana in less than 10 minutes. Not only that, he had improved it. Made it stronger. More durable. Changed its very nature while preserving its function. The head evaluator approached the platform slowly, taking the jade emblem with trembling hands. He examined it closely, turning it under the light, feeling its weight, testing its structure with the careful touch of someone who understood a bit of what they were holding. Extraordinary, he finally murmured. Completely extraordinary. He looked at Ren directly in the eyes, and for a moment, they just stood there. Student and evaluator. Innovation and tradition. Future and past. 10 out of 10, he announced, his voice resonating in the silent auditorium. Perfect score. And. He paused, something like a smile touching his elderly lips, a demonstration of technical skill that goes beyond anything I've witnessed in a life of evaluations. The auditorium erupted. Not in applause. In absolute chaos of overlapping voices, nobles shouting objections, students celebrating, evaluators heatedly deliberating among themselves. This is unprecedented. The emblem is altered. He changed its fundamental structure. But it works. It shouldn't be possible. But he did it. The voices crashed together like waves, each one trying to be heard over the others. Some demanded the score be reconsidered. Others argued that innovation should be rewarded. Still others simply stared in stunned silence. But in the middle of all that, Ren simply descended from the platform, holding the sealed document. He had passed all 10 exams. With perfect score. And in the process, he had demonstrated something nobody had anticipated. Something that changed the entire narrative that had been building against him. That being abnormal, having excessive power, wasn't a weakness. It was exactly what made him, the innovation, unstoppable. The auditorium took almost 20 minutes to calm down enough for evaluations to continue. Ren had descended from the platform amidst a cacophony of voices. Some nobles shouted objections, insisting there had to be a trick, that it was impossible, that Selphora or Julius had clearly planted some illusion to make their favorite marionette kid look good. Others, those of higher level and mana perception, remained in stunned silence, their minds still processing what they had witnessed. Their understanding of what was possible had just been fundamentally challenged. The students were less restrained. Min especially had jumped on his seat shouting victories. Klein Goldcrest watched from his section with a complex expression. There was a small smile on his lips, but his eyes showed something deeper. Respect, maybe. Or recognition that he had made the correct decision, betting that, if Ren said he could, it had to be true. The head evaluator had to shout at the top of his lungs 3 times before restoring something resembling order. Evaluations will continue, he announced with firm voice that brooked no argument. Next student. But nobody really paid attention to the following names. The rumor was already spreading like fire in dry forest, leaving the auditorium and scattering through the academy's hallways with the speed that only truly shocking news could achieve. Ren Patender repaired a broken emblem. Impossible. Those emblems are artifacts. How did it break in the first place? I saw it with my own eyes. He fused with 2 silver beasts and reconstructed it with pure mana. Theater. It has to be theater. Selphara arranged everything beforehand. Did you see the multi-elemental jade energy? I felt the pressure from the upper stands. That wasn't fake. Each retelling added new details, some accurate, others embellished. But the core remained the same. Ren Patender had done something that shouldn't be possible. In the upper stands, Aldrich Galehart remained motionless in his seat long after Ren had left. His mind spiraled, turning over and over the same impossible facts. He had thought Ren was gullible, trusting, easy to manipulate with soft words and reduced expectations. A brilliant mind, yes, but naive about the ways of noble politics. But what he had just witnessed? Pretense? Had Ren been pretending this entire time? Acting like a relaxed student while secretly mastering not only noble protocols but also advanced crystallization. Manipulation of mana structures at the level of ancient artifacts. It was impossible, but he had felt it himself in the mana. The boy had made the impossible possible, had lied to his face and created miracles. His previous contributions perhaps weren't a masked scheme by the castle as every noble thought. They were legitimate. The realization was devastating. What kind of super genius could fake and learn at that level? Could play multiple games simultaneously, each one perfectly executed, while making it all look natural effortlessly? Aldrich had been playing chess while Ren apparently played something completely different. A game whose rules Aldrich didn't even understand. A game he couldn't see the board for. "Father," Saya murmured beside him, his voice trembling with awe. "What did we just see?" "I don't know," Aldrich admitted. "Honestly, son, I have no idea." He sank deeper into his seat, feeling for the first time in decades something he had forgotten, total impotence before someone who operated on a level completely beyond his comprehension. He gave up. As a schemer, as a manipulator, as a political player. Because clearly he knew nothing in reality about how to handle people. At least not at Ren Patender's level. In Auditorium 7, evaluations of the elite students continued with their own drama. Leora Ashenway had passed her 10 exams with 9 out of 10. She'd gotten tongue-tied during one critical moment, words stumbling over themselves at exactly the wrong time. A single error in interterritorial negotiation protocol where Lady Daphnia had found a ray of hope. But in the end Leora managed the other 9 thanks to Larissa's excellent training. For someone who didn't yet have to worry about inheritances like Luna, at least for now, and other such things, 9 out of 10 was excellent, and Leora knew it. "You did incredible," Larissa had told her after the exams, hugging her with genuine joy. Her relief was big, the tension that had been building for months finally releasing. "Thanks to you," Leora responded, returning the embrace with equal relief. "Without your nightly lessons, it would have been 7 out of 10 at most." Luna hugged her too without saying anything. But her hug spoke volumes, solidarity without words. And when she tried to separate, Larissa and Leora enveloped her in a stronger embrace. Luna's situation had been considerably more complicated, the pressure far more intense. "We did it," Leora whispered. "Of course you did," Larissa added with fierceness that came from her pride as a teacher. There was never any doubt. But even while celebrating, the rumors from the other auditoriums were arriving. So students entered with increasingly exaggerated stories about what Ren Patender had done. Each version more dramatic than the last. "They say he repaired a broken artifact to get his October 10th, someone whispered, eyes wide with disbelief. "Impossible. Artifacts can't be repaired. I heard he fused with 3 beasts at once and reshaped reality itself. That's ridiculous. But I heard from someone who was there that he definitely did something with the broken emblem." Luna, Larissa and Leora exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them. "Run," the 3 said in unison, mixing exasperation with pride. The following days were a whirlwind. The story of how Ren Patender had repaired an artifact became the talk of the entire academy and quickly spread beyond its walls toward the city. Within a week, it had reached every corner of the kingdom, growing and mutating with each retelling. But like all extraordinary stories, it generated division. There were those who had seen it directly. Students and nobles who had been in the auditorium, who had felt the mana pressure when Ren fused with his 2 silver beasts. Who had seen the jade light enveloping the fragments. Who had witnessed the emblem's reconstruction with their own eyes. These formed something like a cult around Ren's name. They spoke of him with almost religious reverence. I saw the genius work, they said with pride that bordered on arrogance. I was there when he remade an artifact with pure mana. Some of the former peasants that Ren had elevated with his cultivation methods and others he had saved in the war began openly calling him, the Messiah, again, a title that had appeared and disappeared from gossip for years but now returned with renewed force. The word spread through common districts like wildfire. The Messiah broke the rules again, they whispered over market stalls. He made the impossible possible, like always. But then there were the skeptics. Theater, they insisted, voices dripping with contempt for those gullible enough to believe. Selphira and the castle are always inventing things with the boy to divert attention from their own political moves. It's convenient, isn't it? Another noble would add, swirling wine in expensive crystal. Just when us, the derogatorily called opportunistic nobles are gaining ground, suddenly Selphira's protégé, really her granddaughter's toy, does something miraculous. The emblem was probably already prepared. They switched it with illusion magic or some similar trick. They could do that easily. The Starweaver Knight faction, led by Luna's uncles, was particularly vocal in their skepticism. They had the most to lose from Ren's continued success, their claims on Luna's territory weakening with each demonstration of her allies' competence. We've never had much contact with the Patender boy, Lord Dorian Starweaver declared in a meeting of nobles, his voice carrying aristocratic disdain. Why? Because he's obviously just a play that Selphira, Sirius's former master, wants us to believe. His tone suggested anyone who disagreed was a fool. Exactly, his brother, Lord Magnus, added with a sneer. She trained Sirius, who miraculously disappeared, freeing us from having to use the artifacts on him. But then this peasant with convenient power appears that she discovers. And now he can repair artifacts. Please. She just wants to buy time hoping Sirius returns or the 3 idiot brothers become stronger miraculously. It's fabrication, Lord Orion concluded. All to keep Luna under her influence and prevent us from taking our legitimate place leading the complete Starweaver faction. The division was clear. Those who had seen versus those who hadn't. Those who had felt versus those who speculated. Belief versus cynicism. And in the middle of all this, Ren simply tried to continue with his normal classes, trying to ignore the stares that followed him through the hallways. Some with adoration that made him uncomfortable. Others with suspicion that made him wary. All with intense curiosity that made privacy impossible. It's exhausting, he confessed to Min one night, slumping onto his bed with genuine fatigue. I feel eyes on me all the time. Welcome to fame, Min responded with a smile that was sympathetic but also slightly amused. Although I admit, breaking and repairing an artifact in your final exam was a bit dramatic. Even for you. I didn't plan it, Ren protested, his voice muffled by his pillow. I know. But that almost makes it better. It means you're so abnormally powerful that even your accidents are spectacular. Ugh, you make it sound even worse. I'll start practicing invisibility like you. Ren groaned and buried his face more. Teach me your ways of being ignored. Min laughed, the sound genuine and warm. Sorry, brother. I can't teach you, I think you're. Wait, that sounded good at the start but is an insult to me. A bit after the exams, Aldrich Galehart found himself in a situation he had never anticipated. He had no idea how to prepare the next class with Ren. Aldrich sat in the private room they used for lessons, surrounded by books and notes that now seemed completely inadequate. Papers with lesson plans that suddenly felt insultingly basic for someone who apparently could manipulate mana structures at a higher than master level. How did one apologize for 3 months of subtle sabotage? Did he grovel? Beg forgiveness? Continue with the "everything is easy, see" act he'd maintained? Pretend he knew that Ren knew the entire time? Each option seemed worse than the previous one. The image he'd had of Ren, the gullible and trusting student, had been completely destroyed. In its place was, what? A genius of incomprehensible level? A master manipulator who had been playing him this entire time? Some combination of both? Aldrich couldn't think clearly. And with each passing minute, he leaned more toward the option of simply groveling and begging that Ren wouldn't destroy him politically or literally. The boy had power. Real power. The kind that could reshape artifacts. What could he do to a person who'd wronged him? The classroom door opened without warning. Aldrich straightened abruptly, expecting to see Ren. Instead, Lord Balthan entered with the confidence of someone accustomed to spaces that didn't belong to him. Balthan was from one of the traditional families that had been detractors of the Ashenways for generations. Not open enemies, never that. But always in subtle opposition, always seeking ways to limit Selphra's influence and her faction's power. Galehart, Balthan greeted with a nod, his eyes sweeping across Aldrich's disheveled appearance seeming amused. You look terrible. Thank you for the observation, Aldrich responded dryly, not bothering to defend himself. I heard about your situation with that Patender boy. Balthan sat without invitation, his eyes studying Aldrich with calculating interest. Quite spectacular what he did in the exams. The words carried multiple layers. False admiration. Concern. Opportunity. If you came to rub it in. I came with information, Balthan interrupted, waving away the objection. And a proposal. Aldrich blinked, caught off guard. Information. The Star Weavers of the Night faction have said they have a trick prepared for Luna. Something that involves your son Seiya, the Klein boy, or the Jean boy. Balthan leaned back in his chair, his fingers drumming on the armrest with steady rhythm. They want you to continue with Ren, but they recognize that if Selphra and Julius's tricks are too complicated, not to worry too much. So. Just make sure that Ren boy doesn't get in the way of your son Seiya, Klein, or Jean when the time comes to approach Luna with a contract. The words were casual, but the implications were massive. They wanted him to keep Ren distracted. Occupied. Unable to interfere with their plans for Luna. Aldrich felt something bitter in his throat. I've lost all hope of controlling that young man. He's not like the Night Star Weavers believe. He's not manipulable. Predictable. Balthan smiled, the expression carrying knowing amusement. I see it. Perhaps he's too protected. But that's why they sent me with a different idea so I can help you. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone that made the room suddenly feel smaller. Tell me, Galehart. The boy is clearly good in battle. And now we know he's good in politics, or at least at pretending he is. But. He made a significant pause, letting anticipation build. He's a teenager. How good do you think he is at love? Aldrich frowned, confusion replacing some of his anxiety. Love? What are you? Balthan leaned closer, whispering something in Aldrich's ear. The words were quiet enough that nobody else could have heard, even if there had been anyone else in the room. Aldrich's eyes gradually widened as he listened. His expression shifted from confusion to surprise to dawning understanding. Then, slowly, something like his old calculating smile began forming, tentative at first but growing stronger. It was a terrible idea. Manipulative. The kind of thing that could backfire spectacularly. Which was exactly why it might work. I see. Balthan leaned back again, speaking now in a normal voice as if they'd been discussing the weather instead of some secret plan. Then it could even serve you with your current situation. Distracting the boy a lot could be just what you need for him to have the possibility of failing at least one exam in the next trimester. It's. Aldrich processed the idea, his political gears turning again after the paralysis. Risky. If he gets upset by any chance. Everything is risky in politics, Balthan responded with the wisdom of someone who'd survived decades of noble intrigue. Even staying still affected us greatly, right? But this attacks something his brute power can't solve. His supposed mana control, his apparent genius for battle and beasts if they're real, none of that helps him when it comes to adolescent emotional navigation. Even if he turns out to be a genius, he can't possibly have had the time to be one at everything, right? He paused, letting that settle. And if it works, if it really distracts him enough, then he doesn't just fail one exam. He becomes vulnerable. Predictable. Manipulable in ways he isn't when he's focused, like any man. The implications hung heavy in the air. Everyone had weaknesses. Historically even geniuses. Especially when it came to matters of the heart. Aldrich looked at the papers scattered on his desk. The inadequate lesson plans. The useless notes about protocols Ren clearly already mastered. Evidence of his failure, his miscalculation. Then he looked at Balthan, weighing options, calculating risks and rewards with the instinct of someone who'd spent a lifetime in political warfare. What do you need from me specifically? Balthan's smile widened, satisfaction evident in the curve of his lips. For now, just continue being his tutor. Act humble, maybe. Like you've learned your lesson about underestimating him or something. And then, Balthan stood, heading toward the door with the unhurried pace of someone whose plan was already in motion, present it to him as a prize. So when the appropriate moment arrives, we introduce the catalyst element. To capture his attention in ways power and politics cannot. He stopped at the threshold, looking back over his shoulder. The light from the hallway cast his face in shadow, making his expression unreadable. After all, even geniuses are fools when it comes to matters of the heart. And teenagers, well, in matters of the heart, teenagers are the biggest fools of all. And with that, he left, leaving Aldrich alone with his thoughts and a new strategy that finally gave him some hope. Maybe he couldn't control Ren's power. Maybe he couldn't manipulate his intellect. But emotions. Emotions were completely different territory. The kind of battlefield where intelligence and power could mean nothing, where the strongest could be brought low by the simplest weakness. And everyone had vulnerabilities there. Everyone made mistakes when their heart was involved. Surely. Even Ren Patender. The days after the exams passed in a strangely pleasant calm. Ren had anticipated more drama, more nobles trying to challenge his results, more accusations of fraud or theater. But apparently, even the most vocal skeptics had decided to wait before making more aggressive moves. Or maybe they were simply planning something more elaborate. With nobles, you never knew. Silence could mean acceptance or preparation. Larissa's classes continued, this time focused on the second trimester's protocols. More complex movements, more elaborate scenarios that separated good from perfect. You're going to have to demonstrate more real-time management, Larissa explained while showing him a particularly complicated sequence of formal gestures. Her movements were fluid, practiced, each one flowing naturally into the next. Not just theory. They'll put you in situations where you'll have to make immediate decisions while maintaining appropriate protocol. And the war games will be important too. Sadly, your Hydra won't reach Gold 1 in time. Still can't believe it can. Ren watched with his mantis active, the jade creature copying each of Larissa's movements with photographic memory. Every angle, every subtle shift of weight, every minute detail captured and stored perfectly. Understood, he said, then executed the sequence exactly as Larissa had shown it. His body moved like hers had, mirroring her grace with uncanny accuracy. But I don't think I need to have it on gold rank to win against the other schools anyway. Luna, watching from the side, made a sound of disgust. I hate your mantis. Me too, Leora added in sympathy with Luna's frustration. It's completely unfair. It took you years to learn what I can copy in seconds, Ren admitted with guilt coloring his voice and a sigh at having heard the line so many times. I know. Don't feel bad, Larissa said, though there was a touch of amusement in her voice despite her attempt at sympathy. Just, make sure you use it well. These abilities become instinctive after sufficient practice. You can't depend only on your mantis in all situations. I know, Ren repeated the sequence without the mantis, this time with his own muscle memory. It came out quite badly, though slightly better than before. His body fought the movements, trying to optimize when it should replicate. But I'd never manage it in time. Still, I feel guilty for not knowing, so I practice without it sometimes too. The admission carried genuine regret. The mantis was a shortcut, and his father said shortcuts always came with a price. Very well, Larissa nodded with approval, satisfaction evident in her expression. Then for the second trimester, you're more than prepared. Now you just need to focus on the mid-year interschool exams, Ren completed with another sigh, now one that carried the weight of accumulated responsibilities. And normal classes. And territory management with Zhao and Arturo. Exactly, Larissa smiled, though there was sympathy in the smile again. Welcome to being an elite. The work never ends. Classes with Zhao were intense as always. Preparation for advanced collection, survival strategies in hostile territories, resource evaluation. Zhao hadn't loosened his training regimen even a bit, if anything he'd intensified it now that Ren had proven he could handle higher expectations. Though Ren was anxious to put everything to the test in something more practical than theoretical. Unfortunately for him and even Zhao, they had too many things to do to be able to get lost in the wilderness for several days. Sessions with Arturo about territorial management were equally demanding. Tax policies, resource distribution, dispute resolution between vassals, infrastructure maintenance. It was the kind of tedious administrative work that made Ren miss the simple days of just cultivating beasts. This is boring, he'd complained as always after 2 hours reviewing territorial zoning documents. His eyes had glazed over somewhere around page 15 of property boundary disputes. This is leadership, Arturo had responded without sympathy, not even looking up from his own paperwork. Glory is in battle. But the bulk of real work is in papers nobody wants to read. But all that was manageable. Challenging, yes. Exhausting, definitely. But manageable. Thanks to Ren no longer needing almost any classes with Aldrich. Honestly, after the exams, Ren had considered simply not showing up there. What more could Aldrich teach him that Larissa couldn't teach better? What value did those sessions have now that Ren had demonstrated he could pass his exams without problems? But sadly, there was a minimum attendance required. Missing too many classes with his assigned tutor could result in academic sanctions. So Ren resigned himself to showing up, sitting for an hour listening to Aldrich's relaxed chat, and then leaving. Simple. Painless. Professional. What he hadn't anticipated was the scene he found when he arrived at Aldrich's classroom a week after the exams. The door was ajar. Ren pushed it gently, expecting to find Aldrich sitting in his usual chair, maybe leafing through documents or preparing tea as he used to do. Instead, he found Aldrich Galehart, one of the most powerful nobles in the kingdom, lying on the floor face down in what could only be described as a total apology bow. Ren froze on the threshold. What? Forgiveness, Aldrich's voice came muffled from the floor, his face pressed against the expensive rug. Please, accept my most sincere apologies for not taking you seriously. Ren blinked. Then blinked again. His brain was trying to process the image before him. Aldrich Galehart, the man who had been his tutor for 3 months, Saya's father, a high-ranking noble with connections throughout the kingdom, was literally groveling on the floor. Not taking me seriously? Ren repeated slowly, closing the door behind him to not be seen like this. This was strange. Very strange. Do you mean the classes? Yes, Aldrich responded, his voice sounding filled with what seemed like genuine remorse. Each word seemed to cost him something else too. The incomplete classes. The basic information when you clearly deserved much more. I underestimated your capability. Ren processed this. Ah. Aldrich was apologizing for giving him only the basics instead of complete teaching. That, actually made sense. Min had pointed out from the beginning that the information was good but incomplete. It doesn't matter, Ren said finally, gesturing for Aldrich to get up. The sight was deeply uncomfortable. Really, I didn't need. No, please, Aldrich interrupted, still not getting up. Let me apologize appropriately. I understand you don't need me. I understand that regardless of my teachings, things would have turned out the same for you. There was something in how he said that last part that sounded strange, but Ren assumed Aldrich was realizing that Ren would have found the next information in other places anyway. Which was true. Larissa had been his real teacher. But that wasn't what Aldrich meant. Yeah, well, Ren shrugged, feeling increasingly uncomfortable with the situation. This felt wrong somehow, though he couldn't pinpoint why. Things worked out. And honestly, I don't think I could have learned anything from you normally anyway. So you don't have to apologize, don't worry. Aldrich tensed visibly on the floor hearing that Ren didn't need him and the words, don't worry, that he himself had repeated so often. The phrase landed like a slap, his own casualness thrown back at him. Ren didn't notice how he'd taken it, because he was thinking. My brain simply doesn't process those movements naturally. If it weren't for my mantis, I probably would have failed several exams no matter how good the teaching was. The silence that followed was heavy, oppressive. Aldrich slowly raised his head, his eyes studying Ren with an expression of fear and something else. I understand, he said with careful voice. You certainly don't need to learn here. So you're saying I'm useless to you anyway. And you would have won no matter what I did. The thought burned him with humiliation, but also opportunity. Basically, Ren nodded, still not catching the true reason for the tense tone in Aldrich's voice. So get up, please. This is uncomfortable for you too from what I can sense. His mana perception picked up Aldrich's discomfort, though he misread its source entirely. But Aldrich didn't get up immediately. Instead, he slowly sat up until he was kneeling, his posture still submissive but now looking directly at Ren. Let me give you a reward, he said with firm voice but with an undertone of fear. For forgiving my incompetence. Incompetence? Ren frowned, confusion evident on his face. Reward? You don't need. Please, Aldrich insisted, and there was genuine urgency in his tone now. Desperation bleeding through the careful control in his face. Allow me to compensate for being a bad teacher. Ah. Ren understood now. Aldrich felt guilty for not having given complete teaching that could have helped him from the beginning, thinking it was his fault, not really. He wants to make peace with his poor teaching by giving something of value as compensation. Not really. It was unnecessary, honestly. But Ren could see this clearly mattered a lot to Aldrich. And rejecting the offer would probably only make the man feel worse. I really don't need any kind of reward, Ren said slowly, trying to find words that wouldn't make this more awkward. There's nothing I can't get myself in the first place if I need it. Aldrich's expression contracted slightly, as if those words were painful to hear. Like watching someone twist a knife already buried deep. Ren noticed. But, if you insist. I insist, Aldrich said quickly, perhaps too quickly. Relief flashed across his features before being buried under renewed resolve. And believe me when I say that in what I'll give you, it's always good to have more options. Ren didn't understand what that meant exactly. Options of what? Books? Political connections? Resources for his territory? The vagueness should have been a warning. But Aldrich remained kneeling on the floor, and that was profoundly uncomfortable to witness. Okay, Ren finally conceded, just wanting this bizarre situation to end. I accept your reward. Whatever it is. Now please get up. The relief that crossed Aldrich's face was so intense that Ren almost stepped back. The man stood with movements that seemed to be trembling, as if he'd been holding an enormous weight that he could finally release. Thank you, Aldrich said. Gratitude mixed with something else, something that didn't quite fit. Thank you for your mercy. I promise the reward will be appropriate for someone of your level. Sure, Ren responded, still feeling confused by the entire interaction. None of this felt normal. Do we have class today or? No, Aldrich said quickly, too quickly. The word came out rushed, almost desperate. No, not today. I need to prepare things. For your reward. Take the day off. In fact, take the week if you want. I'll mark all your attendances until today. The week? Ren blinked, surprise evident in his expression. But if I don't come then the minimum attendance. I'll take care of that, Aldrich interrupted, already moving toward his desk and scribbling something on paper. His hand moved with unusual haste. I'll give you documentation of complete attendance. As long as you come for a short while twice per week according to minimum attendance, there won't be problems. He extended the paper toward Ren like it was a peace offering. Or perhaps a bribe. Ren took it, still processing what exactly had happened in the last 5 minutes. The entire encounter felt surreal, like a play where he didn't know his lines. Okay, so I guess I'll see you next week. Yes, Aldrich nodded vigorously, perhaps too vigorously. Next week. With your reward. Something I'm sure you'll appreciate. There was something in how he said appreciate that made something in Ren's stomach twist with apprehension. A warning his conscious mind couldn't quite process. But before he could ask more, Aldrich practically pushed him toward the door. Be careful in your other classes, Aldrich said while closing the door, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. And remember, it's always good to have options. Especially at your age. And then the door closed, leaving Ren standing in the hallway with an attendance paper in his hand and growing confusion about what had happened. Weird, he murmured to himself, shaking his head slightly. But he had other things to do. Combat practice with Lin. Class with Zhao in an hour. Then study session with the girls. The strange interaction with Aldrich could wait to be processed later. Inside the classroom, Aldrich let himself fall into his chair, feeling like he'd just survived an encounter with a dragon. Ren's words kept resonating in his mind, each one a small wound. I don't need you anyway. Things would have turned out the same. There's nothing I can't get in the first place. Each phrase had been a dagger. Veiled threats that clearly communicated that Ren knew exactly what Aldrich had tried to do. And that it hadn't worked even a little. The boy was a master schemer. He had to be. The casual way he delivered those threats, as if they were simple observations. It was terrifying. But now Aldrich had an exit. A way to compensate, to avoid Ren's wrath, and potentially even gain some advantage for Seiya in the process. The reward he had promised. Balthan was right. If they couldn't control Ren's power, if they couldn't manipulate his intellect, then they had to win him over through where he was vulnerable. Emotions. Distractions. Love. And Aldrich knew exactly how to do it. He took another paper and began writing. Another letter. To some specific people. People who could be exactly what they needed to keep Ren occupied. While he wrote, a small smile appeared on his lips, satisfied. Maybe all wasn't lost after all. And Ren, in his apparently limitless brilliance, had no idea what was coming. It all had started innocently one day after his strange conversation with Aldrich. Ren was leaving his morning class with Zhao, tired but satisfied after 2 hours of intensive training when he heard the voices. It's him. Ren Patender. Please, wait a moment. Ren turned, expecting to see maybe some of his known companions. Instead, he found a group of 10 noble girls approaching with expressions that could be described as enthusiastic. He didn't sense any threat. They were students like him. He vaguely recognized some from shared classes. There was no reason to worry. That was his first mistake. Mr. Patender, the one who seemed to be the leader of the group, a girl with perfectly arranged brown hair, approached with a radiant smile. Forgive the intrusion, but we wanted to tell you how impressive you are. Oh, Ren blinked, feeling slightly uncomfortable but not alarmed. Thanks, I guess. No, seriously, another girl intervened, this one with bright blue eyes that seemed to sparkle. What you do is absolutely extraordinary. My family had been talking about it for the full 7 days of vacations. My father says you're an unprecedented genius, a third added, full of admiration. And then they all started talking at the same time. Comments about his power. His intelligence. His impressive presence at the award ceremony. His achievements in general. How his cultivation methods had helped many families. How they admired his dedication. Each compliment was like a small needle of discomfort pricking his skin. Ren felt his ears heating up. His back developed a strange sensation, like tickles he couldn't scratch. It wasn't fear exactly. It was something different. Something that made him want to shrink and disappear. Thank you, he managed to say, stepping back slightly. But I really have to go to your next class, the group's leader interrupted with an understanding smile. Of course. We don't want to keep you. But maybe we could walk with you. My next class is in the same direction. Mine too, another added immediately, perhaps too quickly. And mine. What a coincidence, Ren murmured, knowing perfectly well it wasn't. Mana didn't lie. The group surrounded him and escorted him through the hallway, continuing with their compliments. Some students watched them with varied expressions. Some with amusement. Others with envy. Some with something darker, whispers following in their wake. When he finally reached his next class, Ren practically threw himself through the door, grateful for the excuse to escape. But that was only the beginning. The next day, there were 3 different groups waiting for him. One outside his room in the morning. Another near the dining hall at lunchtime. A third, coincidentally, finding him on the way to the library. Each group had between 8 and 12 girls. Each one competing for his attention. Each one with compliments that made his ears burn and his back feel those damn tickles. This is ridiculous, Ren complained to Min that night, flopping onto his bed with exasperation. Why suddenly so many? So many what? Min asked with smile that suggested he found this hilariously entertaining. Girls noticing you're an incredible catch. So many girls recognizing your value. Shut up. Ren rolled his eyes, feeling the tickles a bit, but calmed himself fast and sighed. They all chase me like I'm, I don't know, some kind of trophy. Welcome to being popular X2, Min laughed, the sound genuine and without malice. Although I admit, this is more intense than normal. Generally noble girls are more reserved. Family pressures and all that. Ren was already popular. If he were in a normal school, many girls would have been chasing him insistently and fanatically since before. But here he'd had very little of that. The young women here had much family responsibility, and although they might be attracted to someone, it was very difficult for them to act on it because of different pressures. Exactly, Ren frowned, confusion evident. So why now? Maybe their families finally gave them permission, Lou suggested from his bed, without looking up from his book. You're a great catch, Ren. With your latest demonstration you practically have secured enormous territory and wealth, plus you have powerful connections and unique abilities. From a matrimonial perspective, you're basically the jackpot for most noble houses. Ren felt strange hearing himself described that way. I'm not a prize. To them, you are, Taro added with more serious tone, setting down the document he'd been reviewing. Or at least, to their families. And if the families are actively pushing their daughters to pursue you, then they won't stop, Ren completed with growing horror, the realization sinking in. And they didn't stop. It turned out that Balthan had already used his cards in the strategy even before Aldrich used his. The third day, there were at least 6 different groups. Some with girls who clearly had no genuine romantic interest but were following family orders. Their eyes held apologetic distance, going through motions they'd been commanded to perform. Others who seemed genuinely impressed but uncomfortable with the situation, caught between admiration and awareness of the political game being played. And some who looked at him in ways that made Ren want to cover certain parts of his body much more. It was after being surrounded by the 4th group of the day, all talking at the same time about his admirable qualities, that Ren made a drastic decision. He was no longer going to be a patient and kind gentleman. He activated his shadow mana and simply disappeared. The shadow jump took him to an empty hallway dozens of meters away. Ren emerged from the darkness, sighing slightly from the rude escape and the tingling sensation but infinitely relieved by the silence. I understand Luna now, he murmured to himself. Luna had always been praised by others at first and harassed by some. Maybe in part that's why she was quiet. Distant. She kept away from large groups, preferred the company of only a few close people. Ren had assumed it was just her personality, but with a bit of forced empathy now he felt he perhaps understood her better. Now he understood. When you were seen as desirable for political or power reasons, when people saw you as a means to an end rather than a person. Silence and distance were self-defense. Ren tried mentioning the situation with the girls that afternoon during lunch. They're being a bit persistent, he said carefully at the end, hoping perhaps for understanding or advice. Larissa set down her fork with more force than necessary. The sound echoed across the table. It took you a long time to ask us for advice about this situation that's been going on for days. How interesting. No, I just didn't want to bother you with a minor problem and... First tell us. Leora looked at him with a poker expression that Ren couldn't completely interpret. Does it bother you? Luna said nothing and also waited for the answer, but her eyes gleamed briefly and her mana swirled with a pattern that suggested irritation. If I must choose whether it's annoying or not. I suppose in a way yes, Ren responded honestly, not seeing the trap in the question. It's uncomfortable. I don't know how to handle them without being rude. You could simply tell them you're not interested, Larissa suggested, her tone strangely cold. Ice beneath a thin layer of civility. I've tried. But it seems they don't really listen to me. How persistent, Luna murmured, her hands gripping her teacup with enough force that Ren feared it would break. Small cracks appeared in the porcelain under her fingers. The rest of lunch passed in uncomfortable silence that Ren didn't completely understand. The girls seemed upset. But not with the other girls who were chasing him. With him. That didn't make sense. They weren't the affected ones, right? The following days became a constant game of hide and seek. Ren learned the academy's least traveled routes. Discovered hidden passageways he probably shouldn't know about. Became expert at detecting groups of girls before they saw him. And when he failed, he used shadow jumps to escape. It was mentally exhausting. More exhausting than Lin's Tortu, combat training. Because at least in combat, you knew when it ended. This was constant, endless, a siege with no clear resolution. The 5th day, Ren was hidden in a shadow niche on the 3rd floor, waiting for a particularly persistent group to pass, when he heard a voice he recognized. I smell him, a girl with slightly pointed ears, sign of some tracking beast, inhaled deeply. Her nose twitched. He's close. He definitely passed through here. Are you sure? Another from the group asked, doubt evident in her tone. Completely. My nose never fails. Damn it. There, the tracker pointed directly toward his niche, her finger aimed like an accusation. Ren sank back into the shadows. The girls were improving their strategies. They were adapting, learning his patterns, bringing in specialized abilities to counter his escape methods. But he didn't wait. He jumped again, this time with specific destination in sight. Aldrich's classroom. He emerged from the shadows in the hallway near the tutor's door at the end of the corridor, several dozen meters away from the previous niche. He was feeling that he was even improving his shadow control by using multiple jumps in short succession every day. Behind him, he could hear voices approaching. The group had followed, faster than he'd expected. He had no time. He needed refuge. He needed a place where the girls couldn't follow him without violating tutor-student privacy protocols. Ren reached the door and pushed it, practically throwing himself inside. "Tutor Aldrich, I need." He began, words tumbling out in desperation. And stopped. Because Aldrich wasn't alone. There were 3 girls in the classroom, each one seated with perfect posture that communicated years of noble training. Not students passing by. Not casual visitors. They were waiting, positioned deliberately. The first, seated closest to the window, had hair black as night that fell in soft waves to her waist. Her skin was a warm brown tone that glowed with that perfect health that came from high-vitality beasts. Her eyes were such a dark brown they almost seemed black, and when they turned toward Ren, there was a strange intensity in them. Her body was slender but with subtle curves that her uniform couldn't completely hide. The emblem on her tunic was Ashenway, but not from Selfra's faction. The second, in the center, was almost her visual opposite. Platinum blonde hair pulled into an elaborate bun that revealed a long, elegant neck. Skin pale as porcelain without a single defect. Blue eyes so clear they seemed almost transparent. Her body was thinner, less curves but with a grace that made every small movement seem choreographed. Her emblem showed she was Star Weaver, but Ren had no idea of her specific family branch. The third, seated closest to Aldrich, was something in between. Reddish-brown hair that caught light in interesting ways, falling in soft curls to her shoulders. Medium-toned skin with a natural flush in her cheeks that probably made boys lose the ability to speak coherently. Intense green eyes that seemed to evaluate everything about him in an instant. Her figure was the most pronounced of the 3, with curves that even the formal uniform couldn't disguise. Her emblem was from Goldcrest territory. All 3 were beautiful. Objectively beautiful in ways that should have made Ren speechless. But Ren had lived the last 4.5 years surrounded by beautiful girls even besides Larissa, Luna and Leora. The kingdom's best genes, affected by high-rank beasts. The 3 girls here had beasts specialized in vitality. But being doubles, the princesses were far above in vitality even compared to nobles specialized in this like the ones here. So when Ren saw these 3 girls, his first thought wasn't, "Wow, they're beautiful." He'd gained better control over his adolescent impulses thanks to the strong emotions the seed had made him experience. So it was more like, okay, they're pretty, but what are they doing here? His perception of beauty had calibrated strangely. Just like his perception of money. He'd been exposed to such extremes that normal standards no longer quite applied. But the 3 girls stood in unison, each with different grace yet equally practiced. Like a coordinated performance, rehearsed and timed perfectly. And Aldrich, sitting behind his desk with a smile that looked weird, said the words that made Ren sigh again. "Ah, Ren. Perfect timing. These lovely young ladies have been waiting to meet you." The dark-haired girl was the first to speak, her voice soft but confident. "Ren Patender. Finally. I've heard so much about you." She approached with measured steps, extending her hand. "I'm Kasha Ashenway. From a high nobility family in the western region of the territory." Her hand was soft, warm. The grip firm but not aggressive. And when she smiled, there was something in how her lips curved that seemed designed to make boys stumble over their own words. Ren simply nodded. A pleasure. The blonde moved next, her steps almost floating. Serafina Starweaver, she introduced herself, her voice clear as crystal bells. Also high nobility from an ancient section of the family. When she took Ren's hand, her fingers barely grazed him, a soft contact that somehow seemed more intimate than Kasha's firm grip. "Hello," Ren responded, feeling a small tickle in his hand but nothing more. The third, the redhead with pronounced curves, was last. "Jeanette Blackwood," she said, her smile wider than the other two's. "Goldcrest territory. My family is also high nobility but originally from the southern outskirts. The past generations elevated us." Her handshake was the most casual of the three, almost friendly. But the way she slightly tilted her head, making her curls fall over her shoulder, seemed calculated. Aldrich cleared his throat, gaining everyone's attention. "Ren, these young ladies are your reward." Ren blinked. "My what?" "Your reward," Aldrich repeated, his expression showing something between satisfaction and nervousness. "As I promised. They're here to help with your social development. Social." Ren looked between the three girls and Aldrich, confusion clear on his face. "It's important for a noble of your rank," Aldrich continued with words that sounded rehearsed, "to interact appropriately with other nobles who aren't your peers or friends. Especially those older than you but who see you as superior. You need experience in that type of dynamic." Ren frowned. Larissa had mentioned something about this. About how he needed to learn to interact with nobles of different ranks. And he definitely lacked interaction especially with those below him but. He looked at the three girls again. They were high rank as they'd said, right? Or maybe they'd act differently. Kasha Ashenway clearly wasn't acting low rank. Serafina Starweaver even less so. And Jeanette from Goldcrest territory. None of them. "I don't think they're below me in rank," Ren pointed out. "Oh, you jest, ahem, I mean, acting humble isn't needed here, you can relax more. Obviously, your territory will be larger than any of their families," Aldrich responded quickly. "And your connection's more powerful so almost everyone sees you as superior now, right? But you're right that the difference isn't dramatic yet. That's why they're perfect for that kind of practice. Not as intimidating as royalty you already master, nor so distant as to be irrelevant and dirt your name to be around. Besides the dirt your name weird stuff, that actually made some sense." Ren didn't interact much with nobles who weren't his close friends or authority figures. And almost never with people who saw him as superior in this way. Maybe that was the source of those strange tickles he felt when the groups pursued him. The discomfort of being treated as superior when he wasn't used to it. Ren was deceiving himself to avoid accepting in his subconscious that he was just shy before compliments that weren't from his parents. The three girls watched Ren with attention. So they noticed his slight surface discomfort. Kasha noted something in his body language, got a flash of understanding, and turned toward Serafina with a significant look. Serafina had mana eyes, Ren realized when she activated them. Ren had enormous perception and although he temporarily lost his advanced ones from his fungus, at least he'd learned to create archaic ones himself thanks to his huge perception level and broad mana control, without assistance from beast abilities. The girl was studying his mana right now, trying to read his emotions, his intentions. But Ren's mana was too complex. Too many intermingled tones. Jade from his broken seed, strange and multi-elemental, darkness, all mixed in patterns that probably seemed too chaotic to external eyes. Serafina frowned slightly, clearly frustrated at not being able to read too clearly. But at least she understood superficially that Ren felt uncomfortable and subtly signaled the others. The interpretation was a bit exaggerated. They thought Ren, the one in Aldrich delusions they heard of before this meeting, had higher beauty standards or maybe had little interest and had more experience than they'd thought. Still, they didn't give up. They couldn't. They had clear orders. Jeanette intervened first, gently, trying to save the situation with a more casual and friendly tone. We understand this must be an unusual way of doing it for you, Ren. We can take it slow. Yes, Kasia added, her tone becoming friendlier following the lead, less formal. It doesn't have to be all stoic and noble-like. Just, like a friendship. Getting to know each other freely. Friendship, Ren repeated, and something in that word made the tension in his shoulders ease slightly. Learning to form friendship bonds in noble interactions sounded difficult but strangely interesting. Exactly, Jeanette smiled, this time seemed more genuine. Just 3 noble girls who can help you better understand how to interact in social situations. No pressure. Aldrich watched the exchange with satisfaction when he noticed Ren was no longer refusing. So, do you accept? Will you spend time with them? As part of your social experimentation. Ren considered. Larissa had mentioned he needed more experience interacting with nobles outside his close circle. And these girls seemed reasonable. Though he found it odd there were no boys in the group but just friendship. Okay, he said finally. I suppose it doesn't hurt if it's practice without formal commitments. The 3 girls exchanged quick glances. Kasia nodded slightly to the other 2. Perfect, Jeanette said with a smile that reached her green eyes. Then maybe we could start with something simple. Tea. Casual conversation. We can talk about your interests, Serafina added, her voice soft. Beast cultivation, I assume. I'm sure we all have silver rank questions you could answer. Ren relaxed a bit more. Talking about beasts and helping with mid-rank cultivation was safe territory. Comfortable for him. Okay, that sounds easy. Aldrich practically glowed with satisfaction. Excellent. Then I'll leave you 4 to get to know each other better. Ren, remember this is a reward. You don't need to worry, this time I don't say it lightly. He scratched his head. You can learn at your own pace. The way he said learn made something tickle in Ren's back again. But before he could analyze it, Jeanette was already guiding him toward the chairs with a friendly gesture. The 3 girls, for their part, shared a silent understanding. Kasia had noted Ren's discomfort with certain approaches. Serafina couldn't read his manner clearly but had seen how he relaxed with the word friendship. Jeanette had caught that approaching subtly, as friends, was the correct kink. None of them were there completely by their own choice. But they had clear instructions: approach Ren Patender. Seduce him if possible. At least gain his favor and keep him entertained as much as possible. But they also weren't completely against it. Ren was objectively a good catch. Powerful, wealthy, and if they managed to interest him. Well, there were much worse fates for political chips like them than marrying a genius who had just demonstrated he could repair artifacts with his pure mana. Aldrich watched the scene with growing hope. The boy had accepted. But Aldrich didn't understand in his delusions that Ren had interpreted experience as just social experience, instead of, well, what Aldrich and Balefin had really planned. But the misunderstanding played in his favor for now. Ren thought this was about noble education. The girls understood their true purpose. And while Ren seemed distracted, occupied, thinking about something beyond exams and power, there was a possibility he would fail. That he'd become vulnerable. And that was all the hope Aldrich needed. Inside the classroom, Ren sat with 3 of the most beautiful and best-trained girls that opportunistic noble families could offer. And he, in his innocence, thought this was just about learning appropriate social interaction. Aldrich had left the classroom with a transparent excuse about preparing documents, leaving Ren alone with the 3 girls. The initial silence was uncomfortable. Kasia was the first to break it, leaning slightly forward. The movement made her tunic adjust in a certain way so that it stretched slightly over her curves, and Ren, being a completely normal adolescent, noticed. His eyes deviated for a fraction of a second before forcing himself to look up. His ears heated slightly. Shit, don't look. Be professional, you're not the same as last year. Kasia saw the deviation of his eyes. And how he forced himself not to look. Interesting. He reacts but controls himself immediately. Training or game? So, Ren, Kasia said with soft voice, tell us more about you. Beyond what everyone already knows. When she spoke, she leaned in a bit more, and Ren had to make a conscious effort to maintain eye contact. He noticed the exact moment his eyes wanted to deviate again and forced himself not to. What do you want to know? He asked, his voice coming out slightly tenser than he'd intended. Serafina positioned herself so Ren had her directly in his line of sight. Her clear blue eyes studied him in a way that made those tickles on his back intensify. But Ren held her gaze, thinking that if he felt like this it could be a type of training to get used to it, or maybe that looking away would be discourteous. Why is she looking at me like that? Is this a test of something? After 5 seconds, Serafina blinked first. He didn't flinch. Didn't even get uncomfortable. How does he have that level of control at his age? When she spoke, her voice was clear as crystal. Your interests. Your hobbies. She paused. What you do when you're not being the genius everyone knows. Ren finally blinked when he saw her do it. Study, mainly. Lately, crystallization. I'm trying to understand how to reverse the process. Wow, but, just study. Jeanette interrupted with a smile that seemed designed to be warm. Nothing more, recreational. The way she said recreational had a tone that Ren couldn't completely identify, but that made his ears heat more. Combat training, he offered. With Lin and Yang. The 3 girls exchanged quick glances that Ren couldn't interpret. Kasia moved slightly closer, adjusting her position in the chair. And friends? You have close female friends, right? Yes. Larissa, Luna, Leora, Shizu, Mako. The 3 beautiful princesses are the first thing you mention, eh? Serafina commented, her mana eyes gleaming slightly as she tried to read something in Ren's patterns. Her expression showed frustration when she only saw truth but couldn't decipher anything clear. They must be close to you. They're my friends, Ren confirmed, not knowing why that seemed to be important. Well, they're important people, sometimes I forget that. He thought. I can barely read anything. How am I supposed to know if he's lying or being honest? Jeanette leaned forward, her reddish-brown curls falling over her shoulder. Just friends? Ren smiled without thinking. There may be more than friends. They're great. Larissa helped me with all the noble protocol these months and she and her family have done so much for me. Luna worried and supported me from the beginning. And Leora is always trying to give me gifts or make sure Grandma Selphra supports me. He stopped, noticing how all 3 were watching him with expressions he couldn't interpret. Did I say something wrong? What? Nothing, Kasia said quickly. Just that you seem very close to them. He didn't show a second of doubt. Does he see them as friends genuinely or is he establishing their off-limits? I am, Ren confirmed. They're my best friends. The word friends was deliberate, Kasia thought. Too deliberate. He's establishing boundaries. Intelligent. But Ren had simply told the truth. So just friends? Serafina asked with a carefully neutral voice. Nothing more, complicated? Ren felt his ears burn completely now. Why are you asking that? Curiosity, Kasia responded quickly. It's just that, someone like you, surrounded by such impressive girls, one would think that you may need. She stopped, leaving the sentence unfinished deliberately. Ren didn't know what to respond to that. He wondered why these 3 girls seemed so interested in that specifically. But the part of him that was an adolescent surrounded by 3 objectively beautiful girls wondered why they were getting closer and closer, making thinking coherently difficult. But. Sorry. I don't feel comfortable talking about my friends, he finally admitted. The three observed him for a long moment. Serafina frowned slightly, clearly frustrated at not being able to read his intentions through his mana. Kasia and Jeanette exchanged another glance. So, Ren, Kasia began with a soft voice, leaning slightly forward. Aldrich mentioned social practice. Do you understand what that means exactly? Something seems strange here. Let's see if he admits he knows what's really happening here. Yes, you'll help me gain experience, Ren responded simply. Is there something specific I should learn? It seems he does understand it. Jeanette leaned forward. She smiled in a warm and inviting way. Well, that depends on what type of interactions you want to master. I still have doubts. Let me see if he catches the insinuation. Ren frowned slightly. Formal. Informal. Aldrich wasn't very specific if he agreed with you in the end. Why was Aldrich so vague with the instructions? The three girls exchanged quick glances. Is he pretending or does he really not? Kasia thought. Aldrich said he was a manipulative genius. This has to be an act, Jeanette considered. But his mana patterns don't show deception, Serafina added mentally. Then it can be both, Kasia said. Formal and informal. But we can start with informal. Getting to know each other better. If he's going to play innocent, let's play along too. Okay, Ren nodded. So, we wanted to know, what kind of experience you have with girls in general. If he admits his level of experience, we can adjust the approach. If he lies, we'll know he's playing. Ren felt his entire face burn now. Is that part of social practice? Why are they asking this? Aldrich said social practice, not, whatever this seems to be. Of course, Serafina responded softly. Understanding interpersonal dynamics includes all types of relationships. Like talks about arranged marriages or concubine prospecting. But if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. Let's give him an exit if he wants to take it. Ren observed all three, feeling he wasn't understanding something fundamental but unable to identify what. I don't have any experience, Ren admitted, trying not to think too much about the random and unreal kisses he'd received. I've been busy with many studies. I haven't had time for that. The admission came out more vulnerable than he'd intended, a genuine confession from someone who'd been too focused on survival and cultivation to navigate the complexities of teenage romance. Is he honest? Maybe too much. Or does he want us to think that? Serafina signaled to them that maybe it was a half-truth but she couldn't read him too well, and all three tensed slightly. Her mana eyes flickered with frustration, unable to penetrate the chaotic mess of Ren's energy signature. He claimed no experience too quickly, Kasia noted, her mind racing through possibilities. Is it genuine or is he establishing low expectations to surpass them later? That's refreshing, Jeanette said, and she meant it. Most boys in your position would brag, even if they were lying. But Aldrich said he was different. Maybe this is part of that difference. Why would I brag? Ren frowned, confusion evident on his face. It doesn't make sense to lie about something like that. Do they expect me to lie? Or maybe that's what's expected of nobles. I feel lost. What kind of strange learning system is this? Serafina studied his expression. Without being able to read his mana clearly, she had to rely more on body language. And his body language showed genuine confusion. No micro-expressions of deception. No tells that suggested manipulation. Either he's the best actor in the kingdom, or he really has no experience. For example, I've been pursued by groups of girls lately. It's uncomfortable because I don't know how to handle it without being rude. Maybe Aldrich thought you could help me understand how to. I don't know, decline appropriately. His voice carried genuine distress, the kind that came from days of being hunted through hallways like prey. It makes sense. Aldrich saw I have problems with admirers and brought these noble girls to teach me protocol for rejecting advances. It's strange but not stranger than everything else in noble politics, right? The silence that followed was absolute. Kasia felt her brain momentarily stop functioning. So he's asking us to help reject girls who aren't at his level? Serafina opened her mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. No words came out. Her carefully cultivated noble composure cracked like thin ice. That can't be real. A noble who doesn't want to bask in the attention of making his own place clear by rejecting lower houses. It has to be a play. It has to be. Jeanette leaned back in her chair, studying Ren with a new expression. Something between disbelief and dawning horror at the situation they'd walked into. Aldrich said he was a genius. That he played complex games. If this is a game, it's the most elaborate I've seen. Ren, Jeanette uttered carefully, each word selected with surgical precision, is it possible that Aldrich brought us here at your request to help you reject romantic advances? Please say no, or say it's a joke. Please. Maybe. Don't you want to? Ren asked, genuinely confused now. What else would you be here for? You heard it. Aldrich said, social practice, and that's the area where I'm having the most problems lately. It may be the case, right? They're nobles, they probably have experience with these types of situations. It makes sense. The three looked at each other, silent communication passing between them with the speed of lightning. He's completely serious, Kasia's face transmitted. It can't be, Serafina responded with her eyes, a slight shake of her head denying the reality before them. But it is, Jeanette confirmed with a slight head tilt, her expression somewhere between amazement and despair. Ren, Kasia began, choosing each word with extreme care, like defusing a bomb where one wrong word would detonate everything. What if I told you we could do the opposite? Not reject, but accept. Give me something. Any sign of what you really want. Ren frowned, processing the words like they were in a foreign language. Accept? Accept who? Whoever you want, Serafina clarified, her voice carrying forced patience. People with specific characteristics. Who could be appropriate? How direct do we have to be for him to stop playing? But I don't want to accept anyone else. I don't need more attention, Ren protested. It's already overwhelming. Why would I want more of that? The thought was so sincere that it transmitted through every line of his body language. Jeanette felt something bubbling in her throat but suppressed it. Laughter. Hysteria. Screaming. She couldn't quite tell which. He really is the best actor in the kingdom's history. I give up. Aldrich. Aldrich told us this boy was a manipulative genius. That he played games even Aldrich couldn't follow. And it turns out he's. The thought trailed off, too absurd to complete. If we keep pushing here we're just going to upset him. Better play along, Kasia's eyes transmitted, a strategic retreat in the face of overwhelming confusion. I see, Serafina spoke, her voice carefully controlled despite the chaos in her mind. We can help you with the unwanted attention then. And maybe, Jeanette added, grasping for some way to salvage their actual mission, help you distinguish between unwanted attention and attention that might be worth considering. Because I'm still not convinced that what he's doing is just to deceive us and give us false importance that would be useful, Ren admitted, feeling genuine relief wash through him like cool water. Finally, someone who understood his problem. But again, forget any extra retention. You'll be enough to practice with. Thank you. His gratitude was so pure, so completely sincere, that it hit like a physical blow. Damn, he's good. The three thought in unison. The three girls nodded, their expressions carefully neutral. Years of noble training allowed them to maintain composure even as their internal worlds collapsed. But in their minds, chaos reigned. Kasia, I'm going to kill Aldrich for getting us into this. This is indeed a genius, and I feel like an idiot child for thinking in circles at his mercy. Serafina, I can't read his mana. I can't read his intentions. I'm completely blind here. Jeanette, this is going to be much more complicated than I thought. In every possible sense. And Ren, completely oblivious to the mental whirlwind of the three girls before him, simply thought. Well, at least this type of social practice sounds more useful than memorizing genealogies of extinct houses. The misunderstandings had been established. In layers. Upon layers. Upon layers. And nobody had any idea how deep the onion, the ogre, the disconnection between what each one thought was happening really was. Then Ren relaxed, thinking his problems would end, and began complaining about Lin and talking about training sessions that more closely resembled horror stories for the young women. She teamed up with Zhao that day, Ren said, his voice carrying the trauma of lived experience. No matter how fast I moved. That sounds. Kasha began, searching for words. Brutal, Jeanette supplied, her eyes wide. That wasn't even the worst day, Ren continued, warming to the topic now that he was on familiar ground. Young decided I needed to understand the weight of leadership, so he had me carry a boulder the size of an adult up and down a tower. For 3 hours. That's insane, Serafina breathed, genuine horror replacing her earlier confusion. Lin says pain is weakness leaving the body, Ren quoted with the flat tone of someone who'd heard it too many times. Yang says suffering builds character. I say they're both sadists who enjoy watching students cry. The three girls laughed, the sound genuine and surprised. Damn, he's good. The three thought in unison again. Or maybe he really is just. Kasha thought, something in her chest loosening. No, careful Kasha, careful. They talked about beast cultivation next. Ren's enthusiasm infectious as he explained resonance patterns and mana flow optimization. The three girls thought Ren was playing some type of long game, testing their patience or dedication before revealing his true intentions. Watching. Evaluating. Seeing if they were worthy of whatever he had planned. And Ren thought he'd made 3 new friends who would help him stop dealing poorly with the girls outside. Simple as that. Problem solved. When Aldrich returned an hour later, he found all 4 in animated conversation about mana structures and elemental resonance. Ren was drawing diagrams in the air with light mana, the girls asking questions that showed genuine interest. He thought they were already done and his plan was working perfectly as they now seemed close and getting some good information from him. The trap was sprung. The bait taken. Now it was just a matter of time before Ren became distracted enough to fail. Aldrich smiled, satisfaction warm in his chest, completely unaware that absolutely nobody in the room understood what was actually happening. The following days established a strange but not unpleasant pattern. The 3 girls appeared in private places, generally in Aldrich's classroom instead of their respective tutor classes, for the social practice sessions. Aldrich had insisted that Ren dedicate at least 1 daily hour to this, and Ren, genuinely thinking it was part of his noble education, had accepted. But the sessions rarely were what he anticipated. Ren began noticing patterns. Small things that initially seemed innocent but that, when accumulated, created a strange sensation. Like pieces of a puzzle he couldn't quite see the full picture of. Kasha had the habit of touching his arm when she asked a question. Only briefly, only a light touch, but consistent. Her fingers would rest on his forearm for just a moment, warm through the fabric of his sleeve, always when making a point or seeking his attention. Serafina positioned herself always so he had to look at her directly when speaking, her clear blue eyes maintaining eye contact that lasted 1 second longer than normal. Not aggressive, not challenging, but intense in a way that made awareness of her presence impossible to ignore. Jeanette laughed at his jokes, even the ones that weren't particularly funny, with a warmth that seemed designed to make him feel intelligent and entertaining. Her laughter had this quality of genuine delight that made him want to be funnier, more interesting, better. Individually, they were small gestures. Together. Ren wasn't sure what to think. Social practice sure is more complex than I thought. And things got more complicated. Well. The one who complicated things in his mind now was Larissa. Larissa, who lately was acting different. It started subtly. Small changes that Ren almost didn't notice at first. Things so minor they could be dismissed as imagination or coincidence. During their practice sessions, Larissa began finding excuses to touch his hand when correcting his posture. "Your wrist needs to be straighter," she'd say, her fingers adjusting the angle with touches that lasted a second longer than necessary. Her skin was always warm, her grip gentle but firm, and Ren found himself hyper-aware of each contact. The corrections became more frequent. More unnecessary, redundant, perhaps. Though Ren couldn't be sure. Maybe he was just that bad at this. When they walked together between classes, she positioned herself closer than usual. Not invasively close, but enough that Ren was hyper-conscious of her presence. Close enough that he could smell the subtle scent of perfume that always seemed to cling to her hair. Close enough that their shoulders would occasionally brush, sending small jolts of awareness through him that he tried to ignore. And there were moments where Larissa would open her mouth as if to say something important, only to close it and change topics abruptly. Her expression would shift, something vulnerable flashing across her features before being buried under her usual composed mask. "Are you okay?" Ren asked her one day after she'd stopped mid-sentence for the third time. They were in one of the private study rooms. "Yes," Larissa responded too quickly, her voice slightly higher than normal. "Just thinking." "About what?" "Things," was the cryptic response. She looked away, her fingers fidgeting with the edge of her book in a rare display of nervous energy. Ren frowned, concerned. Larissa was almost never evasive with him. Never uncertain. She usually was the one with confident answers lately. "Larissa, if something's wrong, you can tell me," he said gently. She looked at him then, really looked at him, with an intensity that made his breath stop. Her eyes held something he couldn't name, something that made the room suddenly feel smaller, warmer. "I know," she said softly. Then, quieter, almost to herself, "That's the problem." "What?" "Nothing." She smiled, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. "Let's continue with the posture practice." But the strange moments kept happening. The strange thing was that Ren started noticing similarities. The way Larissa found excuses to touch him during practice, was similar to how Kasia touched his arm. The same duration of contact. The same warmth. The same awareness it created. The way Larissa positioned herself closer lately, reminded him of how Serafina always made sure to be in his line of sight. Always there, always present, impossible to ignore. The way Larissa seemed to seek his approval, his attention, wasn't so different from how Jeanette laughed at his silly jokes. That same quality of wanting him to notice, to appreciate, to something. It was as if Larissa was trying to teach him social practice. But that didn't make sense. Larissa was his friend and a royal, therefore superior. Weren't the lessons supposed to be about interacting with someone unknown of lower rank? Shouldn't she maybe use Maria to teach him that? The thought circled in his mind, creating confusion that he couldn't quite resolve. Nothing fit together properly. Every explanation felt incomplete. The layers kept accumulating. Ren noticed the changes gradually during the next week. The groups of girls that before pursued him through the hallways had diminished dramatically. Not disappeared completely, but the difference was notable. Where before there had been 5 or 6 different groups waiting for him at various points of the day, now maybe he encountered 1 or 2. And the girls that remained seemed different. More refined. Their tunics showed emblems from houses that even Ren, with his limited knowledge of noble genealogies, recognized as important. Names that came up in his territorial management lessons with Arturo. Families with real power, real influence. Strange, he thought while evading a small group near the library. Maybe Aldrich's girls are very efficient, Or maybe they already got bored of not being able to catch me and only the elite are hard to beat with my level of social practice. He couldn't know for certain that Kasia, Serafina and Jeanette had indeed spoken with Aldrich, convincing him that Ren had expressed annoyance with attention from low-profile houses. That only families of a certain level should continue. That it was a matter of appropriate standards for someone of his position. Aldrich and Balefin had readjusted the plan according to what they thought were Ren's unexpected, refined tastes. So only the highest houses had permission now to continue their pursuits. The others were quietly told to back off. Ren simply saw less harassment and silently thanked whatever forces had made it stop. And strangely, this generated a certain appreciation in him for the three girls. Maybe their lessons about handling unwanted attention were really working. Maybe he was projecting something different that discouraged less serious pursuers. Social practice does work, he concluded naively. The problem arose 3 days later during lunch. Ren was seated with the girls at their usual table in the Platinum Student Dining Hall. Luna, Larissa and Leora occupied their usual positions, Larissa's silver mineral fairy the size of a child materializing occasionally to steal bites of food with tiny, delicate hands. The atmosphere had been comfortable, familiar. Ren was in the middle of explaining something about his latest crystallization experiments when Leora interrupted. Ren, Leora said suddenly, her eyes studying him with curiosity that had sharp edges beneath its casual surface, I've noticed you've been going to see Aldrich more lately. Ren nodded while chewing, swallowing before responding. Yes, the new practice sessions. I thought you'd go less, Leora continued, her tone casual but her eyes still sharp. Larissa is covering your complete Noble Protocol curriculum. You don't need Aldrich for that anymore. It's not for protocols, Ren explained, taking another bite of his meal. It's for social practice. Larissa's fork stopped halfway to her mouth. The utensil hung suspended in air, forgotten. Luna looked at him with expression that Ren couldn't interpret. Mayo, who was nearby trying to steal the highest quality food that didn't correspond to her, became completely immobile. Her hand froze mid-reach. Social practice. Larissa repeated slowly, finally lowering her fork. Her voice was carefully neutral, but Ren could hear something beneath it. Something tight and strained. Yes, Ren confirmed, not noticing the growing tensions around the table. Not seeing how Luna's hands had clenched or how Larissa's fairy had stopped mid-flight. Aldrich brought 3 girls from other academies to help me better handle uncomfortable social situations. You know, like all those groups that were chasing me. The silence that followed was dense. The entire table seemed to have stopped breathing. Even the ambient noise of the dining hall faded, or maybe Ren just stopped hearing it over the sudden pressure of attention focused on him. 3 girls. Leora said, her voice dangerously low. Her eyes were beginning to show a violet gleam, power leaking through her control. What 3 girls? From other academies, Luna added, her hands tightening slightly around her cup. Small cracks appeared in the new porcelain under the pressure again. What academies? Ren tried to remember, confused by the sudden intensity. Had he said something wrong? Serafina is Starweaver but from Aldrich's region. Kasia is Ashenway but from the western branch. And Jeanette is from Goldcrest territory, Blackwood family. Larissa had gone pale. Blackwood as in those who supported the traitors, Astor's family. And families that have been detractors of the Ashenways and Starweavers for generations. Is Jeanette related to Astor? The one with the blue rhino who was Klein's follower. Ren blinked, connections forming that should have been obvious before. She didn't mention that. Of course she didn't mention it, I'm sure the others didn't mention being enemies of our families either, Leora murmured, her eyes narrowed. Her fire manifested fully, crackling with angry energy. Ren, what exactly are these girls doing with you? Enemies? But, they don't seem bad. Are you sure? Aren't they like Klein, just affected by their families? I mean, they're helping me with social practice, Ren repeated, genuinely confused by the reactions around him. Like I said, with handling unwanted attention. And it's been working. Did you notice how there are fewer groups chasing me lately? Oh, they noticed, Mayo said, her voice full of amusement. And do these lessons include what exactly? Conversations where I feel comfortable, mainly, Ren shrugged. We talk about various topics. They explain to me sometimes how certain behaviors are perceived in noble circles. How to distinguish between genuine interest and political opportunism, for example. How convenient, Luna said, standing abruptly. The chair scraped against the floor with a harsh sound. 3 beautiful noble girls teaching you about genuine interest. That made Ren remember the situation Luna had catalogued as not genuine. The memory was fuzzy, confusing, something he tried not to think too much about. Luna, Ren began, reaching toward her, but she was already walking toward the exit, her posture rigid. Ren watched her leave, completely lost. What did I do? Ren, Larissa said with a voice trembling with anger, do you understand what's really happening here? Is social practice bad? Ren offered, increasingly unsure. They're seducing you, idiot, Mayo declared without filters. Or at least trying to. And Aldrich brought them specifically for that. Ren blinked, the words not processing immediately. What? No. But. Aldrich said it was for social practice. They heard the same thing and you believed him, Leora closed her eyes, breathing deeply like someone trying not to scream. Of course you believed him if he used ambiguous language. For someone sincere, reading a noble's mana can be counterproductive, eh? Oh Ren. Her voice was exasperated but also had some protective concern. But the social practice? Ren protested, grasping at the logic that had made sense to him. It's real. And the girls are being useful. In fact, I think that's why there are fewer groups now. They're applying what we're practicing and. Larissa looked at him fixedly, her blue eyes intense. Ren, have you noticed that only girls from the most important houses remained? Yes. Doesn't that seem suspicious to you? To begin with, that so-called social practice doesn't exist. But. I thought the more insecure girls from minor houses had given up and moved away because of it, Ren admitted, the words coming out defensive despite himself. Or that I was projecting something different that discouraged them thanks to. Mayo let out a hysterical laugh, the sound bursting from her like she couldn't contain it anymore. Oh, gods. This is gold. Pure gold. I don't understand, Ren said, his frustration growing with each second. Why are you upset? Things have improved. They're not chasing me as much. And I thought. He stopped, realizing something. His eyes widened slightly with the connection. I thought Larissa was teaching me the same thing. Ren pointed at her, the gesture almost accusatory in his confusion. Larissa flushed intensely, the red rising to her cheeks like a tide. That's not. Isn't it? Ren asked with genuine confusion, trying to understand. You've been acting similarly. Touching me a bit longer when you correct my posture. Positioning yourself closer. I thought it was part of common social practice. Showing me how it works. I thought I understood better because I noticed Leora does it sometimes too. Leora turned around and covered her face with both hands, a muffled sound escaping that might have been a groan or a whimper. Larissa's face went from red to crimson, a color so intense it looked almost painful. She opened her mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. She seemed completely incapable of forming words, her usual composure shattered into pieces. Mayo was laughing so hard she had to hold onto the table and sit in a chair. Oh, this is. I can't, it's too good. Mayo, Maria said with warning tone, though her own lips trembled slightly with the effort of not joining in. Larissa finally found her voice, though it came out as a shriek. I wasn't teaching you anything. No. Ren frowned, confusion deepening into something close to hurt. Then why? Because I, don't make me say it, idiot. Larissa practically screamed, then covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes widening with horror at what she'd just said. Ren froze completely, his brain attempting to process the meaning of the words. Mayo bit the table's tablecloth, otherwise she would have laughed too loudly. Leora squeezed her eyes shut, as if dealing with a massive headache. Larissa. The name came out pained, sympathetic even. I have to leave, Larissa said suddenly, standing so fast her chair almost fell over. The sound of wood scraping echoed in the still silent hall. I have to, class. I have class. Goodbye. And she ran out of the dining hall, her usual composure completely abandoned. Leaving Ren sitting alone with Leora and Mayo, who was still laughing uncontrollably, until she received a hit on the head from Maria. Ren began, but he had no idea how to finish that sentence. No idea what he was even trying to say. Leora observed him still with her face covered, looking through her fingers. Ren, she said finally, her voice strangely high-pitched but with an edge that made him pay attention. I need you to understand something very clearly. Those 3 girls Aldrich brought aren't here for social practice. They're here because their families sent them to seduce you. To win your favor. To eventually try to marry you. But they. No, Leora interrupted firmly, removing her hands from her face finally. Her expression was serious in a way he rarely saw, stripped of her usual playfulness. Listen. I don't know if Aldrich also lied to them saying you asked for social practice, or if they're playing that angle intentionally. But the result is the same. And apparently, Larissa and Luna hate that. Her voice became very small, and I do too. I don't understand, I don't think I did anything wrong, Ren protested, desperation creeping into his voice. They're just. You can still use your version of Mana Eyes, right? Ask them directly, her voice hardened slightly, taking on an edge of challenge. But. I asked, the truth was they just wanted to help me and. Exactly, Leora said, the word sharp. They're making themselves useful. Indispensable. That's the strategy. And meanwhile, Luna thinks you're ignoring her. Larissa just had an emotional breakdown. And she leaned back in her chair, studying him with sharp eyes, and realizing there's more competition than I anticipated. Competition for what? Mayo stopped holding back laughter for a second to hit her forehead and look at him with incredulity. Seriously? Leora observed him too, her expression cycling through several emotions before settling on resigned understanding. Ren, she said finally, and there was something in her tone that made him give complete attention again. Something serious and vulnerable, and important. Do you remember when I told you I liked you? In that tree. Ren's face turned completely red instantly, heat flooding to his ears. Yes. I remember. The memory was vivid. Too vivid. And do you remember you told me we'd take time? That we weren't in a hurry? Yes, Ren responded, his voice coming out lower, almost a whisper. Leora leaned forward, her eyes fixed on his with an intensity that made it impossible to look away. What do you think about Larissa and Luna? Ren opened his mouth. Closed it. His brain tried to process, failing from the heat. Luna had kissed him once, but afterward had strongly denied her interest. Had said it was a mistake. And since then she'd been distant when any family or Sirius's topic came up. Larissa, he'd obsessed over her for a long time until he could apologize, but he didn't know if what he felt was guilt or romantic interest. And she had avoided him for a long time, so she wouldn't be interested in him that way, right? But there had been those moments after their reconciliation where she seemed to want to say something important but never did. And then there was that time Ren thought maybe they'd kissed but wasn't sure if it was a dream. I don't know, he finally admitted, his ears burning with embarrassment. I appreciate them, but I think there are more important problems to solve first. Before anything. I'm sure I'm going to regret helping my rivals, Leora muttered to herself, the words barely audible. She leaned back in her chair, sighing deeply. The sound carried some resignation, but mostly resolve. Rivals? Ren repeated. Leora looked at him with the same expression of frustration he was getting used to, but then with a softer expression. Something more vulnerable beneath the exasperation. Yes, Ren. Rivals. Because apparently there are at least 3 of us, possibly 6 if we count the new ones, competing for your time. The correction was clumsy, obvious. Ren was completely paralyzed, processing this information. Leora saw his expression and sighed again. Then, resolved, she stood and walked around the table until she was in front of him. Maybe, she said, her cheeks flushing even more, color spreading across her pale skin, I should be more proactive. Make you remember that I was first. Ren swallowed, his eyes very wide. His heart was beating faster, awareness of her proximity making thinking difficult. But Leora stopped, her face now completely red. But I'm still embarrassed. And my mother always said that if something embarrasses you, you're not ready yet. She breathed deep, steadying herself. So, keep waiting for me. Please. Ren nodded, biting both lips inside his mouth, not knowing what else to do or say. Words had completely abandoned him. But, Leora continued, her voice becoming firmer, you have to fix this. You have to talk to Larissa and Luna. Because they feel betrayed. Even if you don't understand why, it's real to them. What do I tell them? Ren asked, genuinely lost. How did you apologize for something you didn't understand you'd done? Leora stood up, her decision clearly made. I'm going to talk to Grandma Selphora and Julius. We need to understand why 3 girls from other academies, one of them about to do her military service, are here, bothering our Ren. And she had completely ignored him. Before Ren could ask again, Leora disappeared with a spatial jump, her mana dissipating in the air like morning mist. Our Ren remained seated alone with Mayo, who finally stopped trembling and looked at him with amusement but also with some sympathy. Welcome to adolescent romantic hell, she said with a small smile. Where even geniuses seem to be completely useless. Ren buried his face in his hands, the gesture one of complete defeat. How am I supposed to talk to Larissa and Luna about this when I don't even understand what's happening? But he knew Leora was right. He had to try. Even though he had no idea how. I just wanted to learn social practice. You can still use mana eyes, right? Ask them directly. Ren had to finally get things clear. Enough misunderstandings. So he decided to first do what Leora had told him to do and interrogate the new girls to clarify everything and have the correct idea when apologizing to Larissa and Luna. Ren arrived at Aldrich's classroom earlier than usual the next day. Aldrich wasn't there, as always. He'd already adapted his schedule to not get in the way. The 3 girls were already there, seated in their usual semicircle. But this time, Ren didn't sit. He remained standing in front of them, his posture rigid, his expression more serious than they'd ever seen him. There was no friendly greeting. No casual smile. Just intensity that made the air feel heavier. Kasia was the first to notice something was wrong. Ren, are you? I need to clarify some things, so I'm going to ask you some questions, Ren interrupted, his voice colder than normal. A tone they'd never heard from him before. And I need honest answers. The 3 exchanged quick glances, silent alarms passing between them. Here it comes, Kasia thought, her stomach sinking. I knew he'd eventually confront us. He's showing his true colors, Serafina considered, her mana eyes gleaming as she tried to read his emotional state. From what little she could understand, he seemed angry. The game changed, Jeanette concluded mentally. Or ended. Of course, Kasia said carefully, straightening in her chair and trying to project a calm confidence she didn't feel. Ask what you need. Ren observed all three, his eyes moving between them. Evaluating. Are you hiding something from me? The silence was absolute for 3 seconds. 3 seconds that felt like an eternity. Straight to the point, all three thought simultaneously. We were playing with a target too big for us. Ren, Serafina began, choosing her words with extreme care like navigating a minefield. The situation is more complicated than that question implies and. I don't care how complicated it is, Ren said, and there was real frustration in his voice now. Raw emotion bleeding through his usual control. I just want to know if you're doing something bad. If you're lying to me. Something bad? Kasia blinked, confusion mixing with alarm. Is he talking about the seduction or about? Define something bad for us, Jeanette said with a careful voice, trying to buy time to understand what he actually knew. No games, Ren shouted, his voice rising with accumulated frustration. Just answer yes or no. Trying to deceive me or manipulate me. For whatever you actually want, he thought. Aldrich and you were pretending, but someone told me you're here for other reasons. The three tensed visibly, bodies going rigid. Selphira, that's why she took Aldrich away a while ago, Kasia thought with fearful respect. Of course she'd see through all this. She closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them again, there was resignation in them. The game was over. No point in pretending anymore. There's no point in pretending anymore. He surely already knows we try to sabotage him with distractions from his exams. Seduction was only a secondary prize if possible. Yes, she finally admitted, the word heavy. But we didn't have a choice. Our families have expectations about this. Ren felt something sink in his stomach at the yes. It was true. So you lied to me. From the beginning. We didn't want to, Jeanette intervened quickly, desperation entering her voice. But we relaxed, enjoying your company and dialogue about nobility and cultivation techniques genuinely. Technically we didn't lie about any of the sessions. We just omitted talking about the complete context of why we were here. What context? Ren asked, his voice hardening further. The three exchanged glances again, silent communication passing between them with the speed of thought. How much do we tell him? Kasia asked with her eyes. Everything, apparently he's about to explode. He likely knows all and wants us to stop holding back, Serafina responded with her expression. I don't want to know what it's like when someone this powerful and eccentric gets truly angry. And we've already come this far. This is going to complicate things at home if we get out alive, Jeanette concluded, her resignation as big as her fear. Ren, Kasia began, her posture losing some of its noble grace and becoming more surrendered. Our families aren't the only ones involved. There are several noble houses working together. Not just to spend time with you, necessarily, though that's part of the distraction strategy. 2. She stopped, choosing carefully. Every word felt like walking on thin ice. To what? Ren pressed, his patience wearing thin. To sabotage you, Serafina said directly, deciding bluntness was better than dancing around it. Or at least, to control you. Distract you. Keep you occupied with things that aren't, becoming someone more powerful than you already are. Ren blinked, the admission hitting different than expected. Sabotage me? You. He sounds genuinely surprised, Kasia noted, confusion evident. He doesn't consider us capable. I thought he was playing a long game but. You're a threat, Jeanette explained. Finally being honest felt almost liberating. Politically. Your achievements, your rewards could make dozens of houses doubly rich. You're too powerful for your age and have incredible connections. There are nobles who'd prefer you didn't become more influential than you already are. And using girls to distract me is their plan, Ren said slowly, processing. Then, with genuine confusion. Are they idiots? It wasn't a long game. Kasia thought, looking at the other two with dawning horror. We never had a chance. That's why he never touched us, all three understood simultaneously, the realization bitter. Though Ren wasn't thinking that. Rather he wanted to know what kind of pervert they thought he was to fail because of something like that. Then the image of Roran's group and his friends from his poor territory came to mind and he thought they would fall for this. Maybe it wasn't such a bad plan after all. It's one of their plans, Kasia corrected. Not the only one. Do you know the others? Ren asked instantly. Can you forgive us in exchange for that information? Jeanette said quickly, the words tumbling out with desperate hope. We were brought with a bad purpose, yes. But. She paused, something like guilt crossing her face, we didn't have much choice. Our families ordered. We obey or they throw us out. You didn't have much choice. Ren repeated, his anger diluting slightly at having heard only truths from them. Ren, Kasia said with a softer voice now, vulnerability replacing the normal pretense of charm, we're just pawns. We were chosen as political pieces from birth, Serafina continued, her usual composure cracking to show the genuine emotion beneath, we wouldn't do this, but our families have reasons to want you to fail. Or at least, to want you not to have complete success. And you? Ren asked, looking between the three. His eyes moved from face to face, searching for the smallest lie. What do you want? Another heavy silence. Full of things they'd never said, thoughts they'd never been allowed to voice. Honestly, Jeanette finally admitted, her voice small, at first we just wanted to fulfill our family orders and get out of this without problems. But after feeling your power. After meeting you, Kasia completed, we realized you're genuinely someone who deserves their rewards more than anyone. Not like other nobles. And the idea of actively trying to sabotage you started to feel terrible. We were dying of fear too. That's why we never really tried it, Serafina added, her mana eyes dimming as she looked down. And we started to just play along with your games and answer what you asked. Within what we could. Ren observed them, trying to process all this. 3 girls who'd been sent to seduce or sabotage him, who'd failed at both because they couldn't bring themselves to actually go against him. It was complicated. So what happens now? Do your families expect reports? Results? Yes, all 3 said in unison, the word carrying the inevitable consequences. They're still strangely honest. Ren thought, confused. Are they very bad at their job as saboteurs? Do they hate their families? And if I tell you to leave now, Ren continued slowly, thinking through all this, what happens to you? Kasia looked down, her perfectly styled hair falling to hide her expression. We'd probably be punished for failing our mission. Maybe given away to pay some favor to some house to be married to someone our families choose to recover from the error. The words were matter of fact, describing a fate she'd clearly contemplated before. Or less probable, but we may simply be thrown out, Serafina added with neutral voice that barely concealed pain beneath. Losing access to family resources. Opportunities. Basically converted into family shames, Jeanette concluded bitterly. Ren felt something twisting in his chest. Anger at the injustice to these young women not having a real family like him, yes. But also, something more complicated. Recognition, perhaps. He'd seen Luna struggle with family pressure. Had watched Klein be destroyed by it before being able to rebuild himself. What if I pretend to believe you? He asked slowly, an idea forming. If I keep coming to these sessions as if nothing had changed? Would that help you? All 3 looked at him with surprise, their composure slipping to reveal genuine shock. Is he offering to protect us? Kasia thought, incredulous. Or is this another game? Layers of the same game from the beginning? Did he always know? After admitting we were trying to sabotage him, Serafina also thought, trying to understand the logic. He's genuinely too good to be true, Jeanette concluded, suspicion and hope warring in her chest. Ren, Kasia said softly, carefully, if you do that, it would help us but only until the year ends and we fail anyway, when you receive all the rewards. Though we could try to use the time to divide the blame, it won't change the outcome much. I see, Ren admitted, processing the limitations. But I can't just let you suffer for something your family's forced you to do. Is he offering us an exit? All three thought simultaneously. What does he want? Technically you could, Jeanette pointed out, still incredulous but curious to hear the offer. But we tried to sabotage you. We deserve the consequences. But did you really try? Ren asked, looking at her directly. His gaze was intense, searching for truth. You said that after meeting me you stopped actively trying. That counts for something in my book. Serafina studied his face, her mana eyes gleaming with her active perception. I can't read your patterns clearly, but your expression, you really believe that, right? You forgive us? Yes, Ren said simply, the word carrying his absolute conviction. I don't like that you lied to me. But I understand that being trapped between family orders and what you really want to do must be very difficult. I've seen Luna deal with something like that several times. He paused, thinking through his proposal carefully. So here's what I propose. We continue with the sessions. You report to your families that the plan is advancing. I pretend I don't know anything. But between us, he looked at all three, his expression serious, let's be honest from now on. No more lies. He wants us to be his double agents, all three realized simultaneously. I don't think we have a choice, but if we help you, what will happen to our families? Kasia asked, concern evident. I don't like many of them but my mother and some relatives. The other two girls nodded as well, similar concerns written on their faces. I know, Ren sighed. I don't know if you'll like it, but now I'm going to explain what I'll do. Kasia stood, approaching him. Ren, are you sure about this? Once you do that, it won't be easy to back out. And although Serafina seems to have seen truth in your mana, if you do it you're going to make us look worse and maybe even get us eliminated. Her voice had big concerns. I know, Ren said, meeting her eyes steadily. But yes, I'm sure. He paused, just promise me that from now on, if your families ask you to do something, you'll tell me. Directly. The three exchanged glances, silent communication passing between them. This was a line they'd never crossed before. Betraying family orders. Choosing someone outside their houses over blood obligations. Promised, all three said, extending their hands in turn. Ren shook each one, the gesture feeling more significant than it should. Like sealing a pact that went beyond simple agreements. Then I guess we continue with social practice, Jeanette said with an ironic smile, some of her humor returning. Though now it's practice in pretending we don't know that you know the truth. Sounds exhausting, Ren admitted with a tired laugh. Real noble politics, Serafina responded, her lips quirking slightly. Where everything is pretending and nobody really knows who knows what. Ren let himself fall into a chair finally. His body felt heavier than after training with Lin, a different kind of exhaustion. I'm going to have to talk to Leora again, he said aloud, more to himself than to them. And with Larissa. And with Luna. The thought made his stomach twist with anxiety. Good luck with that, Kasia said with sympathy, understanding the minefield he was walking into. Jeanette sat beside him, her expression more serious than he'd seen before. Ren, can I ask you something? Sure. Why are you protecting us? Seriously. You seem to have a high standard, we don't seem to appeal to you much and... After all you could use your connections, your power and your genius to stop the sabotage. Ren considered the question honestly, taking time to find the right words. I don't know why you're insinuating you're not pretty enough or why you think I'm a genius. But it's because if I were in your position, trapped between almost mandatory orders, I'd hope someone would give me the benefit of the doubt. And because. He paused, some vulnerability entering his voice, because there are already enough people trying to use others as pawns. I don't need to be another person doing the same. The words carried weight beyond their simple meaning for the ladies. All three observed him in long silence, seeing him perhaps for the first time without all the layers of assumption clouding their perception. Your close circle is very lucky, Serafina said finally, her voice soft with awe. To have you. I'm not sure they think that right now, Ren responded with bitter smile, thinking of Larissa's tears and Luna's rigid departure. They will, Kasia said with confidence, certainty in her voice. Eventually. You're too much to ignore. I hope you're right, Ren murmured, doubt evident despite his words. Leora is going to kill me, he thought with resignation, already imagining the conversation ahead. And he was probably right about that. Ren walked toward Larissa's room with steps that became slower as he approached. It wasn't by any particular preference that he was going to talk to her first. Talking to Leora again so soon would feel a bit more uncomfortable, even more so when he'd finished without getting rid of the enemies, as she'd expected. Honestly, he was also a bit more afraid of Luna. She'd left the dining hall without saying a word, but her mana. Ren had felt the agitation in her patterns, violent and erratic despite her face remaining perfectly serious. So Larissa first. Larissa who had run away, yes, but whose mana had shown embarrassment more than fury. Embarrassment was easier to handle than fury. Probably. He hoped. When he reached Larissa's room door, he found it opening slightly. A figure was leaving, and Ren immediately recognized the imposing presence of Victor Dravenholm. The first prince and Larissa's older brother looked upset. His eyebrows were furrowed, his jaw tense, and there was something in the way his shoulders were squared that communicated frustration. When Victor saw Ren, his expression changed. Not to relief. Not to joy. To something strange that Ren couldn't completely identify. Surprise and something darker. Something that made Ren's instincts warn him this wasn't going to be a comfortable conversation. Without saying a word, Victor approached with steps that weren't threatening but were very deliberate. His hand extended, grabbing Ren's shoulder with firmness that left no room for argument. And then he pulled him into the room. Ren blinked, allowing himself to be escorted, concerned more by confusion than anything else. Victor's mana showed no intention of attack. There was no real hostility. Just urgency. And maybe a bit of exasperation. What's happening? When they entered the room, Ren found Julius seated in one of the chairs, his posture relaxed but his eyes sharp. And Arturo standing by the window with crossed arms, his expression more tense than Victor's. All three princes, and Larissa wasn't in the room. Looks like we saved ourselves some steps, Julius said with a calm tone, though his eyes studied Ren with an intensity that made him feel like he was being dissected. But still, let him go Victor, don't be like that. We should hear his version first. His version, Arturo repeated with a tense voice, of how he can do something like that without considering the feelings of the cutest girl of. He cut off abruptly at Julius's extended hand, his face reddening slightly. Julius sighed, the sound carrying years of dealing with his brother's protective instincts. Victor looked to the side and also sighed, releasing Ren's shoulder finally. Ren felt increasingly uncomfortable, standing in the middle of the room surrounded by three of the kingdom's most powerful men. He was beginning to understand that Larissa or maybe Selphra had said something about the situation. Though he wasn't sure exactly what. What Ren didn't know, what could only be narrated beyond his perception, was that originally, only Julius was going to come with Selphra. It was in response to Leora's message, to talk to Ren about Aldrich and the three girls. A diplomatic conversation, adult, to understand what was happening. But Arturo had found out by accident. He had class with Ren and Zhao later that day, and had interrogated the maids when Mayo had let slip a laugh mentioning something about player Pattender's romantic disaster. The problem was that between the rush, exaggerations and errors of word of mouth, none of them knew the whole story. Larissa wasn't really upset with Ren. She was embarrassed. Mortified for having almost shouted something she didn't want to admit yet and for having lost control of her emotions, offending Ren with the word idiot that only someone like Mayo should use. Yes, she had fled from embarrassment more than from anger. But when Arturo had found her in the hallway, with red eyes and muttering something cryptically about losing control, annoying jealousy, and being an idiot for trying, Arturo had assumed the worst. That Ren, the player-cheater fuckboy Pattender, from the exaggerated rumors of years ago and his nightmares as an older brother, had returned with vengeance. That he was playing with Larissa's feelings. And without telling Larissa anything, without waiting to hear more context, Arturo had sent someone to get Victor too. To teach Ren a lesson. To show him that Larissa wasn't alone and intimidate him appropriately. That's why they were all here now. A misunderstanding about another misunderstanding. Arturo took a step forward, his presence filling the space. What a disappointment, after teaching you so much. Don't think you can take advantage of Larissa just because her brothers are busy and far away. We're here. Always. He moved closer, his voice dropping to a dangerous tone. And you need to understand something very clearly, Pattender. I know that in high houses it's normal. Nobles of high ranks typically have between 3 to 5 wives. He paused. But accumulating them so young, in these quantities, is disrespectful. Besides, there must be clear hierarchies. The houses must also be matched in power. Not just men, but vice versa. It's easier for someone like Selfra to have several husbands than to share a husband with someone because of her enormous influence. So as much as you're a genius destined for greatness, you can't disrespect royalty and the biggest houses. Ren opened his mouth, confused. Accumulating. You're already on thin ice with Larissa alone, Arturo continued without letting him interrupt, momentum carrying him forward. She's Dravenholm. Royal house. And I know Selfra is hunting to get you into her family too, trying to secure you with Leora. You're going to have an enormous challenge matching the power of either of the two houses that are clearly chasing you. His voice hardened, taking on an edge sharp enough to cut. Not to mention the two together. Or 3 if we count Lou. See? Even my father Dragarian, the only true dragon tamer, only had 3 wives. 3. And he was Dragarian. The name carried weight, even a legend nobody could match didn't play games. Arturo planted himself in front of Ren, looking at him directly. Eye to eye, letting his full presence press down. So you better straighten up and... Arturo, Julius interrupted with firm but calm voice, the tone of someone used to moderating. Enough. Let Ren speak. Victor, still with his hand on Ren's shoulder, sighed again. His grip loosened slightly, becoming more paternal than threatening. Ren, he said with voice softer than Arturo's but equally serious, is it true you're toying with the groups of girls that follow you? He made a significant pause, giving weight to the question. And when I say toying, I mean anything romantic. Flirting, promises, insinuations. Anything. No, Ren responded immediately, his confusion genuine and evident in every line of his body. Not at all. I find receiving so much attention at the same time uncomfortable and I've been avoiding them. The 3 brothers observed his expression, felt his manna. The patterns were clear, stable, showing truth. It was true. Arturo relaxed slightly, though his frown remained. Suspicion didn't vanish but it diminished, logic pushing back against protective instinct. Good, Victor continued, his interrogation methodical. And what about the 3 high-quality girls Aldrich brought you? The ones we know are backed by the numerous noble groups behind the latest, not-so-impartial, shenanigans in the noble raiding organisms that should be impartial. Do you have something with them? Even a secret interest? Ren hesitated for a fraction of a second. No. Arturo tensed immediately, his senses honed from years of political maneuvering. Lie. There's a half-lie there. No. Ren said quickly, realizing the problem. Wait, yes, I have a secret, but the secret isn't about anything romantic. The three brothers exchanged glances, silent communication passing between them. His manner showed it was true. Completely true. No deception, no half-truths, just straightforward honesty. Julius closed his eyes briefly, something like relief crossing his face. The tension that had been coiled in his shoulders released slightly. Victor completely loosened his grip on Ren's shoulder, giving him an almost friendly pat instead. Arturo opened his mouth, clearly wanting to ask more about that secret, and what it implied exactly. His curiosity was evident, political instincts wanting to understand what Ren was hiding. It's enough, Julius stopped him with a gesture, his hand raised again. We already interrogated, said what we thought and, made our points clear. He stood, approaching Ren. The interrogator becoming the advisor. Ren, I would appreciate it if you talked to Larissa. And recommend that you consider your future very carefully. He paused, his eyes studying Ren's face as someone who'd spent decades reading people. Because you shouldn't bite off more than you can chew. And although everything could seem tasty, we must be measured. Choose well. Julius's tone was paternal but with an edge that communicated this wasn't a suggestion but a warning. The kind of advice that carried consequences if ignored. Ren swallowed, nodding. He understood. Or at least believed he understood what they were trying to tell him about multiple relationships. Though he didn't get why they were pushing Larissa to him. They wanted to get him like Selphra. Still. She was free to choose, he'd never use those politic shenanigans to pressure anyone, much less his friends. Leora and Luna. They seemed interested in different ways. But he'd have to see if those temporal crushes as his father calls them would not vanish easily by adulthood, then he'd see what to do. They never last, so don't get too invested. It hurts, he used to say, trying to protect Ren's heart. Yeah, good luck with that mess future me. The three brothers began moving toward the exit. Victor gave him another pat on the shoulder, this one definitely friendly. A gesture of approval, of acceptance into some unspoken club. Arturo looked at him for a long moment before nodding with something like reluctant approval, as if admitting Ren had passed a test he hadn't known he was taking. Julius stopped at the threshold, looking back with expression that had shifted to something warmer. By the way, he said with a more casual tone, the advisor voice replacing the usual Prince, look for her in the library. When Larissa gets like this, she tries to study or work on something to distract herself from her problems. And with that, all three left, closing the door behind them with a soft click that somehow felt final. Ren remained standing alone in Larissa's empty room, processing what had just happened. The confrontation played back in his mind, each moment feeling surreal in retrospect. He'd been interrogated. Subtly threatened. Warned about biting off more than he could chew. And apparently the Dravenholm brothers thought he was trying to assemble some kind of harem. Where did they get that idea? But then again. Leora had admitted she liked him. Luna had lied about not having any interest in him, and was clearly upset about something related to the three new girls. Larissa was. And from the outside, especially for protective brothers, it probably looked exactly like Arturo had described. A boy collecting girls, accumulating romantic interests without consideration for the complications. Ren put a hand to his head, feeling a headache forming behind his eyes. The kind that came from emotional exhaustion rather than physical strain. But. The library. Larissa is in the library. He had to talk to her. Explain something. About the three girls. About how he wasn't accumulating anyone nor damaging the school or noble's public image. About how honestly he had no idea what he was doing in any aspect of this. But first he needed a moment to breathe. Because he'd just been threatened by 3 of the kingdom's most powerful nobles about not breaking their sister's heart. And Ren wasn't even sure what kind of relationship he had with Larissa to begin with. Then that kiss, which still seemed like he'd dreamed it, returned to his mind. Had it been real? A product of fever and injury? Something between. This is a disaster, he thought, not for the first time that day. And he had the suspicion it was going to get worse before it got better. Especially when he had to talk to Leora and Luna, whose mana had been more agitated than Larissa's. More violent, more controlled, which somehow made it more frightening. But first, the library. First, Larissa. One disaster at a time. Ren found Larissa in a corner of the library, surrounded by books she clearly wasn't reading anymore. He sensed her before seeing her completely. Her mana was a combination of emotions that Ren had caught easily: embarrassment, anxiety, and something deeper he couldn't completely identify. Something vulnerable that she usually kept buried beneath layers of noble composure. But the most notable thing was resignation. She already knew he was coming. Like him, she'd also felt his now not-so-hidden mana approaching. And in her resigned mana it was evident she'd decided not to flee this time. Ren approached slowly, his steps deliberately unhurried to give her time to relax. When he reached her table, he stopped a meter away. Giving her space, not crowding her when she was already uncomfortable. "Can I sit?" he asked with his softest voice. Larissa nodded without looking at him, her eyes fixed on a book of lineage history that she definitely wasn't reading. Ren sat, the silence extending between them for several seconds that felt longer than they were. The library's ambient sounds, distant page turns, soft footsteps, whispered conversations, seemed to fade, leaving just the 2 of them in their bubble of tension. "Larissa, He finally began, searching for words that wouldn't make things worse. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." "No," Larissa interrupted him, her voice surprisingly firm despite the tremor beneath it. She finally looked up to meet his eyes. "You don't need to apologize. It's me again." She sighed, her shoulders dropping slightly with the release of her held breath. "Although I always try to appear and maintain the dignified facade, in the end I'm an immature girl like always." Ren laughed.